Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I'm Hyman Brown. Probably the greatest English writer of the last century could be the novelist H.G. Wells. Wells has lifted our imaginations with The First Men on the Moon, War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man, and so on. With extraordinary resourcefulness and creativity, he has brought life to the incredible. And today, we have taken his words from the page, placed them in your ear, so that you can actually believe you are in the outlandish world of H.G. Wells.
Professor Lidgett, can you make out the school desks and the school children?
Yes, I can. And I do.
From here, they look phosphorescent. Luminous, don't they?
They do look strange, Plattner. And that explosion blew us a considerable distance away. I must get back to the school and take charge.
Oh, Professor Lidgett, I don't think that'll be possible.
Why not, indeed?
Because I think that you and I are dead.
Our mystery drama, Watcher of the Living, adapted from a story by H.G. Wells, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What will it be this time, Mr. Wells? Mars colliding with Earth? A machine to put you in another century? The problems of loving and living when no one can see you? None of the above? Something completely different. Yes. In fact, in the 90 years of science fiction that followed where H.G. Wells blazed the trail, no one has ever attempted to duplicate the story we tell you now.
My name is Fred Plattner. I'm 27. My mother and father passed away when I was 10. I'm a teacher in a small school in Sussexville. So small that one teacher has to do the work of 5. Too much work for too little pay. Last week, I heard of a great summer job in town, lifeguard on Sandy Beach. To apply, I first had to get a physical checkup.
Mr. Plattner, I do not have good news for you.
I'm sick, Dr. Bendiner?
No, I wouldn't say that. Not sick, but strange.
You mean when you examined me, you found
I didn't want to say anything until I had the x-rays, but I can tell you this. In all my years of general practice, I have never seen a body like yours.
Well, will I live?
Who knows? Before I show you the x-rays, tell me, young man, why do you want to be a lifeguard? I understand you have an eminently scholarly position as a teacher.
Well, that's what everyone tells me, Doctor. But there's no money in it now and no future in it tomorrow.
What do you teach?
What don't I teach? Bookkeeping, geography, modern languages, and chemistry, which Dr. Lidgett, our former principal, threw at me about a month ago.
Aye, all those subjects. You must have a vast knowledge.
No, I don't. But since my students begin by knowing nothing, all I have to do is bone up from day to day and stay one lesson ahead.
What an extraordinary way to run a school.
In a town of 1,000 persons and 1 1/4 children per household, I was told by Professor Lidgett, the principal, there was no alternative. There are 2 other teachers besides myself, and that's it. On my present salary, I can hardly save a cent. But if I pass the physical and get this lifeguard position, I could clear $300 this summer.
I wish I could help you, Mr. Plattner, but the facts don't help me. Let me show you. Look at these, your x-rays. First, notice your heart beats on the right side of your body. Now look at this plate. That is the right lobe of your liver. However, it's on the left side, and the left lobe is on the right side. Tell me, have you noticed any changes in yourself lately?
Well, now that you mention it, I have been finding it sort of difficult to write straight across a page the way I used to.
You've stopped writing? How do you correct papers?
Using my left hand and writing across the paper from right to left.
Anything else, Mr. Plattner, out of the ordinary?
Well, I was never very good at sports, but now I can't throw a ball with my right hand at all.
With your left?
Not far. And sometimes I get confused at meal times, trying to find my knife and fork. I've caught myself quite often trying to cut my meat with my fork and putting it into my mouth with my knife. I'm backwards, is that it?
What should be on your right side is on your left.
You're sure I haven't always been that way?
I asked myself the same question. So I got out your old x-rays from Dr. Jonas's files. The last time you came for a checkup, everything was in its proper place.
I wonder...
I have a theory, Mr. Plattner, which is not easy to substantiate, how this might have occurred to a person. But my theory could hardly apply to you.
It couldn't?
There's a mathematical hypothesis that the only way a solid body can be changed is by taking that body clean out of space, as we know it, and inverting it.
Oh, my gosh.
Much further into space than any astronauts have ever gone, of course. Into the fourth dimension, in fact. But that is a theory, and you, Mr. Plattner, are a fact. Obviously, your internal exchange of left for right was not the result of any voyages into the fourth dimension.
But they are. I mean, they could be.
You have made such a trip?
I have. I was hoping to keep it a secret.
My dear young man, look, getting a job this summer as a lifeguard isn't that important.
Oh, but I did. 2 weeks ago. I mean, I returned from wherever I was 2 weeks ago. Didn't you hear about my disappearing from the school? You see, that's where I must have been. In that fourth dimension.
Mr. Plattner, you're not feeling chilly or flushed, are you?
No, I'm fine.
So you took a trip into space, did you?
Well, I don't know where I was, but I certainly wasn't in Sussexville.
Mr. Plattner, I imagine the tests have been a bit exhausting, so if you'll come into the next room, you just stretch out on this couch, close your eyes, and rest up a bit.
But I'm not tired.
For your own sake, I think lying down won't hurt. You know, when you speak of traveling to other dimensions, even if you can't be a lifeguard this summer, I'd hate you to lose your teaching job because they thought you lost your mind.
Of course, I couldn't really blame Dr. Bendiner for thinking somehow I'd become unscrewed. And as I laid down in his anteroom, those 9 days in nowhere came back to me. 9 days I'd never forget. It began on a Tuesday night after chemistry class.
Why are you still here, Plattner? The bell rang. What are all these boys still doing here? They haven't all been kept in, have they?
Professor Lidgett, Carson here, found some green powder up in the old lime kiln. So I told the boys if they'd like to take part in some scientific research, stay after class, and we'll subject the green powder to some scientific tests.
Proceed then, Plattner. I shall watch with interest. You don't mind if I stand beside you at the table here?
No, not at all. Professor Lidgett, we're conducting this experiment to impress upon these boys, Jacoby, Goodman, O'Shea, and Carson, that curiosity is not something that should stop after one has left school. So, here is a medicine bottle containing green powder, courtesy of Billy Carson, and plugged with a masticated piece of newspaper.
Plugged with what?
A large spitball. First, we place a small amount of the green powder into a test tube. Now, we hold the tube under the tap and see what effect is caused by water. No effect. No change in the substance whatsoever. As you can see, the powder does not even dissolve. Now, we'll prepare a number of test tubes, filling them with a little of Carson's green powder, partially filling each, and then in turn we'll test the green powder against nitric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid. Very disappointing. No results, no changes in the powder. The experiment has yielded us 0. Nix. Naught. Well, boys, those are the hazards of science.
Why don't you set fire to some of the powder, Plattner?
Light it? With a match?
Or a Bunsen burner.
Boys, our principal, Professor Lidgett, suggests a test by fire. Here we go. We knock a few grains from the bottle onto this slate on our lab table. Professor, would you oblige with a match?
Oh, yes, happy to.
It's smoking. The green powder is melting. At the explosion, I was lifted off my feet and driven forcibly backwards. I wondered if I'd crashed through the wall or window of the chemistry lab. The next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground.
Plattner? Plattner, is that you?
Professor Lidgett, are you hurt?
Well, I don't think so.
Me neither. My face seems to be all right. I still have both my ears, hands, arms, and my feet.
Oh, so am I, thank heaven. But where's the school? Where are we? None of this countryside looks familiar to me.
Look. Straight in front of us.
Huh?
Those figures. I know those boys. They're in my bookkeeping class. But how strange they look. Sort of gray and amorphous. Almost floating.
Are those gray shapes there? Those are our students?
I can see their lips move. They're talking. But I can't hear a word they're saying. And they're coming towards us. The one in front is Johnson. Great heavens. He just walked right through you.
I know. And I didn't feel a thing. Did you notice how dark it is getting? Above us, the sky is jet black. The only light is that greenish glow on the horizon and those black hills. Where are we?
Well, I can still see the chemistry classroom, but seems to be receding, getting fainter.
Yes, I can see it, too. Way off there. It's as though I had X-ray eyes and can see right through the walls. We must get back. We've been blown a considerable distance away. I must take charge.
Well, I doubt that will be possible, sir. As I analyze it, A, no one sees us. B, no one hears us. C, the boys walk right through us. D, yet we appear whole and uninjured. E, to ourselves we are real, but the school seems unreal. Therefore, I would conclude, ergo...
What?
That you and I, Professor, are dead.
Well, now, have we just heard from the living, or should I say speaking dead? How's that for a first act curtain? The shape of things to come. Things beyond have always intrigued men. If, as some philosophers believe, ours is a world of the dying, then the next could possibly be the world of the living. What it's like, we may find out when Mystery Theater returns shortly. An overworked teacher in a small grammar school explodes himself and the principal into what? He believes it's the world of the dead. But could he be someplace else? Some in-between state? It's a land where everything is shades of gray and green. Remember, it was a green powder that caused all this. A fact that does not escape those left behind.
Were you able to get any sense out of the boy, Dorothy?
Well, Billy says it was a green powder he found, brought it to class, and his chemistry teacher blew himself up with it, and that he and the principal just plain disappeared, blown to bits, no trace of them, Jim.
The doggone part of it is you think an explosion like that would make some kind of noise.
Oh, it knocked out a wall, but none of the children were hurt.
So Billy brought that green powder, huh? We could be in for a peck of trouble.
Do you really think so?
Our son brings an explosive to school. His teacher and the principal are blown away. They could hold us responsible.
They could?
We're his parents, and he's underage. I wonder which teacher it was.
Oh, Fred Plattner. You remember him.
They got Fred teaching chemistry? What does he know? No wonder everything went fluey.
Oh, he's such a nice young man, too.
I know that.
Now, promise you won't say anything to Billy tonight. He was very fond of Fred, too.
No, don't, Fred. Please, don't.
Jim, wake up. Jim, what is it? Jim, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Dorothy, I had such a nightmare. I was dreaming.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Why not? It was kind of crazy.
I had a terrible dream, too, Jim.
Fred Plattner. He came right into this room, and he motioned for me to follow him downstairs.
Oh.
And then he took out a small medicine bottle with green powder in it and was trying to give it to me. And then suddenly, it was gone.
I saw him, too.
By the whole closet.
I mean, in my dream. He was standing by Billy's bed, and he had that same bottle in his hand, and he was shaking his head. And then I woke up.
Poor Fred. He was too young to die.
It was like he was trying to tell Billy something.
That's what Fred did to me in my dream. Made me feel he wanted to tell me something.
So, here I am, Fred Plattner. Or maybe I should say I was Fred Plattner. Now I exist in this other world, and I'm trying hard to get through to the world I've been blown out of. To those incandescent, phosphorescent shadows of people and places I knew. It's very frustrating.
Plattner, where the devil are we?
Gee, I wish I knew, Professor Lidgett.
I was watching you before walking down that steep hill and stopping, and then you were shouting at some rocks.
Well, I was trying to get through to Jimmy Carson. No, go. He can't hear me. There must be a way to communicate with our world. Cut through the invisible barrier that separates us.
Plattner, I think I'm getting a chill.
Well, it's sitting in one place, Professor Lidgett. Give me your hand.
Yes.
Up you go. Now, we'll get ourselves off this cliff. Down there, it may be warmer.
Oh, thank you, my boy. I'll follow you. I don't think I valued you when you were teaching at Sussexville.
Yes, that's good. That's good. One step at a time. It's never as steep as you think. I'll have to tell you, Professor, I have no idea where we're heading. But at least we're moving, and that's the best way to keep warm.
Plattner, you know what's even more terrifying? I can hear you, you can hear me, but that's all. There's no sound in this place. The leaves are moving, but no sound. The wind is blowing. You can feel it, but you can't hear a thing. We came down this cliff, not one footfall, not a sound. It's all like some mad, silent movie. Not a sound anywhere.
Jim, will you see who's at the door? I'm just clearing away the breakfast dishes. Billy was late getting off to school today.
Honey, I've got to make tracks for work myself. Harry's been giving me the hairy eye lately, ever since that rumor went around town about Billy blowing up the school. All right. Hello, Sheriff. What can I do for you?
Good morning, Jim. May I come in for a few minutes?
Oh, sure.
Is Billy home?
Who?
Billy, your son?
Oh, yes. I mean, no. Billy's in school. He loves school. Wouldn't miss a day.
Maybe it's just as well.
Sit down, Sheriff. Can I get you some coffee?
No, thanks.
Who is it, Jim? What? Hello, Sheriff. What brings you here this early?
I'll get to the point. You all know about that explosion at the school?
Why, yes, I did hear something about that. Accident in the chemistry lab or something, eh?
We've been investigating, and I'm not so sure I can call it an accident.
Fred Flatner and Professor Lynchett have...
Yes, that's a shame.
We've questioned every boy who was in or near that class, Jim, and they all say the same thing.
Well, Billy didn't mean anything by it. Honestly, he didn't.
Dorothy, shut up. I mean, dear, let the sheriff tell us what's on his mind.
I intend to. The information we've gathered is that your son brought a green powder into the class laboratory, and it was that caused the explosion.
Green powder? Well, where could Billy have found such a thing? He never said anything about it to us, did he, dear?
Jim, I think we should tell the sheriff.
Well, there's nothing to tell.
You asked where your son could have gotten such a powder. 3 boys were with him when they all went to the lime kiln. He found it there and put it in a bottle.
Oh, what 3 boys?
Ted Jacoby, Matthew Goodman, and Tommy O'Shea.
I know those kids. They'll say anything. You know how kids are. You're not going to believe the word of little kids, are you?
Unfortunately, we have no adult witnesses. But as we piece the story together, this was no ordinary school experiment.
Well, I don't see how you could hold my boy responsible for the mistakes of a teacher.
So far as you know, then, Jim, this whole story about Billy and the green explosive is untrue?
Absolutely.
Is this Billy's school satchel?
Yes, it is. Where did you find it?
In the chemistry lab, under one of the seats. I'll be straightforward with both of you. We found traces of a green powder inside. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to have to ask you, Jim, to come along with me back to the station house.
I can't go there now. I'm due at work.
I'm afraid you haven't got any choice, Jim.
But what have I got to do with it?
The law says that since Billy is underage, you, his father, are responsible. I have to book you, Jim.
Book me? On what charge?
Accessory to murder.
Several days and nights went by in our green world. This particular morning when I awoke, large, strange snowflakes were dropping all over me. Green snowflakes. And then, for the first time, the stillness was broken by a sound.
Flatner, you hear that?
A bell. I think it comes from way down there in the gorge.
Let's get down there. Maybe there are people or someone who can help us. Oh, beautiful. Flatner, do you hear that?
Hear what?
The sound of our own footsteps. Things are starting to be a little bit more normal. And it's not so cold down here.
Look at those gray craters.
Will you look at that?
I never. A great stone building. There's an entrance. Let's go on in.
Wait a minute, Plattner. Isn't there something wrong about it? Something peculiar?
Well, nothing more peculiar than finding any gray skyscraper in a green world.
It doesn't have any windows. It's like being inside a huge tomb. There are some flickering lights way down there. An altar.
Something's moving back there.
Where?
To the right of the altar. What looks like a torch burning a green flame.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Now, follow along the walls where that strange writing runs around the side. All the way to the right. Snowflakes. Big as a balloon, moving up and down. Let's get closer and have a look.
No, I think I'll stay back here.
If I go forward, Professor, you'll be alone here.
Oh. Those large things. They're heads, floating heads, with sort of tails hanging from each one, like giant tadpoles in the air. They don't seem to have faces.
One is turning around. It's got eyes.
The others are turning now, too. They do have faces. Look at them now. They're floating away.
Anyone here?
Something just flew into my face. Something cold.
It's one of them. Who are you?
Plattner, I don't think I can take much more of this.
Look back. What do you see?
I see the school.
Our school. The big assembly hall. And the boys are taking a test.
The midterms, that's what they are.
Well, will you look at that? Some of them are using a crib. A pony.
So they are. Cheating in a midterm. Plattner, make a note which boys are cheating.
Well, I don't see the school anymore. It's changing now. I can see a street. Yes, it's Main Street.
So it is. But how can we see Main Street from here?
Because it runs right through us. This world, this dimension. So that's where they went.
Who went?
Those floating faces. They're hovering over the people walking on the street, see? Look, one or two following each person, watching.
Watching? Why are they there? They're watching the living. Plattner, where are you?
I'm here. I just don't want to look anymore.
Oh, what's the matter with you? You're crying.
I know what those watchers of the living are doing. I know who they are. There are two of them above my head, aren't there?
Yes.
A man's face and a woman's face. I know them. I know who they are.
The two faces over your head, you know them?
It's my mother and father.
H.G. Wells asks, who are these watchers of the living? Why do they so passionately watch those they have left forever? Is it that when our life is over and evil or good are no longer a choice, that we may still have to watch the consequences of what we began? If this is so, then certainly Fred Plattner and Professor Leggett have not died, but have invaded that dimension which hangs over all of us. Mystery Theater will continue shortly. Let H.G. Wells continue his story. If human souls continue after death, then surely human interests can continue after death. So these watchers of the living keep an eye on earthlings. Make note that this in-between land is green, the color of renewal, of continuation, of movement. Therefore, this island in space and time into which our two men have stepped could be a moving platform. But to where?
How many days has it been, Plattner?
No, how many times did I go to sleep and wake up? 6, 7, 8? I can't be sure.
We have only you to blame for this.
I seem to remember that it was you, Professor, who said, why don't you set a match to the powder?
Why do these infernal things have to hang around us? What have I done to them? Well, go on, get away from me. Go away. Do you hear me? I don't see how you stand these floating heads always following us, bumping us like balloons with faces.
I am trying to be calm and not let myself go, and you must do the same, Professor. I could just as easily lose my nerve, but how would that help me?
Listen.
They've stopped.
You're in a different spot than I am, Plattner. Your mother and father are watchers.
I hope you never see your parents as I'm seeing mine. Not being able to speak to them and be understood. Not knowing whether they are real or shadows.
No, I absolutely refuse to be fingerprinted, and that's final.
You have a right to call your lawyer.
Where are the bodies? Where's Fred Plattner? Where's the headmaster, Professor Lidgett? How can you be sure they aren't still somewhere, wandering about in shock maybe, but very much alive?
If in over a week they haven't shown up?
Amnesia. Do you know what that is, Sheriff? If I were blown up in some ridiculous experiment, it would addle my brains, too. They're alive, I bet you, but they don't know who they are or where.
Well, that all may be true, but you're still responsible for what happened. Speak to the mayor if you want to, but you're not leaving here until formal charges are placed.
It had all changed between Professor Lidgett and myself. No longer were we of like mind in this limbo of the dead where there was no sunrise or sunset, where a green haze hung over vast cliffs and stone buildings without windows. We were enemies, and that didn't help.
The day I hired you for the school, I must have been mad, Plattner. You got us into this. Now, what are we going to do?
Try to keep my head, for one thing. For another, I'm going to sit here and have another try at getting through to Sussexville.
Oh, you have a formula? How are you going to do it?
Concentrate. Mother, Father, help me see our town. There. I can see right through that rock face. The walls of the house. Like glass. Well, Professor, you got your wish. There's Billy Carson and his mother. They're standing in the kitchen listening to the telephone. There's unhappiness written on her face.
I shouldn't wonder. That boy shouldn't be allowed out alone. He's a menace.
They're talking to someone at the police station. Mother, Father, I want to see what is happening there.
Dorothy, honey, don't cry. They won't let me go home right now. I've called our lawyer. He's in court, but he'll get over here as soon as he can. Now, you just tell Billy what trouble he's caused. I don't know when I'll get home. I'll get there when I get there. That's all I know.
This way, Mrs. Vandermill.
I don't know what possibly could have come over that salesgirl. I mean, to actually accuse me.
Now, Mrs. Vandermill, there's nothing I can do.
Maybe something did happen to fall off the perfume counter into my purse, but heavens, to say I was shoplifting. Me, Helena Vandermill, why, I own half this town. Why would I ever steal anything?
They did find some merchandise in your handbag.
Who is that man sitting over there?
He's in our custody. He's waiting for his attorney. Now, Mrs. Vandermill, if you'll kindly pay the fine, all the formalities will be taken care of.
Oh, Sheriff, you are the most understanding public servant in this town.
The fine, Mrs. Vandermill?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, how much will it be this time?
I'd say $50 would cover it.
$50 it is. Here you are. All I have with me is 20, so here are 3, and do keep the change.
Thank you, Mrs. Vandermill.
Yes, I'll be more careful next time and keep my bag closed.
Who was that?
The richest old gal in town, but I have to haul her in at least once a week. She can't help shoplifting.
Oh, why didn't you arrest her?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, why did you slip her fine in your pocket?
I keep it safe there. Understand?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. And how much would a little understanding cost me?
Mr. Carson, Jim, I knew you'd understand the way we do business around here.
I'm sorry I was a little slow. Let me see what I have in my wallet.
The crookedness in our town. I had no idea. Starting with boys cheating on their exams, all the way to the police taking bribes. Lidget and I had stopped talking. I was too tired one evening to keep my eyes open, and before I knew it, I was asleep.
Plattner, get up.
What? What's the matter?
Get up.
Oh, yes, certainly. Professor, what are you holding that rock in your hand for?
I'm not staying here any longer.
Well, how do you propose to leave?
You're going to lead me back to the exact spot where we entered this other world.
Oh, I don't know that I remember it.
You'd better, if you don't want your head bashed in.
Professor Lidget, I understand the strain you feel, but what good will it do you to hurt me?
I don't care anymore. I've got to leave here.
All right. Let's start up this path and see if I can find the place.
Hello, operator. I dialed 555-1212, and I got a wrong number. Would you place the call for me, please? It's the mayor's office. It works every time. Good morning, Mayor. Not too badly. We made $260. 60 from the old klepto, and I nicked another citizen for the 200. All right, will you stop by, or shall I send the cash over to the town hall? Good. I'll put 130 in an envelope addressed to you and marked official business.
That little scene at conniving didn't escape me either. It made me wonder, did I really wish to return to the life I had grown up with? We climbed and finally reached a plateau which I thought looked familiar.
Is this where we first landed? Are you sure?
I'm as sure as I can be. You know, Professor, that world of ours, it's not what it's cracked up to be.
No, it isn't. But it's the only game in town.
And people aren't what they think they are.
Plattner, you're still carrying that glass bottle with some green powder.
Yes, I still have it. What's left? Why?
Nothing. Just thinking.
It's finally dawned on me why the watchers of the living have such unhappy faces. What goes on Earth is enough to make anyone sad. Greed, deceit. The people you thought were honorable, people you respected. Even you, Lidget. You're much less of a human being than I thought you were. Much less. Lidget, what are you doing with that rock? Lidget, please. Please. I came to on Earth. lying sprawled out in the schoolyard, covered in scratches and bruises. I was alone. Professor Lidgett didn't get back to Earth with me. I remembered running away from the professor, and then I tripped and fell. Yes, the powder must have exploded on impact, and here I was. It was getting dark in Dr. Bendener's office, and I remembered I'd come to see him for a physical.
Feeling any better, Mr. Plattner?
Yes, I am. I'm fine now, Doctor.
Had a little sleep?
Oh, not exactly. Just thinking about how my insides got all reversed.
Nothing's malfunctioning, you understand, just exchanged. Are you up to getting yourself home?
Now, Dr. Bendener, I've decided I don't want to be a lifeguard after all. I'm just not the swimming kind.
I didn't know there was any other kind.
Oh, there are lots of ways lives can be guarded. I'd like to think about that.
Think about what, Mr. Plattner?
What I ought to do now that I'm back.
Back? Go back to teaching. I think you should.
Oh, well, they say that those who can do. Those who can't teach. I think I can, Doctor. And there's an awful lot of doing that Sussexville needs. Maybe I'll just give it a try.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Some folks around Sussexville are still scratching their heads wondering where Fred Plattner and Professor Lidgett disappeared to for 9 days and why the professor never came back. But Fred isn't telling anyone. Every now and then, though, he'll look up suddenly as if he was seeing someone he recognized. Who knows? Perhaps we are all being watched. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Bob Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Gilbert Mack. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. The poet tells us, at the door of life, at the gate of birth, there are worse things waiting for man than death. And well may we ask the poet, what are those worse things? After all, what could be more tragic than to die? And the answer, perhaps, it is more tragic not to die when your time has come and your life is over.
And what are you trying to sell the suckers now?
Rosie, this one can't miss. You know what I got here?
What?
Eternal life.
So?
What do you mean, so? I feed you the blockbuster and all you can give me is so?
Now, I'm not sure how many people would want to live forever.
What are you saying? Wouldn't you?
Well, I'd have to think about it.
Our mystery drama, All the Time in the World, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In everything we are told, there is a season. There's a time to be born and a time to die. And most of us follow that timetable. We arrive and we depart pretty much on schedule. Now and again, accidents or ailments or upheavals beyond our control may curtail our visit, but most of us have a pretty good shot at the allotted 70, and many of us do even better. However, sooner or later the hour must strike for everyone. Well, doesn't it? They are moving at a brisk pace through the lovely countryside, and it's a beautiful morning.
All right, Harry. Where are we headed for?
Rosie, baby, we are headed for $1 million.
Sure.
But this time it's money in the bank.
When can I write a check against it?
Hey, Rosie, this can't miss.
Hold it. That sign. It says Morristown.
Right? That's exactly what it says.
Morristown. Is that where we're going?
We'll be there in exactly 15 minutes.
What for?
Because that's where the money is.
And that's where the state penitentiary is.
Who would know that better than me?
We're going to the state pen.
Yes, baby.
Why?
Because he's being sprung today.
Who is?
$1 million. We're going to pick him up.
If you think you're going to bring home some bum for me to take care of...
He's not a bum, Rosie. He's a pal of mine.
He's guilty until he can prove himself innocent. Which, if he's a pal of yours, he will not be able to do. No, Harry. I'm putting my foot down. You turn this car right around now.
But, baby, he's got no place else to go.
If he's got $1 million, he can find a place without any trouble.
Rosie, I didn't say he's got $1 million. What I said was, he is $1 million.
I don't understand you, Harry.
Of course not. And I don't understand you either, Rosie. That's what makes our relationship so, what word am I looking for?
Doomed.
There it is, just up ahead.
Yeah, I see it.
And there he is, standing by the gate.
Who?
My old buddy, Lucas.
That's his name, Lucas? Lucas what?
Well, I don't know if it's his first name or it's his last name.
Yeah? Well, it would seem to me you don't know him very well.
I know him well enough to make $1 million. Hey, Lucas! Hey, up in the back. Atta boy. And we're off. Been waiting long, Lucas?
No.
Lucas, say hello to Rosie.
Hello, Rosie.
My pleasure, I'm sure.
So, here you are, Lucas, with the new suit. Some suit. And a cardboard valise. And a $20 bill, right?
Yeah.
So, how does it feel to be out, Lucas?
All right.
Hey, Lucas, I'll bet this is the first time you ever rode in an automobile, eh?
Yeah, I guess so.
How do you like it?
It's fine.
What have you two guys got going here? A vaudeville routine?
Hey, come to think of it, when did Lucas ever have a chance to ride in an automobile, eh?
Oh, how long has Lucas been in the slammer?
A long, long time, baby.
Yeah? What'd he do? Why were you jugged, Lucas?
This time? I don't remember.
What do you mean you don't remember?
Rosie, baby, not everybody has such a good memory.
What does he mean this time?
I happen to know his record. This time, he was up for murder.
Murder?
Yeah. It was during an armed robbery.
It's coming back to me. I remember now.
Stop the car this minute.
What for?
You are not going to bring home any strong arms.
Rosie, we have to give Lucas a break.
No.
Now, just look at him. Isn't he the nicest, mildest guy you ever want to see?
He's out.
The man paid his debt. He served his time.
You spell that O-U-T.
He did his 99 years.
And furthermore, if you ever think... He what?
He was inside for 99 years.
Harry, what kind of double talk are you giving me?
This is a man who was sentenced to do 99 years. So he did his 99. And here he is.
Nobody does 99. Here's a man, he looks, 35, 40, maybe tops. How can he have served 99?
He's got the documents to prove it.
What documents?
For the next 5 years, Lucas has got to report once a month to his parole officer. He's got this card. Show the card, Lucas.
Harry.
Just look at the card, huh? What does it say?
The state of New...
You see? It's an official document.
Lucas, sentenced in the year 18... Oh, no, they have to be kidding.
You're looking at the thing there in black and white, and you still won't believe it,
To serve a term of 99 years in the state No. I still say it can't be. Lucas, how old are you?
Oh, I don't remember. I couldn't believe it myself at first.
At least 140 years old. Oh, no.
What do you mean? Oh, no. People live that long, don't they?
I never heard of it. Besides, he looks younger than you do.
Well, so much the better.
For what?
For our chances of making $1 million.
Oh, yeah. How many times have we had this talk before?
But this time there's a difference.
Yeah? What is it?
Lucas.
All right, Mr. Lucas, you may put your shirt on.
Well, Doc, what's the verdict?
Verdict?
How old would you say Lucas is?
How old? I'd say he has the heart, the lungs, the arteries, all the vital signs of a man in his 30s.
His 30s, eh?
Say his late 30s.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Doc. Would you make a statement to that effect? I have subjected Mr. Lucas to a complete physical examination and find him to be in excellent condition. I would state that his health is above average for a man 40 years of age. This is the old ball game, Rosie.
Yeah, well, all I know is this has cost us $75. And there has also been a substantial increase in the grocery bill since Lucas showed up.
Rosie, you got to spend money to make money.
Okay, we're spending it. When do we start making it?
Tonight,
What happens tonight?
we go on TV.
Who goes on TV?
Me and Lucas.
What for?
Honey, how do you make money?
It beats me. And if you want the truth, it also beats you.
You advertise. That's right, Rosie. You got to advertise. You know why?
Oh, what am I getting into here?
This little poem I picked up. The codfish lays 1,000 eggs. The homely hen lays one. But the codfish never cackles to tell you what she's done. And so we scorn the codfish, while the homely hen we prize. Which only goes to show you that it pays to advertise.
Oh. And what are you going to advertise? And where are you going to get the money to do it?
I'll answer the second question first. It's free.
What's free?
Tonight, you're going to see Lucas on the tube doing a guest shot.
Who'd want Lucas for a guest shot?
Bonnie Quackenbush, that's who.
Oh, it figures. With all the other fruits and nuts. And what is Lucas going to advertise?
Lucas is going to advertise that one commodity for which every single person in the world would give everything he owns.
And what is that?
Eternal life.
Eternal life. Oh.
What's with the O? Here I feed you the blockbuster and all you can give me is O?
Eternal life. I'm not sure how many people would really want to live forever.
What are you saying? There's enough suckers out there to add up to $1 million.
Hi, out there in Tubeville. It's me again, Bonnie Quackenbush. And look at whom we have for you in the Quack Pack tonight. Oh, wow. Ain't he a handsome thing? But remember, girls, Bonnie saw him first. And his name is Lucas. I'll say hello to the pack, Lucas.
Hello.
Sexy, right? Well, here's what's been happening. When the studio pack came in, we asked each and every one to write down how old they thought Lucas is. And I got all the answers right here. And they say 35, 36, 37. Oh, that's how they've been running, 35-ish. Now, all of you, take a good look at Luke and give us your guess. A little speculation music, please. Now, are you ready? Have you guessed? What did you come up with? Well, you're wrong. Tell the pack how old you are, Lucas. Go on, tell them.
I don't remember.
Of course not. If I were as old as you, baby, I wouldn't want to remember either. But here is Lucas's best friend, Harry Barrows. Harry, yak at the pack.
Thank you, Bonnie. I have here a statement.
A signed statement.
From a fully ordained doctor of medicine.
Which says...
Lucas has the body
The physical equipment.
of a man in his late 30s.
Go on, Harry. Give us the zinger.
If you consult the records of the state penitentiary up at Morristown, you will learn that Lucas has just been discharged from prison.
Oh, we certainly hope that Lucas has learned his lesson, don't we?
Yes, Bonnie, he certainly did, because he had a long time to think about it. So long that he'd even forgotten what he'd actually done.
And how long a time was it, Harry?
99 years.
You are saying, then, that exactly 99 years ago, Lucas here was flung into the Bastille.
You could look it up.
So, how old does that make Lucas?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hey, Rosie.
Oh, where have you two clowns been?
Did you see the show?
You know it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
We were hiding out.
What for?
You saw the show. You saw how everybody went crazy.
Harry, what is it
I
all...
told you. Suddenly the place was invaded by reporters from the paper, the radio, TV, the whole media. All right, start the pack.
What for?
We have to leave.
Why?
Sooner or later, they have to find out where I live.
Well, isn't that what you wanted?
Nah. We have to get away.
Harry, did you do something wrong?
All we did tonight was hook the fish. Now we have to be very careful how we reel them in.
Oh, no, I've heard this one before.
Rosie, honey, you have to have faith in me. I know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? What are all these moves, this strategy?
Honey, we have to go away so that you can mix up a batch of the elixir.
The elixir? What elixir?
The elixir of eternal life.
What do I know about mixing up an elixir of eternal life?
Rosie, for a girl as smart as you are, there's nothing to it. Nothing to it at all.
The elixir of eternal life. Slowly but surely, the outlines of Harry's master plan seems to emerge from the mist. The elixir of eternal life. How would you like to be able to walk into the corner drugstore, point to the shelf, and say, "I'll have a bottle of that"? The time may be nearer than you think, and then again, it may not. It depends on what happens shortly in Act 2. What can I tell you? Only what the record states. And what does the record have to say for itself? This, that a man named Lucas was sentenced to serve a term of 99 years for armed robbery and murder. Well, the 99 years have elapsed, and here is Lucas, still alive, looking no older than the day he went in. They had to set him free, and they did. And here we are.
What is this elixir of life, Harry?
It happens to be our $1 million.
Uh-huh. Look, Harry, I'm going on record right now.
Now, please, Rosie, we got no time. We have things to do.
I have been through one scheme after another. I lose track of all the hustles, the flim-flams, the capers. But it doesn't matter. You know why?
Rosie,
All your hustles and capers. You know what they all got in common? They don't work.
Rose.
They do not work. Never in your life have you ever succeeded in making a dishonest dollar.
Okay. So if you got no confidence in me, why do you stick around?
Because maybe it's your fate. After all, everybody does what he's meant to do.
And what was I meant to do?
Fail.
Hey, look, we have to get out of here. Lay low.
See? You go on TV to advertise, to attract attention. And then when you get it, you want to disappear. Now, why?
Will you start to figure out how the elixir of life eternal should taste? While Lucas and I load up the car?
So, what do you think?
Maybe it's too sweet.
Oh. I'll put in half as much sugar.
You know what it needs? Maybe it should taste more mysterious.
Mysterious. So I'll put in some pepper.
All right, but come on, we gotta hurry.
Why?
Because you have to strike while the iron is hot.
That's also a very good time to get burned.
The elixir of eternal life or of life eternal? Which sounds better?
Taste it now.
Mm-hmm. Ah. It's almost there. I tell you, Lucas, she's one in a million. You see, to how many dames could you say mix up a batch of eternal life elixir, and in no time at all, there it is?
Hey, where do you think you're going?
You keep working on the elixir, Rosie. I got a little missionary work to do. Lucas can keep you company.
So, taste this one, Lucas. Oh, no, huh? No big hit either, huh? Well, let me see. I think I'll put in some honey, some garlic. What else have I got in here? How about some vinegar? Yeah, I'll just put in a little bit of everything. Why don't we just run this through the blender? Froth it up a little bit, huh? Yeah, so. Well, now, how do we see how our little witch's brew is doing here? What do you say, Lucas? How about a little taste? What do you think, huh?
Ugh. Pasca.
I beg your pardon?
You
don't have to make such a horrible face.
Pasca.
Pasca, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Hey, wait a second. If it tastes so awful, how come you're drinking the rest of it?
Some more?
More? Did you see your face while you were pouring it down?
Oh, it's good for you.
Good for you?
Yeah. I remember. The master would make us drink it whenever we were sick.
Uh-oh. What is commencing to start here, Lucas? What's with the master bit?
Taste. Oh, I remember the taste. Yeah, it brings everything back. Yesterday, everything was so dark. I couldn't see back into it. It was so long ago, but now, the taste, it's like a knife. It cuts through. You know what I'm saying?
No, Lucas, I don't.
Pasca. It was brought into the house of the master by a Greek slave. He called it a posset.
Sure, yeah. Hey, Lucas, why don't you lie down and take a little nap, huh?
Lucas. My name was Lucius. I never had another name. I was the illegitimate son of the master and a Lydian slave woman. I remember now. Lucius. And then, many years later, it was Ludwig. And then Louis. And Lucas.
Are you trying to tell me what I think you're trying to tell me?
Oh, I've lived so long. At times when I'm so tired and I can't remember, but the taste, it brought me back. I'm Lucius.
Yeah, sure.
I was born in Rome.
Italy.
No, Rome. It was all Rome.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Lucius, when was this?
I don't know.
What year?
Year. I don't remember. Maybe I never knew.
How could you not know?
Well, people like me, we didn't know anything. We're just lucky to be alive. Although I'm not so sure that was lucky either.
Well, what did you do?
Most of the time we were hungry. When we got sick, very sick, they'd take us to the master. And he'd give us a posca to drink so we could go back to work.
What kind of work?
On the farm. Oh, it was very hard work.
And you don't know when it was? What was going on?
No. No, every day was the same.
Lucas, going along with this, how come you're still alive?
Oh, well, you see, I was a thief.
Yeah?
You had to steal to keep alive back then. Well, most people stole a little food from the kitchen, maybe fruit from the trees and so on, but the master knew about it. He wouldn't let on because he knew you had to. Me, I was different.
Different?
Yeah. I didn't steal just because I was hungry.
No?
I stole because Because I'm a thief. Like I can't help myself.
Come on, Lucas. You don't expect me to believe that.
No, it's true. It's in the blood. Like one man can play music, one man can paint pictures, and I have to steal.
All right. But that still doesn't answer the question. How come you're alive after all this time?
Because Apollo said so.
Apollo?
He was one of the gods.
Oh, I'm afraid you're only getting yourself in deeper.
No, there was a temple of Apollo on the master's estate. I say, and there was this gold mask of Apollo on the altar. So I thought I'd steal it. I'd be able to raise enough money to go somewhere else, start a new life.
You sound like a dear friend of mine.
But I got caught.
How did I know?
I'd always get caught.
It figures.
The penalty for stealing from the temple of a god was usually death by torture.
Please, Lucas, no horrible details.
But the master said he has offended the god. Let the god decide his punishment. So they loaded me down with chains. I could hardly move. Set me in front of the altar of Apollo. Yeah, it was midnight. Oh, and there was a terrible storm. I can hear the thunder. Listen.
To what?
The thunder. Terrible thunder. And the lightning. Oh, it was flashing all around me.
Lucas, are you okay?
And the voice. The voice of the god. Listen. You hear it? You hear it? The voice of Apollo.
Lucius, thief and slave.
Don't you hear it?
No, I don't hear nothing.
It's a voice that seems to enter inside your head. It flows throughout your whole entire body.
Lucius, thief and slave, you have defiled my temple.
Voice kept speaking inside me.
Now just take it easy, Lucas.
Lucius, villain and slave, scoundrel and thief.
Please.
It's all right, Lucas.
You expect the god Apollo to sentence you to a horrible death. But any death would be a release and a reward. I sentence you instead to a horrible life. The life of a thief. The life you have always lived. The only life you know. You shall live such a life forever. You shall be a thief under the rule of all the nations to come. You will live many lives in countries yet to be discovered. But all you shall know of them is the insides of the prisons. Forever.
Lucas, you okay? Here, drink some of this.
I remember. The taste made me remember.
So, you have to be a couple of 1,000 years old, right?
I'm old. I'm very old.
What happened, Lucas? Didn't you ever catch on? Couldn't you see there's no percentage to it? In all these years, couldn't you decide to make something out of yourself?
How?
How long does a guy have to be a sucker?
I was born poor, ignorant, a slave. I never had a chance to learn anything. All I knew how to do was steal.
And you didn't know how to do that too good either.
But it's my trade. I don't want to do anything else. Look, the last time I was in prison, it was for 99 years. Now, I'm free. I know I'll have to steal again.
Now, Lucas.
Yeah. When Harry brought us here to this place, I noticed a store down the road. I know, soon, very soon, I'm going to break in there.
Lucas, you mustn't.
I can't help it.
With your luck, you have to get caught.
It isn't luck. It's fate.
Now, this is exactly the way it should taste. This is the elixir of life eternal.
And what are you going to do with it?
Why, Rosie, honey, we're going to sell it.
Oh, we're going to sell it, huh?
Everybody's seen Lucas on the TV. Everybody knows how old he is.
I don't think so. But go ahead.
So this is what Lucas drinks. You see? This is the elixir of life eternal. Okay?
Harry, how do you expect me to make enough of that stuff in a kitchen?
Now, let's see. You got a whole blender full of it, huh? That should be more than enough.
More than enough for what?
More than enough to make $1 million.
Our friend Harry certainly has that $1 million on his mind. That $1 million that always seems to elude him. The goal that shines so brightly up ahead, but remains ever out of reach. All right. Is this to be the time? You can see he has quite a bit going for him. Within a few moments, we shall be involved in the third act and the revelation. Gentlemen rankers out on a spree, damned from here to eternity. So wrote Mr. Kipling. From here to eternity is a long, a limitless time. But it seems to be stretching out ahead for our friend Lucas. Our other friend Harry has the idea that he can make a good thing out of it.
You mean just this pitcherful of this elixir of life eternal will be enough to make $1 million?
You heard me.
How?
Tell me, Rosie, how would you promote this?
I would do it the common sense way.
Which is?
Harry, you went on the TV. You exposed Lucas to millions. Here's a man who is over 100 and he looks less than 40, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the rubes are looking at him Popeye. Now you should say, listen, suckers, here's the secret. This is Lucas's own secret formula. This is what Lucas drinks every day. This dandy little elixir of life eternal. Here it is. $1. And 1 million saps will dig down.
Which means I'd have to go into business. I'd have to buy 1 million bottles, hire labor, get involved with payroll taxes.
Okay, you just talked me out of it. Let's forget the whole thing. Lucas is starting to get a funny look in his eyes.
I haven't stolen anything in 99 years.
You just control yourself, huh?
Oh, I'll try, yeah, but I don't know if I can.
Here, drink some of this good old elixir, huh?
Why should I try to sell 1 million bottles at $1 apiece when I can sell one bottle for $1 million?
And who's going to give you $1 million?
I'll be back within the hour with a certified check.
I'm scared.
Of what?
I don't know. But it's not going to work.
What do you mean it's not going to work? Rosie, why can't you have faith in me?
I have faith in you, Harry. I have faith that you'll go to jail, as usual.
You see the possibility. You see the potential. Eternal life. How can I miss?
You'll find a way, Harry. You always do.
Well, Mr. Bowles, what is this offer of a lifetime?
Mr. Mammon, you've heard of Lucas? He was featured on the Bonnie Quackenbush program?
The convict?
Yes. Well, Mr. Mammon, he is more than just a convict.
Come to the point.
I met Mr. Lucas 5 years ago in the state penitentiary.
Yes, you were serving a term for some hapless confidence scheme that went awry.
May I ask how you know about that?
I know everything about you, Mr. Bowles. When a man expresses a desire to see me on business, I have him investigated minutely. I have a computer operation that can turn your whole life inside out. For instance, I am aware of the fact that when you were in the 3rd grade, you were caught cheating on a spelling test.
Wrong. It was arithmetic.
Now, you were saying, Mr. Bowles?
My cellmate was Lucas.
Cell 87, Block C, North Wing.
Yeah, well, that's when I got to know him. And about his incredible age. We became very friendly. And after a while, he revealed a secret to me.
His secret?
Yes. It consists of a beverage.
Continue.
He drinks it every day.
And you wish to sell me this beverage?
Yes.
For $1 million?
How did you know?
Because that is exactly what I should do if I were in your place.
Well, do you want to live forever? Or let us say, indefinitely?
I would have to take that question under advisement.
I have here a sample, Mr. Mammon.
Which could prove what?
I'll let you have a free taste. Now, sir, drink that down. And tell me, doesn't that convince you? The distinctive flavor of it, that is truly the elixir of life.
You're very clever, Mr. Burroughs.
I am offering you more than you could buy anywhere else for your money. Eternal life.
It's the best confidence operation I've ever encountered.
I assure you it's not...
It's foolproof, Who could ever prove it's a swindle?
This is not a swindle.
Oh, it is. But how could the victim ever prove it?
The victim?
As long as he's alive, you're in the clear. He would have to die.
Sir, I'm afraid you don't understand.
The only thing wrong with it is nobody would want to buy the product.
Oh, yeah? What's wrong with the product?
Eternal life? Who really wants it?
Why, everybody.
Do you?
Absolutely.
I don't. And I don't know anybody else who does.
Oh, a lot of people would like to live forever.
Oh, they think they do. Until 10 minutes ago, I thought I did too. But then, when I was confronted with it, I really began to think about it. No, thank you.
Well, sir, I'm sure I can do business elsewhere.
Are you? Nickels and dimes, maybe? But $1 million? Oh, by the way, that little elixir of yours tastes pretty good. Mind if I have another sip?
Where's the $1 million?
Well, Rosie,
Do you have it in one big bill or a lot of little ones?
We're having temporary difficulties.
Yeah, and it looks like they might become permanent.
Oh, come on, what are you saying?
It's been on the news about Lucas.
What about Lucas?
They're saying he's a phony.
Who is?
Everybody. Your friend Bonnie Quackenbush should be on right now. Turn it on. Listen.
How could it be a phony? I saw Lucas's records.
Yeah, well, go figure. Turn on the set.
Has the pack ever been taking flack? About what? About Lucas. Seems it's a hoax, folks. Yes, indeed. The show caused so much chatter that we decided to investigate the records at State Pen. Well, it seems that they goofed somehow. A man named Lucas was sent up 99 years ago, but he died. I don't know if they buried somebody else or what, but his records got confused, and the man you saw on this show last week wound up with them. Maybe it'll never get straightened out, but one thing for sure, nobody could be 140 years old and not look it.
I guess you've heard enough.
I don't understand it. Eternal life. I thought people would beat down the door to get it. It sounded foolproof to me.
It was. Only thing wrong with it was you.
Me?
Yes, Harry, you. It had to fail because you're fated not to be successful as a con artist. It doesn't matter what the hustle is.
Now, what kind of talk is that? Fated.
It's your destiny.
Destiny. So the story about Lucas just killed it, that's all. But I should have been home free before it broke.
What do you mean before it broke? Were you expecting it to break?
Well, sure, weren't you?
What do you mean, wasn't I?
You knew it had to be some kind of swindle. You didn't actually believe Lucas could be 140 years or so old? How could a man that age look and act so young?
He's not 140 years old. That is definite.
Well, that's what I just told you.
His real age would be closer to, about 2,200.
Hey, Rosie, is this you talking?
Those are the facts, Harry. He told me.
He told you what?
He was born a slave in ancient Rome.
That's what Lucas told you?
Yeah, he remembered. And he was a thief. And because he tried to steal something from an ancient god named Apollo, he was condemned to live forever.
So? Why was that a bad deal?
As a thief. As a 2-bit coffee and cakes thief. Always in and out of jail.
This is what he told you, huh?
Yeah.
And you believe him?
Yes, Harry, I believe him.
Where is he? Where's Lucas?
Last I saw of him, he was in the other room having a nap.
Let's get to the bottom of this. Lucas? Hey, Lucas! Hey, wake up, Lucas.
He's not here.
Where would he go? It's nighttime.
Harry, I'm scared.
Why?
He said he hadn't pulled a robbery in 99 years, and he just felt... Well, he felt he couldn't sit still anymore.
Well, where would he go?
He said something about the store down the road, and how some night he'd just have to break in there.
I gotta stop him.
Harry, it may be too late.
He doesn't have a chance. Old Hopkins, a storekeeper's a deputy sheriff. He sits up all night with a shotgun. Maybe Lucas didn't get there yet, huh? I'll take the car.
I'm going with you.
No.
Harry!
One of us has to stay out of jail. Lucas? Hey, Lucas? It's open. And the door's open. Lucas?
Is that you, Harry?
Hey, Lucas. What are you doing in here?
What do you think I'm doing?
Are you crazy? Let's get out of here.
Let me see if I can find the cash.
Hey, Lucas, you're crazy. This is break and entry. And what's the steal here? You can do 5 to 10 for it.
What's 10 years?
Let's get out of here, will you?
Yeah, just a second.
Stay where you are in the name of the law.
Let's beat it.
Halt!
Into the car, Lucas. Into the car. Hurry up.
Halt in the name of the law.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Harry. How do you feel?
Different.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. You've been unconscious for 3 days.
Oh, yeah? Well, I feel different. In a funny kind of way.
Like what?
I don't know. It's as if I'm a different kind of person. I thought I was dead.
Yeah, well, they all say it's a remarkable recovery. Some even believe it's a miracle. It happened right after the transfusion.
What transfusion?
Well, you needed blood. So it happened that Lucas was your exact type. I tried to stop the transfusion.
You did? Why?
Well, you know why, Harry. You're going to be just like Lucas now. But, of course, I couldn't explain that, so they went ahead.
What do you mean? I'm going to be just like Lucas?
You're going to live forever. Just like him.
Rosie, you can't believe that.
I can, and I do.
I don't want to live forever.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Wait. Spend forever going to jail for confidence schemes that don't come off?
You could try to become another person, Harry.
Yeah, but I can't. I can't any more than Lucas can.
Well, at least you'll be company for each other. You won't be alone.
Hey, Rosie, this thing, if it's true...
You know it's true. It has to be true.
Rosie, come with me.
Where?
Into, well, I guess into forever? Into life eternal?
No, Harry, no. It's not for me.
Oh, Rosie, don't you love me?
Oh, I do, Harry. But just for one lifetime. And you're going to spend a lot of this one in jail for that attempted robbery.
Rosie?
Besides, a gentleman called on me the other night. Mr. Ambrose J. Mammon. I believe you know him.
Mammon?
He's just crazy about this drink I put together.
Well, that was my elixir of life eternal.
Except we're going to call it Posca. It makes a wonderful tonic, Harry. If you don't believe me, ask Lucas.
Rosie, you can't leave me.
Harry, you're the one who's going to leave me.
I could never find anybody like you. Never.
Oh, I don't know. You're going to have plenty of time, Harry, to look. You'll have all the time in the world.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. If only I had it to do over again. So many of us say that with such heartfelt sincerity, and the implication is that we would do it better and that we would be wiser. But the truth is, we would make the same mistakes. Doesn't history keep repeating itself? Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Shea, and Ray Owens. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. According to Pythagoras, anything that can happen to anyone, anywhere in the world, can also happen to you. I guess what the old gentleman was trying to tell us is that there's no custom so strange, no usage so foreign, no fate so unusual that it cannot suddenly pierce the protective barrier of the familiar behind which so many of us cower for safety.
Why did you kill Georgiana Slater?
I don't even know anyone named Georgiana Slater.
Are these your clothes?
Yes, but
What were they doing in her house?
I don't know.
Is this your gun?
Yes?
It's the gun that killed her. Tell us the truth.
I didn't kill her. I didn't know her. I never even heard of her.
Our mystery drama, It Has to Be True, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Beale. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Just suppose, says the philosopher, that this was the last day of the world. Well, of course, no one is really prepared for such a question, much less for such an eventuality. And yet, it's possible for the world to come to an end, suddenly, silently, a candle blown out by the wind. It happens just that way for so many people. At one moment, they glory at the light, and at the next, they grovel in the dark.
Why'd you stop me, officer?
Step out of your car, please.
I wasn't speeding, I'm sure.
Come out very slowly and keep your hands where I can see them.
What's this supposed to be?
Turn around. Lean forward.
You mind telling me?
Place your hands against the hood of the car.
Now, hold it, officer. You don't have to search me like this. I'm not some criminal. I'm James Arthur Correll, assistant sales manager of Arcturus Electronics.
We have instructions to pick up a James Arthur Correll who answers your description and is driving a gray four-door Aurora sedan.
Pick up? What do you mean, pick up?
You'll have to come with us, Mr. Correll.
But I have to be in Chicago this evening.
I'm sorry, sir.
Officer, I have no intention of resisting arrest, but this is a mistake.
If it's a mistake, it'll be straightened out.
Mr. Corral, I'm Inspector Luther, homicide.
Homicide? What does that have to do with me?
The arresting officer has already informed you of your rights.
What am I being accused of?
Did you know a Mrs. Georgiana Slater?
No.
She resided here in Benton City, 87 Rutherford Place.
I don't know anybody at all in Benton City.
No?
I never even stopped here before.
You didn't?
Well, it's just a place I drive through en route to Chicago. Actually, I don't even drive through it. I bypass it on the highway.
A Mrs. Georgiana Slater was murdered this afternoon.
Well, what does that have to do with me?
At this point, you're a material witness.
Material witness?
Inspector Luther, is that your name? I didn't witness anything. And I'm certainly not aware of any material that could be of any use at all.
You deny you knew Mrs. Slater?
Of course I deny it.
You never called at her home on 87 Rutherford?
I don't even know where that is.
You never parked your car in front of 87 Rutherford?
Of course not.
You never spent the night there?
Never.
You didn't have a relationship with Georgiana Slater?
I told you, I never even knew such a person.
Excuse me. Eddie, bring in the carton, please.
Inspector, would you mind telling me what's going on?
Of course. Oh, thanks, Eddie. Put the carton down on the table. Now, Mr. Corral, in this box are some items of wearing apparel.
Well, those are my...
This cardigan sweater. Can you identify it?
It's mine.
And these blue pajamas. This maroon robe.
Look, all those things, they're mine. Where'd you get them?
In Georgiana Slater's bedroom.
Oh, no. No, there's no way they could have gotten there.
No way, Mr. Corral?
No. This thing, it's crazy. Inspector Luther, listen to me, please. I was driving north on the highway. For no reason, 2 officers in a police car stopped me, and they bring me here. I'm informed that I'm a material witness in a murder. Now, have I lost my mind? What's happening to me?
All right, relax, Mr. Corral. Everything will be all right.
I'm being made the victim of some frame-up. Isn't there anything I can say that will make you understand?
Yeah, there is. Eddie, you want to come in here with your stenotype machine? Mr. Corral is ready to make a statement.
What kind of statement?
A confession.
What am I supposed to confess to?
The murder of Georgiana Slater. Now, believe me, you'll feel better.
I have absolutely nothing to confess.
All right. But we have absolutely everything we need. We've got your car parked at the house, your clothes in the closet, the letter from Mary Cortelyou.
Who's Mary, whatever her name is, and what letter?
Mary Cortelyou is the agony columnist, you know, the advice to the lovelorn editor, on the Benton City Daily Mail. Georgiana had written to her asking how she could get this married guy she was going with to leave his wife. And she got a letter back saying to give him the gate. So we've got some padding on the motive. She was ready to kiss you off.
Well, that letter doesn't have to refer to me.
Well, it describes you pretty well, and we've got the gun.
What gun?
Your gun. A .38 caliber Darnley Stewart revolver, serial number QH2354. Registered in the name of James Arthur Corral.
Well, yes, that's my gun, but it's been lost.
It's been my experience, Mr. Corral, that lost guns always turn up in, inconvenient places.
Where was it found?
Next to the body of Georgiana Slater.
No, how could I have killed her? What are you doing to me? I'm innocent.
And you're also very tired and upset. You need a good night's rest. Eddie, we're holding Mr. Corral.
You mean I'm going to have to stay here?
Overnight.
Well, I'm entitled to a hearing before a judge.
You're getting one tomorrow morning.
I want to call my lawyer.
Absolutely, he should be here.
Well, I don't understand. What's happening to me?
James? James? Wake up, darling. I'm here, darling. I'm here.
Oh, Della, did I have a dream? A nightmare. I dreamed I was in... I was in...
James?
Della, it wasn't a dream. I'm in jail.
We couldn't get a plane till 6 in the morning.
We?
Walter Sturgis and I.
Oh, Walter?
Well, I know you're not overly fond of Walter, but I can't imagine why. He thinks you're the salt of the earth.
Well, I told you to call old man Paulson. He'd have the corporation attorneys defend me.
Darling, you see, Mr. Paulson said that while he would certainly support you all the way down the line, it would have to be... How did he put it?
What are you saying, Della?
Off the record. It would not be prudent to emphasize your connection with the Arcturus Company.
Oh, I see where this is going. I gave Arcturus 15 years of my life. I opened up the entire Middle West. And now that I'm in trouble...
Dearest, Sellers and McIntyre are basically corporation lawyers. They don't have any criminal practice. And Walter is a top trial lawyer. He's already taken over. He's in with the district attorney right now. We'll have you out of here in no time. James?
Yes?
I could hardly understand what you were saying on the phone last night. You're actually being held on a charge of murder?
Yes.
I don't believe it. You couldn't kill anybody. Whose murder?
A woman named Georgiana Slater.
Did you know this woman?
Of course not.
Then why do they say you killed her?
They claim I was having an affair with her.
A what?
I know, it's ridiculous. You know I'd never have an affair with another woman. You know that, don't you?
Yes, of course I know that. But why did they arrest you?
Well, they claim I was seen in the house and that my car was parked outside it.
But that could have been mistaken identity, a coincidence. Well, surely they can't arrest a person for that.
Well, there were some other things.
What other things?
They found some of my clothes in the closet and my revolver. It was the weapon that killed her. They found it near the body.
Oh.
Stella, I don't know how they got there.
James, have you been... I don't know what to say.
Oh, Della, please. I know it looks bad.
Oh, maybe it's all my fault.
What was your fault?
I've been a little difficult to live with these past few years. I resented all the time you had to give to your job. Thought you were working too hard and neglecting me.
Della.
It hasn't been easy for you at Arcturus. Paulson is unreasonably demanding. I should have understood that.
Della, what are you saying?
But maybe without meaning to, without even knowing it, you drifted into this situation. You needed a place where you could just escape from pressure. Oh, darling, I'm so sorry.
Della, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care what the evidence implies. I didn't kill this woman.
I believe you.
I didn't have an affair with her. I didn't even know her.
Darling, don't say any more. I'm your wife. I love you. I'll stand at your side.
Thank you, officer. I'll call you when I want you.
Walter, get me out of here.
I can't get bail.
But you said you'd try to work something out with the DA.
The DA claims you jump bail and leave the country.
Well, couldn't you convince him that I wouldn't?
No, his point is that you were a fugitive. You are running away. If after the murder you'd have given yourself up, well, that would prove that there'd be no risk in letting you out.
Now, wait a minute. If after the murder I'd given myself up, who says I committed the murder?
Oh, James.
Do you believe I'm guilty?
They have the gun and the ammunition.
Well, I'm telling you I'm innocent.
But they have your clothes in her house. Your gun on the floor by her dead body now. Now, how do you account for it?
I can't.
Now, there are certain cases you can't win unless your client adopts a mature attitude.
Well, which means what?
Which means you must realize that there's give and take.
What do I have to give?
You must admit that you were having an affair with her.
But I wasn't.
You've already been found guilty of that.
In what court?
In the most important court in the land. The court of public opinion. Now, deny the affair, and the jury absolutely will refuse to credit anything you have to say. You admit it, at least they'll listen to you.
But it isn't true.
I spoke to Della. She forgives you.
But there's nothing to forgive.
James, you only have one way out. You were madly in love... No. Hopelessly infatuated with Georgiana Slater.
Is everybody crazy?
She was a beautiful woman, and you fell for her the way only a middle-aged man can.
Walter, are you for me or against me?
One day she became tired of you, and you lost your head. In a terrible fit of insane jealousy, you shot her.
No, I did not. Why can't you believe me? I'm innocent.
Are you? Really?
Yes.
How do you know?
How do I know? I know what I did and what I didn't do.
Could you have killed Georgiana Slater and not been aware of it? Could you have been carrying on an affair with her and not been aware of it?
How could I have been unaware of it?
How would you like to find out?
We should all like to find out. Here we have a man driving along, minding his own business, when suddenly he's taken to jail and accused of murder. And they have a whole battery of live evidence against him also. What's going for him? His own conviction that he's innocent. How's he doing so far? Not so good. We'll see how it goes in Act 2. Do not, says the philosopher, judge by appearances. Very good advice, but seldom followed. The unfortunate part is we do judge books by covers, birds by feathers, and women by beauty. But is everyone with liquor on his breath a drunk? Is everyone caught with his hand in the till a thief? You see, all this has to do with circumstantial evidence, which is why so many lawyers get rich.
You're saying I could have had an affair with a woman and be unaware of it?
Exactly.
And I could have murdered her and not be aware of that?
Precisely.
How's that possible, Walter?
You can ask someone who knows.
Doctor, I don't know what my attorney, Mr. Sturgis, has told you, but I want the record straight.
By all means.
I'm in the middle of something.
What?
Well, something I can't explain. Ordinarily, I'd say it's a dream, a nightmare, except if it were, I should have awakened long ago.
Try to describe it.
Well, on my way to Chicago, I'm suddenly arrested for the murder of a woman I don't know, named Georgiana Slater, who lives in a city I've never been in. And I'm confronted with a mass of circumstantial evidence. And next week, I'm actually going to trial.
You don't know how this evidence could have gotten into Mrs. Slater's home?
Well, now, the gun, for instance. I had actually lost it some weeks before. I didn't even know where it was.
Have you had any serious problems lately?
Oh, I never have problems. Just go out and sell. That's my motto.
You're under no strain, no pressures?
No, there's always some strain and pressure.
Why?
What's the nature of the business? You have to be thinking and planning and pitching every day.
Any strains between you and your wife?
Yeah, absolutely none.
Absolutely?
Well, there's always this and that in married life.
Any serious arguments?
Well, it depends on what you call serious.
What do you consider serious?
Well, there was an awful lot of flack about the amount of time I give to the job.
So things are not exactly cheery at home, huh? Would that be a fair one-word description?
Well, I suppose it might be.
And at the office, did things run smoothly?
Do things really run smoothly anywhere?
Some places they do. What was your problem at the office?
Well, who said I had a problem?
Your wife was unhappy because of the long hours. Is that true?
Well, yes. Well, there was a certain amount of friction.
So the core of the problem is at the office. You put in long hours. Why?
Well, I told you, it's a rough, competitive business. There's no clock. I guess Della could never really understand that.
Do you feel that the time you're putting in, the energy that you're expending, the work that you're doing, is appreciated?
Never, not in a million years.
So you feel you're not getting the recognition and the compensation you deserve?
Well, Doctor, nobody ever gets the recognition and the compensation he deserves.
Oh, some people do.
I certainly was being cheated out of mine.
Cheated? That's a strong word.
Well, it's the exact word to describe it. What I did, the way I was putting out, that was just taken for granted.
And the result is that you're frustrated on the job and unhappy at home. As you just said, your boss is cheating you. And since you don't have the resources to quit, you have to cheat somebody, too. Who? Your wife?
Oh, that's crazy. I'm not that kind of man.
That's right, you're not. It goes against your moral fiber. Therefore, it's an act that you've got to perform without knowing it. To that end, you deliberately develop a form of amnesia, and you lead a double life.
A double life?
Yeah, consciously, you're completely unaware of it. You find a woman far away from home with whom you can have a very discreet relationship.
No, I can't believe that. It can't be.
Your clothes in the closet, are they real? And the gun account for that?
I can't, Doctor.
The gun is the key. You were living in two worlds. The first, the primary, was the world of your job, of your wife and your children, your home, the world you would call reality. But there was another world, an unconscious world, the world of Georgiana Slater, the world you tried to keep secret, even from yourself.
You can never make me believe that.
The gun is the bridge between the two worlds. The gun exists in both worlds. It's common to both worlds. When you feel you must end the relationship with Georgiana Slater, when you feel you must kill her.
Oh, Doctor.
The gun is the instrument. But it's at home, in the other world, the conscious world. You need it. Therefore, the conscious James Arthur Correll hides the gun and claims it's lost. While the unconscious James Arthur Correll knows where to find it, and thus uses it.
All right, but just tell me, if I did know her, and if I was having an affair with her, if I did kill her, why did I leave my clothes and my gun by the body? If I knew she had written a letter to that columnist, why did I leave the implicating answer lying around?
Why?
Yes, why?
Because you wanted to be found out, caught, and punished.
Doctor, this story you've just told me, do you actually believe it?
I believe it could be true in your case.
Why?
Because I've come across it before.
You mean people can be unfaithful to their wives, lead a double life, even commit murder, and be unaware of it?
Certain people, yes.
And that's what's happened to me?
James, are you all right?
Della, Walter, I don't know what to say.
The trial is coming up.
I realize, Walter. Della, there's something I have to tell you. I didn't want to plead guilty because that would be admitting to the world that I'd had an affair with another woman.
That's between you and me, James. It's no one's business but ours.
Well, how could I tell you a thing like that, Della? You'd never forgive me.
James, if it were the other way around, would you forgive me?
Yes.
Why?
Because I love you.
And I love you, James. And we can work it out.
Are you ready to believe you knew her and killed her?
I don't know. It's just that everything points to it. Everybody insists on it. How long can I fight it? I guess it just has to be true.
Well, Mrs. Luther, enjoying dinner?
Oh, I was, John. I think I'm starting to unenjoy it.
Yep.
In less than 30 seconds, you'll be going to work.
No. I didn't let anyone know where I was. No one from headquarters can get in touch with me for the next 3 hours, no matter what.
In 15 seconds, you'll be back on the job. You're on it right now. You never stop being a cop. Your motor's always running.
Gee, I'm sorry.
Darling, you can't help it. 5 minutes ago, something in this restaurant caught your attention. It's been buzzing around down in your unconscious mind.
You're right. Helen, I know now what caught my attention.
Should I take a cab and go home?
I finally placed those two people.
That couple at the table near the wall.
Yeah. I know who they are.
You should have asked me. I know who she is. Her picture was in the paper. She's the wife of that fellow who's being tried for the murder of that woman. Oh, what was her name?
Georgiana Slater.
Yes. You worked on that case, didn't you, John?
Yeah. Fellow with her is Walter Sturgis, her husband's lawyer.
Well, why should all this bother you?
Those two people, do they look friendly?
Well, they look like they're friends.
Is it possible that they could be more than friends?
Yes. Yes, it's possible.
Now, wait a minute, watch what he does. And notice, he reaches over and holds her hand.
She takes her hand away quickly.
And shakes her head. He smiles. It's happened a few times.
She seems to be giving him that kind of look that says, not in public.
And she's right.
But he obviously cannot keep his hands off her.
She's quite a dish.
Why does it intrigue your cop-like instincts?
You have a man being tried for the murder of his alleged mistress. Meanwhile, his wife evidently has a thing going with his attorney. Something bothers me.
What?
I don't know.
Well, should we have dessert?
All the evidence is in. But suppose, just for the sake of argument, suppose that James Arthur Corral is innocent. Where does that leave us?
I don't know.
We must ask, is it true that James Arthur Corral killed Georgiana Slater?
It has to be true.
Why?
Well, you know that better than I would. Aren't you the cop that gathered up all the evidence?
All right, look, I'll take you home. There's something I want to do right away. Remember me, Mr. Corral?
Yes? You're the police inspector. Well, what do you want? I mean, it's the middle of the night.
I want to ask you some questions.
Why?
Just answer them.
Oh, what's the difference? I spoke to my lawyer about my plea.
Walter Sturgis?
Yes, that's his name.
How come you picked him to be a lawyer?
Look, what is this all about?
Now, just answer.
I don't have to answer anything.
Why don't you try?
What for?
Maybe you were right all along.
The last time I saw you, you were trying to get me to sign a confession, remember?
That's right. I was.
And I kept refusing. Because I was positive I was innocent. Remember?
Yes, I remember that.
Well, I was wrong.
About what?
About my innocence.
Well, what happened? You now admit that you're guilty? Look, this conversation is off the record.
Yes, I believe I'm guilty.
You were so sure you were innocent, you almost had me convinced. When I first questioned you, were you putting on an act?
No, I believed beyond a doubt that I was innocent. And now, I believe I'm guilty.
Why?
Because it has to be true.
Why does it have to be true?
Because it's the only thing that makes sense.
You see, even the hardest rock is slowly eroded by the constant rains, and even the strongest conviction may be undermined, confused, and overcome by the unrelenting pressure of circumstance. There comes a time when further resistance is impossible, and a man can be forced to say that black is white, day is night, and wrong is right. Mystery Theater will return shortly. You may find this hard to believe today, but 5 centuries ago, a man got himself into hot water by insisting that the earth revolved itself around the sun instead of the other way around, which was the accepted wisdom of the time. Well, if they could force Galileo to to recant publicly what he knew to be true, what can we expect from James Arthur Correll, an ordinary, average, everyday middle-class citizen? Wait.
You're telling me now that you're guilty, Mr. Correll?
Well, isn't that what you kept telling me? I'm doing exactly what you said, Inspector. Don't fight it, you said. Well, I'm not fighting it. You and the psychiatrists said I could be guilty without knowing it. All right, I accept it. What more do you want?
Do you accept it because your lawyer told you to, or do you really believe it?
Look, I'm tired. It's late.
Why did you engage Walter Sturgis to defend you?
Why? He's a top criminal lawyer.
Any other reason?
Oh, he's Della's friend.
Oh?
And he's my friend, too. He was married to a girl Della went to school with. Later, they got divorced, but he stayed friendly with us.
Why did they get divorced?
Well, why is that important?
Is it possible that this school friend of Della's became jealous of Della?
Why should she be jealous of Della?
Well, she may have thought Della was having an affair with Walter.
Well, that isn't true. I mean, it isn't true that they were having an affair.
All right, let us suppose, for the sake of argument, that you were telling the truth when you explained you were innocent. We now have some problems. How do we get the clothes into the house, the car parked outside, and, of course, the gun? The gun.
Inspector, I'm convinced that there is no way they could have gotten there unless I'm guilty.
But if you're not, somebody else is. Maybe you didn't do anything. Maybe you just drove from your house to Chicago and never stopped in Benton City at all.
It's an 8-hour drive. I could get an early flight the next morning and be there in 58 minutes. Why drive?
All right, why did you?
Well, the conscious part of my mind says I hated airplanes. But is that the reason? Did I drive so that I could stop here and be with Georgiana Slater? I don't know anymore. I just don't know.
Well, how'd it go last night, Inspector Luther?
Crazy. 2 weeks ago, I'm hammering away at him to confess he's guilty, and he insists he's innocent. Now, suddenly, I'm beating at him to believe he may be innocent, and he insists he's guilty. What if somebody was out to get him?
His wife? And his lawyer?
I would consider them prime suspects. Let's say they arranged an elaborate frame-up. They pick a city on the way to Chicago. They find some woman who lives alone, who likes to have fun. Has that reputation.
Yes.
From time to time, they park a gray sedan outside the house to attract attention. Well, it could even have been Correll's when he wasn't using it. Now, the murder. They time it to take place on a day they know he's headed for Chicago. They kill her. Leave the gun and the clothes there, and then...
Yes?
I remember exactly how it broke. A call came in saying that there was a noise. Sounded like a shot from 87 Rutherford Place. Anonymous call.
They could have placed it.
Then there was another anonymous call to the effect that there was a gray Aurora sedan parked in front of 87 Rutherford. The license number, and a man was seen getting into it right after the shot was fired. The description turned out to be Correll's.
John, are you actually saying the wife and the lawyer are guilty?
When they brought Correll in, I never saw a guy who seemed so genuinely surprised. Suspects are constantly insisting they're innocent, but Correll actually had me going for a minute.
Well, what can you do about it?
I don't know. Wait a minute.
What is it?
The letter.
What letter?
That was supposed to have been the final touch. It appeared she'd written a letter to Mary Cortelyou asking for advice because she got a letter back which said, I remember, you have to give that Lothario the shock of his life. It's either or, and if he refuses, show him the door. You're just serving as an oasis between Turnersville and Chicago.
Turnersville is where Correll comes from?
Yeah. With this letter, the prosecution could prove she was ready to throw him out. Adds to his motive.
John, are we sure Georgiana Slater wrote for advice? All we have is the answer.
It's a signed letter from Mary Cortelyou.
Well, could it be a forgery?
No. Because if it turns out to be a forgery, then...
Yes?
Look, if it turns out that Georgiana Slater did not write to Mary Cortelyou, then whether the answer is forged or not, it proves that it was deliberately planted. And every other piece of evidence also has to be suspect.
But how can you prove it?
I need a lucky break. And so does James Arthur Correll.
Come on.
Oh, I was told this was Mary Cortelyou's office.
Who are you?
Inspector Luther, homicide.
Oh. Well, what'd you want to see Mary about?
I'd rather discuss that with Mary.
Is it important?
What's your name?
Bob Burley.
You know where I can find Mary Cortelyou? Is this her office?
Inspector, can I trust you not to blow the whistle? I'm Mary Cortelyou.
What?
Yeah. Mary wrote the column for years, but about a year ago she got sick and had to leave. Well, the name belongs to the paper, so I asked the publisher if I could take over.
All right, Mr. Burley, I need your help. I want to ask you about a letter you wrote to a Mrs. Georgiana Slater.
Yeah, go right ahead.
You remember writing a letter to a Mrs. Georgiana Slater?
Yes, Slater, why is that name so familiar?
She was murdered.
Oh.
Do you, recognize this letter?
Sure.
You wrote it?
Yeah, I wrote it.
There's no chance it could be a forgery.
Nope. Well, why should it be funny?
It was in response to a question, then.
Yeah, all of them are.
You remember getting a letter asking advice from Georgiana Slater?
You'd be surprised, but I remember everything. I'll prove it to you. I even have that letter she wrote to me.
What? Do you save them?
Oh, yeah, sure. Part of my permanent files. See, I put it in the A file under Affairs with Married Men. I'd like to show you how it's all cross-indexed. Oh, yeah, here we are. The letter from Georgiana Slater.
May I see it, please?
Mm-hmm.
Dear Mary Cortelyou, I am madly in love with a married man from Turnersville. He drives to Chicago once or twice, sometimes 3 times a week, and stops here in Benton City to spend the night with me. He keeps promising to divorce his wife, but I'm afraid he'll never get around to it. Please tell me what to do. Georgiana Slater. How do we know that Georgiana Slater wrote this request?
Oh, well, she signed her name to it.
How do we know this is her signature?
Well, why would anybody else write me such a letter?
See, the letter happens to be typewritten. Is that strange?
Well, yeah, in a way. Many of them aren't. I think people feel that such personal things should be in their own handwriting.
Could you let me have a copy of this letter? Eddie, I have a letter here. I want you to do a couple of things. First, go to the bank Georgiana Slater used and see if it's her signature on it. Second, check through the list of effects in her apartment and see if she owned a typewriter.
Have you seen James?
Oh, yes. I visit him every morning.
And how is he?
Reconciled.
He believes it.
The way it sets up against him, it's hard not to believe it.
Oh, Della, darling.
Walter, not now. I have so many things to do. And you must be busy, too. The trial starts tomorrow.
Della, sometimes I wonder if you really love me.
Oh, darling, how can you even doubt it? It's just that I'm so nervous.
There is no reason to be nervous.
I have to appear in court as his loving, supportive wife. And I can't do it if I... Do you understand?
Yes, of course.
There'll be so much more time later, darling. He'll be in jail. I can get a divorce quietly. Who would that be?
Doesn't matter.
But should I be here in your suite?
Why not? I'm your husband's lawyer.
Gentlemen. Mr. Sturgis?
Yes?
I'm Inspector John Luther. This Detective Edward Smith. Can we come in?
Oh, yes, of course. This is Mrs. James Correll. Della, these gentlemen are police officers.
Oh?
Yes. What can I do for you, Inspector?
I have a copy of a letter. Is it familiar?
Well, why would it be familiar?
Would you like to look at it?
Walter.
Now, Della, this is evidently a trick of some kind. Now, Inspector, I demand to know what you're doing.
I just want to know if this letter is familiar to you.
Well, it purports to be a request for advice written by a Georgiana Slater to a Mary Cortelyou, who's evidently an advice columnist. Well, why shouldn't it be familiar to me?
The answer from Miss Cortelyou to Mrs. Slater would be a nice touch, a finishing touch for the prosecution. But you forgot the letter that Mrs. Slater would have to write to elicit such an answer.
What is he saying? Walter.
Officer, now, if you're making a charge or an accusation...
If the letter of inquiry is phony, then everything else becomes phony. Georgiana Slater didn't write such a letter.
But you still haven't said how this involves me or Mrs. Correll.
You forged Georgiana Slater's name to a phony letter to Mary Cortelyou.
Inspector, if this is an accusation...
No, at this point, it's just a suggestion.
Walter.
Della, say nothing.
You thought there could never be anything to tie you to this request. After all, the columnist probably throws the letters away, and besides, who would ever think to probe?
Walter, what is he saying?
Nothing that he can prove in court.
The bank says the signature is not familiar. Mistake number one on your part. Then we know that Mrs. Slater did not own a typewriter. Mistake number two.
Well, Georgiana Slater could have found a typewriter somewhere.
The letter was typed on a machine in your home, Mrs. Correll. We checked it.
Walter, you thought you were so smart.
Della.
It was your idea. You scared me into it. But you killed her. Inspector, I don't know why I listened to him. Maybe because James was away so much.
Della, they have no proof.
They found out about the letter. They can find out about anything now. Anything. But it was your idea. His idea, Inspector. I don't know what got into me. I must have been out of my mind. I was upset, confused.
Mrs. Correll, do you mind talking a bit more slowly so that Detective Smith can take it all down?
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. How marvelously complex is the human psyche. How quickly we can be led to conclusions. How completely our own convictions may break down when confronted by what appears to be an overwhelming flood of so-called evidence. Sometimes we simply surrender in the face of, it has to be true. It takes courage to stand up and ask why. Why does it have to be true? Our cast included John Beale, Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the mythology of ancient Greece, Hypnos, the god of sleep, and Thanatos, the god of death, were twin brothers, and for good reason. When you turn out the light beside your bed and snuggle down under the sheets for a good night's rest, you finally slowly drift off into a form of unconsciousness. This blacking out, this easing into a soft and shapeless state of non-existence, gives you an inkling, a kind of preview of what it may mean to enter the doorway of sleep's shadowy brother, death.
The brown-purple blood gathered in a swift bead trickling over my side. I could see it. Forrest flung the scalpel aside and began to shout.
Ice! Ice! Quick, somebody let me have some ice! Lots of it!
Even though my body still clung to me there on the operating table by the merest thread, I knew that Dr. Forrest, in spite of all his skill, had murdered me.
Our mystery drama, The Long, Long Sleep, was suggested by a short story of H.G. Wells and was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When destiny decides a man's time has run out, when a gaunt figure menacingly emerges from the half-darkness, his face cloaked under a huge black cowl, and his long, bony finger beckons you to join him, how can you be sure whether or not you are ready? By what signs do you recognize this to be the final eternal sleep, the sleep from which no one awakes? It's the night of December 31st, and Norman Hill and his wife Laurie, a couple in their middle 50s, are at home, alone.
New Year's Eve. The end and the beginning. For the first time ever, Laurie and I had decided to stay home together. Why? I wasn't really sure. But there was an unknown something that was bothering me. Only a couple of minutes to go, Laurie.
Oh, and another year will have gone by.
Mm-hmm. You don't feel bad about our not going out?
Norman, of course not. What we're doing makes the only sense. This is perfect.
Yeah. Just the two of us alone. In an apartment that's begging to be painted.
Well, I'll have the painters in any day now, I promise.
Okay.
Ooh, now let's get to that jar of caviar.
Right, and real imported champagne, the best that money can buy.
Now, when you get the promotion they've been promising you at the office.
Yeah, and the very good chance of my book being picked up as a paperback.
Norman, I'm a very lucky woman. And I love you very much.
And, Laurie, I love you.
Still, after all these years, you don't want to trade me in for a later model?
Not just yet, dear. I'm delighted to be stuck with what I've got. For a while, anyway.
Well, thank you, darling. You're still very sweet and so romantic.
And this is it.
Oh, have some of the toast and caviar.
Yes, of course. Oh, it's great. It's wonderful. Happy New Year, darling.
Oh, Happy New Year to you.
And with luck, to another 30 years together.
Well, at the very least, I'll drink to that.
To us.
What is it, Norman? What's wrong? Norman? What's happening? What can I get you? Norman? Speak to me. What is it? Norman? Norman, darling. Open your eyes. You're frightening me. Are you all right?
Where? Laurie.
Oh, everything's going to be all right. You started to drink your champagne. You began to choke. And suddenly you passed out.
For long?
5, 10 seconds, maybe. You all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just fine. I think.
Has this happened before, Norman?
Didn't want to worry you.
Recently?
The last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 times.
Oh.
Once at lunch with a couple of the fellas from the office.
Have you been in pain?
No, not really.
Well, you've got to see a doctor.
Yeah, I suppose so. Maybe I will.
No maybes, Norman. Tomorrow morning you make an appointment with Forrest Haddon.
What, New Year's Day? It's a holiday, even for doctors.
Well, then the next day, Tuesday.
Yeah. Maybe it's not a bad idea. I'll call him at home.
Norman, you just scared the living daylights out of me.
Yeah, I guess I did. Anyway, Happy New Year, darling. To both of us. Laurie was scared. And I was, too. If you've made up your mind you want to go on living, then you make up your mind to follow the rules. The doctor's rules. Forrest Haddon, who was one of my closest and most trusted friends, put me through the most thorough physical examination I'd ever had in my life. Every test in the book. And then a few days later, at his office...
Norman, I've never kidded any of my patients, least of all you. I don't see the point.
When, Forrest? How soon?
The operation? Yesterday, Norman. No. The longer we wait, the greater the chance we take.
We?
Do they suspect at the office?
No, of course not.
And, Laurie?
Laurie is something else.
Oh, what do you say?
I'm all yours, Dr. Haddon, I guess.
I've already called the hospital. They can take you Thursday morning.
That's day after tomorrow.
I wouldn't wait, Norman.
Okay. Then Thursday morning it is. And, the odds of my survival, of my, pulling through?
Oh, I'm a doctor, Norman, not a gambler. I don't give odds.
But if you did?
All right, I'd say an even 50-50.
No worse?
No worse. You'll be at the hospital Thursday morning at 8, admitting room. Where are you headed now?
The office, then home. Think I'll walk. Clear my head a bit.
Do you mind if I walk along with you? You were my last patient.
No, of course not, Forrest.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. You're afraid I'm about to dissolve into a huge mess of self-pity and despair, aren't you, Forrest? I might take it into my head to do something rash, right?
Could be.
And if I did?
Oh, that would be very foolish. Oh, what would be the sense?
None. No, Forrest, you're wrong. At this moment, I feel absolutely nothing. Not self-pity, not despair, nothing. Just a big emptiness. As if I were already dead. This afternoon, as I walked along with Forrest Haddon facing the possibility of my own death, it was all very strange. Every deep, passionate feeling I might have had, depression, fear, resentment, anger, was in some curious way drained out of me. There was nothing left inside me except a bloodless, tranquil resignation to a 50-50 chance of the inevitable.
Now, there's no point in minimizing the danger, Norman. It's a very tricky, delicate procedure. Oh, I'm not an alarmist, you know that. I know what I'm doing. And I'll be working with a team
and
of
as we trudged through the snow across from the park toward my office, Forrest kept on assuring me that my life was in the most capable hands. But I couldn't get over the feeling that here I was, living in the very real shadow of death, without my being able to do a thing about it, to control in any way what was happening to me. And what surprised me most was the fact that I was unmoved by the whole thing. I was cool. I was calm until...
Norman, look out! Move!
Well, what happened?
That big pot with a plant in it must have toppled off the roof of that penthouse. The wind must have blown it.
It's a good thing you saw it coming, Forrest. and pushed me out of the way.
Yes, just in time.
It missed my head by inches.
Split your skull right in two. Well, come on, let's not stand here, Norman. Let's move before anything else happens.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you very much. For a moment, I'd been brought back to reality. And then a minute later, that same dullness, the feeling of being isolated from the rest of the world, began to take over again.
I think that's wonderful about your book, Norman. You know, I don't see how you manage it. A full-time...
Forrest kept on talking about my work, possibly to get my mind off whatever was wrong with me.
That's great.
We kept walking through the slush and snow.
What kind of thing do you think?
And I was oblivious to what was going on. I remember starting to cross the street, and then...
Norman! What are you doing? Come back here. Light was against you. If the brakes on that fellow's car hadn't held, you'd have been killed.
Yes, I suppose so. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking, Forrest. My mind, on other things.
Well, of course, I'm aware of that, but for Pete's sake, Norm, what are you trying to do?
My office is in that building over there. I think I'd like to sit in the park alone, if you don't mind, Forrest, before I go up.
Oh, sure, Norman.
I appreciate your company. It was very thoughtful. I'll, see you day after tomorrow at the hospital.
8 a.m.
Admitting room. Thanks again, Forrest.
And whatever you do, you take it easy, please.
I sat down on one of the park benches, and I must have dozed off into a kind of dream. I thought I saw myself actually dead, withered, tattered, one eye pecked out by birds. Through the trees, I saw a vision of the resurrection. A flat plain of writhing graves and rolling tombstones. The rising dead seemed unable to breathe as they struggled upward through the frozen snow out of the earth. After no more than a minute, I came to and started for my office. Now, what was the sense of not quite being connected with what was happening? Was this some weird anticipation, a presentiment of my own death to come? The falling flower pot, my walking in front of that automobile, were they triggered by something that was making me withdraw from all reality, all sense, instincts, even of self-preservation? Before that cold and bony hand was laid on mine, I had no way of knowing.
A certain soothsayer warned Julius Caesar to be on his guard against a great peril, a peril that could lead to his death. On the day of the month, the Romans called the Ides of March. When that day came, and Caesar was on his way to the Senate, he passed a soothsayer in the street, and with a smile he said, "The Ides of March have come, and nothing terrible has happened to me." The soothsayer answered, "Yes, the Ides have come, but they are not yet gone." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Death is the veil which those who live call life. They sleep, and it is lifted. That was written by one of our great poets. Do those words apply to Norman Hill, or are the words of Aesop, the teller of fables, more appropriate? He said, "Better die once and for all than to live in the continual terror of death." On a bitterly cold winter's day, Norman sits alone on a park bench, taking the measure of death.
The year was only a few days old, the beginning of things. I wandered slowly out of the park toward my office. Children were romping with their sleds in the fresh snow in the winter sun, gathering strength and experience for the business of life. And I kept thinking, I have been part of all this. And for all I know, I'm nearly done with it now. I walked through the doors of my office, and a curious thing, no one paid any attention to me. Not a soul even looked up from his desk to greet me. It was as if I weren't there. I couldn't understand it. Had I suddenly become invisible or what? I got to my own little cubicle of an office, and I felt a sharp jab of pain just below the heart. My office was bare, completely bare. The chair and the desk were gone, the carpeting, my books, the pictures on the walls, everything. My nameplate on the door, even that had been removed. And for the first time since leaving the doctor's office, I lost the feeling I'd had. That feeling of numbness. Now, what's been happening here? Where are my things? Huh? Will somebody talk to me? Talk to me!
Hey, easy, Norm. Take it easy. Relax.
Now, Mr. Lewis, what is this? Just look at my office.
Surprise!
Surprise? Now, for Pete's sake, what on earth are you talking about? That... I'm sorry. Excuse me for shouting. I didn't mean to yell.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. We may have overdone things a bit. We had no idea you'd take it this way.
Take what? What way?
Your promotion.
My what?
Oh, my boy, the way you handled our new account, that was absolutely brilliant. No one in the office could have done it the way you did. And so the board and I decided to kick you up to an executive vice presidency. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Wonderful, Mr. Lewis. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's why we had them clear out your old office. The big one in the corner, over there. That's yours. All new furnishings. Your personal things are already in.
Well, you know, for a minute there with nobody in the office even looking at me...
That was part of the act. Part of the surprise.
Yeah, well, I must say you threw a real scare into me. I had the feeling maybe I wasn't really here, that none of those things was actually happening.
Oh, they're happening all right, Mr. Vice President. I hope you'll be with us for a very long, long time.
Well, that, Mr. Lewis, at the moment is a little questionable.
Questionable?
Well, I'll know better on Thursday morning.
Now, look, we're ready to match any offer anyone else is making you.
No, I doubt that you could match this one, Mr. Lewis. Anyway, I wouldn't call it an offer. Not exactly. On my way home, I found myself lost again in a shifting maze of thoughts about death. I felt more and more certain that on Thursday morning, I was going to die under the operation. Laurie? You home, dear? It's me. My wife wasn't home. She was shopping, of course. Shopping. At this time, something very odd was going on. The chairs, the sofa were all covered with big white sheets. Every surface of every table had been cleared. The drapes had been taken down. And that dull stab of pain hit me once again in the pit of the stomach. I started for the bedroom to change my clothes. Hello?
So glad to find you in at last. Been trying to get you all afternoon.
Who is this? Who's calling?
About the arrangements. The director wasn't quite clear about one or two of the details.
What arrangements? Which details? Who is this?
First, he wasn't altogether certain how many limousines you had ordered.
Limousines?
The remains will be properly embalmed, of course, as ordered. But was it your desire to have the lid of the casket of the departed left open or closed?
Now, will you, for heaven's sake, tell me who this is?
Sir, you are not answering my question.
Now, before I hang up on you for the last time, who are you? Who is this?
The Golden Rule Funeral Services, of course. Serving families, as you know, with dignity and sympathy at all modest costs since 1898. This is the secretary of the director speaking, Mrs. Havencastle.
Funeral services? Why are you calling us?
Well, isn't this Mr. Yamashita? Mr. Shizuki Yamashita? Or have I, by some mischance, got a wrong number?
Oh, sister, have you got a wrong number?
Sorry, terribly sorry.
I drifted back into the bedroom.
Is that you, dear? Oh, what a surprise. What a big surprise.
Laurie? Have you been home all this time?
Well, of course, in the other bedroom, trying on a couple of new dresses I bought. I had the door shut.
Is that one of the new dresses?
Mm-hmm. What do you think? And what are you doing home? At this time of day, that is.
Well, it's been a long day. A pretty full day, too. I saw Forrest Haddon this morning. He had the x-rays, lab reports, everything. And he's operating on me Thursday morning.
That soon?
Yeah, my chances of getting through the operation are no better than 50-50, Forrest says. Laurie, at the office, I've been promoted. Executive vice president. New office, new everything.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, vice president. Maybe for one whole day.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I could be dead day after tomorrow.
Norman, dear, worrying about it isn't going to help. Now, both of us, we have to think positively. And feeling sorry for yourself won't help.
You know, a strange phone call as I came in. Funeral parlor.
What?
Yeah, it was the wrong number, they said. Now, Laurie, what on earth is going on here? Now, what's wrong? Tell me what's wrong.
Norman, you're hurting me. Let go of me, please. What's the matter with you?
Why have you got sheets all over the furniture? Why is everything cleaned up and put away? As if we or you were going on a long trip someplace, as if I were making arrangements to close down the place. Now, why?
But, darling, you know as well as I do. The painters are coming in to do the apartment tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
Now, try to control yourself. I know the strain you've been under. It's not been easy for me either.
I don't know. Your whole attitude since I came in, like I was speaking to a stranger, the way you look at me, the way you talk.
It's all in your mind.
As if for some reason you were frightened of me. As though you were looking at a ghost. Somebody who'd come back from the grave.
Norman.
That dress you're wearing.
What about
Well, when you take it off, that's what a widow wears, isn't it? You're in mourning for me already.
Oh, Norman, you can't mean what you're saying.
That's a black dress. It's black. Out of respect for the dead.
Let me turn on the lights. Now, what color is my dress, Norman?
It's blue. It's blue, isn't it? Kind of a navy blue. I thought it was black. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Laurie, what's wrong with me?
Oh, you're upset, Norman. Terribly upset. And you have every reason, every right to be. Oh, look, darling, why don't you lie down for a bit?
You know, when Forrest told me about my chances of pulling through, my body, my mind, everything seemed to go numb, lifeless. As if this were about to happen to somebody else, not to me. And then it suddenly hit me. This is happening to me. And I'm afraid.
A nap. A nap before dinner will do you a world of good. Put all those dreadful thoughts out of your head. And in the morning...
In the morning, nothing will have changed. Nothing. But in the morning, after tossing frantically in my bed all night without even a minute's sleep, I had an idea that I thought might put my mind at ease. Laurie, let's drive up to Avalon.
Avalon?
Uh-huh.
The cemetery?
Yes, exactly.
You want to drive to the cemetery in this rainstorm? We'll be drowned.
Darling, I'd like to go. I'd just like to walk around and look at the family gravestones. You know, the whole families. I don't know why, but I think it'll make me feel better.
Well, if that's what you want, dress warmly. Oh, it'll be freezing up there. And we'll take 2 umbrellas.
Thank you, Laurie. In less than an hour, we were at Avalon Cemetery, where my family had been buried for over 100 years. And we stood there before the big family plot while the wind almost tore our words away and the rain drummed down on our two black umbrellas.
Oh, keep your coat buttoned tight around your neck.
Yeah, that's Grandfather Curtis over there, my mother's father. Christopher Curtis, born 1859, died 1911.
That big headstone over there?
Yeah, my father's father, my great-grandfather, Charles Robert Hill, born 1838, died 1863, only 25. Killed at the Battle of Chickamauga in the Civil War.
The lettering on some of these stones is so worn you can hardly read it. This is your father's grave over here, isn't it? And next to him, your mother.
Yes, that's right. And right behind them, over there... No. Oh, no. I don't believe it.
Oh, Norman, what is it?
Next to Grandfather Hill's. That's impossible.
What are you talking about?
The letters are badly worn, but you can still see the name. Norman Hill. Laurie, the grave we're looking at is mine.
At this moment, it would seem that his fear of death has led Norman Hill to the point where he questions whether or not he is still alive. With Shakespeare's Prince of Denmark, he may be thinking, for in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long a life. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. To Norman Hill, under the dark shadow of a fate he sees as fairly certain, death has suddenly become definable, perceptible, real. So much so that he's beginning to doubt whether he is still alive. Or perhaps he has fallen into the kind of deep sleep that is death without dying. Living, but not life. He and his wife, Laurie, on a windy, rain-swept morning, stand in a corner of a cemetery looking at the cold, gray headstones over the graves of Norman's family.
What you see? Right behind those other gravestones over there. Oh, no, I don't believe it.
Norman, what is it?
That headstone next to my grandfather's. That's impossible.
What are you talking about?
The letters are badly worn. You can barely make out the name, but look closely. It says Norman Hill. Laurie, the grave we're looking at is mine.
Norman, be sensible. Now, get closer to it. Look again.
I know, it's so hard to see in the rain.
Well, look at it. Look at the letters. Look at the dates.
Born 1859. That's Grandma Hill. That's my grandmother's grave.
Of course. And her name?
Her name was Norma. I was named after her. That's what the headstone reads. N-O-R-M-A. The extra N, I thought I read. It just isn't there.
Darling, it's cold.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be more sensible to go back home now before we both come down with pneumonia?
The next morning, I was up at dawn. I'd been awake and hot and thirsty all night long. The glow of pain under my ribs seemed more massive than ever.
We better go, Norman.
Sure. On the dot of 8, I checked into the admitting room at the hospital. I kissed Laurie. Was it goodbye? After what seemed like an eternity of details of preparation, I was finally placed on a table and wheeled into the operating room. Forrest Haddon, in his operating greens, was standing over me.
Good morning, Norman. How do you feel?
All right, I guess. Will it hurt much?
No, not a bit. You'll be out cold under a general anesthetic.
And your heart's as sound as a bell, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh, that's good.
All right, now, Norman. Start counting backwards. Begin with 100.
Backwards.
100. 99.
98. 97.
It's very good, Norman. Excellent.
96.
Mm-hmm.
95.
Mm-hmm.
94.
Just breathe normally.
93.
It's fine.
92.
Fine.
91. I knew I'd never come out of the ether. Just as I was going under, I think I heard Forrest say to one of his assistants,
"We've got to be extra careful. One little slip of the knife into a branch, any branch of the portal vein, and we're out of luck."
I could still make out his words. This was my last moment of awareness, my last act of consciousness. 73, 72, 71. And then, great silence. A monstrous silence. An impenetrable blackness came over me. There must have been an interval of absolute unconsciousness, seconds, maybe minutes. Then I realized I was not dead. I was still in my body. But all the sensations that make up the background of consciousness had gone. I do not think I saw. I do not think I heard, but I was aware of everything that was going on. Forrest was bending over me. The lower part of his face was masked. Behind his glasses, his eyes were intent, unmoving, glued onto whatever he was doing.
Stand by with suction. Scalpel.
I saw him reach for the scalpel, a large one. I saw him slice into my flesh with swift dexterity. It was interesting to see myself being cut into as if I were a drum of cheese without the slightest bit of pain. I was looking into Forrest's eyes, into his mind, his brain. I could see that he was being extremely careful, afraid of cutting a branch. What do you call it? Oh, yes, a branch of the portal vein. And ending my life right there and then. I could read his thoughts in his eyes.
You're right, Norman. Absolutely right. I'm struggling between the two possibilities of either cutting too little or cutting too much. And I'm afraid.
And then, suddenly, like an escape of water from under a floodgate, I could see a great swirling uprush of horrible realization in Forrest's eyes.
Damn. The vein. I've cut into the vein.
The brown-purple blood gathered in a swift bead trickling over my side. Forrest flung the scalpel aside and began to shout.
Ice. Ice. Quick, ice. Lots of it. And hand me that clamp.
Thoughts rushed through my mind with incredible speed, but with perfect clarity. Even though my body still clung to me by the merest thread, I knew that in spite of all his skill, Forrest had killed me. I was aware of a growing pull upon me as though some huge magnet were drawing me out of my body. The doctor, his assistants, the nurses seemed to have vanished. And I was in midair, flying swiftly upward. And the circle of scenery beneath me grew wider and wider. And the sky became deeper and richer in color until in no time at all, it had become a terrifying black, as dark and foreboding as no blackness I had ever beheld before. An innumerable host of stars broke out upon the sky, and then as from nowhere, the sun suddenly appeared, wiping out the darkness, an incredibly strange and wonderful disk of blinding white light, rimmed about with a fringe of writhing tongues of red fire.
Turn away, Norman. Don't look at it. Protect your eyes.
How do I do that?
Put your hands over your eyes.
Just a minute. Who are you? Where are we?
I'm here to help you.
Why, I can't see you. I have the feeling that I've not left the Earth, but that the Earth is pulling away, leaving me.
It's interesting that you should notice so soon.
Well, not only the Earth, but the whole solar system seems to be streaming past me. I wonder if scattered in the wake of the Earth there must be others like me, maybe millions and millions of them floating through space, the same as I am.
That's altogether possible.
Well, suppose I should collide into some of them.
Oh, that's not very likely.
Why not?
The space through which you're all traveling, you and they, is infinite. It has no beginning. It has no end. Plenty of room for all of you.
Look, the North Star. Over there, the Little Dipper. And isn't that the Southern Cross? It's so clear, so big.
You know your stars.
Well, you see, in my latest book, Lost in the Stars, I called it.
Yes?
Oh, I shouldn't be talking about my book, not now. Oh, my. Such color. As though the light were coming from a world of sapphires and that big red one down there, like a brilliant ruby rushing up to us.
That's Mars. And that one is Venus.
Oh, yes. And the one with the little moons around it and all those rings.
Saturn, of course.
Oh, yes.
And those rings are all crystals of ice. Now, with luck, we get to the interesting part.
Oh, and what's that?
Outside and beyond your solar system. Past all the planets you know.
With luck? What does that mean? Where are we? Where have we come to?
To the edge of the outer universe.
It was hard to believe what I was seeing. Faster and faster, one galaxy after another rushed by, a hurry of whirling fireballs speeding into the endless void of space. Countless unfamiliar planets and constellations circled about me, catching the light in some ghostly fashion, and then vanished into non-existence. I had at last reached the complete wilderness of space. And now, at last, I knew what happens when you leave this earthly life. The long, long sleep. Now I knew what it felt like to be dead. Suddenly, I was no longer a detached observer. I was terrified, thrown into an intolerable darkness, horror, and despair, because I knew now I didn't want to leave the Earth so soon. I knew now I wanted to live. And again, I heard that same voice.
Norman, you see that little speck of light?
Yes?
Keep your eye on it.
It's growing bigger. It's more distinct, like a pale brown cloud of some kind. Now, it's funny.
Funny?
The shape of it, I think I've seen something like it somewhere before. It's like,
Yes?
Like a clenched fist.
Do you see anything else?
Yes, the fist, the hand, is holding a stick. A shiny white stick of some kind, but nothing is very clear. Nothing is in focus. And above the hand, there's a little circle of light, sort of phosphorescent. The stick and the hand are just below it.
You'll be all right, Norman. Everything's going to be all right.
All right.
And there will be no pain, Norman. No pain ever again.
Why?
You may live to be 115, Norman, and able to eat and drink almost anything. The operation, I'm happy to say, has been 100% successful.
Forrest Haddon, my doctor, was standing beside me. I was in a hospital bed. The circle of light I'd been looking at was the face of a clock on the wall. And the white rod was the railing at the foot of the bed.
Norman, darling. Oh, thank heavens it's all over.
Laurie, I'm alive.
Of course you're alive. How do you feel?
I'm not sure. A little weak. You see, I've been away for a while. Far away. On a rather long trip.
I know, dear. I know just what you mean.
You know what? I have a wonderful idea for my next book.
Oh, you mustn't talk. You must rest.
It's about this fella whose doctor starts to operate on him. A 50-50 chance of his making it. The doctor's knife slips. The patient sees the accident, realizes he's dead, goes off on a journey into space, sees all kinds of strange phenomena.
If a writer of science fiction envisions his passage to eternity as an eerie odyssey through space, how do you suppose another person would see it? A coal miner, for example. Would he perhaps find himself digging down, 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 forever, until he reaches ink-black oblivion? Or a carpenter? Would he be building an unending stairway of steps and risers leading to a perpetual, everlasting nothingness? We'll never know. I'll be back shortly. In recent days, there have been many heated discussions over the true definition of the word death. Biological death, where there is total and permanent cessation of all vital functions. Legal death, where many of these vital functions continue, but where there are no other signs of life as we know it. We leave the resolution of this question to the theologians, the scientists, even the lawyers. One thing we're almost sure of, along with Norman Hill: the journey to death may not only be terrifying, but it will also be very interesting. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ann Williams, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The spirit, having achieved the ultimate understanding, leaves the body and tries to become one with the universe.
Leonard, I'm drowning.
But the time is not yet, and so it must be born anew in another body.
Leonard, is this you?
Bridges, I am finally free. I know at last. I know. The guru showed me who I am.
Who are you?
I have been born again, recreated. Although, realistically, I never died.
Yeah?
Once again, I walk the world. I think, I dream, I create.
But who are you? That is, who do you think you are?
Oh, I know who I am.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm Leonardo da Vinci.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Imagination, fantasy, daydream. How often we chide others and ourselves for wasting valuable time, for building castles in the air, when we should be concerned with the so-called practical things in life. Perhaps. But this pursuit of the will-o'-the-wisp is truly a safety valve. After all, how long would we endure if we had to live in the real world all of the time?
Hello, Tom.
What are you doing back in town?
Visiting old friends.
Well, as an old friend, I want to give you a piece of advice, George. Confess.
To what?
Murder.
Why should I?
It'll be good for your soul.
Well, now you ask the average person, and they'll tell you I don't have a soul.
Our mystery drama, The Search for Myra, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sign-Off medicine. The light goes out. The years pass by. And what was it? What happened? It's so hard to remember, so easy to forget. Why bother?
Janet? Janet?
Janice.
Where is that girl? I could have sworn she was sitting at her desk just a minute ago. Probably reading some book.
I have put love behind me. I am free of that mistake. You shall seek and never find me. I have no heart for you to break. Oh, Mr. Hastings, did you ring? I guess I didn't hear you. Do you want me to take some dictation? I thought I was still on my lunch hour. See, I eat in now because I'm going to college at night. I'm taking this course in new poetry, and I was just reading.
What was that poem?
I have put love behind me?
Yes.
I am free of that mistake. You shall seek and never find me. I have no heart for you to break. Do you like poetry, Mr. Hastings?
Not really.
Well, it's a required subject. Oh, you did ring for me, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, well, I'll just pick up my pad. I'll come right in.
No, that's all right. I can dictate this right here.
Oh, yes, sir. It's a funny thing about this poem. It's part of a group of poems. They don't even know who wrote them.
Just let me think for a minute. Now, this is to Franklin K. Armstrong, president of Southeastern State Institute of Technology. Dear President Armstrong, I am honored by your offer of an honorary degree. It is...
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Hastings, it doesn't sound quite right. You know, honored and honorary.
Oh, yes, that's right, Myra.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's start again. Dear President Armstrong, I am flattered by your kindness in considering me a candidate for an honorary degree. Does that sound too humble, Myra?
You all right, Mr. Hastings?
Of course I'm all right. Why shouldn't I be all right?
Oh, that is the second time you've done it.
Done what?
Call me Myra.
Myra? Why would I call you Myra?
I don't know, Mr. Hastings. My name is Janet.
I know your name is Janet.
Do I happen to remind you of someone called Myra?
I don't know anyone named Myra.
Oh, well, it isn't important. I just thought I'd call it to your attention.
Myra? Why would I call you Myra?
George?
Yes. Dinner ready?
We're dining out. Have you forgotten?
Oh, I always forget.
That's because basically you're an old stick-in-the-mud stay-at-home.
Only because, my dear Myra, you make my home a place of rare delight.
What'd you call me?
You just wait till you hear what I have to tell you, Myra.
You're doing it again?
The most fantastic...
Why are you suddenly calling me Myra? Who's Myra?
Myra?
We've only been married 25 years. I should think you'd know my name by now.
What are you talking about?
What's my name?
Ruth.
Right. Now, let's go one step further. Who is Myra?
I haven't the faintest idea.
That isn't true. When a man calls his wife by another woman's name, the reason is usually quite obvious.
Now, just hold on.
Suppose I were to call you Tom or Percy or Lancelot or anything but George.
Ruth.
What would your reaction be? Truthfully. So who is Myra?
I don't know.
I think you do.
Darling, what are you building this into?
Have you met any attractive ladies named Myra lately?
No.
Anyone at the office named Myra?
No one anywhere. If it makes you feel any better, I also called Janet, my secretary, Myra. I tell you, it's nothing.
Well, if it's nothing, why are you getting upset?
I'm not upset.
Then why don't you lower your voice?
Because I'm in the privacy of my own home and I can talk as I please.
I think it's time you went up and got dressed for dinner.
None of that.
None of what?
None of that thin-lipped, well-bred, silent disapproval.
I can't help it if I have thin lips. It's not a pretty feature, I admit, but it isn't my fault.
Oh, for crying out loud.
And I certainly shall not apologize for being well-bred.
All right.
And as far as silence is concerned, why, you make enough noise for both of us.
I'm sorry.
I know you are.
And to save my immortal soul, I couldn't tell you why I called you Myra.
Why don't you ask?
Ask who?
A psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist? They never really help anybody.
Now, that's not necessarily true.
All right, look, I simply cannot imagine why I should have called you or Janet Myra. But I did. And it's just one of those things, and why don't we forget all about it? Actually, Doctor, it's a very minor thing.
Is it?
So small, so unimportant, I even hesitated to make an issue of it.
Well, big or small, the fact that you've come to see me demonstrates you are making an issue of it.
All right, I'll tell you why. It's a foreign body.
A foreign body?
Yes. You see, I'm a chemist. I deal basically with formulations. Now, every ingredient, each element has its place and its function. You understand?
I think so.
Inside me, there is a foreign body, something that I don't understand. Who is Myra?
You insist you don't know anyone by that name?
No one at all. Now, why should I call my wife Myra? And my secretary? Tell me, am I making too much of this?
Only you could know that.
If my wife ever found out that I want to see a psychiatrist.
Do you keep many things from your wife?
No. Just hold on, Doctor. That's not why I'm here.
No?
No. I'm here to find out about someone called Myra. Now, what does this have to do with the things that I tell my wife? Well, what? I mean, what's your answer?
I don't have any answers.
You don't?
No.
Well, this is great. Why do you think I came here?
To find the answers that seem so important to you.
But you just said you don't have any.
I don't. But you do.
Me?
Inside. Somewhere inside your mind, your heart, your psyche. The answers are waiting. They exist. But only you can discover them.
Well, how long will this take?
A week, a month, a year, or perhaps never. It all depends on how deeply you bury them, or how truly you wish to find them. Shall we begin?
Begin what?
The search for Myra.
Where do we start?
Anywhere.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Whatever you think you should.
Well, tell me.
I have nothing to tell you. I have no answers.
Well, ask me something. I mean, what is it I'm supposed to do? Is it all right if I move around? Doctor, just start me off somewhere. Yeah, I was a little kid, as far back as I can remember. And there was a sandbox, and there was a maid who took care of me. Her name was Julia. And there was this little girl in a red pinafore, runny-nosed, nasty little girl who kept hitting me with her shovel. I was 3 years old, Doctor. That was 47 years ago, and I remember it. And that kid's name was Lois. You want me to go on? Okay. Kindergarten names. Let's see, there was Harriet, Jenny, Mary Lee, Eleanor, and Rachel. All the names through school. Melissa, Bertha, Alice, Beatrice, Eunice. I didn't think it was possible. But I have listed as closely as I can remember the name of every woman I have known in my life.
Every woman?
Every name I can remember. Casual acquaintance, a clerk in a store, a waitress, a girlfriend, anyone, everyone. Those I may have met casually, those I knew intimately, those who were important, those I met just in passing, everyone.
Except Myra.
There is no Myra. I've racked my brain.
She must come from somewhere.
I've cut through the years. Names, faces, they come at me like a montage in a movie. 20 years ago, I shared a taxi in Dayton, Ohio, with a woman named Corinne Davis. Ask me what's so remarkable about that. Go ahead, ask me. I'll tell you. We were strangers coming in from the airport. We never even spoke a single word. I happened to notice the name tag on her valise. I'm pulling names out of everywhere. Why can't I account for Myra? Why can't I remember Myra?
Why don't you stop trying?
Stop trying to remember?
Evidently, it isn't working.
Well, how will I remember if I don't try?
Instead of trying to remember who she is, why don't we try to discover why you should have thought about her today?
Why?
Suddenly, you found yourself calling your secretary Myra. And then you called your wife Myra. Does this suggest anything?
No.
Your secretary is how old?
21, 22.
And your wife?
48.
And you called both of them Myra. Was Myra a young girl you wanted to marry?
I don't even know who she is.
Marry and live with and grow older with?
I don't know how to answer that.
Myra is the woman in your life, maid and matron.
I tell you, I don't know any Myra.
You're not telling it to me. You're telling it to yourself. Why? Why do you insist that you don't know Myra? Why have you rejected Myra? You have gone through a virtuoso performance. You have listed well over 100 women. You weren't trying to remember their names. You were trying to forget hers.
That isn't true.
Myra is emerging. She has emerged from the shadows. And each time you speak the name of any of the other women who were in and out of your life, it's an attempt to drive Myra back into limbo. Why?
I don't know why.
What happened? What did your secretary do that made you look at her and say, Myra? Was it a look in her eyes? The way she wore her hair? Her dress? Her perfume? A tone in her voice?
Her voice.
Yes?
Her voice. She said... I remember Myra said... I have put love behind me. I am free of that mistake. You shall seek and never find me. I have no heart for you to break.
Myra? These were supposed to be the lines of an unknown poet. So we were told when we heard them for the first time. Obviously, our friend George hasn't heard those lines for the first time. And if you're an old-timer on this show, or even a new recruit, you know perfectly well that Myra wrote them. But who is Myra? Ah, for this, we must all await the second act. The romantic poets of the long ago were enamored of the name Sylvia. She was indeed a paragon of virtue and beauty. Shakespeare in particular wrote, "Who is Sylvia? What is she? That all the swains commend her," and so forth. Actually, you never really find out. We, on the other hand, are asking, who is Myra? And with 2 acts to go, we have a pretty good chance to find out.
A poem of love, Mr. Hastings. And you still say you don't know who Myra is.
Myra.
You shall seek and never find me. I have no heart for you to break. What does that mean?
I don't remember, Doctor.
But it did have a meaning once. A very personal, even a poignant meaning.
I don't remember.
What a superb effort of will. How you fought to blot that woman from your memory, and you did, until someone, quite by accident, brought her to mind. And then all your defenses were swept away. You remember her now, don't you? Now you know who she is.
Yes.
She was always there, hidden just beneath the surface. How you had to struggle to keep her out of sight. What a strain it must have been to fight, to forget her every day of your life.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Obviously, she's the one you loved, and still do.
Yes.
Why didn't you marry Myra?
Her father, Ruthie's father, had the money.
I see.
I didn't have a dime. I waited on tables. I ran the boilers in a power plant. Ruthie was my chance. She wasn't beautiful like Myra. She wasn't even pretty, but it wasn't her fault. She came from a very thin family. Very long, very spare, very thin. But one thing about them wasn't thin. Her father's wallet.
Therefore, you married Ruthie.
Well, it made sense. Myra, what was Myra? College romance. She wanted me to starve to death as a school teacher, mold young minds, have an effect on the world. But I'm not a failure, Doctor. I built a great business. You've heard of Hastings Chemical?
Yes.
Well, that's me. And I'm even getting an honorary degree. It's for a synthetic flavoring. Well, that's also important, isn't it?
Whatever is important to you is important.
Well, it's even important for humanity.
Now, what about Myra?
Myra? Nothing. I've lived without Myra for all these years.
No, you've lived with her. In your mind.
Well, I'm just going to have to face reality. Now that it's out in the open, I can just forget all about it. Thank you very much, Doctor.
It's beautiful, George, but...
But what?
Nobody should flaunt jewelry these days.
A necklace like this, everybody will turn to look.
Including all the jewel thieves in the country.
You don't like it?
I love it. But you didn't have to buy it.
Yes, I did.
And you didn't have to get me that brooch last week either.
Ruth, how would you like to fly to Paris for the weekend?
We were just away, remember?
Well, that's right, but what's the difference? We have a lot to make up for.
25 years.
I love you, Ruth.
Finally.
Ruth.
I always loved you. Was Myra beautiful?
Will you forget about Myra?
Oh, I would if I could. I know how it was, George. She was beautiful, but she was poor. She must have been, otherwise you would have married her. On the other hand, I was homely, but I was rich.
You weren't homely.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I probably could have gotten a husband on my own. After the really attractive girls had skimmed the cream, I'd have found somebody. But I wanted the cream, too. I wanted a man who was spectacular, like you.
Oh, I wasn't all that great.
So I said to Daddy, I want George Hastings. Buy me George Hastings. And he did. So I got what I wanted. So really, I should have no complaints. And didn't you get what you wanted? Money, position, power.
Yes?
There's a law. It must have been made in heaven, and it says you can't have everything. You can't have all those things, and Myra, too.
Let's go out to dinner.
No, I liked it better the other way.
What other way?
When you kept us separate, Myra and me.
What are you talking about?
I was your wife. You went through the motions. You didn't pretend to love me. That was the part of you you saved for Myra.
What do you want me to do?
Don't give me any more jewelry except on my birthday, and don't shower me with gifts and clips and flowers, because here's what I think of them.
Myra!
Yes, Myra. Oh, look at you. I have never seen you so emotional, so filled with passion. And whose name do you speak? Hers.
I'm sorry.
Why don't you go to her?
I can't.
Why not? What have you got to lose? My father's dead. The factory is yours. You can do as you like.
Go to her?
Oh, I see you're afraid.
What are you talking about?
Of course you're afraid.
Afraid of what?
All these years there hasn't been a single moment that you haven't thought about her.
That's not true.
Oh, no? But the question is, does she still think of you? You're afraid to face that possibility. What if she's happy without you? What if you're only a dim and distant occasional memory, or perhaps nothing at all? Go back and see.
No.
All right? It's up to you. But I can tell you this. You won't have me anymore.
Ruth.
I say you won't have me. You never had me. You could have, but you never wanted me.
I want you now.
Oh, no, you don't. You're willing to make believe I'm Myra. And you'll give me everything. Oh, it's very tempting. But I'm somebody, too.
Don't leave me.
How can I leave you? I was never with you. There was never any room for me. You were always with Myra. Go back to her, George.
I can't. You've been married for 25 years.
26, yes. Your marriage goes on. Your life goes on. The days come and go by the hundreds, by the thousands. So many days. And then one day, you just say no. I don't want this anymore. My husband never loved me.
Please, Ruthie.
I'm almost 50 years old. I'm not a beauty, but I'm a person of substance. Maybe I can find someone to love me. I'm going to try. So you just go back to your Myra.
Ruthie, listen.
Goodbye, George. I loved you, but it's over. You never loved me, and it's too late to try.
Sheriff. I guess I was pushing it a bit.
I don't give a lot of tickets, but when I see somebody doing 80...
It's Tom. Tom Calder's.
George Hastings.
Well, you might tear up that ticket for old time's sake.
For old time's sake, I should give you 2 of them.
Why, you still sore at me, Tom?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, come on.
And your registration.
All right. You know, Tom, it was almost 30 years ago.
Well, I'll let you go this time with just a warning.
Is that all you have to say to me?
So you've come back. I wonder why. Maybe it's to make a statement.
What kind of a statement?
You and I both know what kind, George.
Look, you had your chance, Tom, and she had her choice. She chose me, that's all.
I can't understand why you'd come back here. I can't imagine who'd be glad to see you. Now, why don't you turn right, just up ahead? It's a new road. It's built since your time. A shortcut to the interstate. Go back where you belong, George.
Look, this is also my hometown.
Just don't expect anybody to kill the fatted calf.
Hello.
Yes, hello?
Mrs. Kendall?
Oh, yes, I'm Mrs. Kendall.
Don't you remember me, Mrs. Kendall?
Are you selling something?
No.
Well, most people come by or want me to buy something, you know.
Mother Kendall, don't you remember me?
Well, I don't need very many things anymore.
It's George.
George?
Yes, George Hastings.
Oh, well, Tom Colders will stop by and say hello. Maybe once a month, Harry Jones will cut the grass, trim things. I used to be able to do it myself, but I can't anymore. And I don't like to ask Myra.
Myra?
Oh, poor thing, she works so hard.
She still lives here?
Oh, yes.
She isn't married or anything?
Oh, no, she's taking care of her old mother.
And you don't remember me? George Hastings?
George Hastings? Oh, it's so hard to remember. Sometimes it's as if you're reading and suddenly the light goes out. You're in the dark. And you can't see.
George Hastings. I was going to marry Myra.
Were you?
Don't you remember?
Oh, sometimes I remember everything, and sometimes I can't remember anything. And most things get so mixed up.
Is Myra at home?
Oh, yes.
Would you ask her if she'd like to see George Hastings?
George Hastings. George?
Yes. Ask her if she'll see me.
Well, why wouldn't she see you?
After the way I treated her?
George. Oh, a man like you can get away with anything. And you know why? Because you're so handsome. You know what I always say to Myra? It's a good thing you're my daughter because he's so good-looking. I'd try to steal him for myself.
Do you really think she'd see me?
Oh, George.
After what I did to her?
But it was only a silly lover's quarrel.
But I left her.
And you're back. You're here now. Does anything else matter? Come on inside. Why are we standing here? Now walk right into the parlor. And here's your favorite chair. Please, sit down.
Thank you.
And after a while, we'll have a glass of your favorite lemonade. Myra, will you come down? Myra? Did she answer, George? I'm so hard of hearing now. Myra?
Yes, Mother?
Come downstairs, dear. We have a guest.
In a minute, Mother.
Yes. I think I heard her.
How is she?
How is she? Why? How do you expect her to be?
Well, it's been a long time.
Yes. When you're in love, every separation seems to last forever, even if it's only overnight.
Is she still beautiful?
Well, why shouldn't she be beautiful?
Hello?
Hello, dear. You have a guest. Hello, George.
Myra.
Yes, it's Myra.
You can't be Myra.
Who else could I be?
Well, you should be her daughter.
Her daughter? Why do you say that?
Well, you can't be Myra. You can't be a day over 21.
But I am Myra.
What happened to you?
What happened?
Or what didn't happen?
Take your pick. What did happen to make her become younger? Or what didn't happen to make her grow older? Some women admittedly appear young for their age. But a woman of 50 cannot possibly pass for 21, especially without the magic of lighting, cameras, and makeup. But here she is, and here we are, waiting as usual for the third act. Saw a picture of a girl on a Grecian vase, and of her he said, "She wilt be forever fair." It's true. That lady is at least 2,500 years old, and she's still as pretty as she was the day the artist painted her. However, flesh and blood ladies are less fortunate. They grow older with every passing minute, and after a while, they must show their years. Is it possible that the Myra Kendall who is 50 is exactly the same as the Myra Kendall who was 21?
Now, why don't I just go inside and fix us some nice, cool lemonade?
Myra?
Yes, George. I'm Myra.
I can't believe it.
I knew you'd come back, George. I always knew it.
I should never have left.
Oh, yes, you should have.
Don't say that.
It was for the best, that other girl. What was her name?
Ruth?
Her father had the money to give you what you wanted.
Now I know I wanted you.
But you see, darling, the timing is everything. Had you chosen me then, you would have regretted it.
Never.
Oh, yes. You would have gotten tired of me. So you chose the money, and in time, you became tired of the money. And now instead of walking out on me, you're walking out on her.
Myra.
You wanted two things in this life. You wanted me, and you wanted wealth. And by choosing wealth first, you're now able to have both of us.
Myra, why are you still so young?
Young?
Yes, you have the look, the freshness of a young girl.
I'm always young to you, George. Always fair. Ever lovely. Age will never mar thy face. Only spring and early summer. Thy everlasting living place.
We are young. We live forever, a dream of never-ending youth. We have sought and found the secret. Love is our eternal truth.
Oh, you remembered.
Why are you still so young?
I'm only young in your eyes, George. You are in mine.
I'm not young in my eyes. I'm 50, and I look it, I feel it. No, I'm not dreaming. I see you as I saw you on that last day. The day I left you. Everything about you. Look, the skirt you're wearing, it's the same. It is, isn't it? Yes. And the blouse. And it's still fresh looking and new. It doesn't look 30 years old.
You became very successful, didn't you, George?
Oh, I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, you should be proud of it.
I feel as if I've wasted my life.
Oh, George, you became rich, famous.
But I didn't have you.
You have me, George. You have me.
No, I've grown old without you. And look how young, how beautiful you still are. Why would you want me?
Because I love you, George.
After everything I did?
Do you remember Professor Gordon's physics class? Do you remember?
Professor Gordon.
Physics? I took physics just so I could be with you.
We were the only two people who ever held hands in a physics class.
I remember what Professor Gordon said about matter. He defined matter as something that could neither be created nor destroyed. It just exists. Well, you could substitute love in that definition. Where love doesn't exist, it can't be created. And where it does exist, it can't be destroyed.
But it can be put behind you.
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
I have put love behind me. I am free of that mistake. You shall seek and never find me. I have no heart for you to break. That was the last poem I ever wrote.
I know.
I wrote it on that last morning.
Do you know you're becoming famous? That is, your poetry is.
Oh, yes. Tom Calder found a whole bunch of my stuff, and he showed it to the professor in the English Lit department at college.
Why didn't you let the world know that you wrote them?
I never wanted publicity. You know that. I was always so afraid of it.
You know, Tom Calder, I saw him today. He wanted to give me a ticket.
Oh, well, there was never any love lost between you. Well, he knew me first. And...
You still see him?
No. I don't see anyone.
What have you been doing with yourself?
I've been waiting for you to come back to me. Oh, would you answer that, George, and I'll go and give Mother some help with the lemonade?
All right. Hello?
Is that you?
Who's this?
Tom Calder. What are you doing there?
Now, just hold on, Tom. I don't think that's any of your business.
Haven't you done enough? Must you continue to persecute that poor woman?
Look, did you wish to speak to anybody?
Well, I certainly didn't wish to speak to you.
No, I guess not.
Mother's having a little headache. She went upstairs to lie down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who's on the phone?
Tom Calder.
Oh, yeah, he calls Mother frequently just to check. He's a very good person. George, why are you holding my hand like that?
Do you mind?
No. Why are you staring at it?
Why are you so young?
I just look young.
No, there's a difference.
George, do you remember the last day?
Yes.
I'm glad.
No, I'm not. I've never gone on a boat ride since.
Oh, let's go now.
Now?
Yeah, why not?
You really want to?
Yes, because this time it'll be the best. We're together again, in love again.
Is there still a boat?
Oh, why shouldn't there be?
Well, it's been almost 30 years.
Oh, but a lot of people tie their boats up down at the dock. Now they wouldn't mind if we'd borrow one for a bit. Oh, come on.
All right, if you're sure you want to go.
Oh, I do. Except if you happen to have bad news for me, like you did the last time.
Darling, I have no bad news for you. I'll never have bad news for you again.
Well, let's go.
Mrs. Kendall? Mrs. Kendall!
Yes? Who are you?
Mrs. Kendall, it's me, Tom.
Oh, yes, Tom.
I just stopped by to see if everything's okay.
Oh, yeah, things are just fine.
It's just that he's in town.
He?
George Hastings.
Oh, George, of course.
And I know he's been out here to see you.
Oh, yes, he's been here.
Well, that took considerable nerve on his part. Nobody could blame you if you just threw him out of the house.
Oh, no. They were getting along so beautifully.
Who's they?
They? Myra and George.
Myra?
Well, certainly, Myra.
But Myra...
Well, what about Myra?
Nothing.
You were going to say something about Myra?
No, I wasn't.
Now, don't say that to me, Tommy Calder. I was your kindergarten teacher. I know you well enough. Now, what were you going to say about Myra?
Don't make me say it again.
Say what again, Tommy?
What I had to say to you 30 years ago. Your hair turned white. You never got over it.
Now, what were you going to say about Myra?
She's dead.
Oh, she's dead, is she?
Yes, Mrs. Kendall. She's dead.
You may be a sheriff and wear a shiny silver badge and sport a gleaming nickel-plated revolver, but you don't know everything.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kendall. She died 30 years ago.
Is that a fact?
She went with George, and she fell out of the boat and drowned.
It was quite a story.
All these years, you just couldn't accept it. I'm sorry you forced me to say it again, because I'll never be able to prove it, but I know George killed her. He threw her out of the boat.
Oh, poor Tommy. You say Myra's dead. She's dead for you because you could never have her. And you have to tell yourself that the man who took her away is the man who had to kill her.
It's the truth.
Yes, for you it's the truth. But if you want the real truth, Tommy, if you can face it, go up to the lake.
The lake?
I heard them say they were going there. Up to the lake. Go there and face the truth.
So beautiful just drifting here. I'd forgotten what it was like.
And you've come back to me, George.
Yes. I've come back. It's as if I'd never left you. You're the same. You're exactly the same.
Have you really come back to me?
I'm here.
What is it you want to tell me?
I want to tell you I love you.
What else?
What else?
Yes, the last time we were in a boat on this lake, you told me you were leaving me.
I know. But that was long ago.
I never believed you'd stay with me. I was too happy. No human being has the right to so much happiness. I knew you'd leave me. That's why I wrote the poem. I didn't write it that last morning. I wrote it the first night. Even then, at the beginning, I knew that it would end.
Myra, I didn't mean to.
What chance did I have? I was a town girl given a scholarship, tolerated at a wealthy college. I had no chance against her. All that money. And that's what you wanted.
That's what I thought I wanted.
Oh, you still want it?
I've come back here.
Have you?
Oh, Myra. Myra, now I know why you're still young. It's what's inside you. All the love, the hope.
No, George. I'm young to you because this is how I looked on the last day of my life.
Don't say that.
But why not? It's true. This is the spot. The very place. The deepest part of the lake. And there's a kind of whirlpool just below the surface that pulls you down, deep down.
Oh, believe me, Myra, I made the wrong choice. All I want is you.
Is that true?
Yes. I only want to be with you.
Then come with me. Come home with me.
I want to.
Come to where I live. Here. In the lake, on the bottom of the lake.
Oh, dearest.
Will you come and live with me? Be with me?
Oh, Myra.
Come home with me, George. I'm so young, so much in love with you.
Come with me, George.
Hey, don't stand up in that boat.
Come to me, George. Come to me.
Hey, George, you're crazy.
I'm waiting, George. Waiting.
Sit down.
Waiting for you, George, with all my love.
Yes, Myra.
And still so young.
Don't leave me, Myra. Don't
I'm
go.
not leaving you. Come with me, George. Come home with me.
George, no, don't.
And so he found Myra, finally, and just where he had left her. Because we are romantics at heart, we will let the story end here, at the last reunion of two lovers. For as the poet said, in the end, those who love will be together. Love is the only immortality. I shall return shortly. Life goes on a predictable, almost preordained path. Routine is the common lot of mankind. Every day, the same thing. And then, suddenly, someone says a single word, and the world is turned upside down. And in this case, the word is a name. And the name was Myra. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Marion Seldes, Carol Teitel, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. For another adventure in the macabre. Pleasant dreams. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater.
And injuring 22 others. The bus was nearly cut in half by the impact. Witnesses said the 18-wheel truck may have run a flashing red light at the intersection. Oil industry spokesman said today there's no general shortage of gasoline despite the supply problems of the Shell Oil Company. Furthermore, the spokesman said there is no future gasoline shortage on the horizon. But looking farther ahead, industry officials expressed concern gasoline supplies could become tight unless new refineries are built. Now this.
Oh, I love jogging with you, Janet.
What's that awful noise?
What awful noise?
That clanking.
I don't hear any clanking.
I do. It's coming
What?
from over here. Hey, it's coming
from me. Yeah, well, you see, it's my underwear.
Your underwear.
Well, don't laugh. It's metal underwear.
Metal underwear.
Well, I have to wear metal underwear because it lasts.
It lasts. It's so noisy.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
And isn't it uncomfortable?
Well, of course it's uncomfortable, but who can think about comfort these days?
Well, I can.
Well, I can. I mean, durability is what counts.
Well-
I can't be buying underwear every week, Janet.
Well, then why don't you wear JCPenney underwear?
JCPenney underwear?
Yeah. They sell more men's underwear than any other store in America.
Including Cleveland?
For good reason.
Uh-huh.
It lasts, but it's comfortable, too.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, and it's a shrink-resistant blend of Celanese, Fortrel, polyester, and comb cotton.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can wash it and wear it and wash it and wear it and
Wash it and wear it and wash it and wear it? Oh, I've got durable underwear. I don't have to wear this metal stuff. Oh, Janet, you made me so happy.
Oh, please don't cry.
Why not?
You'll rust.
The London Daily Telegraph reports from Peking that a wall poster in the Chinese capital urges President Carter to pay attention to the state of human rights in China. The paper quotes the poster as saying China is a quarter of mankind, and the Chinese people do not want to repeat the tragic life of the Soviet people in the Gulag archipelago. The report says the poster was signed by the Human Rights Group, a signature not seen before on posters in Peking. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
Take a break from your shopping and share some of the real holiday spirit with the city of Pittsburgh. Every noon hour beginning December 13th and continuing through December 22nd. Choirs from Pittsburgh schools will carol in the lobby of the City County building. Choirs from St. Paul's Cathedral High School, the School for the Blind, Peabody High School, and Sacred Heart will be among the schools participating. Come hear the carols and see the Holiday Flower Show December 13th through the 22nd. First in community service and first in news. KQV News Radio 14. The weather forecast for Pittsburgh and vicinity: rain tonight changing to freezing rain Saturday morning and to snow midday Saturday. It will diminish to snow showers Saturday night and flurries on Sunday. Right now, the winds from the north at 12 miles per hour, the barometric pressure 29.85 inches, and it is rising. The relative humidity 100%. It is raining all around the Pittsburgh area, and we have a temperature reading of 37 degrees. And now it's time for Mystery Theater.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No form of medicine is so dramatic and so mysterious as the art of the surgeon. Surgery has not changed a great deal since Hippocrates laid down the basic principles. Life is short and art is long. The crisis fleeting. Experiment risky. Decision difficult. Not only must the physician be ready to do his duty, but the patient and external circumstances must conduce to the cure. That's the crux of Dr. Matthew Bard's problem.
But what is an aneurysm?
It's a blood vessel that is dilated, like an inner tube, for example. If the walls of the tube are weak enough, it swells out like a blister and eventually can explode.
And if you operate now?
I'm not pulling any punches. It's a 50-50 chance.
And if you don't operate?
There isn't any chance at all.
Our mystery drama, The Exploding Heart, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Bob Caliban. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. You're probably sick of hearing that. But then, maybe not. In any case, let's get down to business. I'm Tony Randall, thank you, and I'm back again for Matus, the superb rosé and white wines that add dash to any holiday dish. Glazed ham, duck l'orange, smoked eel even, or a partridge in a pear tree. Anyway, I bring glad tidings. Zesty Matus Rosé and delectable white Matus have been graciously placed in special holiday gift cartons. Give each one separately, or give them together in a beautiful dual carton. Whichever way you choose to give them, you'll be giving friends the wines they choose to get. Remember, a gift is but a gift, but a gift of Matus is a gift of Matus.
Matus Rosé and White Matus, separately or together in holiday gift cartons, imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
If you're a driver, if you're actually driving a car right now, consider this. 55 miles per hour saves you gasoline, and you know how much money that can cost you these days. 55 miles an hour saves you other troubles you don't need, like the worry about that car behind you with the flashing light on top. It's after somebody else. 55 also saves wear and tear on your car. But even more important than any of those things, 55 saves lives. Since 1974, when this national speed limit began, driving 55 miles an hour has been the single biggest factor in reducing highway deaths by more than 36,000 people. That's a lot of lives. So check your speedometer frequently. And remember, 55 saves lives. One of them could be you.
A public service of this station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council.
A short 25 years ago, surgery had come a long way in its techniques from the time that Hippocrates formulated his famous oath. Not so far as today, or this story would never have been possible. In the year 1979, Dr. Matthew Bard is a towering figure in the field of surgery.
In the early 1950s, he was just beginning to establish his name and his career as Chief of Surgical Services at Williams Memorial Hospital. It was there that the biggest crisis of his life arose, a crisis that was solved by him with supernatural help.
Dr. Bard. Will Dr. Bard please contact the first floor desk as soon as he is free?
Well, that's your page, Matt. You want to get it?
Oh, nothing vital, Dr. Harkness. What was it you wanted me for?
Oh, nothing too vital either, depending on how seriously a fellow takes his game. I was wondering if we could get 9 holes in before the light goes.
I'd love to. My golf is so rusty, I don't think I could break 100 anymore.
Well, we have kept you pretty busy the last 6 months. You owe it to yourself and your patients to take a little time off.
That's a pretty good offer coming from the Chief of Staff.
The Chief of Staff knows a good thing when he's got one. I don't want any chance of my top surgeon falling apart on me.
Look, I'd like to, sir, but I'm afraid tonight is not the night. I have a big dinner date with a certain young lady.
Well, that's an item, all right. If the wedding bells are in the offing, I hope you picked a local girl so you'll settle down here and we can keep you.
Wedding bells are involved, all right, but not for me. My sister Kim. Tonight's the night I meet the guy who snared her.
Yeah, she's a lovely girl and she deserves the best. Who's the fella?
Are you ready for this? J. Norton.
Well, that's a distinguished family, all right.
Uh-huh.
This hospital wouldn't be here if it weren't for Norton money.
Or this town. Norton Mills is what keeps it going. I just wish he wasn't so rich.
Who?
J. Norton, Kim's boyfriend.
Why, do you have anything against money?
No, except maybe that I've never had that much so far, and it scares me when it comes in gobs.
Well, don't you worry about young Jay Norton. I've met him once or twice. He's a big, good-looking fellow, and I'm sure he'll make your sister very happy. Give him my regards.
I will, sir. And don't mind me. I'm just disgruntled that I'm in the way of losing my built-in housekeeper. What am I going to do without Kim?
Why didn't you find a girl of your own?
Now, that's easier said than done with my hours.
Station 1, paging Dr. Matthew Bard. Will the doctor pick up the...
Well, I guess I'll let you get on with it. You better answer your phone. Maybe we can get some golf in this weekend.
I'll count on it.
Paging Dr. Bard.
Station 1, please. Dr. Bard speaking.
Station 1, Nurse James.
Matt here. What's on your mind, Jimmy?
Your sister was on the line, but she just hung up.
Any idea what she wanted?
I think just to be sure you hadn't forgotten an important dinner appointment tonight.
Would I do a thing like that?
Oh, you certainly would.
Jimmy, you're a bully.
Well, I only do it to those I like. Go on home now, Matt Bard.
You know, if you were 5 years younger, I'd marry you and take you home with me.
Do you know if I were, I might just take you up on that.
I better do as you say, Jimmy. First, I've got to check out this J. Norton, and he'd better check out good. Hey, Kim, your favorite cut-up is home.
Oh, funny man. You just keep me in stitches.
Oh, it comes in the family, sister.
Oh, I guess you're my favorite brother.
Got to be. I'm the only one. Well, is the prospective bridegroom here yet?
Mm-hmm. He's in the living room.
Oh.
Come on in and meet him. And try to be nice.
When am I not? He's good enough for you? He's got to be good enough for me.
Well, he is. Here he is. And here I am. With my 2 favorite men in the world.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Doctor.
For me, too. I've heard enough about you.
I'll bet I've heard more about you.
From the same source.
Not just Kim. From lots of other people, including my father.
Your father?
Sure. He knows everything that goes on at Williams Memorial. It's his pet project. He thinks very highly of you.
I'm flattered.
You should be. He's a good man to have on your side. But don't ever let him get on the other side. He's a tough old boy.
Oh, I don't think Matt plans to ruffle his feathers, do you, Matt? I mean, you don't have any bright notion of trying to stop Jay and me from getting married.
Why should I? What's more to the point, how could I?
You are the head of the Bard household, aren't you?
I'm going to leave you 2 alone while I check on dinner. Now, you get to know each other. You're both very important to me.
My sister. A drink?
Yeah, no, thanks. I want to keep my head clear. Don't let me stop you.
Oh, it isn't a surgeon's habit, generally. I'll wait for dinner. We'll have some wine.
That suits me. Doctor, can I make it Matt?
Of course.
This is a little awkward for both of us. Except it shouldn't be. Wherever Kim's and my home is can be your home.
Kim and you are headed for your own life first, and my part in it, I hope, will be substantial. But you two come first.
I love her very much, Matt.
You better.
I want to give her everything in the world.
Oh, I think she's ready to settle for just you.
If I'm good enough. Yeah, Matt, before we're married, I want to be checked out all the way.
Checked out? How do you mean?
Well, shouldn't I have a complete physical examination?
What? Have you had any problems?
No, none I know of. I think I'm pretty healthy.
Well, you look it. But if you want to, a complete workup isn't a bad idea, just to clear your mind. You want me to set up something at the hospital?
I want to be honest. My old man is rich. That doesn't mean I am. I have a job and prospects, don't get me wrong. I know I can provide for Kim, and one day I'll inherit the whole ball of wax. It's just, right now, I'm no big deal.
Can you make Kim happy?
I think so.
The rest will work out.
I still think a complete physical would be a good idea.
Okay, you got it. Who am I to hold up the course of true love? I'll set it up for tomorrow. Check into outpatient tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and we'll put you through the works.
Here's your toast, Matt. Oh, I thought this was a morning off. You didn't tell me you were scheduled for surgery.
Oh, I'm not. I just want to get in early. Habit, I guess.
Oh, you work too hard, Matt. Here's some coffee. You, like Jay, don't you?
What's not to like?
Matt?
Yeah?
He's coming in for a checkup, isn't he?
Sure. That's why I'm off early. Just wanted to make sure he'd clear all the humps and move on through.
What do you mean, humps? You don't think there's anything wrong with Jay?
Why should there be anything wrong? Not from my point of view.
Well, you're the diagnostician.
Correction, love. Hand me the sugar, huh?
Oh, sure.
I'm the fella fixes up what the fella you mentioned turns up wrong.
Here's the sugar. What could turn up wrong?
Oh, nothing, baby. It's, what is this? It's just a routine checkup.
Oh, not when it's my fella.
What's the difference? Unless you expect something to turn up wrong.
Oh, no, nothing like that. I guess I just keep thinking about Mom and Dad.
I thought we'd finally lock that away.
I try to. But it isn't easy. Both of them within 6 months. Why, Matt? Why is there a disease that takes away without reason?
You know I can't answer that.
It's why you became a doctor.
Maybe. For all the lives I save, I still have to deal with mortality. I couldn't have saved Mom and Dad.
Oh, I know. Just every now and then it sweeps over me. Only promise me, please, you won't find anything wrong with Jay.
Now, come on, sis. A big muscle man like Jay. I wish I could see myself that healthy.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. A little early middle-aged flab beneath the rib cage. Now, come on, Cassandra. Stop singing the blues.
Dr. Bard, please contact your office if available. This is Station 1 calling Dr. Matthew Bard. Please contact your office as soon as available.
What is it, Jimmy?
Sorry to put you on page. But Dr. Schultz thought you ought to see these as soon as possible.
See what?
Chest x-rays he took on Mr. Norton.
Jay?
Your brother-in-law, about to be.
What's wrong?
He has a report with them, but he thought maybe you ought to view them on the scanner yourself.
Okay, Jimmy. Set them up while I read his diagnosis.
Will do. They're ready for viewing, Doctor.
I don't want to look at them.
They're that bad, then?
Can't you read them for yourself, Jimmy? You see this dark mass here between the lungs?
Mm-hmm.
That's an aortic aneurysm. Big as a grapefruit. Just waiting to explode.
You'll have to operate.
I can't. It's inoperable under present techniques.
But if it ruptured, the man could die.
Any minute. Any hour, any day, any year.
But he could keep on living with that.
It's possible.
And not be aware of his condition.
It varies. He might have chest pain or referred pain or no pain at all.
Do you tell him? What do you do?
Well, he's the man my sister plans to marry. Do I have any choice?
How long can he live with this condition?
How long has he lived already with it?
You've answered my question. Now I'll answer yours. I think you do have a choice.
What?
If you don't tell the patient, you can't tell your sister. If you tell one, you have to tell the other.
But that would wreck the marriage.
It doesn't seem to have much chance either way you look at it. Does it, Doctor?
All of us at various times face the decision whether to pass on bad news or to keep it to ourselves. The physician is no different, except in his case, the decision is almost always an overwhelming one, which can affect not only his patient, but the lives of everyone around him. Dr. Matthew Bard faces such a decision now, and beyond it, an even more tremendous one. I shall return shortly with Act Two.
Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas from your Kmart Christmas store.
You know, Christmas is one of the most dangerous times of the year for home fires. So now's the time to give your family the gift of safety with the new First Alert smoke detector with escape light. Unlike other smoke detectors that warn you by sound only, the new First Alert has a bright, built-in escape light that turns on when the alarm sounds. So it not only warns you, it lights your way to safety. And this is important in case of a power failure during a dangerous night fire. The First Alert smoke detector with escape light is easy to install and comes with 2 replaceable 9-volt batteries. So protect yourself this holiday season and all year long by installing a First Alert smoke detector with new escape light from Kmart.
Christmas smiles like every face at Kmart's Christmas saving place.
You've changed, Bernard. You're not the man I married.
What do you mean, Francine?
Remember the way you were, vulnerable. You made mistakes. But now look, you're confident. Everything you do turns out right. It's that book you sent away for.
It's just a catalog from the Consumer Information Center. It lists more than 200 federal publications you can send for on building, fixing, eating.
Buying, selling, working, playing, living.
And more than half of them are free. Yes, Francine, the man you married is gone for good.
All right, Bernard. But would you make just one more mistake for old time's sake?
All right. For you, I'll just replace that window glass like I used to. Whatever you do, learn to do it better. Send for your free catalog. Just write Consumer Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009. Francine, send for that publication on First Aid.
What was that address?
Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
It has been a miserable evening for Dr. Matthew Bard. Fortunately, he has not had to face Jay Norton, since he wasn't directly involved in the physical examination. Nor has he had to face his sister Kim, since some emergency procedures have kept him at the hospital. And by the time he has gotten home, Jay and Kim are out for the evening. So we find Matt, at this moment, brooding in a chair by the fireplace, looking up at the full-length portrait of his father.
So, what do I do, Dad? If I tell Jay the truth, the boy will never marry Kim. That washes that up and breaks her heart. And if I tell her, I know Kim. She'll marry him just the same. But what chance does a marriage have when it begins knowing one partner is sentenced to death And if I don't tell her, her heart is going to be broken anyway, sooner or later. More likely sooner. So what do I do? Well, they're home. Do I bite the bullet or not? And which bullet do I bite?
You want to come in, Jay?
I guess not, Kim. It's late, and I have a big day tomorrow.
The big day for me was today, Jay. Oh, it's so wonderful to know you have a clean bill of health.
What did you expect me to come up with?
I didn't expect you to come up with anything else. But when you love someone as much as I do you just can't help being scared. I'd just die if I lost you.
Hey, what's with the tears?
Oh, they're just thankfulness. Because I'm so lucky to have you.
Turn that around, baby. I'm the lucky one.
Oh, I love you, Jay. I want to love you for 100 years.
As long as you're around, count on me. Good night, darling.
Good night, Jay.
I love you.
I love you. Matt, I thought you'd gone to bed and left a light on in here.
No, I just got back from the hospital.
Oh, you must be tired. I'm glad I didn't ask Jay in.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't, too.
Why? Something wrong?
No. No, what could be wrong? It's just that I'm so tired. I've been yawning in his face.
Matt, you don't look well. You all right?
Of course. I'm fine.
Well, you work too hard.
It's my life.
I wish you could find someone to give you the kind of life you're missing.
Oh, I'll find her. Whoever she is, one of these days.
Oh, Matt, I'm so lucky. Jay's really a terrific guy. You do like him, don't you?
Of course.
I can't wait to have children. Big, healthy hunks like him. I bet he's the healthiest specimen your old clinic has seen in a long time.
I didn't examine Jay, you know.
But you know they gave him a clean bill.
So I understand.
You know it's silly of me. Now, what could be wrong with a big lummox like Jay? But I swear, I worried all day long till he phoned me with the good news.
You shouldn't go borrowing trouble, kid.
I can't help it, Matt. Ever since Mom and Pop... I mean, it was bad enough the way it happened to Mom so fast. But 6 months later to have that lousy, creeping thing hit Pop... Look at him. I hate that painting of him.
Why?
Because he looks so alive. As if he were ready to step right out of the frame. But he isn't. And he won't be here to give me away the way I always... What?
Easy, sis. Come on, easy, honey.
That's what made me so afraid about Jay. I thought Mom and Pop were indestructible. And all of a sudden, poof, just like that, they were gone.
Nothing we can do about it. Yet. Now, don't think Mom and Dad didn't zonk me out. It's almost worse being a doctor, a surgeon. I wanted to cut the malignancy out for them, but there was nothing I could do.
I only hope in my whole life nothing like that can ever happen again. I don't think I can take it.
Hey, easy does it.
Okay. The vapors are blown away. I won't put you through anything like this again. And I didn't mean it about Dad's portrait. I mean hating it. I meant the other, though. He does look alive.
I wish he were. I could use his help right now.
For what?
Oh, just a case I have. I can't think of anyone who might be better able to give me the right answer.
Dad was that good a surgeon?
The best. They never came any better.
He was the same kind of father. Oh, I don't know where that came from.
Well, that comes from being completely relaxed and happy and ready for bed. Good night, Kim. Sleep well.
What about you? Aren't you going to turn in too?
Oh, not for a while.
Well, you need the rest more than I do.
I don't think I could sleep. I've got a little problem gnawing at me.
Anything I can help solve?
No. No, you Can't help me with this one, hon.
Okay, big brother. Good night. Oh,
What is it?
I was looking at Dad's portrait, and I could swear I saw him move.
Trick of the firelight. Now, come on. Get on to bed before you start dreaming on your feet.
This time for good.
So, I didn't tell her. Is that the answer? Or am I just putting it off? Oh, Lord, help me. What am I supposed to do? What's the right thing to do?
Well, Matt, the first thing I'd recommend is to get your face out of your hands.
Father? Dad?
Don't look to the picture.
It's a blank.
I'm sitting here, in the chair, opposite you.
The way we used to sit, so many evenings.
To hash out problems, medical or otherwise.
Yes.
Want to hash this one out?
Oh, you know it. I need you to find an answer.
Then let's consider the options.
I have. They're all hopeless.
Are they? It is an aneurysm?
Oh, yes. A true one.
Not dissecting?
No. Pulsating.
In the thoracic chamber?
No. Peritoneal. In the stomach.
Ah, tricky to get at, behind the stomach.
Yes.
It hasn't ruptured.
No, but it will, soon. It's fulminating.
And it will kill the young man.
Not a shadow of a doubt.
Then the answer is clear.
What?
If you tell Kim you break her heart, tell the young man you break up the marriage.
And break my sister's heart anyway.
Yes. Tell them both and you're no better off. Keep silent. And the boy is dead before he gets to be 27 years old.
Well, that's the dilemma. And there's no good answer. Except that if I don't say anything, they have happiness for whatever little time is left.
You could give them happiness for the rest of their lives. Good long ones.
How?
Operate.
You know it's inoperable.
Is it? Why?
Because... Oh, you know why? We've discussed it often enough in the past. The grafts are too sophisticated for us. We have no adequate prosthesis.
You and I were working on one before I died. For arterial and vein grafts. Just like this.
But you never had a chance to use it.
You do.
Me? Would I dare?
What have you got to lose? Only your reputation as a surgeon. A risk you take every time you operate. Besides, what's that compared to the life of one patient?
I'd have to tell Jay first and let him make the choice.
Yes. Only this way, Matt, you bring him not only despair, but hope.
Do I dare, Father? Do I dare?
That's a choice which only you can make.
I don't know what to say, Matt. I'm just stunned.
I don't blame you.
But I feel as healthy as a horse.
I know.
How could a thing like this happen to me?
Who knows? A bacterial infection that weakened the walls of the artery at some time. A heavy blow. You played some football, didn't you?
Yeah.
Or an accident in a car.
Hey, that could be it. A kid a couple of months ago tried to run a light in front of me. I had to make a panic stop, and the guy behind me climbed right up my tail, and I took a whack from the steering wheel and knocked all the breath out of me.
Maybe that was it.
What is an aneurysm exactly?
Well, it's a dilation of blood vessel because there's some weakness in the wall of it. Like an inner tube, you know. And if there's a weak spot and the air pressure is strong enough, it pushes out a sort of bubble that gets larger and larger or bursts.
But how come I can't feel it?
At the moment, it's not pinching any nerves or pressing on any internal organs. If it does, you'll have pain.
And if it explodes?
Hemorrhage. you could bleed to death. Or there could be a fatal compression of any of the vital organs near it.
Couldn't you operate then?
In 25 years, maybe, but not in 1957. Even if we did, it would probably be too late.
And if you operate now?
I'm pulling no punches, Jay. It's no better than a 50-50 chance.
But if there's no operation?
You haven't any chance at all.
When?
The sooner the better. I want to check you in tonight and operate tomorrow or the next day at the latest.
Does Kim know?
Not yet.
Don't tell her till after.
That's making it pretty tough.
No, it isn't. If she knew, she might try to talk me out of it. And that way I might as well be dead. I couldn't marry her knowing that any minute... Well, I couldn't marry her.
I thought that's the way you'd figure it. Okay, we keep it from Kim till after it's over.
Nurse Germs.
Yes, Dr. Harkness?
Did Dr. Bard go up to surgery?
I don't think so. He's not scheduled this morning. I believe he's still in his office.
That's good. Thank you, nurse. I'll see him there.
Good morning, Dr. Harkness.
Matt, I've just learned that you plan to operate on Jay Norton.
The first moment I can. We're only holding for blood cross-matching now.
You can cancel that. There'll be no operation.
Why?
Matt, I can understand your personal concern, your, what shall I say, quixotic desire, but it makes no sense. And as chief of staff, I can't countenance the wild risk that you plan to take. You may be thinking of a human being, and I hope before God I feel the same way, but I have other considerations that bind me as chief of staff. I don't believe this operation is warranted, and if it is, neither you nor I as individuals can sanction it. It's up to the medical board. Unless they agree, there will be no operation.
The lines are drawn. To operate or not. A frequent dilemma for any surgeon, but complicated by the world of figures. The world that establishes the odds for certain types of surgery as immutably as it does for a horse race or the roulette wheel. Remember, the year is 1957. Where does Surgeon Matthew Bard go from here? We'll have to wait for that till I return with Act 3.
They should pass a law. When it's time for Christmas shopping, you get paid every day. So many gifts, so little cash. I can't wait for payday, so I don't. Thanks, Master Charge. I couldn't manage Christmas without that clout.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry clout.
Master Charge carries clout. It's good in more places than any other card. This time of year, you appreciate that kind of acceptance. Master Charge. Use its clout.
What a year. One daughter had a baby, the other had twins. Now it's Christmas, and I've got a pregnant shopping list. Ah, but this father-in-law, grandfather, doesn't panic easy. Thanks, Master Charge, for all the clout.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry clout.
Look at us world, see how we grow. Look at us girls, to see how we know. Girls got the fun, exploring their lives, making new friends and discovering why. Girl Scout is part of being a girl, learning to be in a very big world, learning to care and learning to share, and seeking the answers tomorrow will bring. Being a Girl Scout means lending a hand, and being a Girl Scout means building our land. Hi, I'm Shelley Bruce, better known as Annie in the hit Broadway musical. Girl Scouts need adult volunteers. Call your local Girl Scout council today. Girl Scouts part of being a girl. It's learning to be in a very big world. Learning to care and learning to share. And seeking the answers tomorrow will bring.
One of the very special problems a doctor or a surgeon faces is that of objectivity. Is any given decision, any action he takes, sheerly guided by the facts of the case? Or does some personal attitude creep in? Some fear or fancy that is not justified by the evidence? The surgeon is, after all, a man, not a god. And perhaps the thing he has to guard against most zealously is any thought that he has special knowledge. That's why this interview with his superior, Dr. Harkness, the chief of staff, is so fraught with difficulty for Dr. Matthew Bard.
I can't agree, Dr. Harkness.
You haven't any option.
Of course I have. In my opinion, the operation is mandatory.
In the opinion of most of the rest of the world, the percentage figures do not support your optimism.
Each case is individual.
This one certainly is.
What does that mean?
Matt, your judgment isn't clear on this operation. It simply doesn't hold water. We say the chances are 50-50. That isn't really carried out on any graph. It's a rule of thumb. The truth is that the operation itself hasn't been tried that many times. Perhaps at some future time, but not in 1957. When you go in on something like this, it's a no man's land today.
All right, but at least it's a chance for the patient. An alternative to sitting under a sword of Damocles, knowing that death is inevitable, only just not when.
Perhaps never. Very few of us know what we live with inside our bodies.
But in this case, I do know.
The threat, but not the answer to it.
There is only one answer.
No. Now use your head, Matt. You know who Jay Norton is. If you operate and fail, as most indications say you might, how can I answer to Jay's father? Our whole new research wing, which we must have, depends on his good graces. If his son dies on the operating table, can you imagine that he'll contribute the basic expansion money we need?
I'm not interested in politics. I'm interested in a man's life.
So am I. Give me mortality figures, a special risk, a new procedure, anything to suggest this operation is justified, and I'll back you. But as it stands, I have to tell you it can't be done. And it won't be done as long as I'm chief of staff of this hospital.
I question your right to stop me. Kim, what are you doing here in the hospital?
Waking up to all that's going on around me.
Now, honey, whatever it is that you're all steamed up about, why don't you just sit down?
I don't want to sit down. I want to know about Jay.
All right. What do you want to know about Jay?
He has an aneurysm. Aortic, right?
Right.
And it's fatal. Terminal. Whatever term you want to use.
As far as we know. How do you know about all this?
Dr. Harkness just called me. He wanted to try to explain.
And did he?
Not very well. What's to explain? Jay has something inside him which could kill him today, tomorrow, next year.
Since it's all out in the open, correction, by all past experience, this year.
Oh, no. You want to operate, and Jay goes along with you.
I think it's the best chance, Kim.
But Dr. Harkness doesn't agree.
That's the problem. It is a chancy operation, and I can't honestly tell you that I would have thought of risking it except...
Except what?
Except for you. Except for Jay, whom I like. But way beyond that, except for a feeling I have in me that someone else helped put there that it's time to cross a new frontier. That this is something that can be licked.
How can you be so sure?
Because of where I came from. Because Dad gives me the courage to try and be damned.
But if Dr. Harkness won't allow you to operate at Williams...
Then I'll find a hospital that will. I want to buy you a future, Kim.
But you're not accredited to any other hospitals. Where else do you operate?
Then do you agree with me that I should?
Oh, yes. Both me and Jay.
Good. Then I'll find an operating room to set him free.
But if you can't do it in your own hospital, what...
Dr. Bard. What? Yes. Yes, of course. Prep him immediately. I'll want whole blood. Has he been cross-typed? Good. Then I'll be right up and make the cut down. Alert OR. We'll operate immediately.
What is it, Matt?
I said it could happen any time. Well, it has.
The aneurysm? It blew up?
It's ruptured.
Oh.
Now all the questions are answered. There isn't any room for doubt anymore. We have to operate. Dr. Harkness.
Hello, Matt.
What are you doing in OR Skivvies?
I'm scrubbing up with you. I want to be an observer on this one.
Fine. I need all the help I can get.
Can you also use an apology?
It isn't necessary.
Not to you, perhaps it is to me. I was too quick to write off your interest in this case to personal interest. But you think you can bring him through?
I don't know. How's the patient, Jimmy?
Stabilized at the moment.
What do you have, Schultz?
Respiration shallow. BP 120/60. Better get this show on the road.
Can do. Is he prepped?
Ready to open.
What are we waiting for? Scalpel. Retractor.
Retractor.
Get it on the other side, Jimmy.
Have it, Doctor.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Fasten here like steel springs. There. Retractor.
Retractor.
I'm opening the peritoneum now. How's he doing, Schultz?
Marginal. I'm not all that happy. Better move it.
I will.
There isn't as much blood as I had suspected.
The trouble is all in the posterior peritoneum. When I get behind the stomach is when the trouble begins. Suction.
Suction.
Gently now. As soon as I can see, we... Ah. There it is.
It's bleeding profusely.
Of course. Clamp, nurse.
What are you doing, man?
Cutting off the circulation from the renal artery down.
That gives you less than an hour to complete the operation.
I'll be lucky if we have that long. There. Now, we'll clamp above and excise the shattered artery. Thank you, nurse.
What are you going to replace it with?
I made up a prosthesis. We graft the artery to the top of it and the bottom and suture it home.
Yes, but will it work?
Research and common sense says it will. For the rest...
Matt.
What is it, Schultz?
He's throwing premature beats.
Is he on whole blood?
Yes, Doctor.
I'll give him all he can take. Scalpel.
Scalpel, Doctor.
Keep it all coming, Jimmy. We've got to work as fast as we can. He's hemorrhaging. Give me more suction.
You have it. We can't keep up with the blood flow.
You have to, or we'll lose him.
Doctor.
What is it?
He's fibrillating. I can't hold him. We have to close.
We can't. I'm not finished yet. I've only begun.
I have to keep him under anesthetic. We'll lose him on the table.
The bleeding's getting worse, Doctor.
It can't. We have him
The
clamped.
ventricular beats. They're getting stronger.
You've got to hold him for me, Schultz. He'll die unless we can complete the graft.
His heart is giving out.
I told you the operation was impossible.
It can't be impossible. Not if Dad thought it wasn't. Not if I had his help.
You only have to ask.
Dad?
I'm here. Now you've ligated above and below. Take the prosthesis. Now, cut out the damaged part of the artery and link it with the prosthesis.
I can't see to make the linkage.
What did you say, Doctor?
Nothing.
If the suction isn't enough, swab gently. There. Now you can see to make the graft.
What did you say, Doctor?
I said a sponge. And hand me the graft.
That's it, Matt. It isn't so difficult if you have faith.
Why are you here?
Because I'm always here, son. I'm part of your heritage. as long as you don't deny me. What I learned, I passed on to you, just as you will pass it on to whoever comes after you.
Dr. Bard. Huh? The patient. If we don't close soon, we'll lose him.
We're not going to lose him, Jimmy.
He stopped fibrillating. I have a good beat.
Sure we have, Schultz. It's going to be all right. There. The graft is set. Suture.
Suture.
Sits home just like it belongs. Now, let's get this anchored below. How is he, Schultz?
Steady.
We're just about home. Thank you, Dad.
What did you say, Doctor?
Oh, nothing, Jimmy. Maybe I've got into the habit of talking to myself. But it won't happen again. There won't be any need to.
How is he, Matt?
He's going to be fine. Good as new.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you, darling. Oh, Matt.
Oh, I wish you really could give thanks where thanks are due.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, you'll think I'm crazy, Kim, but I've got to tell someone. All during the operation, I can't tell you how helpless I was. I hadn't any hope at all for Jay. I was only doing what I felt ought to be done. I don't think I'd have had the courage to go on if it hadn't been for Dad.
Dad?
You know, the evening alone by the fire. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I thought I'd talk to him. I feel crazy to admit it.
I don't know why. You know, sometimes when I'm alone, I have the darndest talks with Mother. All the things we never had a chance to discuss when she was alive.
You mean it?
Of course.
Well, that's what I mean, Kim. When I was operating, and believe me, it seemed a disaster at one point, suddenly, Dad was beside me, calm, relaxed, telling me not to panic, that no matter how bad it looked, we were going to make it a success.
While you were in there with Jay, I could hear Mother telling me, there's nothing, either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Trust your brother, and it's going to be all right.
They don't die, do they?
Not for me.
Our parents are there when we need them.
I never thought you could be so sentimental. Oh, but I love you for it. What a marvelous godfather you're going to make.
I don't know if I'll settle for that. I want to have some of my own someday. I'd like to be able to pass on to them what my dad passed on to me. I guess that's what life is all about.
What is life all about? Do you want to argue, question, protest, fight, accept? Go ahead. It's your prerogative. I can't give you any answers. Only one suggestion. For those who believe they have found the answer, leave them be. For most of us who are looking for something, it's marvelous to realize that some people have found it. I'll be back shortly.
This year, help someone permanently capture the fond memories of Christmas. Hi, Pat Summerall for True Value Hardware Stores to suggest you give a Panasonic portable cassette recorder for just $34.95. It's the fun, easy way to record all the excitement of Christmas morning around the tree, or to capture the voices of relatives and friends. The Panasonic cassette recorder features one-touch recording and tone control, has a built-in mic, and runs on house current or with optional batteries for use at home or away. Or give the Panasonic Mr. Thin AM/FM pocket radio from True Value Hardware Stores. It's just 5/8 of an inch thick. It has a film cone speaker with a rare earth magnet to help provide high-quality sound. And it's just $49.95 at participating True Value Hardware Stores.
True Value Hardware is more than just an
when I'm shopping. You know, if it's something that we eat and we like it, we buy it.
Mrs. Lana Locke depends on certain foods for her family.
My kids really like the Kraft macaroni and cheese. They really do. I know if it's going to get eaten, that they're going to be happy with what I'm going to give them because they like it. I think it's in the cheese flavor, too, in itself. It all gets eaten. It never goes to waste. It's easy to prepare, and it's good. I know that they're going to like it.
Kraft macaroni and cheese dinner. You know they're going to like it.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your cold to Contact.
I'm going to change your mind about nighttime cold medicine. You see, of all major medicines, only one works up to 12 hours against the cloggy virus symptoms that keep you awake. Only Contact. One capsule's relief stays with you all through a long night's sleep, no matter what cold virus attacks. Only Contact.
Give your cold to Contact.
Take only as directed.
It occurs to me that in the presentation of this story, we may have seemed touched by the brush of Little Orphan Annie or other characters in imagination who rose to heights of fortune. Pragmatically, I would like to point out that in the generation since this story was told, aortic aneurysms, due to modern techniques, are a routine operation. The mortality rate is something less than 2%. Our cast included Bob Caliban, Gordon Gould, E.V. Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
KQB News Time is 10:59. We have a special weather statement to pass on to you tonight. A flash flood watch has been issued for streams in low-lying areas and a traveler's advisory for Saturday. The details on those two weather statements will follow the news from CBS at 11:06. Rain tonight changing to freezing rain Saturday morning and to snow midday Saturday, causing hazardous driving conditions. Snow will be diminishing to snow showers Saturday night and Sunday, temperatures falling slowly to near 30 Saturday afternoon to the upper teens by Sunday morning. The high on Sunday will be 20 to 25 degrees. Right now, the winds are from the north at 12 miles per hour. The barometric pressure measures 29.85 inches and rising. The temperature is still raining in downtown Pittsburgh, 37 degrees. Now, more up-to-the-minute news from CBS.
CBS News. President Carter went before the delegates to the Democratic Party's midterm convention in Memphis tonight, saying he'll stick with his anti-inflation program despite criticism from liberal Democrats and organized labor. I'm Christopher Glenn, reporting on the CBS radio network. Mr. Carter's address to the gathering also included several strong statements about his Republican predecessors in the White House, and he spoke of the accomplishments of his administration, including equality of the sexes.
We have already extended the time limits for ratifying the Equal Rights Amendment. Now let us join forces to wipe out discrimination based on sex and make the Equal Rights Amendment the law of the land.
Earlier in the day, the midterm convention delegates had adopted without dissent a motion which will split seats at the 1980 Democratic National Convention equally between women and men. More CBS News coming up.
Yesterday I felt like taking on the world, so I wore my Taking on the World perfume. But today I feel like being soft and gentle and letting the world come to me. I feel very chantilly today.
Sometimes
Sometimes I like a really sporty fragrance. But today, I feel like wearing something very feminine and romantic. I feel very Chantilly today.
Very Chantilly today.
Tomorrow, I don't know how I'll feel. But today, I want the world to see the softer side of me. I feel very Chantilly today.
Very Chantilly today.
Chantilly, the perfume Hubicon created for all her soft feelings.
I feel very Chantilly, very Chantilly today.
A major lettuce grower in Arizona is predicting prices could double to about $1 a head at retail in the next few weeks because of the current cold snap chilling parts of the Southwest and Southern California. Terry Drinkwater has more on the unusual wintry weather from Los Angeles.
The tomato crop in many parts of Southern California was literally frozen on the vine. These plants would have yielded another harvest, but they're now withered and worthless. It's been that cold, below freezing, for 2 nights, and it will be again tonight. Record December lows for the century. Young celery plants, too, bitten by the frost. State agriculture officials call the overall loss extensive. They say it's too early to set a dollar figure, but that it will be high. Citrus is the big question. Damage to oranges doesn't show up for a few days. The thin-skinned navels particularly vulnerable. This could be disaster, said one grower. In supermarkets here and elsewhere in the country, the freeze is going to mean higher prices for what can be harvested in California. Terry Drinkwater, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Cuban President Castro and more than 100 Cuban exiles met in Havana today for the signing of an agreement which could lead to freedom for 3,600 political prisoners in Cuba. The agreement, considered by political observers to be very unusual, was reached after several weeks of dialogues between the Cuban government and representatives of exile communities in the United States and other nations. A school bus packed with high school basketball players was nearly cut in half today in an accident with a tractor trailer near the town of Roby, Texas. 4 of the students, members of both the boys and girls basketball teams at Macaulay High School, were killed. 22 others were injured. The youngsters had been on the way to take part in a tournament. The punk rock musician who calls himself Sid Vicious is back in jail. A judge in New York City today revoked his $50,000 bail. The musician, whose real name is John Ritchie, had been on bail after being charged in the stabbing death of his girlfriend in October, and he was arrested yesterday, charged with assaulting a man with a beer mug in a discotheque. The judge ordered him to return to jail today, saying he shows signs of instability and unreliability. More after this.
Harriet?
Yeah?
Where are the children?
We don't have any children.
Oh, good. Because I don't know how to tell you this.
Why?
I just heard some terrible voices coming from the laundry room.
Voices?
Yeah, tiny little voices in excruciating pain, and they were screaming.
Screaming?
Yeah, things like, help, ouch, oh, it hurts, I'm burning, I'm shrinking.
Oh, that's just your old underwear.
My old underwear?
You should hear them in the dryer.
Oh, I'd hate to. Can't we do something about it?
I have done something about it. I bought you J.C. Penney underwear.
Oh?
They sell more men's underwear than any other store in America.
Including Cleveland?
Maybe. You're wearing it.
No, I'm not wearing any underwear.
Oh, yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Can't you feel the soft Celanese Fortrell polyester and comb cotton?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's the Celanese Fortrell polyester and comb cotton.
Oh, I did notice something different. How does it work?
Well, they're shrink-resistant with heat-resistant elastic.
Oh.
So no shrinking, no burning, no screaming.
No shrinking? No burning?
No.
Oh, no more terrible voices coming from the laundry room?
No.
You know something, Harriet?
What?
I kind of miss them already.
Secretary of State Vance is flying the Atlantic tonight, heading for the Middle East. He'll hold talks in Cairo and Tel Aviv, trying to get Egyptian and Israeli negotiators working again to conclude a peace treaty between the two nations. Diplomatic sources are being quoted as saying Vance will propose a 1-month extension of the talks if it appears the two sides will not reach final agreement by December 17th, the deadline agreed to at the Camp David meeting at which the two nations vowed to achieve the settlement. I'm Christopher Glenn, CBS News.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome I'm E.G. Marshall. The desires of the heart are as crooked as corkscrews, said the late W.H. Auden. He may have had love in mind, or hatred, or just about any emotion we're capable of, for the observation applies to them all. And considering how devious our desires can be, it would behoove us to be always on our guard, even with those closest to us. On the other hand, without trust, we would all go mad. A perplexing dilemma, and one that surfaces one way or another almost every day of our lives.
Eleanor, what are you doing here?
You know very well why I've come.
No.
I know what you tried to do, Bert.
What are you talking about?
Don't play innocent with me. I have proof.
Proof? Where?
Well, in my mind, my memory. I remember what happened. And I know you'll try to do it again, won't you? Won't you?
Our mystery drama, Complete Recovery, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger. It stars Mary Jane Higby. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Henry James was once discussing the sound of the English language, and he maintained that our loveliest sounding phrase, irrespective of meaning, was summer afternoon. Summer afternoon. It does sound nice, and its meaning has pleasant connotations, too, but not for Eleanor Houston, a wealthy and once very outspoken widow. To her, summer afternoons had become nightmares. We're in a sanatorium in a Gulf Coast city in the deep south.
Oh, Doctor.
Yes, Miss Carter?
Would you hold the door for me while I wheel Mrs. Houston out onto the sun porch?
Surely.
Oh, thank you. Here we are, Mrs. Houston. Another beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky.
Why are you taking me outside again? Don't you understand? I don't want to go out.
Let's park her over near the edge where she can feel the breeze coming in off the Gulf.
How is she today?
Oh, the same. Still no sound and no movement.
It gives me a headache. The sky. I can't stand all that blue.
We've had her under treatment and observation for 6 months, and there's not a thing in the world wrong with her, physically. The fractured ankle she suffered from that hit-and-run driver is all healed, yet she seems totally paralyzed. Here we are.
I talk to her constantly. You know, I almost think she can hear me. Sometimes she even looks as if she's going to respond, and then nothing.
Of course I can hear you. Don't leave me here. Oh, my head is throbbing. The blue sky is making it hurt. I'd rather die than endure this. Oh, you're going away. Don't leave me here.
If only there was some way to get through to her. I'm convinced she's using this paralysis as a defense. She's afraid of something. You can see it in her eyes. Something she doesn't want to face.
You don't think it's just the trauma of the accident?
No, it's got to be more than that. Otherwise, why wouldn't she want to recover?
Doctor, look. Her hand. I think she moved it.
Keep your voice down. Don't startle her.
There. You see?
Yeah, she's trying to wheel herself forward.
No. She's rolling straight towards the fire escape.
Stop her. Stop her, nurse.
I can't. She's going over.
Pulse?
Normal.
Blood pressure?
Back up to normal.
How's she breathing?
Well, it's very regular. almost peaceful.
It's a miracle she didn't break her neck falling down those fire escape stairs.
Except for the bumps she took on her head, she seems fine.
Oh, did you call her daughter and son-in-law?
Yes, they're down at the nurse's station.
Doctor.
Yes, nurse.
What, doctor?
Doctor.
Well, what do you want?
I didn't say anything.
Where am I?
Doctor, it's Mrs. Houston.
Is this a hospital?
She's talking.
Of course I'm talking. What am I doing in this bed?
You don't remember, Mrs. Houston?
Oh, of course I remember. I remember I was downtown shopping for a dress for the spring cotillion. And I remember my daughter Rita thought it was foolish for someone my age to still be going to dance.
Is that the last thing you can recall?
Now, stop this interrogation and tell me what happened.
You were struck by a hit-and-run driver.
Oh, really? How extraordinary.
You've been here for 6 months, Mrs. Houston.
6 months? I insist you let me go at once.
You'll have to stay for a few more days until we can run tests to make sure you're really fully recovered.
Doctor, should I get Mrs. Houston's daughter?
My daughter? Is Rita here?
Yes, she's outside with her husband.
Oh, him. Why are they here?
Why don't we get them for you? I'm sure they'll both be happy to see how much better you are.
Doctor, why didn't you tell Mrs. Houston the whole story?
And risk having her go back into shock?
Well, she doesn't remember a thing from the time of her first accident.
Evidently, the bump she took on her head this afternoon has knocked out all memory of the past 6 months, including whatever fear it was that was keeping her paralyzed.
Dr. James.
Oh, Mrs. Riley, there you are.
Is Mama all right? We came as soon as you called.
No broken bones? Oh, hello, Mr. Riley. No. In fact, something very interesting has happened. The paralysis is gone.
You mean she can move?
And talk. She seems completely recovered.
Well, I don't understand how that's possible.
Well, as you know, it's been my contention all along that Mrs. Houston was suffering from what psychiatrists call a conversion reaction. That is, she converted some mental trauma, probably connected with a car accident, into a physical symptom, the paralysis. Subconsciously, she preferred that to confronting the trauma.
Bert, do you hear that? Mama's better. Isn't that wonderful? Doctor, can we go see her?
Oh, of course.
Mama, Rita, tell them to let me out of here.
Oh, Mama, y'all better.
Hello, Mother Houston.
Now, I've told you 100 times, Bert Riley, not to call me that. Just because you're married to my daughter, that does not make you part of our family.
I'm happy to see you seem to be your old self.
Oh, there's no seams about it. I'm fit as a fiddle, and I want to go home to Amber Oaks at once.
Oh, well.
What's the matter?
Well, I'm afraid the house has been sold.
What? Mama, it was so big and so expensive.
Amber Oaks is my home. Our family home.
The doctors didn't think there was much hope of your ever recovery.
Who gave you the right to sell it?
Well, the court did.
The court? What business is it of theirs?
Well, Bert was appointed trustee for the estate, Mama, because of your condition. He is a lawyer.
Of course, if you're fully recovered, everything will be turned back over to you.
If I'm recovered? Of course I'm recovered. What about Amber Oaks?
Well, we can get you a real nice apartment here in town.
And the money you made by selling it? What have you done with it?
It's all been soundly invested.
I want to see the papers. I want to see everything.
Please don't get mad, Mama. Everything is all right. Bert only did what he saw fit.
Of course. Only what he saw fit.
Well, Mrs. Houston, the diagnostic tests were all negative. We can release you today.
It's about time.
There's one thing, though, I think we ought to discuss before you go.
You mean that nonsense about my having been psychologically paralyzed?
Mrs. Houston, it could be quite serious.
Why? You just said my recovery was complete.
Yes, but whatever caused your fear is still there. Even though you have no conscious recollection of the past 6 months, at any moment, something could trigger a relapse.
What could?
Almost anything. A word, a smell, a thought, something you see. Mrs. Houston, there is something inside you that could kill you. Something you're so terrified of, you've blocked it from your conscious mind.
I'm not afraid of anything, Doctor. I've never been afraid of anything in my life. And I certainly have never been terrified.
And you see, Mama, you have a terrace that looks out over the park. When the rain stops, we can go out there. And there's a full-size kitchen and a separate dining room.
A full-size kitchen? Why, the kitchen at Amber Oaks was as big as this whole apartment.
I am sorry about Amber Oaks. But Bert thought...
Don't tell me what Bert thought. I know better than you what goes through that mercenary head of his. An apartment.
We can fix it up nice.
Now, what's this room for?
Oh, that's the surprise I told you about. Amber Oaks is gone, but I found someone who's going to make you feel at home. Mrs. Collins, you can come out now.
Hello, Mrs. H.
Amy, our old cook. I called her yesterday, and she agreed to come live here and work for you just like before.
Oh,
Mama, what's the matter?
Oh, why?
Mrs. H., what's wrong?
Mama. Oh, she fainted. I don't know what happened, Dr. James. She just passed out.
Oh, where is she now?
We got her into the bedroom, over there.
Oh, good. Now, you wait out here. Let me see her alone. Mrs. Houston?
What? Oh, it's you.
Rita called me. Can you tell me what happened?
Well, I don't know. Rita was showing me this ghastly apartment, and Amy appeared.
Amy?
Oh, Mrs. Collins. She was my cook at Amber Oaks. Rita's hired her to live in here with me.
Oh, yes, I saw her in the kitchen just now. It was Mrs. Collins, then.
Then what?
Who brought on your fainting spell?
Oh, not at all. Her cooking is excellent.
It's like a tomb in here with the curtains drawn. We ought to get some fresh air. Rain stopped. The sun is out. There. Now, Mrs. Houston, try to remember what was the last thing... What's the matter?
Oh, the sky. Please pull the drapes.
The sky?
Blue. I can't stand blue. Please pull the drapes.
Right there.
Oh, that's better.
Blue. Is that it, then?
I don't know.
Mrs. Collins was wearing a blue uniform.
I didn't notice.
Think, Mrs. Houston.
No.
Why didn't you want to recover? Why did you want to remain paralyzed?
Oh, leave me
Do you know
alone.
you deliberately tried to kill yourself?
What?
Your accident 2 days ago on the sun porch was no accident. Both the nurse and I saw you trip the brake.
The sun porch?
You tried to kill yourself, Mrs. Houston. Now, what is it you're afraid of?
The sky. The color blue.
No, it's not the color blue. That's only the association. What is the truth, Mrs. Houston? What are you terrified of? What don't you want to face?
Nothing. Nothing terrifies me, Doctor. I'm not afraid of anything.
The essence of man, said a great mystic philosopher, is the effort he makes not to die, to persist in his own being. This effort can take many forms, from the building of empires to the procreation of children. It can also take the form of throwing up psychological barriers against certain truths which are so painful or dangerous that we dare not confront them. I'll return shortly with Act Two. There's a lot written these days about how we can all be our own best friends. Would you say that Eleanor Houston is following this advice? She's evidently wrestling with some demon in her subconscious, and according to Dr. James, she was even prepared to kill herself in order to escape that demon. If he is correct, then it must be a terrible thing indeed that she knows and wants to forget.
How's Mama, Doctor? Is she going to be okay?
Well, for the time being, yes. But for how long, I can't say. She might just as well have a time bomb inside her, yet she refuses to admit it's there at all. Well, at least I found out what it was that caused her to faint. Blue.
Blue what?
Just blue. The color blue. Sky blue, to be exact.
Like Mrs. Collins' uniform. Why should a color upset Mama so?
Oh, I imagine it's associated with her first accident in some way. Can you remember the day at all? Well, was the weather clear?
No. I think it was overcast. The rains came up from the Gulf about 6.
Mm-hmm. Though what about the dress she was wearing?
It was a flower print, not blue.
Yeah, this is pointless. It could be any one of 1,000 different things. But we've got to find the exact association and why it terrifies her so we can take the steps to diffuse it. Otherwise, she could have a complete relapse, or worse, at any time.
Is there anything I can do?
For the time being, I suggest you get her a pair of sunglasses.
She thinks sunglasses look cheap. She'll never wear them.
Well, she has to, Rita. She has to.
How are you feeling now, Mrs. H?
Oh, I'm all right. Is Rita still here?
No, she's gone home. I brought you some lentil soup.
Just set it down.
No, I won't just set it down. You're going to drink it.
Are you going to start bossing me around again?
Well, you're no good to yourself on an empty stomach.
All right, all right. Give me the silly thing.
Now, you know you'd like it. My Matt, God rest his soul, said it was a meal in itself. Mrs. H!
Oh, my head.
What is it?
Stay away from me.
Now, don't you move. I'll get something to clean up that soup. I'll just use a towel here from the bathroom. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll have you clean in a jiffy. Mrs. H. Mrs. H., where are you? Why, she's gone.
Dr. James.
Mrs. Houston, what are you doing out of bed?
I got to talk to you.
Of course.
I know what it is. The thing I've been trying to suppress. I know why I kept myself paralyzed.
Why?
Because I knew if I recovered that I would die. And die for good this time.
I don't follow you.
That accident when I was hit by that car, that was no accident at all. It was deliberate. Someone was trying to murder me.
Mrs. Houston, how do you know that?
Blue. Sky blue. That was the color of the car that struck me. I turned my head at the last moment. I sensed something was wrong, and I saw the car.
But why do you think it was deliberate?
Because of the license plate.
The license plate?
It was one of those, what do you call them? Those vanity plates. It wasn't the usual series of numbers, but a name. A man's name, Matt.
Well, now, are you certain all this must have happened very quickly?
Doctor, Mrs. Collins, our cook, she owns a sky blue sedan.
Yes, Rita told me it was her favorite color.
Her husband was one of our gardeners. He died 2 years ago. And in his memory, she got plates for her car with his name on them. And his name, Doctor, was Matt.
Your cook?
They don't let two people have the same name on their vanity plates.
Mrs. Houston, if this is true, then you probably ought to go to the police.
Oh, no. Amy's been my servant for nearly 30 years. If she's trying to kill me, I intend to learn the reason why.
Mrs. H., you're home. What happened? I turned my back for 2 seconds and you disappeared.
Well, I forgot something at the hospital, Amy.
Well, you should have let me drive you.
That would have been ironic, wouldn't it?
Why?
Tell me, Amy, would you have given me a chance to get in the car this time?
As opposed to what other time?
A time about 6 months ago.
What time is that?
I'd like to go down and have a look at your car.
Well, now, Miss H., I don't think it's a good idea for you to do so much driving around in your condition.
Oh, I didn't say I wanted to go anywhere. I want to go down and look at it. I want to stand right in front of it and stare at it, so I can get over this fear and won't have to wear these sunglasses anymore. And then, Amy, we'll tend to other matters.
There it is.
Where?
Right there in front of us.
But that car's dark brown. That's not your sky blue sedan.
I know. This is a new car.
Oh, I see. You thought it best to get rid of the old one.
I didn't get rid of it. It was stolen.
Stolen? When?
The same day as your accident.
How convenient.
I just finished reporting it to the police when we got the call saying you've been struck by that hit-and-run driver.
You mean your car was stolen before I was hurt?
Yeah.
And you reported the theft to the police? They can verify that?
Well, yes. They never did find the car. And I could never figure out how it got stolen in the first place.
Why not?
Well, it was parked in the garage at Amber Oaks. It would have been difficult for anyone to get onto the grounds and across that lawn into the garage without being seen.
Unless they came from the house.
Oh, yes, but that would have been even more.
Who was at the house that day?
Well, let's see, Ramsey, the chauffeur. He was downtown with you. Ollie, the gardener.
Anyone else?
No one. Except Mr. Riley.
Bert?
He came in just around noon.
What was he doing there?
Oh, I don't know. I gave up trying to be sociable with him a long time ago. That man has got no emotion.
He came over in the middle of the day?
Oh, he was nosing around in my kitchen. I don't know what he wanted.
Maybe it was the keys to your car.
Now, why would Mr. Riley want to steal my car? He's a lawyer.
So it was him.
Mrs. H., are you sure you're okay? You're acting mighty strange.
Amy, get back upstairs and start cooking.
What?
Rita and Bert were kind enough to find me this place. I think I ought to have them over for a cozy little apartment warming and a nice long talk.
Oh, Mama, this fish is delicious. Mrs. Collins hasn't lost her touch one bit.
How about you, Bert? You finding any bones?
No, ma'am.
You hoping maybe I might?
Oh, Mama.
I don't hope any such thing, Mother Houston.
Cease taking that presumptuous familiarity with me, sir.
Well, we can sure tell Mama's made her recovery, can't we?
Is my estate back in my hands now?
I've started the proceedings.
How much did you make from the sale of Amber Oaks?
I made nothing. The estate grossed close to $2 million.
Where's the money now?
I had to make certain investments for tax purposes.
He invested in a new shopping center. They're planning to build at a very good location here in town, Mama.
My beautiful Amber Oaks has gone to finance a shopping center.
Well, it wasn't an easy decision, of course, but it was like pouring money down the drain to keep up such an enormous estate.
My money?
Yes, but...
But yours someday, is that it?
It was impractical.
Impractical. Do you know what you are, Bert Riley? A Snopes. One of those low-life peasants William Faulkner used to write about, whose grasp goes no higher than his wallet. You are a barnacle on the keel of society. You've no culture, no refinement, no past. You know the price of everything and the value of nothing.
Mama.
And as for you, young lady, have you forgotten your heritage? You are descended from cavaliers, from the aristocracy. And you go and marry this social climb, an ambulance chaser who's got the ethics of a ferret.
I don't have to stand for this.
Oh, yes, you do, Bert Snopes Riley. And you'll have to go on standing for it as long as I'm alive, however much you might wish it otherwise.
Mama, what are you saying?
Oh, Bert knows what I'm saying, don't you, Bert?
Mrs. H., can I clear the dishes now?
Yes.
Mr. Riley sure stormed out of here in a bad mood. Mrs. Riley didn't seem none too happy either. Mrs. H., were you implying that you think Mr. Riley tried to kill you?
How do you know that?
That's what it sounded like.
Were you eavesdropping?
No, ma'am. I couldn't help but hear every word from the kitchen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. Forgive me.
Oh, there's no point in starting to apologize at your age.
You will help me, won't you?
Of course, Mrs. H. I always have.
I mean, now, you're my only witness. You're the only other one who knows Bert tried to kill me.
I know that.
You said you saw him that day.
Yes, but...
He stole your car, don't you see? And tried to run me down with it. I saw the car, Amy. I saw the license plate with the word Matt on it.
You think it was my car?
I know it. We'll go down to the police right now and press the charges.
Well, I don't know how in the world you're going to prove it.
I've just got to find a way, that's all. Oh, I gave myself away tonight. He knows I know. It's only a matter of time before he makes another attempt.
Well, I'm sure he won't do any such thing.
Don't you believe me? He's after our money. That's why he married Rita.
But you have no proof.
Well, he tried to kill me once, and he's going to try again. I know he will. And how am I going to stop him?
It has been said that we prefer misfortune to non-existence. Eleanor Houston certainly suffered the former, and now seems faced with the possibility of the latter. Did her subconscious keep her paralyzed all those months for her own protection? Has she indeed gone from the frying pan into the fire? Or are her suspicions merely another example of her cantankerous nature? We'll pursue the matter to its surprising conclusion when I return with Act 3. There are, said one expert on the subject, very few unique crimes. Most have been committed before and will be committed again. Certainly, the attempted murder of an older member of a family by a younger for the purpose of securing an early inheritance is no newcomer to the annals of wrongdoing. But the details of our present story make it somewhat unique. In the first place, we cannot be sure murder was even attempted. But assuming it was, the would-be murderer has not been arrested. In fact, he is not even suspected. And the victim has nothing to go on but a shard of memory and a bit of circumstantial evidence.
I'm scared, Amy. For the first time in my life, I am scared.
You want me to call Dr. James?
Oh, what good will a doctor do me? No, I need proof. Some kind of proof that will put Bert Riley in jail.
Mrs. H., everybody knows you don't like the man.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Well, I know you're upset by that sale of Amber Oaks, but that was an error in judgment, not a crime.
It was no error.
Well, I'm sure if he did anything illegal, your lawyers will discover it.
Are you patronizing me? Now, I won't stand for that.
Mrs. H., let me call the doctor.
Out. Leave. I don't need you to live here hovering over me. I'm not an invalid, and I won't be treated like one. I'm descended from the heroes of the Confederacy. And I'm perfectly capable of fending for myself and protecting myself.
Mother Houston.
Hello, Bert.
Well, this is an unexpected surprise. What are you doing here at my office?
I want to talk to you. A private talk. Just the two of us.
Oh, certainly. And Sally, hold all my calls, will you? Yeah. Now, we won't be disturbed.
I want to talk to you about last night.
Last night?
You do remember you and Rita came to dinner, don't you?
It was a very lovely evening.
A very lovely evening.
Oh, I know there was a little unpleasantness, but that's to be expected in families.
Bert, I want to make a deal with you.
A deal?
I want you to divorce Rita.
I'm not sure I'm following this.
I want you to divorce my daughter. Is my language too straightforward for your legal mind to comprehend?
Now, you know I'd do anything I could for you, but...
You mean anything you could to me, don't you?
Well, no,
Listen to me, Bert Riley. I know it was you who stole Mrs. Collins' car. You followed me downtown, and you tried to run me over. Once I'm gone, my fortune goes to Rita, and we both know that means it's as good as yours. But I'm not easy to kill, and I don't plan to die, not for a long, long time.
These speculations of yours are totally unfounded. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like I said, I am willing to make a deal. You divorce Rita, get out of our family, get out of this town. And I won't go to the police.
The police?
To press a charge of attempted murder.
Is that really what you think?
It's true, isn't it?
You've never liked me, Mrs. Houston. I don't have a distinguished family. No bloodline I can trace back. But I've worked my way up from nothing. And I hope that someday I'll earn your respect.
My respect? What were you doing at Amber Oaks the day of my accident?
I wasn't there.
Mrs. Collins saw you.
She must be mistaken.
She said she spoke to you.
She must be mistaken.
Admit you tried to kill me.
The only thing I'm killing at the moment is time. And, Mrs. Houston, in my profession, that is a valuable commodity. I'm afraid you will have to excuse me.
You're going to try to kill me again, aren't you? Aren't you? When, Bert Riley? When? Come in. Mama. Can I come in, Rita? Of course. What's the matter? I've got to talk to you.
Well, can you stay for dinner? Bert will be home in a couple of hours.
I don't want him to see me. And he mustn't know I've been here. Do you understand? I've just been to see him.
Well, what's wrong? You're perspiring.
Rita, darling, I've got to ask you a favor. As a mother to her daughter. To her one and only loveliest child. You see, I dismissed Mrs. Collins.
What?
Oh, she's an impossible old woman. But I know I can trust you.
Trust me?
I want you to come live with me. Come back. We'll fix up the apartment. It'll be just like living at Amber Oaks again. Oh, well, not quite, of course, but we could make it like old times.
Mama, what are you talking about? You want me to leave Bert?
There. You see what a clever girl you are. Yes, that's exactly it.
I can't do that.
Of course you can. You must.
I'll call Mrs. Collins and try to patch things up.
No.
But I can't leave Bert.
Why not? He doesn't love you.
He does so.
I need you, Rita. I'm all alone. And I'm in danger. I'm in terrible danger. Your husband tried to kill me.
Bert?
Yes. That accident was no accident. He stole Amy's car and he tried to run me down. And he'll try again. He wants our money. That's why he married you.
Mama, stop it. You have put me down all of my life, and I am not going to stand for it anymore.
Rita?
Never have you given me credit for anything.
Oh, no, darling, that's not true.
Why do you hate Bert so much? So what if he doesn't have a fine pedigree like our illustrious family? The important thing is he's ambitious and he works hard. He spends 15 hours a day at his office.
Yes, to avoid having to spend time with you. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean that.
We spend time together. We spend enough time together. I'm going to have a baby.
What?
I wanted to tell you last night.
You are pregnant?
Marrying Bert was my decision. And getting pregnant was my decision. I'm living my own life now. So stop trying to interfere. Do you understand me?
I do try to understand, Rita. I do. Oh, but you're my last hope. No one believes me. I'm sorry. I'll go now. Oh, please don't tell Bert I was here. Don't tell him I told you anything. For your own safety.
Mrs. Collins? Amy? Please be here. Please. I need you. I'm afraid. Amy? She's gone. The things are gone. I'm alone. Oh, what am I going to do?
Honey, I'm home.
Oh, Bert, I'm so glad you're home.
Oh, I need a drink. What's the matter with you?
I'm worried about Mama.
No? What's wrong now?
She came over this afternoon. I told her we were expecting a baby.
Why'd she come here?
It doesn't matter.
Honey, what did she say to you?
I wish she didn't hate you so much. She has this fantasy that you're trying to kill her.
Oh? If you ask me, I think her accidents have addled her brain.
She told me she fired Mrs. Collins.
What?
Oh, they had a fight over something, and Mama sent her packing. Maybe I should go spend the night with her.
Oh. No. Now, she can take care of herself.
But she's all alone in that apartment. What if she has another accident? Who's there? Mrs. Collins? Amy, is that you? Did you come back?
I know someone is in this room.
It's only me, Mother Houston.
Pat.
I just came by to see how you were getting on.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
I know. When I left Rita, she was sleeping very soundly. She didn't even stir.
How did you get in here?
I took the liberty of having an extra key made when we rented you the apartment.
What do you want?
Well, I thought we might talk about that deal you proposed this afternoon.
No?
It's as good a time as any.
No, I don't want to talk about it now.
Mother Houston, you asked me a question in my office. I feel I should give you an answer.
What question?
You asked me to admit I tried to kill you. Yes, Mother Houston, I did.
Don't call me Mother Houston.
It's all going to be academic anyway in a minute.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to succeed where I failed before. I know I could wait and let nature take its course, but that might take years.
Mrs. Collins?
She's not here.
Of course she is. She's right in the next room.
That's not what you told Rita.
Rita told you I went to see her.
Rita tells me everything. She trusts me. Now, why don't you lie back down, huh?
What are you going to do?
Smother you with a pillow.
Oh.
It won't leave any marks. It won't raise any suspicions.
No.
You are so old. Why do you want to go on living? What's the point?
You better wait, Bert Riley. I went to my lawyer's this afternoon.
What for?
When I came home after seeing you and Rita and realized I was completely alone, I did the one thing I could do. I went to my lawyer's and I made out a new will.
You're not leaving your estate to Rita?
Oh, no.
Well, that won't work. We'll simply contest the will.
You don't have to do that, Bert. I am leaving everything to you.
Me?
As soon as I die, You'll get the entire Houston estate, all quite legally. Of course, it's going to look very suspicious. Everyone knows I despised you. Questions are bound to be asked, aren't they? A great many questions.
Nothing can be proven.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Oh, that's very clever. All right, then. I will have to let nature take its course. But I'll get it eventually, won't I? Because you don't dare change that will back. Well, good night, Mother Houston.
No. No, I don't dare change it back. What?
Don't worry, Mrs. H. He's gone.
Amy? Oh, Amy, what are you doing here?
Oh, you know I couldn't leave you.
Did you just come back?
Oh, no. I came back several hours ago. I was going to greet you in the morning with a nice breakfast.
So you were in your room?
Yes. And it's a shame they don't make buildings the way they used to. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I'm afraid I heard every word Mr. Riley said.
Well, what are you standing there for like a dumbstruck schoolgirl? Call the police.
I already have.
Edward Dahlberg once noted that most of man's acts are contrary to his own best interests. He spoils his own good fortune because he cannot wait for it. Had Bert Riley been content to wait, he could be a rich man today, instead of behind bars. But we are what we are, and all too often we find love is at war with personality. I'll return with a final word in a moment. A final word on personality. Bert Riley almost succeeded in his second attempt to kill Eleanor Houston, and one of his biggest allies was the old woman herself. Her domineering and melodramatic nature served to obscure from Amy and Rita the very real danger she faced. But at the crucial moment, it was her personality which also saved her. That and a bit of luck. Our cast included Mary Jane Higby, Joan Shea, Russell Horton, and Jada Rowland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I dislike to disturb you at home, especially on the Sabbath.
That's all right.
I did call your office, but there was no answer.
I don't mind, Alexandra. How can I help you?
Help me. I'm afraid no one can help me now.
What are you saying?
Yes, because, you see, I broke the commandment, thou shalt not kill.
Alexandra.
I have killed. I have taken a life, a human life.
Is this you, Alexandra Edison?
I have shot and killed Mr. Martin K. Beasley.
Alexandra, don't do anything. Don't touch anything. I'll be right there.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Are you old enough, and were you lucky enough, to have been raised on A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson? If so, you must remember the one that began,
I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me, and what can be the use of him is more than I can see. Well, in the musings of the very young, a shadow may seem a superfluous, if delightful thing, but in the world of parapsychology, the shadow is full of significance, mysterious, and arcane.
In the morning on sunny days, there was my shadow walking ahead of me. And in the afternoon, if I looked over my shoulder, there it was, right behind me. But then, this wondrous thing happened. And after that, my shadow was with me on the rainy days, too, and indoors, not only outdoors, in the dark just as much as in the light. Why, it's here, even now. After all that's happened, my shadow is right here.
Our mystery drama, The Sinister Shadow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane.
It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
There are 23 separate definitions of the word shadow in Webster's International Dictionary. If you wish, you may read them all. But for our immediate purpose, we have selected definition number 8. A reflected image, as in a mirror or in water. Listen carefully to what follows, and you will understand why we selected this definition.
I'll tell you how it all started. I mean, that is, if you're interested.
Sure, I'm interested.
I don't know why you should be.
Well, I am.
It would kind of help me to clear up the whole thing in my head.
So tell me.
It was the darndest thing. I was on my way home from the bank. I'm a teller at the bank. It doesn't pay much, but it's a respectable kind of job, not like some,
Sure.
I was walking east on Lake Street. It was about 3:30, and I was looking at my shadow. See, I always walk with my head down. It's a terrible habit, but anyhow, that's the way I generally walk. And for some reason, I heard my mother's voice the way I'd heard it about 1,000,000 times.
Stand up straight, for heaven's sake.
She was always saying that to me. Dory, for heaven's sake, stand up straight.
Don't slump.
Dory, don't slump, she'd say.
Throw your shoulders back. Stand erect.
Stand erect, Dory. Throw your shoulders back, Dory. Oh, how many times I'd heard her say that.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, I looked at my shadow, and my goodness, I looked like a dwarf or something. I could hardly see my head at all, and I didn't seem to have any shoulders. So I straightened up. I threw my shoulders back, and I pulled in my stomach, and I held my head high, and I started taking long steps, swinging my arms.
And?
And I walked that way for, half a block maybe. But then I looked down at my shadow.
And?
My shadow still looked like a dwarf. All hunched over, no head showing, hardly any shoulders. You believe me, don't you?
Whatever you say.
Well, you can imagine how surprised I was.
Sure.
I mean, there I was, standing erect, and my shadow was all hunched over. I couldn't understand it. I was flabbergasted.
Naturally.
Now, it so happened that I was standing right in front of a bar and grill. I'm not in the habit of going into those places, but I was so... I was really shook up.
Sure you were.
So I went in. It seemed like a nice place. There were not very many people. After all, it was the middle of the afternoon.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't know if to sit at a table or what. I really didn't know what I was doing there exactly. But then I saw a woman sitting at the bar. She was by herself, too. I'd heard that women do that these days, or I read it somewhere, so I thought, well, I'll go and I'll sit next to her. That way nobody will think I'm trying to pick up a man, you know.
Uh-huh.
So I hopped up on the stool next to her, and I just sat there, wondering what had happened to my shadow.
Excuse me.
What? Uh-oh, were you speaking to me?
I think the bartender wants to know what you want to drink.
Oh, what are you drinking?
I'm having a glass of white wine.
Oh, well, I'll have that.
She'll have a glass of white wine.
People seem to be drinking that a lot these days.
It's fashionable. A glass of white wine sounds very ladylike.
Yes, I guess it does.
It shows right away you're not a drunken dame.
I guess so.
On the other hand, you're not a prude. Not above lifting one on occasion. Oh, here's yours. Shall we?
What?
Lift one.
Oh, sure.
To the future. Whatever it is. You like it?
Oh, what?
Like the wine.
Oh, yes. I've had wine before. Several times.
I'd never have guessed.
Oh, beer, too.
No fooling.
Oh, yes.
Look, am I bothering you? You want me to shut up?
No.
I talk too much sometimes. I can't seem to help it. I just go on, and it drives some people crazy. I can't seem to stop myself. So just tell me.
No, it's not that. It's just...
You don't have to listen to me.
No, I am listening.
The way you keep staring in the mirror.
That's just it.
What is? What's it?
Look in the mirror. Don't you see?
See what?
You and me, side by side.
So?
We look alike.
We do?
Don't you see? You must see. We're doubles.
Why, yes. So we are.
It was true. We looked exactly alike, and when she really looked at me, she could see it, too. Of course, nobody would notice it right away because, her clothes were very, very, mod. Isn't that what they say?
They used to.
Well, she had on blue jeans, very tight, very, revealing.
Uh-huh.
And then this top, kind of a magenta color, cut down to here. And these masses and masses of gold chains. And her hair. It was like light blonde, like mine, but all in tiny little curls. She told me later she'd had a permanent, but it certainly looked wonderful, sort of lighted up her face, you know?
Uh-huh.
Well, we got very friendly. Yes, we did. We really did. I told her all about what happened with my shadow, and she listened, and every once in a while she nodded her head and acted like she believed every word I was saying. Really.
Well, sure.
I've always heard that everybody has a double somewhere in the world, but I'd never met mine. Have you met yours?
No, I haven't.
Well, wait till you do. It will change your whole life. It certainly changed mine.
Certainly has.
I told her all about my mother, about hearing my mother's voice. Stand up straight, Dory. Don't slump, Dory. She understood that, too. It was really amazing.
I can imagine.
All of a sudden, I realized I'd been sitting there for almost an hour going on and on about all these things, and my mother must be wondering what on earth had become of me because, usually I come straight home from the bank, and it was almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah? So?
So I knew I'd get holy heck for being late because I always have to get the dinner. My mother does the shopping, but I get the dinner. So I jumped up all of a sudden and said goodbye in a hurry and went out. But this time...
Yeah? This time?
This time, I walked with my head up and my shoulders back. I stood up very tall and took long steps.
And?
And this time, my shadow was very tall, too. My shadow held up its head and took long steps all the way home.
Dory?
It's me.
Where in the name of heaven have you been? Do you know what time it is? Nearly 5 o'clock. Where were you?
I was detained.
Detained? They detained you at the bank?
Not at the bank.
Then where? You never go anyplace that I know of.
I just stopped to talk to somebody.
Did you forget I have guests coming for dinner?
Well, I guess I did.
The Swensons are coming, and the Morrisons. Oh, and the Morrison's son, Gordon. I think his name is. Remember him?
I don't know if I do.
Well, he got married about 10 years ago and moved out of town. But now he's getting a divorce. I thought maybe... look, I've put the ham in the oven. I thought I'd better when you didn't show up.
How big is it?
12 pounds.
Is there 18 minutes per pound?
At 350?
No, you start at 150 internal temperature.
Well, you go take a look at it.
Well, in a minute. I want to tell you about...
Dora, you'll have to make the sauce. I have no conception.
It is just prepared mustard and currant jelly.
Well, you take care of it.
Mother, I met somebody on the way home.
A man? You met a man?
No, a woman.
Oh, listen... About this Gordon Morrison, I understand his marriage wasn't too happy. Now, there weren't any children, so there won't be any trouble about the divorce. I believe he's a certified public accountant.
Mother, I want to tell you about
He's moving back here to live. A good CPA never has any trouble getting established, so I'm told.
Mother?
He's just your age, Dory. Give a year or two.
I wish you would listen.
Dory, what I am getting at is this is a chance for you.
Oh, Mother.
You're almost 36.
I wish you would...
Now, at dinner, please, don't sit there like a lump. Please don't. Say things. Join in. Be a part of the conversation. Be animated. The dinner will be good. We know that. And I'll make sure they know you cooked it. You'll make spoon bread, won't you?
Yes,
But you have to do more than that. You have to act like you're having a good time, like you're enjoying yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
Maybe if you took a drink. That often helps. I know it helps me. It helps most people. Now, do you think you could do that?
I could do that.
A cocktail, maybe.
I think maybe a glass of white wine. Maybe 2. I sat there like a lump. Once in a while, I'd think of something to say about something, but by the time I got around to saying it, they were talking about something else, you know.
I think I do.
Of course, they raved about the food. I really am a good cook.
I'll bet you are.
But I was all shut up in a cocoon, sort of. I couldn't get out.
Uh-huh.
And I could feel my mother getting madder and madder and more disgusted with me. But I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't blame her.
No?
No, because to her everything comes so easy, always has. She laughs a lot, smiles. She can talk about anything practically. The words just roll out of her mouth. She doesn't have to try to make an effort. It all just kind of comes naturally to her, and she can't see why it doesn't come naturally to me.
You're shy.
I guess you could call it being shy. I don't know. I just get sort of paralyzed when I have to talk to people. I want to go away or die or something.
You're talking to me.
Oh, yes, but...
But what?
You know all about my double.
Oh.
Do you know what I did the very next day? I went out and I had my hair cut short.
Oh?
And then I had a permanent. You like it, don't you?
Sure. It's nice.
Now I look exactly like her.
I'm going to bring you a comb. You can run it through those pretty blonde curls.
Why? Do I look awful?
No, you don't look awful at all. But you could stand a little sprucing up.
Okay.
You'll be going upstairs in a little while. You'll want to look your very best for that. It's important.
How would you feel if suddenly you came face to face with someone who looked exactly like yourself? How would you react? Would you advance happily thinking, why, what an attractive person? Or would you back off a bit thinking, what a loathsome creature? Not knowing what my own immediate response would be, I am content that my double should go his way while I go mine, and that we should be destined never to meet. I'll be back with Act Two. I said before that in case I do have a double, that there actually is another E.G. Marshall roaming the earth. I hoped that we would never meet. But fate has a way of ignoring our hopes, and that has set me to wondering, if we did meet, we two, would we get along? Would I like him? Would he like me? Or would we dislike each other intensely and even become enemies? I think I'll return to my first position. Let him go his way. I'll go mine.
You really like my hair this way?
I really do.
It's exactly like hers.
You just need to run a comb through it.
Well, you said you'd bring me one.
I will.
How about the blue jeans? You don't think I look silly in them?
No, not a bit.
My mother thought they were okay. She liked them. She liked my haircut, too.
That's nice.
No, not really.
Why not?
She had the wrong idea entirely. She didn't understand. You see, I couldn't tell her about meeting my double.
You couldn't?
Well, no. It was such a remarkable thing. I wasn't sure she'd believe me.
Maybe she would have.
Oh, no. She hardly ever believed me about anything. And she'd never believed I'd met my double. And if I told her, she might try to do something about it.
Like what, for instance?
Well, forbid me to see her, for one thing.
But you're 36 years old.
Oh, that wouldn't have made any difference to my mother. No, she would have found a way.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. It was very important to me to be able to see my double. I saw her every day.
You did?
In the same bar and grill, sitting on those same two stools, drinking white wine. Oh, it was lovely, you know?
Uh-huh.
The only thing was, it made me late getting home. And my mother didn't like that. Not one bit.
Dory?
It's me.
Do you realize it's 5 o'clock?
It is?
Yes, it is. I suppose the bank detained you.
I was detained.
But not by the bank.
No, not by the bank.
Well, who then? Who detained you? Dory, are you seeing somebody behind my back?
What'd you get for dinner?
Chopped meat.
Enough for a meatloaf?
Dory, are you seeing a man?
I need 2 pounds for meatloaf.
Who is he? Somebody at the bank?
No.
Well, where did you meet him? You never go anyplace. You didn't pick him up on the street, did you?
No.
Girls do that all the time these days.
I am not a girl.
You just better bet you're not. Listen, Dory, if he's a nice man, you know how much I want you to meet a nice man.
I know.
Nothing could make me happier. And with your new haircut and those jeans and that top, well, there's no reason why you shouldn't meet some nice man. And where are you going?
I'm going to make the meatloaf.
I want to know who this man is. I want to know where you met him. And I want to know where you see him every afternoon. Why don't you see him in the evening? Is he married? Is that why? Are you seeing a married man on the sly?
No.
Then why don't you bring him home here so I can meet him? What is he, some kind of crook?
No.
Then what's wrong with him that your own mother can't meet him?
Mother, I am not going to discuss this with you anymore. I'm going to make the meatloaf. I couldn't explain to her. She'd have wanted to meet my double. And that would have spoiled everything.
Why?
Well, because when you have a double, it's a very strange thing. It's not something you share with anybody. It's very personal and private, and it's not something you talk about. Not even to your own mother, especially to your own mother. It's your secret. Your very own secret. Your most precious secret. I don't know how how to explain it to you if you don't know.
That's all right.
But you see, she kept after me every day when I came home from the bar and grill. It got worse. She said she'd have me followed. She'd hire a detective and have me followed. She said she'd report me to the bank manager. She said she'd throw me out of the house. Everything. And every day it got worse and worse till I could hardly stand it. If it hadn't been for my double and seeing her every day, I think I'd have gone crazy. But you see, I could talk to her about it, and she would be very sympathetic, and we'd drink our white wine, and I'd feel better, and I'd go home. But it was always the same thing as soon as I got there.
Oh, get in here.
What's the matter?
I watched you coming down the street.
What for?
You're a whole different person, you know that?
I know.
You don't walk all slumped over the way you used to. You hold your head up. You're 36 years old, and all of a sudden you walk like a human being. Now, what I want to know is what is the cause of all this? Or should I say, who's the cause of it all? I know you get out of the bank 3:30 at the latest. You've been getting home later and later, 5:30. Now, Dory, I know perfectly well you are not walking around by yourself or sitting in the library, because I smell liquor on your breath. You spend your time drinking with somebody.
Just a little white wine. I never get drunk. You've never seen me come home drunk. 2 little glasses of white wine, and that's all.
I never said you got drunk. I said you spend an hour or an hour and a half drinking with somebody. Now, I'm sick and tired of asking you who it is you're meeting on the sly. I'm your mother, and I have a right to know. Now, you look me straight in the eye and tell me who it is. Dory? Who is it?
Just somebody.
I know it's somebody. I want to know what somebody. It's nobody we know because I've asked all over town.
You asked people?
Well, how else am I going to find out? Not that I found out anything. A couple of people said they saw you go into the bar and grill on Lake Street a few times, but they never saw you with anybody.
You asked people about me?
Well, who do you meet in that bar and grill? Dory, are you going to tell me? I'll have to shake it out of you.
Don't let me go.
I'll let you go and you tell me. Now, who is it?
My double. It's my double.
You what?
Everybody has a double. Most people don't meet theirs, but I did. She was sitting at the bar.
What? What did you just say?
She was sitting at the bar.
You've been meeting a woman?
We look exactly alike.
You mean to stand there and tell me you've been getting drunk every day with a woman?
Not drunk.
A man, maybe?
A glass of wine.
Oh, but this is crazy.
It is not.
It's weird.
No, she's my double. She's like a twin, only it's better.
She's wicked. That's what she is.
She is not. Don't say that.
And so are you.
Don't say that or I'll kill you.
To think that my daughter...
I swear I'll...
My very...
Shut up,
daughter!
I will kill you! I was shaking all over. I was so angry.
Sure you were.
To think my own mother, my very own mother, would say such things about me. That she would even think them. It was horrible.
Of course.
And talking about her that way, she'd never even met her. Never even seen her.
Uh-huh.
She knew that I'd never... She knew me. She knew I would never... She should have known anyway.
I understand.
I got away from her and I ran out of the house. I couldn't possibly have stayed there. I just couldn't, because when I said I'd kill her, I meant it. I really did. I didn't know how I'd do it, but I knew I'd do it if I stayed there. So I ran out of the house. She was still standing in the doorway screaming at me, saying awful things. I just ran down the street. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't have any idea where to go. I just ran. And all of a sudden, I was on Lake Street, in front of the bar and grill. And there she was.
Your double?
Yes. I could see her through the window. She was sitting at the bar just the way I'd left her. Oh, maybe an hour before. And there she was with a glass of wine in front of her. And I was so relieved to see her. The only person in the entire world I could talk to. So I opened the door, and I went in. Oh, you're still here?
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm so glad.
Sit down. You're all out of breath.
Yes, I've been running all over town.
Sit down. You want some wine?
I don't think so.
Here, drink the rest of mine.
I thought you'd probably left by now.
I left when you did, but I came back.
You must have known I'd need you. Oh, listen. I had the most awful row with my mother.
What about?
You know she's been trying to find out who I've been seeing after banking hours.
Yes, I know.
And she's kept after me and after me. She thought I'd picked up with some man, some disreputable man that I was ashamed to bring home so she could meet him. And she said she'd hire a detective.
You told me.
And this time she said she'd been asking all over town different people if they'd seen me with anybody. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's like opening my mail, reading my private letters. I simply could not believe she'd do a thing like that. And then she grabbed hold of me by the arms. And she started to shake me hard, and she hurt me, and she wouldn't let me go. She said she'd shake the truth out of me.
Yes?
I had to make her stop. So I told her. I said it was you.
Yes?
Oh, not your name, because I don't know your name, but I said I was meeting my double, that everybody has a double, and I was so lucky that I had met mine.
Yes?
And then she really started to scream at me. She said I was wicked, and you were wicked, and crazy, and weird. And when she said that, it was like the top of my head just blew off. And I yelled back at her. I told her to shut up or I'd kill her. Yes, I said that. And I meant it.
It's all right, really.
And I would have if I hadn't gotten out of there.
Really, it's all right.
And if I go back there, I will.
There's no need to do that. I've already killed her myself.
She was so calm when she said it. I've already killed her myself. She said it like it was nothing.
Uh-huh.
And the peculiar thing was, it made me feel like it was nothing, too.
Really?
Yes. It seemed perfectly natural, perfectly logical. Like she'd done the only sensible thing.
Then what?
Well, we sat there and drank a little more wine and talked some, very quietly. And then I came here.
You did the right thing.
I hope so.
Absolutely. Say, I told you I'd bring you a comb, and I haven't done it. Why don't I go fetch one now?
Oh, don't leave me.
I'll be right back.
I don't want to be alone. This is the first time I've told anybody, and I don't want to be alone.
Well, it won't take a minute.
Please?
Then you can fix yourself up a little before I take you upstairs.
A most efficient double, wouldn't you say? One capable of strong, direct, even violent action. And at the same time, able to bring peace of mind and serenity and the conviction that everything has been for the best. Now, if I could be sure of having a double like that. Oh, but no. So far, I don't think I want to take the chance. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. I said before that I still do not wish to meet my double. But now it occurs to me, were I to meet him, would I recognize him? Offhand, you'd say, of course. How could you fail to recognize a replica of yourself? But consider this. Do I really know what I look like? I think I do. It's a very familiar face. But have I ever really seen it? Is it possible ever to see it? I'm not sure that it is.
Thank you for the comb.
Don't mention it.
See that you use it.
Oh, I will, right now.
We'll be going upstairs in about 20 minutes. So fix yourself up, you hear?
What's upstairs?
You'll see.
I wonder what's upstairs. I wonder...
Hello, Dory.
Oh. Oh, it's you.
How are you?
I was just going to comb my hair.
It needs it.
Nobody told me you were here.
Nobody knows. Are you glad to see me?
I think so.
You're not sure?
What about my mother?
What about her?
How did you do it?
I think I hit her with a chair.
Don't you know?
You know that little chair that stands in the front hall just to the left of the door?
Yes.
I picked that up and I held it up high and then I brought it down hard on the top of her head. Yes, that's what I did.
I could never have done that.
And then I choked her, just to make sure.
You did? Really?
Then when I was quite sure she was dead, I went back to the barn grill.
You didn't even seem upset or anything.
Well, why should I have been? It was the only thing to do.
I suppose
there was no other way out.
It's just the same to kill a person.
People get killed all the time. People kill people all the time.
Not people I know.
Just the same it happens.
Well, I guess so. I know I read about it in the papers, but...
So why shouldn't it happen to you?
To my mother, you mean? I didn't do it.
No, of course you didn't. I did.
That's right.
Do you think I'm a terrible person because I did it?
Well,
when we were sitting in the barn grill on Lake Street, you didn't seem to think I was so terrible.
No.
So why do you think I'm so terrible now?
I don't know if I do.
That's the way you're acting. You're being very critical.
But she was my mother.
Exactly.
Sometimes I don't understand you at all.
No?
I thought we were double.
We are.
Then why don't I understand what you're saying?
I don't know. It's really very exasperating.
You're not mad at me?
Not yet.
I mean, you won't leave me?
Not yet.
Not ever. Don't leave me ever.
Dory.
What? What is it?
I brought you some hot water. Now wash your hands and face. Haven't you combed your hair yet?
Oh, I was just going to.
Look, I'm putting this bowl of hot water down here. Now, there's a washcloth and a piece of soap. Use them.
I will.
Oh, before I forget.
What are you doing?
Taking down the mirror.
What are you doing that for?
Orders from upstairs.
You're always talking about upstairs. What is upstairs?
You'll find out soon enough.
Are you mad at me?
Do I sound mad?
Kind of.
Well, I'm not. Now, you wash your face and hands before that water gets cooled off. I'm going to check and see when they'll be ready for you.
Who?
The people upstairs.
Who are they?
Look, they're very nice, really. You don't have to be afraid of them. They mean well. They've got your best interests at heart. Believe me.
Why would they want to take my mirror away?
Just a precaution. They were afraid of what you might do.
Do? I wouldn't do anything.
No, of course you wouldn't.
Then why?
Better safe than sorry, and that's how they figure. Now listen, I'm going to go upstairs and check on how soon they'll be ready to see you. Meantime, you wash up, okay?
Okay.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
What is she talking about? They're going to do anything? Where's the soap? Oh, here.
Hello.
Oh, I thought you'd gone away.
Not at all.
Look, if I said anything to make you angry...
You were very snippy.
I was?
How about my killing your mother?
Well, after all...
You're getting very holier than thou all of a sudden.
I don't mean to.
Sitting in the bar and grill, you seem very pleased at what I'd done.
Yes.
After all, I did it for you. She was your mother, not mine. I didn't know her from a hole in the wall. She meant absolutely nothing to me.
She did to me.
Oh, way you talked, I'd never have guessed.
That was just talk.
You wanted to kill her, you told me
That
so.
was talk. Don't you understand? That
Pretty
was talk.
serious talk.
I would have never done it. Never. I wouldn't have.
Of course you wouldn't have. That's why I did it for you.
I'm going to tell them you did it.
You are?
You don't mind?
What can they do to me?
They will catch you. I'll tell them what you look like, and they'll go after you, and they'll catch you.
What will you tell them I look like?
Well,
What do I look like? Come on. Take a close look. Now, tell me, what do I look like?
You look just like me.
Of course. We're doubles.
Okay, now, you ready? Because they're ready for you. What? You haven't even washed your face. No, The water's not even warm. Why did I go to all the trouble to bring you hot water? Well, you're not going to throw it out? Well, what good is it now? You haven't combed your hair either. What have you been doing while I was out of the room? My double was here. I was talking to her. Oh, I see. Your double. Well, how did things go with your double? Not very well. Oh? In what way? We had a kind of a quarrel. I see. We're not getting along. Look, it's time we were getting upstairs. So come on. You'll have to go as you are because they do not like to be kept waiting. You said the people upstairs, you said they were nice? They are. Basically, very nice. Now, come on. Turn right here. That's it. What will they do to me? They won't do anything. They'll just talk to you. The stairs are straight ahead. We have to walk up. And, of course, they'll want you to talk to them. Come on, up we go. What will I talk to them about? Oh, almost anything. Anything you've got on your mind. Should I talk to them about my mother? If you feel like it. Should I tell them she's dead? If that's what you feel like telling them. I think I'll tell them that. Okay. And something else I'll tell them. What's that? I'll tell them who did it. It's one more flight up. Okay. You're going to tell them about your double? Yes. Definitely. I'm going to tell them she killed my mother. All right. You think it's okay to tell them that? I think it's exactly what you should tell them. Of course, if I tell them, I may not ever see her again. Oh? Why not? Well, when you were out of the room and I was talking to her, I got the feeling she didn't want me to tell anybody. Of course, I'd already told you, but you wouldn't tell, would you? Certainly not. She said she did it for me. Uh-huh. And I understand that. But I didn't ask her to. Did I? Look, here we are. This is the room. They're waiting for us. I'm scared. I don't want to go in. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. But I don't know these people. They're very nice, really. You'll like them. No, I won't, and they won't like me. Yes, they will. They think I killed my mother, and they'll ask me all about it, and it'll be awful. No, I don't want to do it. Dory, stop it. Now, you just stop it. I know. I won't do it. You hit me. You hit me. I want you to listen to what I have to say. Listen to me carefully. Do you understand? Yes. You are going into that room with me, and you are going to tell those people in there exactly what you told me. Start to finish. Got that? I can't. Those people in there are doctors, Dory. They want to help you. They're not Policemen? Whatever gave you the idea they were policemen?
I just thought...
Well, you thought wrong. And there's something else I'm going to tell you. Something I'm not supposed to tell you because I'm just a nurse here. But I'm going to tell you anyway. There are 3 doctors in that room. 2 are men and 1's a woman. And there is some possibility that there'll be another woman in there with them. Your mother.
My mother's dead.
Your mother is not
My
dead.
double, she killed her. She hit her over the head with a chair, and then she choked her. She did it for me. My mother's dead.
Your mother is very much alive, and there isn't a mark on her. Now, are you ready to go in there?
Okay.
Wait a second. Look at your shadow. All hunched over. Aren't you ashamed? That's it. No, you're standing tall. And your shadow is, too. All right, Dory. Go on in. Nobody is going to hurt you.
Now you know. Dory's double lived in her shadow. Then in her image reflected from the big mirror behind the bar. Later, a reproduction of herself in the small hospital mirror where she combed her hair. And finally, her own face seen in a bowl of water. So she got a glimpse of a second self. Strong and competent. And possessing the capacity for rage. Even murder. I'll be back shortly.
Yes. Theoretically, an earthquake of a certain intensity at the right place could carry the state of California into the sea.
Read Goodbye, California by Alistair MacLean, the story of a fanatical terrorist whose ability to detonate an atomic bomb gives him the ultimate blackmail weapon, earthquake. An earthquake so monstrous it could mean goodbye, California. The authorities are helpless, but one man alone, a super cop driven by a personal motive, races to meet the terrorist head-on, a race that must be won, or else it's goodbye, California. Read Goodbye, California by Alistair MacLean. A story of daring, danger, and the threat of a doomsday that could happen tomorrow. If you enjoy suspense, get set for a thrilling experience because you are going to live that experience in Goodbye, California by Alistair MacLean. Now in paperback from Fawcett.
Maybe I do believe that I have a double, and that he and I have a rendezvous somewhere, sometime. And he will have qualities I never suspected in myself. Some pleasant, perhaps. Perhaps others very, very unpleasant indeed. I wonder, am I ready for this encounter? Not today, no. Maybe tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after that, or, well, someday. Our cast included Terry Keane, Grace Matthews, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I keep telling myself it's a lover's quarrel. They'll make up and everything will be all right.
Yeah, well, that's not what Susan says. It's off, over, finished. I asked did he give any reason, and she just shook her head and went up to her room to cry. Listen, I'm not hanging around this town any longer. Everything about it gives me the creeps. My sister gets kicked in the teeth, and my pop says, well. Well, I don't see it that way. She can't protect herself. But I am not letting that guy get away with it.
Horace, Mayor Greeley. I'm coming. What? Harry. What are you doing here at 5:30 in the morning all dolled up in your police chief's outfit?
You'd better get yourself dressed, Horace. And hurry.
Well, would you mind telling me why?
There's been a murder.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Has God forgotten all I have done for him? Exclaimed an exasperated King Louis XIV on an unhappy day when his army was defeated in battle. We may smile at such a remark, but we might do better to learn from it, because it teaches us that there are people in this world who expect to be paid in full for every kindness they extend, and that there comes a day when they will present the bill to everyone and anyone, whether here below or up above.
Now, Miss Morrison, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I've come here to save your life.
I had no idea it was in danger.
A man intends to kill you. His name is Anthony Pringle.
What did you say his name was?
Anthony Pringle.
But I'm Anthony Pringle.
I know, but that doesn't change anything.
Our mystery drama, The Gray Slapper, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Carol Teitel and Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength Sign-Off?
Exactly.
Added strength Sign-Off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right. And more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength Sign-Off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
Sineoff. Sign-Off.
You can't beat the clock, and right now the clock is running against us. Every 60 seconds, another American is diagnosed diabetic. Today, 10 million Americans have diabetes. A newborn child runs a 20% chance of developing diabetes during its lifetime. It's time to cure diabetes, and it's time we all help. Take a minute. Call your local American Diabetes Association. I'm Jesse Owen, and I thank you.
Hi, I'm Casey of the Sunshine Band for the American Heart Association. You know, when you're young, we learn a lot of things. A lot of good things and some things that aren't so good. What's important is to be able to tell the difference. I'll give you an example. Some kids, when they're still pretty young, learn how to smoke cigarettes. They see their folks doing it or their friends tell them it's cool. But the fact is, it's not cool at all. It's dumb. Cigarette smoking is dumb. It cuts down on your wind. It spoils the taste of your food. Worst of all, the American Heart Association says it's bad for your heart. So if somebody offers you a cigarette, remember, there's nothing cool about putting a hot stick of tobacco in your mouth. If you want to find out more about cigarette smoking and what's wrong with it, ask your American Heart Association. They're fighting for your life.
If you can remember a song that went Harrigan spells Harrigan, you're not as young as you used to be. There was also a saloon called Harrigan's, and there still is, except old John Joseph Harrigan has gone to his reward, but there is a grandson named John Joseph still among us. And this watering place, as he likes to call it, was the home away from home for all the leading politicians in this beautiful town. Indeed, there were cynical people who insisted that every night the city was for sale in Harrigan's. At any rate, not too long ago, on a particular balmy evening, a slim, well-dressed lady, neither young nor old, approached the bar.
Of course, ladies have never been exactly encouraged in Harrigan's, even in these days. They do play the devil with a man's privacy.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening.
Permit me to state, ma'am, that while you are as welcome as the very air we breathe, I must ask you to sit down at a table.
Why?
As to the why of it, we have a house rule. Unescorted female ladies are not permitted at the bar.
Well, I'm only looking for someone.
Yes?
Yes. That rather distinguished-looking gentleman at the end of the bar, with the white hair and the trim, neat mustache.
Oh, Mr. Pringle.
Ah, yes. Anthony Edmund Pringle.
Do you know Mr. Pringle?
I know him very well indeed. Excuse me, Mr. Harrigan. Mr. Pringle?
Yes?
I'm Dolly Morrison.
Oh? Do I know you, Mrs. Morrison?
Miss Morrison.
Oh.
You assumed quite naturally that a woman of advanced age must be married.
I would hardly say you're of advanced age.
Thank you, but I am closer to winter than to spring.
Shall we say Indian summer?
Thank you again.
And now, what may I do for you, Miss Morrison?
Do for me?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you think I've approached you for a favor?
Well, yes.
A political favor.
All favors are political.
Yes, that's the moralist in you speaking.
Oh, it's been a long time since anyone called me a moralist.
Didn't you say once that politics is a matter of morality?
Did I ever say that?
I remember it so well. You said those who would separate politics from morality could never hope to truly understand or practice either.
I think I remember.
Do you also remember, without morality, the people perish?
Yes. But how do you remember?
I never forgot.
It's been so many years.
And you don't remember Dolly Morrison?
Dolly Morrison?
The rather pale, dark-haired girl who sat in the front row?
When I was teaching?
Yes. When you were teaching political science at the City University.
Of course. At night?
Yes. At night.
I remember. You were all such good students.
We had to be. We worked during the day.
College wasn't much fun for you, was it?
Well, at least it was college. And we were ahead of our parents, most of us. They had to go to night school. We were going to night college.
Miss Morrison. Dolly Morrison.
We didn't have time to learn leisurely, to savor knowledge. What we needed so desperately were those pieces of paper, those documents which said we could go to law school or become teachers or accountants.
Yes, I knew that.
It was cut and dried and very intense. And now and then, some of us were lucky enough to encounter a teacher with the gift to inspire and...
Oh, Miss Morrison, you must let me buy you a drink.
No, thank you.
Then, Miss Morrison, ask me.
Ask.
Say it, whatever it is. Day and night I am beset by those who seek my favors.
Mr. Pringle, I don't think you understand.
I understand perfectly. You are a proud woman, and asking a favor does not come without effort. But ask. And if it is within my power, I shall joyfully... What is it you want? An introduction? A job? Perhaps a smoothing of a path? An easing of a pressure?
Is that what you think I want?
I am completely at your service.
You're not listening to me.
Of course I am.
I did not come here to ask for a favor.
You didn't.
Is that what you thought?
Of course. What else could I think? What else could you want?
What else?
Yes, Miss Morrison. What do you want?
Right now, I want to do just this.
Say, what's the idea?
Goodbye, Mr. Pringle.
Hey, Mom, you can't... Tony, you want me to call a cop? Dugan's just outside.
No, John. Never mind. Let her go.
What sort can she be? She come in here and it appeared butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. What'd she slap you for? Was it the usual reason?
John, she didn't slap me for any reason that I know of.
And now for some jottings from here and there and everywhere.
He Who Gets Slapped. Yes, that's the title of a famous Russian play. And it's also descriptive of a little byplay that took place last evening at Harrigan's, where you find the movers and shakers of our great city. The receiver of the slap, or the slappee, was perhaps the fastest mover and the hardest shaker in town, Tony Pringle. The slapper was an attractive lady, dressed in gray, who disappeared immediately. When pressed for details, Tony Pringle maintained what can be described as either a gallant or a discreet silence.
Oh, turn him off,
And
John.
now for the...
Have you seen the papers, Tony?
I've seen the papers.
The Fourth Estate is having itself a veritable jubilee. Here's Mullins in the Tribune. Who is the great slapper?
A catchy phrase. The gray slapper.
It'd be the making of Mullins, too.
Therefore, he'll be grateful to me.
No. He'll be out to put you in prison.
Mullins. After all I've done for him.
Oh, I'm surprised to hear you say that, Tony. You should know better. Friend Mullins will become all puffed up with his own self-importance. And so he'll no longer be satisfied with being just a reporter, heaven help us. He'll want to become a journalist and win the Pulitzer Prize. He'll start muckraking and whistleblowing and making a general nuisance out of himself.
Mullins?
It's the first noteworthy thing he's ever reported.
I cannot imagine why that woman would want to slap my face.
Are you still telling me you do not know who she is?
It goes back many years. I was teaching school. She was one of my students.
Oh, and did you give her a failing mark?
As a matter of fact, I gave her the highest mark in the class.
Yeah, you know women. I'll tell you what I'll do, Tony. I'll say she just wandered in here, drunk. And before I could ask her to leave, she made a spectacle of herself.
I don't know.
You don't need this kind of embarrassing situation. Besides, she had to be drunk. How else can you explain it?
Yes? Oh, it's you.
Yes.
The gray slapper.
I'm not dressed in gray.
Oh? Have you decided to become the red slapper?
May I come in?
If you promise not to slap me again.
No. I didn't come here for that purpose.
For what purpose have you come?
I've come here to save your life.
Oh?
I can see you don't believe me.
I have an idea I'm going to hate myself, but... All right. Come in.
Very nice little place you have here. Far from the madding crowds, ignoble strife.
How did you know where to find me? Very few people know about this place.
You told me about it.
I told you.
An important man like you, constantly surrounded. You need this little hideaway.
Miss Morrison, you insist on talking in riddles and creating mystery. First, you say you've come here to save my life. Second, you say I told you about this little retreat of mine. Now, I insist that you illuminate both of these points for me.
I shall. But first, why did you tell the media I was drunk?
I didn't tell them.
You permitted a lie to be told.
There had to be some explanation for your gratuitous action.
But it wasn't true. I was not drunk.
What's the difference?
The difference is you slandered me. You told a lie.
Miss Morrison, what do you want of me?
You were willing to sell my reputation down the river for your own convenience.
Can we come to the point?
We've never left it. I am here to discuss what you have become. And what you did to me is very much in character.
I would have done nothing to you had you not slapped me. Now, why did you do it?
Because I had to come there to try to save you. And you were so blind, so deaf.
Blind and deaf to what?
What happened to you, Mr. Pringle?
Stay on the point. How are you going to save me?
It will be very difficult.
And from what shall you save me?
From whom? From yourself.
All right. What is it that I intend to do?
Kill yourself.
I see. That would be suicide.
Technically, I suppose.
Miss Morrison, I have absolutely no desire, no thought of doing away with myself.
That isn't true.
Now I remember you. You were very intense and very attractive. You haven't changed a bit.
I had never met a man like you. That is, in real life. Well, I did meet men like you in books. Brilliant men. Men who could capture the soul and release the spirit.
Are you saying that you fell in love with me?
Yes.
A schoolgirl crush?
I was hardly a schoolgirl. I was out in the world and supporting myself.
I'm without false modesty, Miss Morrison. I knew I was good-looking, smart. I had style. I knew most of the girls in my classes would fall in love with me, and most of them would get over it.
I never did.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. I never flirted with any of you. I never tried to lead any of you on. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, but you awakened me to the world. I'm still Miss Morrison. You ruined all other men for me.
I'm sorry.
I believed in you.
And then you made the inevitable discovery. Your idol has feet of clay.
Yes.
If you examine them closely, all of them do.
I believe you stated the case. Idol. I never saw you as a lover. I always thought of you as an idol, a god. And so perhaps it wasn't love, but worship. Women, as a rule, are very susceptible to this kind of thing.
You must let me offer you some refreshment. I'm so happy you came.
Are you?
You realize what's happening to me? I am actually having a discussion with a civilized, literate human being. Quite a change.
From what?
We haven't said one word about who's going to get the contract or the nomination or the judgeship.
It's quite a change for you, isn't it?
We are in the midst of a philosophical conversation which began with theology and shall range through morality and ethics. Since we've already discussed poetry, I'm sure we shall treat with literature, art, and music.
Yes. You still have the old sparkle. Perhaps the basic instincts can somehow be revived. I said there was hope for you. He, of course, wouldn't hear of it.
He?
Yes. He claimed the change was irreversible.
You say he. But who is he?
The man who intends to kill you.
But didn't you say, just before, that I'm going to kill myself?
Exactly. That's why I'm here. To see if you can help me talk him out of it.
At first blush, assuming, of course, that these days there are still people who actually blush, what she is saying doesn't seem to make any sense at all. However, if you think about it, you may divine a certain meaning. Like all mysteries, all you need is a key. The key here is a number, and the number is 2. And that's all the hints you get until I return with the second act.
I know what you're going to say. Here's Tony Randall again with still another commercial for Matus Rosé. Well, yes and no. I discovered something, friends, rather disturbing, and I must share it with you. I found out that many people don't even know there is a white Matus wine. Well, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Being something of a wine aficionado myself, I assumed everyone knew about white Matus, the bright imported wine with a captivating charm all its own. But it seems that the rosé is so popular, whenever people hear the name Matus, they automatically think rosé. Imagine all the white wine lovers who thought there was no Matus for them. Oh, the rejection they must have felt. Now, I know you've already stocked up on Matus Rosé for the holidays, but you're going to have to go out and get a bottle or two of white Matus for your white wine lovers. For heaven's sake, haven't they suffered enough? Well, that's all I have to say on the subject.
White Matus, imported by Dreyfus Ashby & Company, New York, New York.
This is Irma Bombeck.
What if I told you Ernest Hemingway, William Faulkner, and John Steinbeck lived in your neighborhood? What if I told you you could get a handyman who made house calls, free entertainment for your children, or check out Paul Newman for 7 days? Trust me, all these things are possible at your public library. It houses one of the most complete lines of interest you'll find anywhere. Check out a how-to book for your husband on making minor repairs around the house. Or if he doesn't like fiction, select one of his favorite sports. For the children, there are story hours and bike repair lessons and concerts. And if you're one of those women who is still trying to plow her way through Guadalcanal Diary, maybe you could use a master speed reading course. Your library could be the most important card in your billfold. I love it. My husband was at the library just last night, and when he came home, he said, "Hey, Irma, I was at the library, and all your books are in." That was so cruel.
A public service message from the American Library Association.
We look at some people and we say they never change. But that isn't true. Everybody changes, even if it doesn't seem that way. After all, the scientists say that every 6 months, 90% of all the atoms in our body are completely replaced. Or is it after 90 months, 6% of us is brand new? What's the difference? The fact is that inside, things are happening. There's action, conflict. Nobody, nothing is ever really standing still.
Let me see if I can sort this out, Miss Morrison. What you're saying is that you've been having conversations with me.
Yes.
I, of course, am unaware of these conversations.
The you that is in this room is unaware of the conversations.
I shall try to follow this. There are times when I am not in this room, and I am talking to you.
Yes.
However, I don't know that this is happening. Therefore, there can only be one explanation.
Yes.
I am a somnambulist. I walk in my sleep. I seek you out, and we talk.
That is not the explanation.
You mean there's another?
Yes. I said the you that is in this room is unaware. The you that frequents Harrigan's saloon. The you that stalks the city hall, the state house, the national councils of the party. The you that is the mover, the shaker, the kingmaker.
You flatter me.
I merely describe you. I describe the you that is unaware. But there's another you.
Is there?
A 30-year-old you who is eager, idealistic, honest, decent, hopeful.
You are now describing the symptoms of a disease called youth.
That's the you I speak with constantly.
Oh.
I caught that inflection. You think I'm crazy.
Well...
Admit it.
Crazy, normal. These are political definitions.
I speak to him quite often.
Him?
Anthony Edmund Pringle.
You probably do.
You intend to sound sympathetic, but there is just the tiniest patronizing edge to your voice.
Miss Morrison, I sympathize with you. And let me be truthful. This may seem like arrogant boasting. However, when I was young, attractive, I had almost unlimited idealism. I believed in justice, brotherhood, fairness.
And you no longer do.
I realize that these are not simple, cut-and-dried affairs. I know now that men must give to get. That accommodation is the basic rule of life. That we only pass this way once. But we digress. You fell in love with me.
And with what you stood for.
What you thought I stood for. And then I went into politics.
I was so happy. I thought you would be the first of a new breed.
And I disappointed you.
Yes. I made excuses for you. I tried to justify some of the things you did.
And after a while, you could do that no longer.
After a long while.
You had a considerable investment in me, didn't you, Miss Morrison? An investment of hope and emotion.
Yes.
And now it was lost. All of it.
Yes.
And so, since you could no longer tolerate what I had become, a cheap, cynical politician, you conjured up what I had been, the young idealist.
This is what you believe.
The 30-year-old Anthony Edmund Pringle, lecturer in the humanities at the City University, actually exists for you. You believe you see him and speak to him.
How glibly you can spout the mail order, do-it-yourself instant psychology, so popular and so meaningless.
If the young Tony still exists, if it's true that you see him and talk with him, tell him he cannot complain. If he doesn't like what he has become today, he himself chose the path.
Only because you fooled him? You lied to him?
Miss Morrison.
Yes.
I don't wish to be rude, but I must ask you to leave.
Of course. I realize this has been difficult for you. But Tony is desperate.
Please, Miss Morrison.
Listen to me. Tony intends to kill you unless...
Unless what?
Unless I can convince him not to. I'm powerless without your help. You must make him believe that you can actually change. Tony despises what he has become in you. Let me tell him things will be different.
All right. Do that.
Don't make the mistake of humoring me, of patronizing me. Tony is serious. And the latest piece of sheer, what can I say, deviltry you propose?
Deviltry?
Yes, deviltry. This monstrous betrayal of the public trust. What else can it be called if not deviltry?
There are any number of words you might have used. Why deviltry? And what are you talking about?
Please consider what I said. It's not too late.
Welcome, stranger.
Nice, quiet evening, John.
I must say you're not looking well, Tony. What have you been doing?
Thinking.
Oh, dangerous pastime.
When you were young, John, what did you want to become?
When I was young, no one ever asked me.
What did you want for yourself?
As soon as I could walk, I had to assist my old gentleman in the running of this here oasis.
Is that what the young John Joseph Harrigan wanted? To tend bar and saloon?
Yes, that's what the young John Joseph wanted.
Then, today, if he confronted you, he would have no quarrel with what you are.
None. Is this leading to where I may safely assume it is?
Yes.
I see. Well, is the young Anthony Edmund Pringle disturbing the peace of mind of the older one who stands here before me?
In the confidentiality of this bar, I confess that the young Tony and I are not at peace with each other.
What's the trouble, Tony?
Who said there was any trouble?
You're a thinking man, and thinking has been the ruination of many a politician. I remember you when you come into this place for the first time 30 years ago. You had the common touch. He'll go far, I said. And you did.
Did I?
You know you did. What were you, a teacher? You've been just fine for the party, Tony. And unlike a lot of them, you haven't been too bad for the people. You haven't done any real harm to the country as far as I can see.
But what have I been for me?
Each man answers that question for himself.
If he dares.
Tony, what's wrong?
Why do you ask?
It has something to do with that woman, doesn't it?
What woman?
Now you're pretending not to know. The grey slapper.
Oh, what would she have to do with anything?
You tell me. Well, of course you don't have to. But, ever since that incident, something seems different about you.
Different? In what way?
Well, you're kind of moody. And sometimes you seem to be in another world. Some of the boys was remarking about it. Why did she slap you?
Why? Because she was disappointed in me.
Does she have a right to be?
She thinks she does. Have you read Mullen in today's Tribune?
Mullen's been bitten by the bug. Pay no heed.
Promise Betrayed. The story of Anthony Edmund Pringle.
Tony, when you can quote these things by heart, it's a bad sign.
What has become of the eager, dewy-eyed Anthony Edmund Pringle, who 30 years ago entered the lists, a St. George to slay the dragon of corruption that strangles the life from the city? Has he become the dragon?
And by the same token, we might inquire, what has become of young Jimmy Mullins, who's going to write the great American novel? Why is he only a reporter on a second-rate newspaper?
That's unfair.
Fairness is a matter of post positions at the racetrack. Tony, you're a successful man. You've worked very hard.
That's true.
You haven't done everything you wanted, but who has? And there's an empty place in your heart.
Yes.
You played the game. You were interested in nothing else. And now you're 60. And all you have is the game. No wife. No kids. You're lonely.
Yes.
But that's the normal way to feel. Don't make more of it.
I suppose you're right.
It's easy for a man to feel down, to question. But then the thing to do is just go straight ahead.
Straight ahead.
That's been you all your life, Tony. You can't change your style now.
No.
Millions of people know about Tony Pringle. Millions of people will give anything to be where Tony Pringle is. This is an invention of the devil. Hello.
Is Mr. Pringle there?
Who is this that wishes to speak with him?
Tell him it's Miss Morrison.
Please, hold the telephone. You want to speak with a Miss Morrison?
No.
I'm very sorry, ma'am, but he's not here.
This is very important. Tell him, please, that under no conditions is he to be part of the deal with Mr. Dahlgren.
What? What is that you said? What did you say? Hello.
John, what's wrong?
I don't know.
This Miss Morrison, what did she want?
Tony, who is she? Who is Miss Morrison?
She's just some lady.
Tony, do you know whose name she just spoke?
No.
The name, Tony. The name.
What do you mean, the name?
She said it.
How could she? How would she know about it? Tell me exactly what she said.
She said, and these are her exact words, tell him that under no conditions is he to be part of a deal with... And then she spoke the name. Hey, Tony, where are you going?
It seems there's a name, and it seems there's a deal. And it also seems that there is great concern about various people finding out about it. And since this seems to be a story about politicians, it would appear that this is only more politics as usual. Or is it? Well, that's why we have third acts.
Take your contact, take it now. Take your cold to contact.
I'm going to change your mind about nighttime cold medicine. You see, of all major medicines, only one works up to 12 hours against the cloggy virus symptoms that keep you awake. Only Contact. One capsule's relief stays with you all through a long night's sleep, no matter what cold virus attacks. Only Contact.
If you're cold to contact.
Take only as directed.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry Cox.
Love to go Christmas shopping, even after a full day at the office. Thing is, I hate carrying all that cash. Sometimes I think I need an armored car. Not this Christmas. I'm shopping differently. Thanks to Master Charge. It's so easy when all you have to carry is your clothes.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry Cox.
If you are blind or know someone who is, listen to this message. There is a unique, specially prepared monthly sports magazine for the visually impaired. Feeling Sports, a service of the Braille Sports Foundation. It is written and produced exclusively for sports-minded individuals who want to be in close touch with the sports world and with organized athletic programs for the unsighted. Feeling Sports is offered in two forms, in Braille or on cassette tapes. I'm Ray Scott, and for the last 3 years, it's been my pleasure to be the cassette voice of Feeling Sports, reading amazing and inspiring articles about blind people who participate in various sports such as beat baseball, golf, and many others. For a sample copy, contact the Braille Sports Foundation, room 301, 730 Hennepin Avenue, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55403. Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55403. Feeling Sports is available free of charge to physically handicapped persons unable to afford the cost.
Sang the poet, "My secrets cry aloud. I have no need for tongue. My heart keeps open house. My doors are widely flung." Yes, that's the attitude of the poet. The politician is another case, however. His secrets must be silent, his door closed, his window shuttered. His theme is expressed in a word that poets have absolutely no use for: discretion.
It's you.
We have to talk.
About what?
About a certain name you mentioned.
We better not talk here.
Why not?
Because I'm expecting him.
Expecting who?
You know who.
Let's end this charade. I'm coming in.
He'll kill you if he finds you here.
Answer this question. Who told you about Dahlgren?
I'm trying to help you. Get away from here.
Who told you?
Does it matter?
Tell me who told you.
You did.
I did.
He did. What's the difference?
Tell me the truth. Tell me all.
Or what?
What do you know about Dahlgren?
He's a senator.
Yes. What else do you know?
I know that you and he have been on opposite sides for years. You've been bitter enemies.
What else do you know?
Now, I suppose I know everything.
What's everything?
You are going to support him for the nomination.
Yes.
He won't let you do it. Anthony Edmund Pringle won't let you do it.
I've had enough. I am Anthony Edmund Pringle. Somehow, you got this information.
No. There's an Anthony Edmund Pringle who is 30 years old, and he'll kill you before you bring him to this ultimate disgrace.
What ultimate disgrace? What's wrong with what I'm doing?
Dahlgren is a scoundrel.
He's not the only one.
But he's the worst, and for you to back him is the most cynical...
What do you know about it?
Please, I want to help you. I have a very, very angry young man to pacify. But you have to help me. You just disavow this Dahlgren person.
I can't.
Why?
Because when you get to be where I am, you can't stand still. You must go forward. You have to be with the winner. Dahlgren will be the winner. Who's that?
It's probably Anthony Edmund Pringle. Hello? Yes? No. He's not here. I don't know where he is. Yes. As soon as I find out. Goodbye. He knows about Dahlgren.
What?
Everybody knows about Dahlgren. It's in the papers. It's on the news.
It's impossible.
Would you like to hear it?
Gentlemen, we are still with our special newscast concerning the greatest political bombshell of the decade, the Pringle-Dahlgren alliance. It all came to the surface as a result of a story in the Tribune by veteran reporter James Mullen.
Mullen?
These two former sworn enemies prove that anything is possible in the political arena. And as a team, now they're virtually unbeatable. As Mullen notes, there is, of course, a little matter of morality, but that won't bother too many people.
Shut it off.
Have you heard enough?
Mullen.
It's the truth.
Of course. Why should Dahlgren and I destroy each other? Doesn't it make sense to join forces? But how did Mullen find out? This wasn't supposed to break for another month.
Call the broadcasting stations, the press. Hold a conference. Say it isn't true. In that way, he'll forgive you.
You claim I told you.
Yes, you did.
Whatever it is, whatever game you're trying to play, it's not going to work. You know, you're an interesting lady.
Oh, no. No, not that. Not now. Years ago, there would have been a point to it. A home, children, a whole life we might have made together. Now it's too late. And I don't like your newest friends.
You're a very positive woman. That's your problem. And you're very convincing. That's my problem. You have a way of talking. It can almost make a man believe anything. Even this nonsense you've tried to peddle me about a young edition of myself that is still making the rounds.
He intends to kill you.
I confess I let it get to me, somewhat. But it's because I've been under a strain. Well, it has been extremely interesting. And now, if you don't mind, I must leave.
Fight, Dahlgren.
Fight him? We have just become blood brothers. That should cement our relationship for at least this one campaign.
It's the only way Anthony Edmund Pringle can be made to respect you.
Good night, Miss Morrison. When I think of what might have been...
Well, the word's out.
Did the earth shake?
Briefly.
And then?
And then, people said words like master stroke.
Brilliant strategy.
Terrific tactics.
Natural allies.
Ah, you see, it has now become the normal and accepted state of affairs.
And what do you think?
As a friend, I would not have done it.
I needed that big dramatic move.
Of course. But you could have done better than Dahlgren.
He was available. Time was not on my side.
Well, what's done is done. Tony.
Yes?
There was a fella in here looking for you.
What was his name?
He didn't say.
Lots of folks are looking for me all the time.
Yes, there is something different about this one.
In what way?
This may be a somewhat delicate question, Tony. Did you ever have a son?
John, I've never been married.
You understand that is not a direct answer.
The direct answer is no.
The reason I say this, the fellow was about 25 or 30, and he was a dead ringer for you.
He was?
A carbon copy in every respect. The difference? He's half a lifetime younger and thinner, but he was you, as you looked at the time, and I remember.
He asked for me?
Yes. Wanted to know if you were here.
What did you tell him?
What could I tell him? You weren't in.
Then what did he do?
I don't know.
Try to remember.
He just disappeared into the crowd.
He's never been in before?
No. Tony, is something wrong?
He looked just like me.
The image to the line.
And he's looking for me.
Yes, I just said he was. Tony, there's something wrong. I know it.
I should get away for a bit.
I would certainly say so.
I know I need a rest.
You do?
Where it's quiet, where nobody knows me, where nobody could find me. But where is such a place?
Well, I have a little lodge up on the coast of Maine. Nobody's using it right now.
John, couldn't I?
You want to go where no one can find you? Here. I'll give you the keys.
Don't go.
You? What are you doing here?
Don't go.
Don't go where?
To Maine.
How do you know I'm going to?
He told me.
Listen.
He's already gone there. He's waiting for you. Don't go yet. Let me talk to you first.
What is there we can talk about? Besides, we can't talk here. Too many people will recognize me.
You have to listen to me.
All right. Let's go to your place.
Break the alliance with Dahlgren.
I told you that's impossible.
Why?
Because I'm committed. I had to cut some throats to do this.
I suppose you did.
They would just as quickly have cut mine. Anyhow, there are certain breaches that cannot be healed at this time.
Then I cannot help you.
You must tell him.
What can I tell him?
Tell him how hard it was for me to just be a school teacher.
Yes.
Tell him that one morning you wake up and you suddenly realize you can have everything.
I'll tell him.
Tell him it's a drug.
A drug.
Power. It's the deadliest drug of all. The more you have of it, the more you need, and you can't give any of it up. You can't.
I'll tell him.
I know how he feels. I was like him once.
You weren't like him. You were him.
I can't change. I can't go back.
I know it, and he knows it. And that's why he has to kill you.
No, please, don't start that again.
Because you have made nothing of his life.
Nothing. I'm one of the most powerful people in this country.
What have you done with his life? You've filled it with tobacco smoke and tinsel. You've packed it with broken promises, with greed and corruption. You have become prosperous by bringing out the worst in other men. No, you will have to die.
Oh, no. Do you think I'll stand by and let him kill me? Who's that?
You know who it is.
Do you think I'll just stand still and let him kill me? I'm armed. I have a gun. See? Look.
It won't help you.
Let him in. Who does he think he is? Let him in. This insufferable two-bit philosopher. He would have been different. He would have been able to withstand temptation. Did anyone ever tempt him? Let him in. I'm not afraid. Come on in. Let's look at you, Tony. You dare to look down on me? I've played golf with billionaires. I played poker with presidents. Look at you. In your threadbare trousers, patches on your corduroy sleeves. Look at me. Look at what I did for you. Thank me. Thank me. Wait. No. Don't look at me like that. Don't. Keep away. I'll shoot. I swear I'll shoot.
And now for the news. We know who the Gray Slapper is. She's Miss Dolly Morrison. This evening, Anthony Edmund Pringle, companion of presidents, confidant of kings, and counselor to billionaires, was shot to death by her hand in her apartment. Evidently, it was a romance of long standing. The place is filled with his pictures, stories, and books about his long career. These things happened. He tired of her. She slapped him in public, and later killed him. They say, cherchez la femme. And in this case, we found her.
You want to know what I think? I would say there was more here than meets the eye. But exactly what it is, I cannot tell you. How about another? On the house.
As usual in these affairs, we give a multitude of possibilities. The first is the story we tell you, that his own youth killed him. Of course, it's possible that Dolly could have been playing a game, or even John Harrigan, or Tony's political enemies. Or have you been inspired to come up with a solution of your own? This is all to the good, and we shall talk about it shortly.
When you're
Isn't it nice to know that in almost 300 different...
Welcome, Williams Way. Under the big, bright, sunburst sign of Quality Inns. You'll always find comfortable rooms at very comfortable prices. That's what makes Quality Inns the most comfortable place under the sun. See your travel agent or call us toll-free for reservations.
The most comfortable place under the sun. Quality Inn.
When I have a sore throat, I don't feel like myself. My throat feels raw and irritated.
That's when I use Chloraseptic. Chloraseptic helps me feel better because it helps block the pain of a sore throat. So when you get a sore throat,
Don't let it slow you down.
Get relief with Chloraseptic and feel like yourself again. Fast.
Chloraseptic spray or lozenges for temporary relief of minor sore throat pain. Use only as directed.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you 8 hours of selections from leading publications on phonograph records. For information about a free subscription, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. So write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050.
Consider some basic premises. If you are 50, what became of the you that was 25? You say he grew older, but how can you prove it? Are we one person who ages, or are we an infinite multitude of people who live for a day, or a week, or a year, and are then replaced? Impossible? Really? How many times have you said of somebody, why, he's simply not the same person? Our cast included Carol Teitel, Gordon Heath, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. If it works, it's obsolete. So says Marshall McLuhan. Alas, he must be speaking of other endeavors than crime. For in crime, if it works, it's up to the law to find a way to stop it as quickly as possible. But the clever criminal resists detection with every means at his disposal, fair or foul. And that puts the law at a distinct disadvantage. One must rely on clues. But what if the criminal has invented a new method of crime? One in which what is obsolete is the evidence.
Sheriff, what brings you out here again?
There's been another murder, Professor.
Another? Like the first one?
Yep.
But that's 2 murders in 2 days. Isn't there anything you can do?
No. We've got the bodies. We have the murder weapons. We can even construct a reasonable theory why the murders were committed. But the thing is, I got a feeling none of this is going to lead us to the murderer.
Our mystery drama, The Dominant Personality, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Imagine a rural area in the northern United States, an area so remote the only roads are old logging trails, an area of glacial lakes, dark forests, where the population is so sparse every house is an isolated outpost. In the summer, the tourists come to boat and fish, but with the fall, they return to the city, and those few who remain, the natives, settle back into solitude. Such existence breeds persons of marked character, capable of coping with any situation. That is, with almost any situation.
Rod? Hey, Rod! Rod, you home? Oh, his car's back. He must be... Rod, where the heck are you...
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I was looking for Rod Talbert.
My name's Olivia.
I'm Murdoch Ross. I'm the county sheriff in these parts. I just dropped by to check on Rod's cabin since he's been gone.
Would you like to come in?
Well, is Rod here?
He went for a walk. He'll be back soon.
Oh, thank you.
I was just trying to get a fire going in the fireplace. I'm not very good at it.
Well, you don't have enough kindling. And those logs, that's hardwood. You ought to use something like birch or popple.
Thank you. I guess it'll take me a while to learn everything. I'm going to have to know.
Say, excuse me for asking, but are you a friend of Rod's?
I'm his wife.
His wife? I never knew Rod was married.
He wasn't. We were married yesterday.
Where?
Down in the city.
Well, that's something. All these years, Rod's had a girlfriend and never said a word. Of course, he's not the kind to share confidence.
No, we only met 2 weeks ago.
But 2 weeks?
Well, I guess it does seem a little strange, but we were attracted to each other right off. It just seemed the natural thing. There. Is the fire better now?
Oh, yeah. You want me to light it?
No, I want to do things for myself. I've lived all my life in the city. Everything's so safe and predictable there.
Sure is funny.
What is?
Rod getting married. I don't know anyone who's more of a loner than him. You know what we call him? The Great Gatsby of the North Woods. No one knows where he's from or why he came to live up here.
How long has he lived here?
Oh, let's see, it's nearly 7 years now. Strange fella. But, of course, he must have told you a few things about himself.
No. I fell in love with his eyes.
His eyes?
Yeah. Sounds silly, I guess, but it's true. I was working as a waitress. Not much future in that. I must have seen 100 people a day sitting at that counter. Then Rod came in. Other men had looked at me that way, but with Rod it was different. He didn't say much at first, but he kept coming back. He never stopped looking at me. Then he started telling me about this cabin and the lake and the woods. It all sounded so beautiful.
I never would have figured when he disappeared like that 3 weeks ago. He'd gone to town to get himself a wife. Say, you got that fire going pretty good now. Listen, I don't want to stick around here on your honeymoon. You tell Rod I'll be by to see him tomorrow.
Is something the matter?
Well...
What is it?
I'm afraid Rod's got a problem with some of the folks around here.
Really? But we're so isolated here. There's not another house within a mile.
Yeah, well, like I say, Rod's a real loner. He just don't seem to like other people. He's got a habit of running trespassers off his land at gunpoint.
Rod does that?
Yeah. One neighbor in particular, a fellow named Shep Taylor, kept a dog. Rod claimed he could hear the barking through the woods. He was always making threats. And then about a month ago, just before Rod disappeared, someone poisoned the dog.
And it died?
Yep. Anyhow, now Taylor's gone out and bought himself a new dog, and, well, I don't want any more trouble.
Maybe now that we're married, all that will change.
Yeah, maybe.
Let me pay visits to the neighbors. When there's so few people around, it's silly not to get along.
Well, there's Shep Taylor and a widow named Mrs. Booker. She's kind of a hermit herself. And then down the road in the other direction is Leo Hertel. He's from the city, too. He was a professor of psychology at the university until he decided to drop out of society and come up here.
He sounds interesting.
Yeah, he's got a whole cabin full of books. Well, it's going to be a cool evening. You ought to sleep good up here.
I'll walk you to your car. It's nearly dark. I wonder where Rod is.
Well, he didn't say where he was going.
He said he needed to go into the woods for a while.
Hey, you're not afraid of being left alone, are you?
Oh, no. This is an adventure. Oh! What's that?
Oh, that's a loon. You'll hear them a lot up here.
What a lonely sound.
Good night, Mrs. Talbot.
Good night, Sheriff.
What did he want?
Rod.
What was Murdoch doing here?
He came by to check on the cabin. You should have seen his face when I answered the door.
Why was he checking the cabin?
To make sure everything was all right, I guess. He seems like a very nice man.
He's okay.
I'm glad you're back. Where did you go?
Just walking through the woods down by the lake.
You love it out here, don't you?
Yeah.
I think it's even more beautiful than you described. Look at the autumn colors. And not another house in sight. Oh, what's that?
Ah, damn.
Rod, what's the matter?
That sounded like it came from Taylor's place.
Rod, the sheriff said Mr. Taylor had a dog that was poisoned.
So I heard.
He said he's bought another. But it's not so bad. You can barely hear it.
Let's go inside and make some supper. And then get some sleep.
Rod? Good morning.
Morning. How'd you sleep?
Oh, I don't know. I feel tired.
Here, splash some water in your face.
Oh, it's cold. Oh, I don't know why I don't feel more rested. The sheriff said the cool air here knocks one right out.
Well, maybe it just takes getting used to.
Hello?
Oh, who's that?
Leo Hertel. He's an old professor who moved up here a few months ago.
Oh, yes, the sheriff told me about him.
Morning, Rod.
Hello, Leo.
Is this your new bride?
News travels fast.
Well, not really. Murdoch stopped in to see me last night on his way back to town.
My name's Olivia.
I am pleased to meet you.
You had breakfast yet, Leo?
I know.
Would you like to join us?
Now that I've had my morning constitutional, I'd be delighted. Oh. Who's this?
It looks like the sheriff again.
Oh, this is becoming quite the gathering place. Getting married certainly brings changes, huh, Rod?
What could the sheriff be doing out here at this hour?
He said he wanted to speak to you about Mr. Taylor and his dog.
Morning, everyone. Rod, Mrs. Talbot. Professor?
Morning, Murdoch. Out a bit on the early side, eh?
Shep Taylor's been murdered.
What?
Oh, no.
What happened?
He was found in his bed, bludgeoned to death. Otis Thompson came up from the lumberyard to make a delivery about 7 this morning. He knocked, and when there was no answer, he went on in.
Oh, that's terrible.
I thought he'd got himself a new watchdog.
Yeah.
Wasn't any good, huh?
The dog is dead, too. Labrador retriever, fully grown, strangled.
Wow. So who did it?
Yeah, I don't know yet. No idea. Thought since your property lies next to his, you might have heard or seen something last night.
Not me. I was sleeping like a log.
And Miss Talbot?
I didn't sleep very well, but I wasn't awake. At least I didn't hear anything that I can remember.
Maybe something disturbed you?
I don't know.
Thing is, Whoever it was didn't come up by Taylor's Road. There are no fresh tracks except from Thompson's lumber truck. And the only other way to Taylor's cabin is along the path that cuts through your property, Rod.
I told you, Sheriff, I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything.
You think perhaps it was a hunter?
Yeah, deer season doesn't open officially until tomorrow.
It could have been a poacher.
Yeah, poachers don't generally leave trails. That's the problem. I'm going back into town to file a report. You want to lift back to your place, Professor?
Yes, Talbot's asked me to stay for breakfast, but I think maybe I should just take a rain check.
Suit yourself, Leo.
Of course.
Mrs. Talbot, I'm sorry about this. It's not a very pleasant introduction to our community.
Oh, Rod, this is awful.
It's happened before.
What do you mean?
Seems like every 5 years or so, someone goes berserk around here.
Why?
Not enough to do. Cabin fever.
Doesn't it bother you that poor man is dead?
Why should it? I couldn't stand the guy.
Professor Hertel?
Oh, Miss Talbot. Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Am I disturbing you?
No, I was just sitting out here reading an old book, but a visitor around here, that's an event.
Can I talk to you?
Certainly. Is something the matter?
The sheriff said you used to be a professor of psychology.
Yes. What is it?
It's about Rod. I'm worried. I'm beginning to think maybe I don't really know him at all. We got married so quickly, but he seemed like the kind of person one could trust.
He's certainly a good-looking fellow.
But I think I've made a mistake, Professor. A terrible, terrible mistake.
It may seem out of place at this point to quote the famous American humorist George Ade, but he once observed that those who marry to escape one thing usually find something else. However dull Olivia thought the routine she was shedding when she came under the spell of Rod Talbot, she may well have stepped into a situation even less desirable. Far less desirable. In fact, deadly. Mystery Theater will return with Act 2 shortly. If you were ever arrested, to whom would you make your one phone call? If you were in trouble, to whom would you turn for help? What if you were far away from friends and family, far away from anyone you knew and could trust? What if, for example, you were in a lonely rural community where everyone was a stranger to you, and the most strange of all was the person who had brought you there, the person you had married?
You think you've made a mistake, Mrs. Talbot? What kind of mistake?
I don't think I should have come up here. I don't think I should have married Rod. I don't know what got into me.
Got into you?
The very first time I saw him staring at me, his gaze locked into me, I felt like I had no willpower of my own. I couldn't think clearly. It was as if I was under his control.
Well, I can understand that. He's a very good-looking man. I often wondered why he never got married before now.
No, it's more than just his looks. He has some kind of power.
Oh, it sounds to me like you're talking about love.
No.
And if you are, I'm afraid you're talking to the wrong person. I've never been married. I was so obsessed with my experiments and researches into the mind, I realized I was working myself into an early grave.
That's why you moved here?
Yes, this forest primeval, as Longfellow would call it, is the furthest extreme imaginable from the bustle of university life. And now, at last, I'm free.
But the murder of Mr. Taylor...
I know. Shocking. Tragic.
Didn't you notice yesterday when the sheriff came by and told us about it that Rod seemed totally unmoved by that man's death?
Rod's not an easy person to get to know, and I haven't known him that long. I've only lived here a few months. But you don't think he killed Taylor, do you?
I don't know what to think. All of a sudden, he seems so cold. Oh, Oh, that sound.
The cry of the loon.
It's so lonely.
The Indians used to say the cry of the loon was like the cry of a woman lost in the woods.
I'm beginning to know that feeling.
Are you frightened?
Yes. And tired. I slept so restlessly again last night. Doesn't that mean something? My subconscious telling me what a terrible mistake I've made?
Mrs. Talbot, I have been observing your husband. Frankly, he fascinates me. And I think I can tell you something about him.
Please.
He is what we psychologists call a dominant personality.
What does that mean?
A law of nature demands that human beings, just like any other animal species, have a pecking order, an order of dominance. It's been clinically proven that there is a small percentage of people who have the ability to lead others, to control them. These are people to whom the rest of us just naturally defer.
Why?
Oh, it could be due to any number of causes. Superior will, a stronger sense of purpose. But the point is, I don't think you need to worry that Rod has cast any mysterious sort of spell over you.
But do you think he killed Mr. Taylor? I mean, if they were enemies, if Taylor was getting on his nerves, if Rod is one of those dominant people, he wouldn't like it very much if his will was thwarted, would he?
No.
Has he ever told you anything at all about his past?
No, he never discusses it.
Why does he want such complete isolation from other people? And if he does, why did he marry me?
You're not thinking of leaving, are you?
What if he plans to kill me, too?
I think we're jumping to conclusions. You say you're frightened. Under the circumstances, I can't blame you, but I think there's someone who's even more frightened than you.
Rod?
Yes. I think he senses the power he has to exercise this remarkable influence over others, and I think it terrifies him.
And that's why he tries to live as far away from others as possible?
And why he never speaks of his previous life? Possibly.
But if he's in hiding, if he did something...
The point is, he went down to the city, he found you, he married you. To me, that's the behavior of a man who wants to change, to make a new start.
But then why?
You do love him, don't you?
I don't know.
You have some feeling for him.
Yes. But that poor Mr. Taylor...
Mrs. Talbot, Shep Taylor's dog, a full-grown Labrador retriever, was physically strangled. Do you really think Rod could do such a thing?
I've heard stories about people going crazy and doing things like that.
If you were married to a psychopath, I think you'd know it. But I understand your fear. Perhaps you would feel safer back in the city.
No. I'm not going to give in that quickly.
Mrs. Talbot, are you all right?
You and Rod aren't the only ones who had their reasons for coming here. I'd better be getting back.
Maybe I should walk with you through the woods?
Thanks. But if I'm going to stay, I'd better get used to walking the woods alone.
You understand, of course, that I have a purely selfish interest in wanting you to stay.
Thank you. Professor Hertel, does Rod like you?
I hope so. Why do you ask?
The sheriff said it wasn't just Mr. Taylor. Rod's never been friendly towards anyone who lives nearby. But yesterday morning, he asked you to stay for breakfast.
Well, Murdoch is fond of exaggerating. It's a habit with people up here when there's not much excitement. Rod's just like anyone else. He's a fine fellow if you treat him right.
Rod, I'm back. Are you here?
Morning, Mrs. Talbot.
Sheriff.
Pardon my coming on in. It's getting a bit chilly this time of year to wait around outside.
I didn't expect you. I didn't see your car.
Oh, it's parked down by the main road. I came up through the woods.
Is Rod here?
No. I was just waiting for him myself. Certainly doesn't like spending much time indoors, does he?
No.
You got any idea where he might be?
When I awakened this morning, he was already up and gone.
Maybe he went hunting.
Hunting?
Now, the deer season opened today. Rod's real fond of stalking game.
He didn't say anything to me about it last night.
He just up and disappeared, huh?
I guess he's still used to living alone.
Yeah, I guess so.
Why are you here?
Because, Mrs. Talbot, There's been another murder.
What?
Yeah, found the body this morning.
Was it someone who lived nearby?
No, this one was a hunter from the city.
Oh.
Made camp down by the river on the other side of the road.
Oh, but that land, that's the land that Rod owns.
Yep.
Was this man shot?
No, he died the same way Taylor did. Bludgeoned. Obviously by a person of great strength. Now, some other hunters going upriver by boat spotted him at dawn this morning.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm a mite more than that. Where is Rod, Mrs. Talbot?
I don't know. I told you he wasn't here when I woke up.
Where were you just now?
I went to see Professor Hertel.
Oh, social call?
He's a very nice man.
Is there anything you care to tell me, Mrs. Talbot?
About what?
2 murders in 2 nights. Don't have to tell you how it looks, do I?
No.
No. Now, I know Rod doesn't like trespassers, Mrs. Talbot. Well, neither do I. But the penalty for trespassing is ordinarily not death.
Do you have proof that Rod did it?
No, nothing concrete. There's no smoking gun, as we say. That's why I'm here. Are you a heavy sleeper?
I don't know. Why?
Yesterday morning, you complained you had a bad night.
Yes.
And now, how about last night?
Why?
I just thought you might have been kept awake by Rod's comings and goings.
That's not fair. You have no proof against him.
Why are you defending him, Mrs. Talbot?
Why?
That's what you're doing, you know. And it's real odd, because now, if your husband is guilty, the one person who ought to have the most to fear is you.
Hello.
Rod. Where have you been all day?
Out.
Where?
I was doing a little fishing over on the river.
The river?
Got us a nice bass for supper.
Oh, but I don't know how to cook it.
I'll show you. Get some scallions and basil from the garden while I clean it.
Rod, could we sit for a moment and have a talk?
What about it?
About us? I mean, about why we got married?
Sure.
We really don't know very much about each other.
We know what we see. What else is important?
But what about your past? Where are you from?
That doesn't matter.
What made you decide to come and live up here?
I don't like crowds. I don't like being dependent on others.
Were you ever married before?
Why?
A woman likes to know things like that.
Why? What difference does it make?
Were you?
Olivia, we'll get along fine if certain doors just remain shut.
Why did you use that image?
What image?
About doors staying shut.
What's the matter with it?
It's like the story of Bluebeard and his castle with the door he tells his wife never to open. The door to the room where the bodies of all the other women he's married and murdered are.
What's the matter with you? You crazy or something?
If you don't like people, why did you marry me?
I don't talk about feelings. Okay? How come you're so nervous anyway? If I'd known you were going to be so nervous, I never would have picked you.
Rod, there was another murder last night.
What?
Down by the river, on your land. The sheriff was here. He wants to see you.
He thinks I did it. Does he?
Yes.
Huh. I don't know anything about it. But I can tell you this much. I didn't do it. Now, come on. I'll show you how to cook this fish. And then we can go to sleep. Olivia, Olivia, are you asleep? Listen to me. You've done very well. You've done everything I wanted you to. Olivia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Olivia, I want you to go out again tonight. I want you to go to the professor's cabin this time, Olivia. And I want you to kill him just the way you killed the others. And then you will come back here to bed. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Farewell contentment, farewell the quiet life. So said Desdemona when she realized she was hopelessly in love with the charismatic Othello. Olivia Talbot might well echo her words, for she too seems to have come under the spell of a powerful man. But if Rod has indeed mesmerized her in order to use her to create for himself a perfect solitude, then her plight is even more desperate than the fair Venetians. For at least Desdemona was able to enter into her marriage with her eyes wide open. Mystery Theater will return with our conclusion in a few moments. It is said that there is nothing new under the sun. But under the moon, that's a different matter. The moon, Luna, was once believed to be the cause of insanity. It was said to control the dark, irrational side of man's nature. Today we know that isn't true. The only connection the moon has to the irrational forces in our story is that it is shining fitfully down on Olivia Talbot as she walks along a desolate country road.
Hey! Hey! Hold it up there! Who is that? Mrs. Talbot. Mrs. Talbot.
Yes?
What the heck are you doing out here?
I'm going to see the professor.
Leo?
Leo Hertel, yes.
Do you know what time it is? It's past midnight. I was just making a final patrol before heading back to town.
That's nice.
Say, you aren't in trouble, are you?
Excuse me. I must keep going.
No, wait. What are you doing out here in your nightgown? Aren't you cold?
Thank you. No.
Mrs. Talbot, are you all right? Mrs. Talbot, wake up! Wake...
What? Oh, Sheriff. Where am I?
You're out in the middle of the road, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's cold.
Here. Take my jacket.
Oh, how did I get here?
You look like you were walking in your sleep. Here, get into the car.
No, I don't think I should.
Why not?
I shouldn't.
Come on. It'll warm you up. There. Slide on over. That's it. There. Feel better?
I feel nervous.
Tell me, has this ever happened to you before? Walking in your sleep?
I don't think so.
What's that thing you've got in your hand?
What? What is it?
It's a whetstone with a wooden handle. The kind you'd use on a large blade.
Let me see. Oh, it's so heavy. What was I doing with it?
The question is, where did you get it?
I don't know.
Seems to me I recollect Rod having a whetstone like this.
There's a tool shed behind our cabin, but Rod keeps it locked.
You think you could have opened that lock in your sleep?
No, I couldn't have done it because I don't know where he keeps the key.
Mrs. Talbot, why were you going to see Leo Hertel?
Was I?
That's what you said before I shook you awake.
Why should I be going to the professor's house in the middle of the night?
And with that implement in your hand.
Sheriff, you don't think that I...
Now that Taylor is dead, Leo is Rod's closest neighbor.
But I like him.
But what about Rod?
Rod likes him, too. I mean, he certainly doesn't have anything against him the way he did with Taylor. You heard him the other day. He even asked him to stay for breakfast.
I don't pretend to know what goes on inside that man's head, Mrs. Talbot.
You don't think that Rod... But what did he do? Hypnotize me? Oh, that's not possible, is it?
I don't know. I don't know what goes on these days anymore.
I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill. If you're suggesting that I'm susceptible to hypnosis and that Rod has been using me to kill people.
Would you like me to take you into town?
Now? What for?
Well, maybe you'd feel safer.
I'm not afraid.
You could stay with us. I'll have my wife make up a bed for you.
No. I want to go back to Rod.
Why?
I want to be with him.
Look, Mrs. Talbot...
I'm not afraid of him. Please take me home, Sheriff. That's where I belong. That's where I want to be.
Come in.
Professor?
Murdoch. Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, just a second. I'll turn on the light.
Sorry to wake you up at this hour. I think there may be a new development on the murders.
Oh, no. Has someone else been killed?
No. But if I'm right, there almost was.
Who?
You.
Me?
I found Olivia Talbot walking along the road just now. She said she was headed here.
Mrs. Talbot.
Look, I need your help, Leo.
If I'm the next victim, you've got it, but Mrs. Talbot...
She seemed to be in some kind of a trance. And when I snapped her out of it, she acted confused. At first, I thought she might have been sleepwalking. But then I noticed she was carrying a heavy whetstone.
You mean something that could have been used as a weapon?
Yes.
Oh, dear. This is most distressing. I never would have believed. You think she was just pretending to be sleepwalking then?
No. No, I think she was in a trance, all right. She wasn't properly dressed against the cold, but didn't bother her until I woke her up. Now, what I think is Rod has been hypnotizing her.
That's a pretty fantastic proposition, Murdoch.
Well, that's what I want to know. You're a professor of psychology.
I was.
Is that kind of thing possible?
Yes, theoretically, I suppose. It would depend on the powers of the dominant person and the suggestibility of the subject.
But whoever's killing these people would have to be strong as an ox. Taylor's dog was strangled.
Subjects often exhibit supernormal strength while under hypnosis. If that's what Rod's been doing, it's an impressive achievement. That's a purely clinical appreciation, of course. Where's Mrs. Talbot now?
Well, she insisted I take her back to Rod's cabin.
Really? Even though she realized what's happening?
Yeah. I'm worried about her. On the other hand, if I'd taken her into town with me like I wanted to, I'd probably never be able to build an airtight case against Rod.
How are you going to do that?
Well, if you'll help me.
Of course. I'm very fond of Mrs. Talbot. I don't want anything to happen that would hurt her.
I'm going to go by there first thing in the morning. Now, I want you to appear while I'm there. If Rod thinks you're dead and then sees you, will you do that?
What time?
I'll get there at 10 of 8. You come by at 8 o'clock sharp.
Olivia, you returned much too quickly.
I know.
Did you do what I asked you to?
I tried.
Is the professor dead?
No.
Why not?
I didn't go all the way to his cabin.
You didn't listen to me. I don't want people around me. I want to be rid of all of them. Do you hear me?
Yes.
I want you to go out again, Olivia. Now. And this time, I don't want you to fail.
Come in, Olivia. I've been expecting you.
I'm here.
I'm glad. I had no way of knowing how many nights it would be before Rod would send you to me. Do you know why you're here?
To kill you.
Very good. I can't tell you how excited I am. This is my ultimate triumph. For years, I have studied and experimented for this moment. And now, at last, it has come.
Do you want me to kill you now?
Oh, no, you're not going to kill me, Olivia. And do you know why? Because I am the one who really controls you. Rod is only a middleman. Do you understand? Do you realize what I have achieved?
What?
A month ago, I brought Rod under my power and ordered him to find someone like you. I have accomplished the ultimate feat of mind control, the absolute mastery of another human being.
That makes me very happy.
Anybody can hypnotize a suggestible person face to face. But to be able to invest that person with hypnotic powers of his own, to order him to find his own subject and order that subject to commit murder, I have achieved something that anyone in my profession will tell you is impossible. But I have done it. I'm the dominant personality behind all this.
Do you want me to kill you?
Of course not. How obedient you are.
What do you want me to do?
It is time to bring my experiment to a safe conclusion. I am going to give you a gun.
Yes. What do you want me to do with it?
You and Rod are murderers, Olivia. You are evil people. Do you understand me? I want you to return to Rod's cabin. I want you to shoot Rod and then yourself. Once this is done, you will be forgiven.
Thank you. I understand.
I know you do. And now, Olivia, goodbye. You may go now.
Hold it, Leo.
What?
Don't move, either of you.
Murdoch.
I had second thoughts about leaving Mrs. Talbert alone with Rod. So I went back, just in time to see her leaving the cabin again.
And you followed her?
That's right, Leo. And I heard it all. Mrs. Talbert, you can put that gun on the table now. Mrs. Talbert? Leo, tell her to put that gun down before she hurts herself.
Olivia, point your gun at the sheriff.
Leo.
Do as I say.
Yes?
Leo, tell her to lower that gun.
Squeeze the trigger, Olivia. Squeeze it.
Yes.
No. At him, not...
That nice man.
Mrs. Talbert, will you give me that gun now? Are you all right?
Oh, what have I done?
He's dead. Do you know what happened?
Yes. He told me I had to earn my forgiveness.
Do you remember killing the others now?
Yes. Oh, Sheriff, it's all so frightening.
It's over now. It's all over.
Oh, but the frightening thing isn't. The frightening thing will never be over.
Huh? What's that?
That I have such strength inside me. That I have such strength.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. At the final moment, Olivia Talbot turned her gun on the very man who seemed to have her under his total control. For there was one fact of human nature that Leo Hertel forgot. One fact that all his work discipline and evil power could not change. No person can will another to act indefinitely in contradiction to his nature. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Ralph Bell, Gordon Heath, and Charles Irving. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Pro tali numismati kali mercis, said the philosopher. And it means, simply, you get what you pay for. Well, one hesitates to argue with ancient wisdom, but that isn't necessarily so. There are times when you get less than you pay for, which is bad. And there are times when you get more than you pay for, and that can be even worse.
Alex.
Oh.
Alex, wake up.
What, Marcy? Marcy, do you know what time it is?
I think it's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock in the morning? Hey, Marcy. What are you doing? That's a gun.
I know.
What has gotten into you? Hey, you're pointing a gun at me. Why do you want to point a gun at me? Marcy.
Our mystery drama, Let the Buyer Beware, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Lovejoy. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Become one of America's major outdoor and even indoor sports. This thing called the flea market. Every Sunday, seemingly endless processions of station wagons, vans, pickups, trailers, and whatnot head for crowded meeting places where antiques, semi-antiques, not quite antiques, and just plain junk are destined to change hands. We invite you to wander about this particular flea market with our heroine, Marcy Virtue. And should you see something tempting, remember, these places operate under a simple rule that was promulgated by the ancient Romans. Caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware.
Hi.
Can I help you?
Well,
I notice you've been looking at the lamp.
It's nice.
It could be a genuine Tiffany lamp.
It's very pretty.
And very reasonable, considering.
Actually, I was wondering about the table.
The table?
The table the lamp and the books are resting on.
Oh, the table?
Yes. It is for sale, isn't it?
Well, sure.
Or how much do you want for the table?
Well, say, $50.
How much?
Listen, 25 and you got a deal.
Alex?
Mm-hmm.
Alex, wake up.
What? Mm-hmm.
Alex?
What? Marcy, what's the matter?
Alex, I simply have to talk to someone.
Do you know what time it is?
I think it's 2 o'clock.
Oh, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
But I have to talk to you.
2 o'clock? About what?
My conscience.
Your conscience?
Yes, Alex, my conscience.
Oh, go to sleep.
Alex, I did something unethical today.
Oh, darling, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Alex, I cheated a man today.
You what?
I cheated him, knowingly, deliberately.
How?
Come on downstairs and I'll show you.
No?
Right this minute.
Oh, Marcy.
Please, Alex.
Oh, boy. All right, so?
But don't you see?
What am I supposed to see?
This.
Huh?
This table.
What about it?
What about it? Oh, Alex.
Well, it's just some little 2x4 table.
To begin with, it is not a 2x4 table. It happens to be 36 inches long by 32 inches wide, and it has this drawer in the center.
Yeah, and it's also 2 o'clock in the morning.
Alex, please. I feel that I'm going through a moral crisis here.
Why?
I know I cheated that man.
How?
I only paid him $25 for it.
$25 for this table?
Yes.
In that case, he cheated you.
No, he didn't know what he had. Look closely at this table. Well, tell me what you see.
It's an old, battered, beat-up piece of junk.
And that's all you see?
Honey, as this actress say, well, whatever her name used to say, that's all there is. There isn't any more.
Ah, but there is a great deal more.
Such as?
Well, in the first place, it's handmade. Do you agree?
Well, I agree. It's either handmade or manufactured in such a way as to make it look handmade.
In the second place, it happens to be a Ridvorstatchinka.
A what?
A trysting table.
Look, I'm still lost. And it's still 2 o'clock in the morning. No, it's 5 after.
You remember Professor Pultoko?
No.
He lectured at the club.
Oh, yeah, the one looked like a goat.
Oh, please, Alex, be serious.
Yeah, he even smelled like a goat.
He is the world's greatest authority on the folklore of the lower Carpathian Mountains.
Oh, and now it's going on 10 after 2.
Well, you remember how he described the Ridvorstatchinka?
No, I was asleep.
Well, luckily, one of us was awake.
And I wish I was asleep right now.
Pay attention. He described it in minute detail, the exact size, the exact shape. The way it was stained, a unique shade of brown, because of the dastanya, the varnish, which is only found in the province of Urbanix, manufactured according to a secret formula over 1,000 years old. Surely you remember.
Yes, if it was yesterday.
I know it's a Ridvorstatchinka table, a trysting table. I know it. The minute I saw it, on that split second, I got that feeling in my bones.
Look, all right, darling. Okay, it's red, whatever. Okay, well, now get back to bed, huh?
Do you know what it's worth?
Well, I'm sure it's...
In all those tiny villages, if you had a marriageable daughter, you went out and bought a trysting table.
Oh, honey, can't we talk about
Actually,
this?
you had to rent or borrow one somehow. Do you know why?
Why?
Because of the varnish.
The varnish?
It's the varnish that gives the table its sort of mystic quality. But the varnish makers have become a dying breed, so the tables are now exceedingly rare. They should be worth, well, Professor Pultoko said if you can find one, you can name your own price.
Oh, well, yeah, yes, dear. Now, let's...
Look at this table. Think of the romance. See, if you had a daughter you wanted to marry off, you would write down the amount of her dowry and put it in a drawer. Then her suitor would come by, open the drawer, read about the dowry, and if he wanted to marry her, he would write out a marriage proposal and pin it to the dowry. And that's what the Ridvorstatchinka means. A little union of love and money. Oh, what am I going to do about Mr. Bowler?
Who's Mr. Bowler and where does he come into this?
Well, that's what the sign on your station wagon said. Charlie Bowler, Antiques and Curiosities, Ronaville, PA.
Well, what do you have to do about him?
I stole the table from him.
But you said you paid him $25.
To buy something from someone for $25 when you know it can be worth $25,000 amounts to stealing.
Look, darling, look, you're dealing with blind items in a volatile marketplace.
Even so...
Where the rule is caveat emptor.
That means let the buyer beware.
Yeah, well, then we should also say caveat venditor. Let the seller beware.
Well, I don't care what you say or how you justify it. It simply isn't right.
Look, I tell you what to do. Tomorrow morning, you drive down to Ronerville, Pennsylvania, wherever that is, and you look up this fellow, Charlie Bowler, whoever he is, and say to him, this is a priceless antique, and I had no business buying it for a song, so take it back. Now, would that make you feel better?
No.
Then where are we?
Maybe I'm just being silly.
Yeah, at 2:15 in the morning.
Here's what I'll do. If and when I decide to sell the table, I'll split with him.
Well, that's very generous of you.
Well, I feel I should send him a little something.
Oh, good. And now can we go back to bed?
We're going to have a special evening at the club, and I intend to show the table. And we shall invite Professor Poltoka to give a little talk. Won't that be marvelous?
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Sally Bridgman's face with her superior, patronizing ways. Alex, what are you looking at? I tell you, it will be a supreme moment of triumph.
Yeah. Marcy, do you want to sit down for a minute?
Oh, good heavens, what for? It's almost 2:15. We should be getting back to bed.
Darling, I think I should tell you something.
At breakfast, Alex, I'm really getting very sleepy.
Marcy?
I'll call that supercilious Sally Bridgman's first thing after breakfast.
No, you better not.
I'll say, Sally, dear, guess what I found?
Marcy, don't call her.
What?
Don't call anyone.
Alex, what are you saying? A thing like this, and I'm supposed to keep it a secret?
Well, I'm afraid so.
Why?
I'm very afraid that you made a mistake.
Mistake?
Yes, a very understandable mistake.
Alex, what are you saying?
It's a very plausible mistake, but I'm afraid this table is not a red...
Red Vortachenka.
Yep.
But it has to be. It fits the exact description.
Well...
Alex, what are you trying to do? I know what it is.
Yeah, well, so do I. Darling, I'm sorry, but if you look very closely on the inside of this leg... Yeah, that's right. Now, you see this little thing here that says Sperling Furniture, Battle Creek, Michigan?
Oh, no. It can't.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcy.
But I was so sure. How could I have been so sure?
Well, maybe in a sense you were right. You see, furniture designers look all over the world for ideas. And maybe this one used the idea of a Southern Carpathian trysting table as a model,
It isn't real.
Well, it's a very nice little table. No, honestly. It really is. And it's certainly worth the money. My goodness, any time you can get anything at all for $25 these days, you'd grab it.
But it still isn't real.
Come upstairs, Marcy. It's late.
Oh, you go ahead. I'll be up in a while. Alex?
What?
Alex, wake up.
Oh, again. Oh, Marcy. Well, do you know what time it is, huh?
I think it's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock in the morning? Marcy. Hey, Marcy, what are you doing?
Alex,
It's a gun. You're pointing a gun at me. What has gotten into you? Why do you want to point a gun at me? Where'd you get it, Marcy?
I found it.
Well, how do you know it isn't loaded?
Well, I don't.
Don't point it at
But
me.
I only want to show you what I found.
Listen to me, Marcy. Just lower your hand, huh? And place the gun on the night table. That's fine. Now, what is this business?
I found that gun.
Oh, only you could find a gun. To be precise, a revolver. Looks like 32 caliber. At 4 o'clock in the morning. Where'd you find it?
Well, I can hardly believe it.
Just tell me the facts, and then we'll decide whether to believe it or not. Now, where did you find the gun?
In the table.
The table you bought today?
You know, the drawer in the middle.
It was in the drawer? Well, how could that be?
Oh, it wasn't in that drawer.
No.
No, it was in another drawer.
What other drawer? There is no other drawer.
Oh, that's what I thought, too. But after you went upstairs, I stayed there, and I kept looking at the table. And I took out the drawer, and it looked sort of short. So I reached in, and there was a little spring, and this other drawer appeared, and inside was this gun, this revolver. And there's a name inscribed on it.
Here, let me see.
It says Evander Sutcliffe, Turnwood, PA.
Well, evidently he kept his gun in a secret drawer.
And no one else knew it, even when the table was sold.
Yeah, let me look at this thing. Whew. Boy, it is very foul. It was fired, never cleaned.
Fired?
Yeah, twice. 2 of the chambers still have the empty shell cases. The other 4 have the live bullets.
Then he fired the gun twice and just put it away in the secret drawer.
Yeah. Why would he do that? Why would anyone put a gun away in this condition? Well, it's not our problem.
Oh, yes, it is.
Why?
Because it's our gun.
No, it isn't.
Why not? I bought it.
You had no right to buy it.
The man sold me the table, and therefore everything that was in the drawer or drawers belongs...
No, darling. While it was legal for the man to sell you the table, it was illegal for him to sell you the gun. Now, you just can't keep this gun. We have laws. You need a license.
This gun. Why was it in a secret drawer?
Well, that is beside the point.
Well, aren't you even curious? Why was it fired and put away?
Marcy, we are compelled by law to turn this revolver over to the police. There is no other alternative.
Oh, yes, there is. I can return it to its rightful owner.
You must admit Marcy is a woman of alternatives. So we're not going to have a story about a red Voschinka, a Southern Carpathian twisting table after all. A pity. But evidently we do have a story about an ordinary everyday artifact, mass-produced in Battle Creek, Michigan, which contains a secret drawer in which was hidden a revolver, which had been fired and never cleaned. We may have some more shooting in Act 2. As they say, fortune is like glass. The brighter the glitter, the more easily broken. And so, just as everything that shines is not gold, neither is every well-used, old-looking table a genuine antique. However, it isn't every day that you buy an ordinary table with a secret drawer which contains a loaded .32 caliber revolver.
Marcy, I still say you should let me take that revolver to the police station.
No. I intend to find this Mr. Evander Sutcliffe and return the gun to him.
But you don't know what you could be getting into.
What could I be getting into?
Oh, I don't know. Which is why it might not be wise to go...
Alex, I found Turdwood, Pennsylvania on the map. It's no more than a 2-hour drive from here.
Yeah, but still...
I shall look up his address, knock on his door, and say to him, "Sir, I have something that belongs to you." Or maybe I won't do that.
No?
No. I'm going to play this entire thing by ear.
Now, Marcy...
I'll just drive to Turnwood and take it from there.
To take what from where, for crying out loud?
I'll wait for vibrations.
Oh, no.
You see, when I encountered that table at the flea market...
No, look, just a minute. Just wait. Now, put this thing in perspective, will you? You encounter a person, you do not encounter an inanimate object.
I understand that, but you see, something spoke to me from that table.
Now, darling, you do have this talent.
I know. And therefore, I should use it.
All right. Look, I have this meeting with the Zanesville group. Otherwise,
No. I must go there alone. I insist on it.
You know what you could do? You could go there and turn the gun over to the chief of police.
Yes, I could. But then I'd never know what happened. Hi. Hello. Cup of coffee, please.
Oh, anything else?
No, thank you. I'm on a diet.
Yeah, that's what I should do, but I'd have to quit this job. You here on business?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I can't imagine why anybody want to come to a town like this on pleasure.
Well, it does look like a very nice little place.
Well, it's little.
Do you know a Mr. Evander Sutcliffe?
Do I know a Mr. Why would you want to know?
Oh, just curious.
What's Mr. Evander Sutcliffe to you?
Well, I have something that belongs to him.
Huh? What?
Well, now, why would you want to know?
Mr. Sutcliffe lives up on Barrow Hill, but he won't see anybody. Maybe if you could tell me what it's all about, I could arrange something.
Are you a friend of his?
A very good friend.
Well, thank you. I'll let you know if I need your services.
Yes, ma'am?
Sheriff Phillips, I would like to ask you about a man named Evander Sutcliffe.
Why?
We see, I'm a reporter.
A reporter.
That's right.
Could I see your credentials?
Credentials?
Your press card.
I don't have one. You see, I'm not that kind of a reporter.
Oh, no?
No, I'm more or less a freelance writer.
And you're on an assignment?
Mm-hmm.
From which magazine?
Well, truthfully, from none. It's just... Well, if I can come up with a story that's interesting, I may have a chance to sell it.
No, you're one of those writers that work on spec. Is that it?
Spec, yes. Yes, I suppose you could say that.
What are you trying to do? Reheat the Dobler murder case?
Well,
I know you people. You sit around and look at all these unsolved murders, and every now and then you decide to take a flyer. What made you pick on Dobler?
Oh, you know.
Yeah, I guess so. All the evidence points to Sutcliffe. We're 99% sure Sutcliffe did it. It's just that one piece we can't fit into place. That's what's got you going, too, isn't it?
Oh, yes, sure.
The one thing, the statute of limitations never runs out on murder. We'll get him.
Oh, I'm sure you will.
Listen, I know how a lot of law enforcement people feel about the media, you know.
Of course, I know.
Well, I want to go on record right now. Not me. I don't feel you're interfering. I'm up a blind alley in this case. I welcome all the help I can get. You know, fresh perspective. You can get all the information over at the library. Tell Ruthie to give you all the back issues of the paper. It's about 6 years ago. And if you come up with anything, let me know, huh?
Oh, of course.
And if she tries to give you a hard time, tell her I said so.
Well, why should she want to give me a hard time?
She's Evander Sutcliffe's niece.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, it can mean anything. It can mean nothing. That's the kind of case it is. And that's the kind of town it is.
The back issues of the town paper?
Yes, if you please.
Oh, I'm not sure we have them.
I stopped by the sheriff's office.
Oh, did you?
And Sheriff Phillips advised me to come here where I could get all the information.
Oh, well, I'll look.
Would you, please?
You see, we keep a file of the local papers somewhere.
Somewhere?
Well, you know, a local small-town paper. It isn't very interesting. Hardly anybody reads it when it comes out. And so why would anyone want to read it years later?
Even when it deals with murder?
And we're so pressed for space.
Do I gather that you don't want me to read the paper?
Oh, whatever makes you say that?
Well, then may I see it, please?
Oh, excuse me. I'll go in the back and look. Finished?
Yes, thank you.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, as I understand it, there was bad blood between Evander Sutcliffe and Jonathan Dobler.
Oh, you could say that.
I gather a great many people like Evander Sutcliffe.
Oh, he was a hero.
And I gather many people thought Jonathan Dobler was a villain.
Well, you could say that.
What do you say?
Well, Jonathan Dobler wanted to industrialize the town. Many of us felt that was bad.
I gather from the paper that many of you felt it was good. There are two sides to every story.
Well, that's true, but only one side can be right.
Meaning yours?
Well, Jonathan Dobler was an unscrupulous person.
Oh, in what way?
Well, he was wealthy, and he was able to put pressure on people.
To do what?
Vote for new zoning ordinances.
Was that illegal?
It's immoral. He tried to kill Evander Sutcliffe.
Well, now, I didn't read about that.
Well, you read where Joe Thorpe, who drives a truck for Dobler, collided with Evander's sports car.
That was an accident.
Was it? A big 2.5-ton hitting that tiny car of Evander's? Oh, Joe did it deliberately.
Why?
On orders from Jonathan Dobler. Jonathan plays rough. Or did. And that's why Evander has to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair.
Well, couldn't it have simply been an accident?
I'm afraid you'll never understand. It's all part of a pattern of events. Even the way Sheriff Phillips arrested Joe Thorpe and violated his rights so the whole thing could never come to trial. Phillips worked it deliberately.
How can you say that?
Phillips is one of the smartest cops anywhere. He'd never make a stupid procedural mistake. But Jonathan Dobler owned him.
Well, I have to keep asking for proof.
Dobler held the mortgage on Phillips' house.
Now, just a minute. Jonathan Dobler was president of the First National Bank of Turnwood. Therefore, the bank owned...
Jonathan Dobler was the bank.
But Dobler was in Evander's living room when the shooting took place.
That's right. He'd gone there to have a showdown.
And that's where he was shot. 2 bullets from a .32 caliber revolver. It was known that Evander Sutcliffe owned a .32.
He did. But it had been lost some time before.
Yes, that's what he claimed.
Whose side are you on?
Well, I'm not on anybody's side.
Well, you read what happened.
I read what happened according to Evander Sutcliffe.
They were having this discussion, and some prowler came into the house, tried to rob them, and Dobler tried to fight with him and was killed.
You believe that?
It has to be true.
Why? Because Evander Sutcliffe said so?
If Evander were lying, and he was the one who had shot Jonathan Dobler, what did he do with the gun?
The gun?
The gun, yes. He would have needed his .32 caliber gun.
Oh, I see.
Dobler was killed by 2 shots from a .32. Phillips claims it was Evander's .32. But without the gun, he can't prove it.
I see.
Evander simply couldn't have killed Dobler the way Phillips claims, because he'd have no way of getting rid of the gun.
Oh.
Here he was, tied to a wheelchair. What could he have done with the gun? How do you get rid of a gun?
Well, he could have hidden it.
Where?
Somewhere in the room.
Where? You just can't make something like a gun disappear. I can assure you, Phillips took that whole place apart. No gun.
I see.
So that's where the whole case falls apart. If Evander did it, where's the gun?
What would this seemingly quiet librarian say if she knew that the gun in question was less than 3 feet away? More to the point, what would she do? There appears to be a little bit of an undertone running through this quiet small town, all as a result of a murder that was committed some 6 years ago. We shall await developments in Act 3. Usually there's a basic requirement before there can be a prosecution for murder. You must have the corpus delicti, or to put it simply, the body in the crime. If we may be permitted to coin what sounds like a legal phrase, there are times when you also must have the arma delicti, or the weapon that did the deed. The weapon that killed Jonathan Dobler, a .32 caliber revolver, happens to be in the possession of our heroine, Marcy Virtue. But only she knows it. And we know it. Well, we can't tell anyone. But will she?
Where's the gun?
Where's the gun?
That's the question. How could a man in a wheelchair get rid of a revolver? The answer? He simply couldn't.
I understand. Well, thank you very much.
Hello?
Alex?
Marcy, well, where are you?
I'm still here in Turnwood.
What are you doing there?
Oh, Alex, darling, it is very complicated.
No, you mean you're making it complicated. Why don't you just call on this fellow if he's still there and say, here's your gun?
Well, I don't know if I should do that.
Why not?
Because this gun may have been used in a murder.
Oh. Well, in that case, just go to the police and turn it over.
Well, I don't know if I should do that either.
Why not?
Because I'd be taking sides.
Marcy, what are you getting yourself into?
I don't know, but I'm stuck.
Oh, come home, will you?
No, I'm in this deep. I'll see it through.
See what through?
I don't know yet. I'll call you later.
Marcy.
Goodbye, dear.
Well, come in, Miss Virtue. Have a seat.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Did Ruthie over at the library find the newspapers?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, I bet she gave you an earful, too, huh?
Well,
there were two sides in this town. One headed by Jonathan Dobler, the other by Evander Sutcliffe. To hear Ruthie, and some of them tell it, Dobler was an evil, grasping spoiler of the environment.
And to hear you tell it?
Jonathan Dobler was trying to save this town.
From what?
From itself. You see, Miss Virtue, there's no longer room in this world for what we used to call a small, unspoiled, old-fashioned hamlet.
Who says so?
Progress. Yeah. Progress. Love it, hate it, but progress will have the last word. You know why?
You're telling it.
Because people want things. They need things. Young people especially. They want things to do, places to go to, opportunities. Well, Dobler saw that. Sutcliffe didn't.
Sheriff, what about the accident that put Evander Sutcliffe in a wheelchair for the rest of his life?
What about it?
Oh, wasn't this fellow, Joe Thorpe, driving a truck that belonged to Mr. Dobler when it struck Evander Sutcliffe's car?
It was an accident. Truth of the matter is, it was Sutcliffe's fault.
The truth?
Joe Thorpe insisted that Evander Sutcliffe cut in front of him.
According to the newspaper report, Evander Sutcliffe claims Joe Thorpe ran him down.
Okay, let's say we have two conflicting stories. Why isn't Joe Thorpe's word just as good as Evander Sutcliffe's?
Well, we can also ask why isn't Evander Sutcliffe's word just as good as Joe Thorpe's? So, where are we?
Look, whether or not Evander Sutcliffe was run down by Jonathan Dobler's employee has nothing to do with the main issue. Did Evander Sutcliffe shoot Jonathan Dobler?
And you claim he did?
If I had that .32 that belonged to Evander Sutcliffe, I could prove those two slugs came out of it. If I only could get my hands on that gun.
That gun?
That's all I need.
Marcy, will you please
Just
stop?
listen, Alex.
No. Now listen, you just turn that gun over to the sheriff.
But if I do, Evander Sutcliffe will be convicted of murder.
Well, why shouldn't he? He did it. The gun will prove it.
Alex, suppose Evander Sutcliffe was telling the truth.
How?
He says the place was robbed while Jonathan Dobler was visiting him. But suppose it's true. Suppose the intruder had found the gun Evander Sutcliffe claimed to have lost. Suppose he used it to kill Dobler.
But you found that gun in the secret drawer of the table. It is Evander Sutcliffe's gun.
Yes, but how do we know it was Evander Sutcliffe's table? Why do the two have to be connected? Why can't a crook steal Sutcliffe's gun while he's robbing the house and use it to commit murder while he's making his getaway? Later on, this crook hides it in a secret table drawer.
Marcy.
For some reason, the table is sold while the gun is still in it.
Marcy, you don't want this man, Evander Sutcliffe, to be guilty.
If I can get that table back into Sutcliffe's house, then...
Marcy, what are you talking about? Please, turn that gun over to the sheriff.
Well, I can try one thing. Goodbye, Alex.
Hi.
Hello?
I help you?
Oh, I'm just looking, thank you.
Okay, help yourself.
This is the only furniture store in Thornwood, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Jefferson's. My grandfather started it back in, I guess it was the Roosevelt administration. Teddy Roosevelt, that is. And he did more business than I do. My grandfather, I mean, not Roosevelt.
Yes. Well, you have some lovely things here.
Is there something in particular that you need?
Oh, well, perhaps, a table.
A table? Dining, kitchen, and occasional?
Well, let me look at what you have.
We have some very fine ones here.
Yes, I can see. Oh, wait. Right here, this one.
Well, that small one?
It's very plain.
But it's very well made.
Is it, imported?
Oh, no. It's made right here in America by a very big outfit, Sperling Furniture out in Michigan.
Uh-huh. Well, on second thought, it does appear to be a bit old-fashioned.
It's one of those old, reliable models. Looks great anywhere.
With traditional furniture?
Blends right in. Some of the wealthiest people in town here bought them.
Really?
Yeah, I remember over the years I've sold them to the Dobblers. Well, he's dead now. The Smiths, the Olsons, the Sutcliffes. They're all traditional old-time money.
Dobler, Sutcliffe, those names are familiar. Why?
Well, there was a murder case some time ago.
Oh, I remember now. And you actually sold Mr. Sutcliffe a table just like this one?
Same identical thing. It must have been all of 25 years ago.
Mr. Sutcliffe?
How did you get in here?
Well, I rang the bell, but no one answered.
That's because I did not choose to answer.
So I just walked in.
Now, you just be good enough to walk out, and don't think that because I'm in a wheelchair, I'm helpless.
Tell me your side of it.
My side of what?
The sheriff is convinced you murdered Jonathan Dobler.
Well, I told my side of it to the coroner's jury.
Yes, I know. I read it in the newspaper. Now tell me what happened to the table.
What table?
The small table with the secret drawer.
Who are you?
I have your gun.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh?
Well, sit down. I was wondering when you'd show up.
How did you know I'd show up?
Oh, well, maybe not you, but someone. Because that would prove that you don't get away with murder.
You killed him, then?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know why. At the time, it seemed so clear-cut. I thought he was going to destroy the town. But I see now neither of us could control that. I also thought he'd gotten Joe Thorpe to run me down deliberately.
And did he?
Yeah. We'll never know. Probably. As we hated each other.
Why?
Well, at first I thought it was politics, and then economics. You know, what form the town would take. We were both born here, knew each other all our lives, and I just never got along.
Why?
You keep asking why. I don't know. It was just blind, unreasoning hatred. Maybe we each felt the town wasn't big enough for both of us. Now, hatred is an irrational state of mind. Don't try to find a rational reason for it.
But what made you decide to kill him finally?
Well, I thought he'd tried to kill me through Joe Thorpe's truck. So I arranged for the perfect crime. Here I am in a wheelchair, no way of getting around. If I shot him and could hide the weapon, I'd be in the clear.
And so you constructed a secret drawer in the table?
Yes, I prepared the ground quite well. I let it be known my revolver was missing. Then, as you say, I prepared the secret drawer. I asked him over here on some pretext.
And you shot him?
Well, I might not have done it. But then we got into a stupid argument, and I became furious.
And then you shot him?
Yes. And I hid the gun in the secret drawer.
But why did you get rid of the table later on, without removing the gun?
Well, that was the doing of my niece, Ruthie. I became ill after the shooting, and I had to go to the hospital. For years, Ruthie's been trying to get rid of what she called all the junk around here, and when I was hospitalized, that was her chance. When I came home, the table was gone. She dropped it off in some junk shop somewhere. And in my condition, I was unable to trace it. You can appreciate that.
Yes.
And I began to feel badly about killing Dobler. I hated him so much that I reckoned without my conscience. I wanted to confess.
Why didn't you?
Oh, how could I? If I told the story about the secret drawer and now it was gone, who'd have believed me? Not even Phillips the sheriff. I'd have been judged insane. I couldn't face that. My only hope was for someone to find the gun somehow.
Well, I bought the table because I thought it was something else. I found the gun. It has your name on it. And so I came here to return it to you.
You're not going to give it to the sheriff?
Maybe you killed him because you thought it was self-defense. Or perhaps to repay him for putting you in a wheelchair, if he did. It might even have been a fit of uncontrollable anger. Only you know that. All I'm doing is returning your property. This gun belongs to you.
You're giving me this gun?
It's up to you to do the right thing with it.
Huh. I waited for you to come. And I dreaded your coming. Now there's only one thing I can do. That's face the music. Marianne, this is Evander Sutcliffe. Connect me with the sheriff's office, please.
And so he faced the music, which was not of the most pleasant and soothing type, as you can well imagine. As a result, we can quarrel with Mr. Shakespeare, who said, "Conscience doth make cowards of us all." That isn't true. Conscience makes heroes out of many of us. Conscience is the guiding light that reveals the best in human behavior. I shall return shortly. The name of our story was Let the Buyer Beware. And there's the old saying that goes, the buyer needs 100 eyes. The seller can afford to be blind. Well, no matter which side of the bargain you find yourself, buying and selling, if you stop to think about it, are what life is all about. And isn't the story of anyone's life the story of what kind of deal he or she was able to make? Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Robert Dryden, Earl Hammond, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
For Michael from Mary, August 10th, 1865. And then a third inscription for Edwin from his loving father. No date. All first names. Oh, it's too bad.
Why is that, sir?
This Bible might belong to anybody. No way of identifying to whom it belongs. Oh, well, let's keep on walking.
Oh, Inspector, look there. Those marks on that big flat rock.
Ah, Sloan, I think you found something.
Is it,
I wouldn't take an oath on it, but those stains are not very old. Someone was badly hurt here. I'd say those marks are blood.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. So many of you write me letters asking for stories of the occult, of strange death and wandering ghosts, of gothic horrors and unimaginable terrors. Yet others write for a love story. It's much too simple and gentle an emotion to belong on Mystery Theater. Or is it? After all, it was love that inspired Victor Herbert's song, Our Sweet Mystery of Life. To reinforce that, here is a love story that is not so much of this life, but more the one beyond.
Marta's got to retire, Max.
Retire? One of the foremost concert pianists in the world?
Her heart won't stand the strain anymore.
Julie, she can't afford to retire.
Well, with all the money she's made.
It's all been spent looking for him.
But her husband is dead.
Everyone else realizes that, except Marta Danilov.
Our mystery drama, Love After Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ralph Bell and Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Among the company of the great romantic pianists, the Chopins, the Rubinsteins, and all the other towering geniuses, no name shone more brightly, although relatively briefly, than that of Marta Danilov. Perhaps audiences were unduly affected by this wisp of a woman whose thundering crescendos seemed a physical impossibility and whose delicate pianissimos were marvels of projected whispers. What made this fair little woman able to run this gamut of romantic emotions? The banked-up fires of a raging and enduring love that tragedy and disaster and separation could never quench.
Marta is magnificent tonight, Julie. Magnificent.
I don't know where she finds the strength, Mr. Brett.
Oh, banked fires. It comes from within. She's a true romantic. Her soul overcomes her body.
But how much longer can it?
What do you mean, Julie?
She's ill. Much sicker than she'll ever admit. It's sheer willpower that keeps her going.
Well, it has been all her life.
Well, if you care about her life, you've got to talk her into retiring.
I have to?
Well, you're her manager. Who else?
You're her secretary. You're closer to her than anyone.
Well, the only one she'll listen to is you.
No. All she will listen to is her heart.
And her heart can no longer stand the strain. Oh, please, Mr. Breck, convince her to retire before it's too late.
There is no way I can do it, Julie. She can't afford to anyway.
What? With all the money she's made?
It's all been spent looking for him. She won't give up, so she has to work to keep on the quest.
But he's dead. He must be dead long ago.
Everyone realizes that, except Madame Danilov.
Matt, forgive me, Mr. Breck.
Oh, come. You should have been calling me Max long ago. Julie, leave it that way, would you?
All right, Max. But look, if she doesn't give up this hopeless romantic belief, I think she will be dead. Now, you just got to make her face the truth.
Yes, you're right. All right, I'll try again. This time I really will try. She's coming to the end.
Oh, they love her. Why can't she settle for that? The only real love she's ever had.
You didn't know Andrei Danilov, the husband. That was the real love. It's what she pours out on an audience since he is no longer with her.
Tonight was good, wasn't it?
You've never been better, Marta. Superlative.
Strange. I felt he was there. I have never felt it so strongly that Andrei was there.
Marta, will it never be time for you to forget him?
Never.
There has to be a time. You cannot live in a dream world forever.
Whatever world I live in, so long as I shall live, it will be a world that contains Andrei and forever after.
You're killing yourself, Marta. You need a rest.
I can't rest. I shall never rest unless I find him. I know you don't believe he is alive. Nobody does but me. But I shall prove you all wrong in the end. Has there been any other news?
No. No.
Then we will have to start all over again.
You haven't time for this, Marty. You have a tour to complete and very heavy bookings for next year.
Oh, there'll be some time for a rest in between. A rest. Wasn't it wonderful that summer in England? The last one together.
No, 46.
We were so sure that disaster was all behind us. And the whole world was young again. Oh, why did Andrei have to go home?
It meant a lot to his career. And he was a patriot.
Artists have no business in politics.
He wasn't really political. He just wanted to play for his own people. Like all of us, with the war over, he thought that was the end of dictatorship. That we were all free.
But they canceled his visa to leave. I should have gone with him.
Oh, Marta, you couldn't. You were already carrying Stefan.
I know. Andrei would never have forgiven me if they'd got their clutches on his son.
Yes, or his wife.
Oh, I wasn't of any value to them then. He was the recognized artist. But he would no longer play for them. Not for their political gain.
So, he was eliminated.
Yes, eliminated. Not killed. You know that once I started to make my name, I was contacted and told that if I came home, they would free him from prison.
Well, they offered you no real proof he was alive. And you didn't. The decision was made. So leave the past alone, Marta.
I can't. I can't, Max. I will never believe he's dead.
You think they would have hesitated to kill him or starve him? It was announced that he had died in 59. There has been no word of him in nearly 20 years.
I still know he is alive. For all your protestations, I think in your heart of hearts you too believe he is still alive. Or could be.
Oh, now how can you say I believe that?
I am a woman as well as an artist. Oh, I know many things. I know you. If you were sure in your own soul that Andrei was dead, you would not have accepted being just my manager.
Marta, he was my friend. I couldn't dream... Well, of course I love you. Why deny the truth?
There is nothing you could hide from me, Max Breck. You lied to me, didn't you? When you said there was no news.
Yes. The one we traced all the way to Canada.
Yes.
He may have crossed over into the States. The detective agency thinks they may have found him in Buffalo.
Oh, where? I will go to him.
Slowly, Marta, please. It's only a vague possibility. And you are due for an important concert in New York tomorrow.
We could fly by way of Buffalo.
Now, you know that is not possible. The schedule is tight enough as it is. You've got to leave for New York tomorrow morning.
But I will cancel the booking.
Carnegie Hall? You can't. It's too late. The whole future rides on it, and this may be just another dead end.
I won't go unless you follow it up.
All right. All right. If you promise no interviews tonight, straight to bed, and fly with Judy tomorrow morning so you can rest in New York before the concert.
You have my promise, if I have yours, that you will go yourself. You are the only one besides me who can tell if it is really Andre.
What a God-forsaken neighborhood.
Yes?
Father Quinn?
That'd be me. Who's wanting me? I left my spectacles off.
You wouldn't know me. My name is Max Breck. Could I step in and ask you a few questions?
Now, if it's about the plaster repair on the altar, all in good time, man. We're a poor parish here, and it all has to go through the diocese, you see. But you've got to know the church is good for it, and I'll not be done anymore.
No, I want nothing from you, Father Quinn, except information.
Well then, step in. We're very strong on information here at St. Pancras. What instruction will you be seeking, Mr. Breck?
It's about, Peter Dan. I understand he's a janitor here.
Peter Dan has sought the sanctuary of this church. Now, he's a man who's suffered much and deserves to be left alone. It's like I told the other one of you nosing around here and upsetting a man. If he's committed some crime or other, let the police come fair and square. But I'll have none of you private eyes or whatever you are bothering him to death. Now he's about to find a little peace at last. Are you the police?
No, I'm not. Is Peter Dan his real name, Father?
It's the name I accept him by.
It couldn't be Andrei Daninov, by any chance.
That's what the other one asked. I'd give you the same answer. I don't know. Now, here's the door, for I mind no one's business with my own.
I only want to see him for a few moments, Father. If he's not the man I'm looking for, I'll leave him alone. Please, Father, close the door for a moment.
Well...
I promise you, if you just let me see Peter Dan, I'll know if he's the man I'm looking for.
And if he is?
I don't just want to help him close the door on his past, you see. I know how tragic that has been. I want to open the door to his future and the life and the love he deserves, and that's waiting for him.
Oh. Well, now, Mr. Breck, you impress me as having Peter's interest at heart, but you still have to convince me. Come on in by the sitting room and we'll have a cup of tea, and you'll tell me why you're looking for him. Well, if all you tell me is true, why wouldn't this Andrei Daninov, once he escaped from his illegal confinement and found his way to America, go back to his wife?
I can't answer that, Father. I don't know.
You'd think at least he'd want to see the son he'd never seen.
Well, that's no longer possible.
Why not?
Madame Daninov became an Israeli citizen in 1967 at the age of 21. Her son, a pilot, was shot down and killed in the Six-Day War.
Oh, Mary in heaven, God's will is so often difficult to fathom.
It is indeed.
Still, it's not for the likes of us to question.
I won't debate the point, Father. I only know that a woman I have admired for the best part of my life has suffered enough. And if there is a way to ease the end of her life, I intend to fight for her right to that relief.
You're a good man, Mr. Breck.
No, I doubt that, Father. But my motives in this, I hope, are pure.
I'm sure they are.
So, will you tell me where I can find Andre... Well, I mean, the man you know as Peter Dan?
I'll take you to him. Now, forgive me, 'tis not all curiosity, just one other thought before we go. Suppose it turns out this is your man, but he wants to be left alone and not go back to his old life.
That is a bridge I've been waiting to cross as long as I can remember.
Well, let's go across it together.
Is he far from here?
No further than the sound of yon piano. He's at his morning practice. I wouldn't dream of interrupting it, except for something as important as this.
Is this the end of a 30-year-old search? Is Max Breck about to meet his old friend face to face again? And if so, what will be the result of that meeting? Why would Andre Dunenough refuse to return to his wife? What ghost could haunt his freedom and still hold him a prisoner? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. From a shabby old house that is Father Quinn's living quarters, the older man leads Max Breck into the musty and shadowed church. The freshly painted walls of the altar stand out in bold relief against the peeling paint and patched plaster of the body of the church. The two men cross the transverse to the other side of the altar.
You'll find the man I know as Peter Dan behind yon door. On second thought, in case he should turn out to be the man you seek, I don't know if I want him to know me as his betrayer.
I mean him no harm, Father.
And I truly believe you mean that, Mr. Blake. But that doesn't mean you may not bring it to him.
Well, how? In what way?
Whoever he may be, the man at that piano has found his peace, whoever and whatever he may have been. I think he would prefer to forget.
We don't know that, Father Quinn.
No, we don't. You said it was a bridge you would cross if you came to it.
I did.
Well, I'm backing out on joining you. Instead, I'll be saying a little prayer that it all comes out right for everyone concerned.
Mr. Dan. Mr. Dan.
Yes. What is it you want? Who are you? Ah!
Andre.
No, you are mistaken. My name is Dan, Peter Dan.
Andre. It's Max. Max Breck, you know me.
No, you have the wrong man. I
am not the secret police. I'm a friend. For 33 years, we have been searching for you, Mart and me.
I am not the man you want. Not the man you named.
Old friend. The years may have changed us, but I would know you anywhere. Just as you know me.
I never saw you before in my life.
Andre, it's no use. You knew me the moment you turned on that bench and jumped to your feet as if you were scared for your life. Why, Andre, why? I mean you no harm.
Then go away and leave me.
Now that I've found you at last? Never.
What do you mean to do with me?
Take you back to Marta.
No.
What?
I cannot go back to her. Don't you see that I... Oh, Max. Max, you say that you are still my friend.
Well, yes, of
then
course.
In the name of God, go. Go, leave me. Leave me alone as I am.
Andre, I can't do that. Marta knows that I came here to try to find you.
How?
Well, she hired and paid for the detectives who tracked you down.
Detectives? Why would she hire detectives to look for me?
Because she loves you, and for every minute of every day of every year since your death was reported, she's never stopped believing that you were alive, never stopped searching for you.
It would have been better that she believed me dead.
Why do you say that?
Max, look at me. What is left of me. I am surprised that you recognized me.
It's been a long, terrible ordeal, Andre. But you've weathered it better than I or anyone could have dreamed. Why did they announce your death?
There were 5 of us who escaped. It was beginning of winter. It was so cold your breath froze on your beard. Not even a rabbit would leave its burrow. They hunted us with dogs. But in the snow, our scent was hard to follow, and the wind drifted it across our tracks and wiped them out. After 3 days, they left us on the plains to die.
4 of us did. I was the only one to live on. On the 5th day, a gold miner coming down from the mountains to his winter quarters found me more dead than alive. He nursed me for 3 weeks in his cabin till I became rational again. By that time, from my ravings, he had learned most of my story. It was my great good luck he had as little love for the party and its bureaucrats as I have. With the help of a trapper, they smuggled me under the skins to a seaport. And from there, I managed to get by boat to Japan. It was not until nearly a year later when I reached Hong Kong and was able to hunt through back copies of the papers that I found I was supposed to be dead.
Why didn't you get in touch with Marta?
And let them know that I was still alive?
But didn't you know that Marta pestered them so much and lined up so many prominent names and made such a racket in the UN about the circumstances of your death that she finally got them to issue a full pardon posthumously?
Yes. I read that when I was in Israel.
Well, why didn't you come forward then?
I meant to. It's why I worked my way half across the world. To hear her play. To see her again.
But you didn't.
Oh, I heard her play. It was her first big concert in Tel Aviv. She was magnificent, a succès fou. They would not let her off the stage. I remember her bowing and throwing kisses. How beautiful she was. How young, with the whole world at her feet. And I knew I did not belong in her world anymore. So I never saw her.
Oh, you fool. All the time her heart was empty for you.
For what I had been, perhaps, not what I have become. A man bitter, solitary, old, far before his time. An accident of failure, a nothing, a non-person.
Oh, that is not true. I heard you when I came in. You still play.
Oh, yes, I still play. On an instrument when I can, in my head when I cannot.
What does that mean?
All those years in the prisons, in the camps, on tramp ships as a seaman, in 1,000 coolie labor jobs. Max, there was one thing that kept me alive, the music. The music. I could hear every note in my head. I could see it in my mind's eye. Play it with my fingers on whatever surface I could press them against. A taffrail, a cell wall. And for most of the years since Stefan's death, the edge of any bar that did not throw me out on my ear.
You knew about your son then?
I only learned about him the month before he died. I never saw him. Oh, Max, why didn't she tell me before I left that summer?
She was only thinking of you. You're the only man she ever thought of. That's why you have to come back to her.
No, I cannot come back.
Well, why on earth not?
She's at the height of her success. She has the world at her feet. She's still in her 50s and radiantly lovely. I am 100 years old in body and mind. I would drag her down. I can't. I won't do that. She should have someone young and vital. Like you, Max. In the name of heaven, have some compassion, man. Leave me alone. I may have nothing else, but I have a kind of peace here. Go, tell her you found out that I was shot trying to escape. Marry her yourself.
She doesn't want me. She wants you.
If she had me, she might as well have a ghost. I cannot do it.
You must. You have to.
What do you mean I have to?
Whatever you are is what Marta wants. She's dying, Andre.
What? What do you mean she's dying, Max?
No one knows just how ill she is except me. Not even a secretary who worries about her overworking. Not even Marta herself.
But if she rests, if she takes it easy...
She'll never do that as long as you are missing. And to pay for the detectives that scour the world looking for you, she has to work harder and harder. It's a treadmill that's killing her.
Oh, Max. Max, how long has she got?
A month, a year. Well, not many more. Who knows? If she has the most important thing in the world she really wants.
But it's foolish. It is romantic nonsense. Life is not young love. It is hard and bitter and unfair. And we cannot turn back the years. It would take a miracle to make it even a faded memory of what it was.
But you know as well as I do, Andre, you've got to try.
Well, you have not left me much choice. All right. I will try. But I still say it is a mistake. I haven't any money.
No, it's the least of our problems. Go pack whatever you have to take with you while I make some plane reservations.
It won't take long. I've learned to travel light.
Oh, Max. I thought you'd never get here.
I'm sorry, Jody. Plane was late. How's Martha?
Oh, a nervous wreck. I've never seen her like this. Well, where's...
Andre? He stopped to comb his hair or fix his handkerchief or something. He's a nervous wreck, too.
Oh, we all are. You know, the house is almost in. We can't hold the curtain too much longer.
I understand.
Oh, maybe it would have been better if you'd let them talk on the phone before you flew in.
Oh, don't blame me. Andre didn't want to. Neither did Martha. I think it's better that they meet again first, face to face.
Max?
Yes?
What's he like? I mean, what does he look like?
Like someone who's lived 30 years in hell. It's bitten deep into his face. It pulls his shoulders down. But the worst part of all is what haunts his eyes.
Oh, terrible.
I don't know what Martha expects. I'd better go prepare her.
I think you'd better. Even at best, I'm not sure she's going to be able to play the recital tonight.
Now, go right in before... It's too late. Here he comes.
That bent, wizened old man?
That wizened old man was once tall and straight and young and bristling with talent.
That's how she still pictures him.
Andre, this way.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Max.
That's all right. But we have to hurry. It's almost curtain time.
Well, then perhaps we'd better wait until...
No. Martha's waiting anxiously. Oh, this is Julie Rand, Martha's secretary.
How do you do?
Mr. Deninoff.
What? Oh, yes, of course. That's who I am.
Here we are, Martha's dressing room. Martha, it's Max.
Come in, Max.
Andre, let me go in first.
I thought you would never get here. Where?
He's here, Martha. He's right here, but the house is waiting. Are you sure you want to see him before the recital?
After 33 years, how much longer do you think I can wait?
Of course, my dear. Come in, Andre. I'll leave you alone.
Andre?
Martha.
Across the gap of perhaps 3 feet, close enough to touch, they face each other, a frail and indomitable woman, a man bent and twisted, old before his time. 3 feet, did I say? Or is that gap wider than a lifetime? Too far to bridge and lead them back to each other again. Mystery Theater will continue shortly with Act 3. There are some moments in all our lives when time stands still. The first kiss, whose magic you are afraid to break. The terrible news of some loved one's death. A moment of victory in a game, or the terror of some nightmare from which you could not awake. The joy of something you have long anticipated turning out to be everything you imagined, or the sick feeling in the pit of your stomach when you found it nothing but disappointment. This is such a moment for Martha and Andre.
Andre.
Martha.
I have been waiting so long.
You're just as beautiful as ever.
And you, as handsome.
Oh, no. No, that is not true.
In my eyes, you are.
You must be seeing me as I was then.
I always see you as you were then. I always will.
But, Martha, these lines, these wrinkles, my hair.
Andre, what do you think I would be without my makeup? My hair rinse. I'm not a young girl anymore. Outside. But inside, I feel the same as the 23-year-old who kissed you goodbye. And seeing you again, all I see is the boy I never dreamed I was going to lose.
Oh, Martha, darling.
It's all right. It's all right, Andre. I'm all right. Just hold me. It's been so long. So long.
Too long. It's too late. I'll be no good for you.
Oh, don't say that, Andre. I need you now, more than ever. I only want one promise from you.
What?
That you will never leave me again. It has been such a long fight. I'm so tired. I need your strength.
There is not much left. They battered most of it out of me, and the last year since I escaped have drained what was left.
I may not show it, Andre, but inside there's almost nothing of me left. I need you to lean on. It is your inner strength I need.
Martha, the house is getting restless.
Oh, give me just a moment longer, Max.
You had better go, Martha.
Not until I know I will find you here when I get back.
I will be here.
And you will stay.
I will stay.
Till death do us part?
No.
What?
I have gone through enough. We have gone through enough in this life ever to be parted again. If death should take you first, I would follow right on your heels.
And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death.
What?
Nothing. Just Elizabeth Barrett Browning's sonnet to her husband about how she loved him. Oh, Andre, don't let anyone or anything take this away from us again.
As heaven is my witness, I never will. I love you, Martha.
I love you, Andre.
I'm sorry, Martha.
I'm coming, Max. Kiss me, darling.
Martha.
Oh, I am in heaven. This must be heaven. Oh, what a recital I shall give them tonight. Oh, my darling, I can't write you a love poem like Elizabeth Browning, but I can play you one. Will you be out front?
Oh, yes, with Max.
Then listen carefully. You will recognize my love song when I play it.
We can't keep them waiting any longer. Are you all right, Martha?
Oh, I never felt more glorious in my life. Every note is for you, Andre. And especially in that one song. To our future, darling. Au revoir.
Well, Andre, it looks as though congratulations are in order. A marriage has been rearranged.
Yes. It is a miracle. If it lasts.
Oh, come, what do you mean?
I don't know. Just some premonition I cannot shake. You notice that this time, it was Martha who said goodbye.
Why is she playing this? It's not on the program.
It is a message to me.
Message?
Yes, in place of a sonnet.
What?
A love song, just for me, you see. Martha!
She's fainted.
No, she has not fainted. She is dead.
Julie, shut the door quickly.
It's a madhouse here. Aren't they ever going to let up?
Oh, eventually, I suppose.
Why can't they let us alone?
Julie, it's a great story. To be practical, the press and the media have every right to follow it up. You should hear some of the book offers, movie bids, heaven knows what else they've been bombarding my office with. All right, forget that for now. How is Andre today?
Oh, no change.
Still in his room?
No, he hasn't come out of it since the funeral.
Is he eating?
Not really.
Is he getting any sleep?
I don't think so. Whenever I look in, he's just lying on his back, staring at the ceiling with his eyes so vacant. Sometimes he's so still, I think maybe he's...
What does the doctor say?
If he doesn't snap out of it, he'll have to be hospitalized. At least there they can feed him intravenously.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'll go in and have a look at him. Hello, Andre. Andre, it's Max. Aren't you going to say hello?
No. I'm better at saying goodbye.
Oh, now come. You got to snap out of this.
By all means. I wish I knew the way to do it.
Well, you won't get anywhere just by lying there.
Max, do you know what I have been doing? I have been lying here, willing myself to die. I want to die, but I cannot make myself. All those years of hanging on, building, increasing my will to live, just to spite those... Well, maybe they have the last laugh after all. Now that I want to die, the will to live is too strong to allow me to...
Andre, listen to me.
Suicide. Yes, that would be a way, you see. Only my religion does not allow that. So it appears I have to go on living, separated from Martha again.
You've got to do something to help him, Max.
I know that, Julie, but what?
I don't know. Oh, if he just had some other interest to throw himself into, like Madame had after Stefan was killed. She hadn't had her piano and her music. She'd have been... What is it, Max?
Music. Music, of course, that might be it.
Oh, where are you going?
To see Charles Abelman at World Broadcasting. I think maybe he can make an offer that Andre just can't refuse. I have your word on this, Charlie?
Absolutely.
No hoopla, no exploitation. Just the facts simply and decently told in good taste. I have your word.
Max, you don't need my word. This network is rebuilding its image. One of the programs we count on to do that is one-on-one.
Yes, I know. I've seen it, and I admire it very much.
Thank you. We don't want anything to change that picture for our audience. So you can count on that.
All right. I think I can persuade Andre to do it. And you will allow him to play. At least 15 minutes. That's the deal. There has to be enough exposure so I can start building a career for him again.
15 minutes, that's a long time. Is he good enough? Can he still play?
Oh, yes, I've heard him.
Well, I think I ought to hear him first myself, Max, before I okay that.
All right, I'll see what I can work out. But first I have to sell the whole idea to Andre. I'll get back to you.
Charles Abelman.
Charlie, Max Breck. We're on for your show this week.
Oh, that's great, Max. But what about your promise I can hear, Mr. Danino?
I've worked that out. He'll want to pick his own piano for the broadcast. So can you meet us at Steinman's tomorrow at 12 noon? It's right across from Carnegie Hall. While he's trying out the pianos, I'll get him to play something for you. I promise you, you won't make the trip for nothing.
I don't know just why I am doing this, Max.
You know why, Andre. You've got to have something to take your mind off what has happened. What a better thing to do than to go back to your piano. Carry on. For Martha. Now, you've got to make a living somehow.
And you really think that I can make it play again?
After what I heard in the church that first day, yes.
All those years of dry playing on stone walls, on steel tables, the edge of my cot, hearing the music only in my mind, all that kept me from going mad. It kept me alive. Was this what it was for?
Well, why not decide that it was?
Oh, Max, I cannot decide anything for myself. That's what I meant by I don't know why I am doing this. It is something inside me, or outside and beyond me, that is urging me to do it.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I told you once it would take a miracle to bring back the past. Maybe now I'm looking for one to bring me the future.
I've never seen so many concert pianos in my life.
Oh, Charlie, this is only one room. There are 4 others.
Oh, no. We could be here all day. He tried every piano in this room, and they didn't suit him. Now, don't tell me you'll go through all the others.
Yes, Jody, what is it?
He's found one he likes.
Where is he?
In the back room.
Oh, he's playing something. Come on, Charlie, if you want to hear this.
And just a minute, Mr. Breck.
What is it, Julie?
Well, he said he wanted to be alone for a minute.
Well, we don't have to show ourselves.
Well, maybe we should get back to him. He was, strange.
Strange? How?
Well, he smiled at me, and he looked sort of happy. And he said, "Do you believe in miracles, Julie?" And when I didn't know what to answer, he said, "I think I'm just about to."
I don't know what that means. Hold it a minute.
By George.
Good enough for you, Charlie?
Oh, it's magnificent.
No, stop him.
No, please don't. I want to hear more.
Oh, we shouldn't interrupt it,
You
Julie.
must. Don't you hear what he's playing? It's what Madame was playing when
now,
she...
Julie, take it easy. What's the matter?
I don't know. It's just... Don't let him. Stop him before he gets to that same phrase where... Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh, no.
I don't know. Come on.
He's on the floor, just like...
Take care of it, Charlie.
Is
Andre.
Is he...
Andre, you all right?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What happened?
I suddenly found out how to pray. For me, it is with music. So I asked God to bring me to Martha. And he turned his face on me again and worked a miracle to bring me home to my wife.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
What happened?
Heart attack, debility, who knows? I'm not a doctor. Well, maybe God just called him home.
What did he mean about a miracle?
I think that he got what he wanted.
Max?
Yes, Julie.
This piano he picked out.
Yes. What about it?
Well, look at the serial number.
Why?
This is the piano Madame Deninoff was playing at the concert when she died.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Max brought the bodies of Marta and Andre back to Israel, where they were buried beside their son's hero's grave. The stone above the grave reads, "In memory of Marta and Andre Daninoff, I shall but love thee better after death." That Max picked that quote was sheer coincidence, or was it maybe just another minor miracle? Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. When you strike at a serpent that hisses, you may only cause it to spring. That's rather sage advice when you come to consider it. But why is it so often disregarded? Why do people poke at snakes? Why don't people let sleeping dogs lie? Perhaps it's just as well, after all. If everyone always did the sensible thing, whatever would we do for stories?
Miss Constant, didn't you say in front of many witnesses that you were going to kill Mr. Crawford?
Well, sometimes you say something that
Weren't you in his apartment at approximately the time of the murder?
Well, I only went there to...
And aren't your fingerprints on the knife that killed him?
But there must be an explanation.
There is. You're guilty of murder.
Our mystery drama, Everybody Does It, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We're in one of those posh eating places where mediocre food is called by esoteric French names and customers pay exorbitant, even obscene prices to be treated like cattle by an arrogant, ill-mannered staff. And yet, they fight to get in. Why? Well, you know why. To rub shoulders with, or at least stare at, the celebrities. And who is here tonight? Well, at one table, we have the voluptuous, lovely, yet aging star, Margaret Constant. Nearby, Wilson Crawford, the illustrious critic.
Wilson, aren't you going to say hello to Margaret?
Perry, I'm no longer required to say hello to Margaret.
But you should say hello to Margaret.
Oh, and why?
To prove that you're civilized. What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Wilson, you take me to dine at a place like this, and I see you actually stealing packets of sugar?
Oh, well, stop laughing.
Can't help it.
Perhaps the whole thing is my subconscious reaction or my adjustment to a new austerity.
Oh, well, had I known you were strapped, I would have suggested a more modest place.
Yes, well, Perry, I asked you to dinner because I must have a serious talk with you.
Oh, certainly. But first, I think you should say hello to Margaret.
I don't think so.
For old time's sake?
For old time's sake, for new time's sake, for all time's sake, I divorced the woman, and that's an end to it. Nothing could persuade me to talk to Margaret.
Well, I happen to know something that just might.
Give it up, Perry.
Margaret has signed to do a new play.
That's no longer a personal concern.
It's called St. Joan of Arc.
I find it awkward to... St. Joan? Who's going to play St. Joan?
Well, who are we talking about? Margaret.
Oh, no, I won't permit it.
A new drama.
Joan of Arc?
Yes, she goes into rehearsal next week.
Well, we'll see about that. Excuse me. I will say hello to Margaret. Where do you come off playing Joan of Arc?
Oh, good evening, Wilson.
I won't have it.
Won't you sit down? Oh, but just for a moment. I'm expecting someone important.
What is this Joan of Arc nonsense?
How have you been, Wilson?
Have you lost your senses?
I've regained them completely. The proof? I divorced you.
You are going to play Joan of Arc? You're 50.
43.
54. I was being kind. You're going to play Joan of Arc with that voluptuous figure, those smoldering eyes, that voice? You're going to play Joan of Arc?
Oh, this is going to be a Freudian interpretation.
Oh, Margaret, who has overwhelmed your senses, seduced you with this delusion?
Only the finest director in the world, Kavalevsky.
What, that charlatan?
That genius. You hate him because you cannot intimidate him.
A Freudian version of Joan of Arc. Margaret, do not appear in this play.
Run along, darling.
It's garbage. It's self-indulgent trash. I'll tear it apart.
Oh, reviewing it already. You haven't even seen it.
I'll destroy it.
We shall see. This will be Peter's masterwork and my greatest role, and everyone will acclaim it. Everyone but you.
Joan of Arc. I suggest you open it in a burlesque house.
Well, have you simmered down sufficiently?
The woman's an absolute fool.
So? What's to be done?
I have my own problems. Perry, would you pull over to the curb? I have to talk with you. I've been trying to broach the subject all night.
What subject?
Money.
Money?
I never worried about money. There was always enough and to spare. I made it, or Margaret made it. And when we decided to part, I let her have everything.
Oh, well, I thought you had a better lawyer than that.
She's going to need it. She'll go broke trying to prove she's a serious actress. Well, now I seem to be a bit short, and I was wondering if you could give me an advance. I thought I'd do a book of critical essays.
I don't publish critical essays. They don't make any money. Now, a blockbuster bestseller with all the dirt and the inside theater gossip of the past 20 years? Ho, 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 ho.
We've had this discussion before. I couldn't write such a book. Well, thanks anyhow, Perry. I'll just have to scale down my style of living or work a little harder.
Would you be interested in a rather lucrative special income?
Oh, would I?
Yeah, I can trust you, Wilson. And there's no reason why you shouldn't make some easy money.
Easy money?
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid that has an ominous sound.
Oh, but it's really very simple.
What would I have to do?
Well, people like you and me, we travel constantly.
Yes?
And you're always flying to London to see the new plays. And I scour the continent for literary properties. Thus, we may perform a service for certain people.
What sort of service?
A messenger service.
The more I hear of this, the less I like.
Well, we are eminently reputable people. Now, who would suspect us of anything or even think to watch us?
Well, you're about to suggest some smuggling.
Now, just consider that you're acting the part of a confidential courier.
Yeah, of course. It's dishonest.
Well, of course. But everybody does it.
Everyone?
You'd be surprised how many. People whose credentials are impeccable.
But those people are thieves.
Perhaps. But only a little bit.
One cannot be a little bit of a thief.
You are.
Me?
Yes. Don't you steal packets of sugar from restaurant tables?
Oh, well, that isn't stealing.
Well, I suppose it's all in the way you look at it.
Well, how can you compare? You mind dropping me off at my place?
Well, I tried.
Well, thank you, Perry, but I don't think I'd be interested.
Mr. Crawford.
Oh, yes? What is it, Sefkins?
Shall you be having lunch at home, sir?
Oh, I suppose so. Oh, Sefkins, I brought some sugar home last night.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I emptied your jacket pockets this morning.
Are you laughing at me?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
We have to tighten our belts. Any economy, no matter how small, is important.
Yes, sir.
And if we're not required to purchase sugar over the course of a year, isn't that an important saving?
Yes, sir. Just pardon me, sir. Mr. Crawford's residence. Yes, who's calling? Oh. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Crawford is out. Yes, I shall give him your message.
Who was that?
The bank, sir. The account seems to be overdrawn.
Well, that must be a mistake.
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Call back and say I'll deposit some money today.
Well, unfortunately, sir, I cannot do that. There are no funds, Mr. Crawford. Anywhere.
Well, I expect my salary from the magazine.
Yes, but that will just cover the rent.
And then those articles I wrote for the...
Yes, sir, but that check is not due until the 15th of next month.
Huh. Well, obviously, we must do something, Sefkins.
Yes, sir.
Any mail this morning?
All bills.
Any calls?
Mr. Gulliver called, sir.
Perry, what do you want?
He just called to chat.
I said you were busy writing.
Yes, that's exactly what you should have told him.
That's all, sir.
And it's just as well. We've had enough bad news for one day.
Yes, sir.
Well, when one must, one must. No. But, on the other hand...
Come on in, Wilson.
Perry, I'll be brief. This thing you discussed with me, I've decided to try it.
Well, I knew you would.
Just exactly what is involved?
Well, the next time you go to London, see, I know somebody who'll pay your fare and give you $1,000.
In return for what?
You carry a small package.
Which contains?
Usually, gems.
And then what?
Well, then someone will relieve you of your burden, and when you're ready to return, there'll be another package. And another fee. Well, what do you think?
I think it's wrong.
True.
But I plan to go to London next week.
Leave everything to me. Are you at home to Miss Crawford, sir?
Oh, of course he's at home, Sefkins.
Miss Crawford, sir.
Thank you, Sefkins. That'll be all. Margaret, you shouldn't do that to poor Sefkins. You know how seriously he takes his job.
I don't have much time to waste.
Ah, yes, indeed. And yet, isn't time the image of eternity?
Oh, stop it. You always have to remind people how learned you are. That's why I divorced you.
Well, if memory serves, I divorced you.
We decided to part friends. We did have 15 years. And I admit I do have a residue of affection for you. We're still concerned with each other.
Are we?
For instance, the other night, you sought to warn me. You felt that I'm about to take a disastrous step. You were compelled to dissuade me. And so I have come here to dissuade you.
From what?
From whatever you propose to do with Perry Gulliver.
I don't propose to do anything with Perry Gulliver.
That's not true. Every time the two of you put your heads together, it's the beginning of a catastrophe.
You never liked Perry.
Perry Gulliver is a scoundrel.
Why?
Because he uses people. He's a thief.
Well, he may have lost other people's money on occasion.
Including yours.
Well, those were the breaks, the risks and chances you take.
Perry Gulliver is a thief in his heart.
Just exactly what have you come here to tell me?
I feel I should warn you. Keep away from Perry.
You're always jealous of him. As a matter of fact, you resented all of my friends.
Out of the goodness of my heart, I come up here to do you a good turn, and what do I receive? Scorn and abuse. All right. I wash my hands of the entire business.
She thinks she has. Little does Margaret know that soon she shall be immersed in this business up to her neck, if not higher. Wilson Crawford, Margaret Constant, and Perry Gulliver, a trio, but they shall soon become a duo in Act 2. And may we expect a solo in Act 3? Patience, friends. We're getting there. The commandments are uncompromising. They state in bold and fiery letters, "Thou shalt not." However, we perfect mortals try to shade the meaning here and there. We console ourselves by saying, "Doesn't everybody do it?" Well, whether or not everybody does or doesn't, a gentleman named Wilson Crawford is about to.
I'll get that, Sefkins. Don't bother. Hello.
Wilson?
Oh, it's you, Perry.
No, weren't you expecting my call?
Yes, I suppose I was.
Well, I'll drive you to the airport. Can you be downstairs in 10 minutes?
Yes, I suppose so.
Good. I have your ticket and a package. A rather small one. It should fit into your attaché case.
Perry, I don't know.
Don't be so nervous. The thing is absolutely ironclad, surefire, and foolproof.
You have your ticket and the packet.
What's in it?
That's really not your affair.
Well, it'll be very much my affair if I'm caught.
But you shall not be caught.
How can you be sure?
Because you're you, Wilson Crawford, the eminent critic. Your reputation protects you.
Yes, my reputation. And I'm selling it.
For a handsome fee.
As Samuel Johnson said, Madam, we have already established what you are. We're merely haggling over the price.
Wilson, let us not go into an essay on morality.
What am I carrying?
Leave it in your luggage. It'll be picked up in your hotel room.
But what am I carrying?
And you'll find another packet in its place.
Perry, answer the question.
And also an envelope with your money.
Perry?
In crisp new bills.
I won't get on that plane until you tell me.
Diamonds. Now, are you happy?
No, I'm not happy. It's just, if it had been something else, I would have refused.
You take what you get, Wilson. And once you're really in this thing, you never even think about it.
And so, I say to you, my accusers, it is you who stand accused. I shall die at the stake, but a purer flame already shines in my heart. Am I saying that right?
If anyone, anywhere could ever give that line a more transcendent meaning, my name is not Kavalevsky.
What bothers me is, how can a flame shine in one's heart? I mean, shouldn't it burn?
How quickly we jump to the obvious interpretation.
It's just the kind of line that Wilson would tear me to pieces for in his review.
Wilson, I see, my darling, you are still not free from him yet.
Well, I'm just asking.
Trust me. It is not the literal word that matters. It is the tension in the voice.
Oh.
Besides, I believe your Mr. Wilson is at present in the United Kingdom.
He'll be here for opening night if he has to swim all the way. That's what I'm afraid of.
Courage, my darling. You are no longer the Trilby to his Svengali. Now let us reach for true greatness.
Wilson, you're back. Why didn't you call me?
It skipped my mind, Perry.
You were to call me as soon as you arrived home.
I know, but this is an opening night.
You have something to deliver to me?
Oh, yes, I suppose I have.
You suppose?
Yes, an envelope. A very large cellophane envelope. It appeared to contain several pounds of... Well, it looked like sugar.
You had no business opening it.
No one would pay to smuggle a few pounds of sugar, so I must assume it was a drug.
Hand it over.
I draw the line at that. So it's just as well.
But, what is just as well?
It's just as well that I lost it.
You what?
I must have lost it. I don't have it.
Just hold it for a minute.
Therefore, since I cannot deliver the goods, I cannot accept the money. Here it is. The same crisp bills, $1,000. Furthermore, Perry, I've decided this isn't for me.
Wilson, you had better give me that package.
This is morally wrong. How can I do it? Margaret was right about you.
Margaret? What does Margaret have to do with it?
She smelled a rat long before I did. All she had to do was see us sitting together in that restaurant, and she knew there was trouble.
Listen to me.
She's right. You are a thief. Well, be one without me. I quit.
You can't quit.
Watch me.
They won't let you quit.
They?
Wilson, I am responsible for you. Because I brought you into it, I'll be held accountable.
I'll go to the police.
Do you know what you're talking about?
I must be on my way. I have a play to review. Well, an alleged play.
You must give me that package.
I told you, I don't have it.
What happened to it?
I don't know. It's just gone, that's all.
It was placed inside your suitcase when you left London.
And yet when I looked for it this morning, it wasn't there.
Well, what could have happened to it?
I haven't the vaguest idea.
They won't believe it. They'll think you sold it on your own. The street value of that package is well over $1 million.
Indeed. Well, I can't miss the opening curtain.
Wilson, don't force me to...
To what?
To do something drastic. I am responsible for you.
You should be. And I'm responsible for you, too. After all, a man should always be his brother's keeper.
Hello? This is Marigold.
This is Perry. Perry Gulliver.
Yes, Mr. Gulliver?
I think we have a problem.
A problem?
It's Wilson Crawford. Wants to quit.
You must convince him that it's impossible.
But that's only a half of it.
Yes?
He doesn't have the package.
The package?
The one he was to bring from London.
He doesn't have it.
He claims it's lost. He can't find it.
Yes?
That's why I say we have a problem.
We have no problem, Mr. Gulliver. You have a problem.
But I
brought him into the activity. You are responsible.
But what is there I can do?
Whatever is required to obtain the package.
But how can I do that?
You had better learn, and quickly. It's your responsibility.
Margaret, darling, you were wonderful.
Thank you.
An entire new career is before you.
I showed him, didn't I?
You were incandescent.
Oh, listen, it isn't 11:20 yet. Wilson's review is coming on in a moment.
Must we listen to that fool?
Oh, I want to hear him eat his words. Turn it on for me.
Must you listen to that spiteful, bitter,
Please, turn it on.
Good evening. This is Wilson Crawford. I said to my producer, how can a news segment do justice to a play in the 3 minutes this permits me? Well, for Joan of Arc, a new drama written and directed by Alexander Kavalevsky, one requires not just 3 minutes, but 3 hours, 3 days. How does one even begin to explore the tortuous reasoning, or lack of it, which prompted so many people to associate themselves with this pathetic, hopeless excursion into banality and futility?
How dare you, Wilson?
And Margaret Constant as Joan of Arc. She is punished for her hubris. For the first time on stage, she looks her age.
Oh, I'd kill him.
The ludicrous spectacle of this aging woman of the world desperately trying to convince us that she is the chaste, spiritual teenage girl who is filled with the rapture of heavenly voices.
Turn it off! He does not deserve to live. I'll kill him with my own hands.
Mr. Crawford.
What is it, Sefkins?
The doorman telephones. Miss Constant is on the way up.
Oh, we'd better lock the door until she cools off a bit.
I'm afraid that might not be possible, sir. She may still have her key.
I'm afraid she does.
Wilson? Wilson Crawford?
Looking for me, Margaret?
I'm going to kill you, Wilson.
Why?
You destroyed me tonight.
I would suppose you destroyed yourself.
You won't get away with it.
You can't deny you were wrong.
You heard what I said. I am going to kill you.
Go ahead. Kill me or don't kill me, but let's not play another bad scene.
You don't believe me.
Did you bring along a gun, a knife, poison? How's it going to be?
Miss Crawford, you're quite upset, and if you'll pardon my saying...
Sefkins, she can't kill me. She didn't come prepared.
I could kill you with this.
Now, Miss Constance.
I bought you this jeweled letter opener.
Miss Crawford, please, put that thing down.
Let her play the scene, Sefkin.
You think this is a joke?
It's bad theater. And we must not subject poor Sefkins to a mediocre performance. Sefkins, why don't you go to bed?
But, sir, I think we should...
Thank you, Sefkins. Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night, Miss Constance.
And now, dear Margaret, where were we?
I'm going to kill you, not only because of your review tonight, but because of your arrogance.
Poor Margaret.
You don't believe me.
Margaret.
Oh!
Margaret.
Oh, stop that.
Let go of that letter opener.
I'm going to kill you.
Let go, Margaret.
No, you're hurting my arm.
Drop it.
I hate you. I hate you.
I'm sorry, Margaret, but I had to write that review.
Oh, you destroyed me.
I destroyed a false and ludicrous woman you were trying to be. It was necessary surgery.
Who asked you?
No one had to ask me. Now you can go back to the Margaret Constant who is true to herself.
I never want to see you again, as long as I live. What? Who's that? Oh, what time is it? It's morning. All right, just a minute. Let me put on a robe. Oh, who are you? Why are you ringing my bell? And why did the elevator man let you come up?
Miss Margaret Constant.
And if I am?
If you are, I have to talk to you.
About what?
A murder.
A murder?
I'm Lieutenant Taplock of the Homicide Division.
And you wake me up at this ungodly hour of the morning. Don't you people ever sleep?
I'm sorry, Miss Constant.
Well, why do you come to me? I can't help you. I don't know anything about murder. I don't even know anyone who ever was murdered.
Unfortunately, Miss Constant, you do. Or you did know someone who has just been murdered.
Do I? Who?
Mr. Crawford. Mr. Wilson Crawford.
You've heard them shout at ball games, "Kill the umpire." And many people in the theater harbor the same feelings about critics. If this homicide lieutenant is to be believed, someone has just murdered our friend Wilson Crawford. No wonder the police have made a beeline for Margaret Constant's apartment. After all, she made no secret of her feelings about Crawford. She's in for some rough sledding in Act 3. Preserve, said the Roman philosopher, at all times, a temperate and pacific posture towards the world. Thus you shall be spared the storms that constantly buffer the headstrong, the turbulent, and the unruly. Excellent counsel. A wise man does not broadcast any feelings of violence he may harbor against another. Look at what's happened to poor Margaret Constant. She kept raging about how she was going to kill Wilson Crawford. So naturally, when Wilson is murdered, the police do not have far to go.
Wilson? Wilson is dead?
Yes, Miss Constant.
Oh, it's impossible. I was with him last night.
For how long?
Well, it was 5 minutes, more or less.
At what time?
What time? Well, let's see. I heard the broadcast. It was 11:20. I took a taxi to the apartment. It was 11:45 about.
The approximate time of the murder.
Who would want to kill Wilson?
I am also saying that you were there at about the time of the murder.
What?
Finally, I'm saying that I should read you your rights as a citizen, and then I must ask you to come downtown. Mr. Sefkins, did you hear Miss Constant threaten to kill Mr. Crawford?
Unfortunately.
And how did she say she would do it?
With your permission, sir. They were both highly volatile people. She was furious. And they played a scene, as they so often did. I suppose they enjoyed the drama.
That's what it was, a scene?
Yes, sir, that's what I thought it was. I'd had 15 years of it during their marriage. Indeed, that's why I left the room and went to bed.
And she picked up the letter opener from the desk and said, I'll kill you with this?
Yes, sir.
And you then left the room?
Yes, sir. I didn't think that she was...
And about 7 a.m., you came into the room, found Mr. Crawford dead on the floor.
Yes, sir.
He had been stabbed in the back. And the letter opener was lying there next to him.
Permit me, sir, if I may. They were both angry at themselves. You see, they had no business being divorced. They cared for each other very much.
That isn't true, Sefkins.
It was all a misunderstanding. She was furious. But he incited her, and I think it was their way of making love.
How dare you, Sefkins?
They played one of their usual violent scenes. But this time it just got out of hand, that's all.
That isn't true.
She didn't mean to kill him, Lieutenant.
I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sefkins. That'll be all. Miss Constant, you ready to make a statement?
Yes, the same one I've been making all along. I didn't do it.
You had the motive. You made the threat. You were there at the approximate time of the killing. Your fingerprints are on the murder weapon.
Lieutenant, I was furious. I did say, I'll kill you. I did go to the apartment. I did pick up the letter opener. But after Sefkins left the room, I even fought with him. But only for a moment. And then I threw the letter opener on the floor and I went home. And that's what I intend to tell the jury.
And you expect them to believe it?
Yes, because it's true.
No, Miss Constant,
I didn't kill him, and you know it. I loved him. I'm a fool, but I'm not a murderer. I know who killed Wilson. Perry Gulliver.
Where does he come into this? Where's your proof? How can you accuse someone of murder without proof?
You accused me. What did you have? A few flimsy pieces of circumstantial evidence?
Well, what do you got?
Wilson spent all of last week in London. Why?
What does that have to do with anything?
When Wilson goes to London, it's on business.
All right. So he had business.
What business? The only reason his magazine would send him would be to review the new plays there. It's the end of the season. There aren't any. So why did he go?
Well, maybe it was a pleasure trip.
No, he couldn't afford it. He was broke.
Well, all right. I still don't see
One night, I see Wilson and Perry very chummy in a restaurant. A few days later, Wilson flies to London. A week later, he returns. On the next day, he's murdered. Obviously, Perry sent Wilson to London. Why?
Why?
What was Wilson supposed to be doing in London? He didn't write anything.
Well, how do you know?
I have friends in London. They kept an eye on him for me. Went to a few parties and came home.
All right, so where are we?
If Wilson didn't go there to do anything, perhaps he went there to get something.
What?
How do I know what? You're the professional. Don't you have any ideas? I've opened a world of infinite possibilities. Now, if this were a play...
Miss Constant, this is not the theater.
Well, you see, we have Perry Gulliver sending Wilson to London for something.
But what?
Drugs, diamonds, military secrets. Don't you ever go to the movies? When Wilson returned, they quarreled about it.
Well, how do we know?
How do we know? That's something we can prove. Maybe.
Sir, how may I be of service, Lieutenant?
Let me ask him.
Well, go ahead. It's your investigation.
When Mr. Crawford returned from London, did Perry Gulliver visit him?
Yes.
See, Lieutenant? Do you know why, Sifkins?
Mr. Gulliver seemed somewhat upset.
Why?
Miss Constant, I never eavesdrop. You know that.
Why do you say Mr. Gulliver seemed upset?
Yes, well, Lieutenant, as Mr. Gulliver was leaving, I gathered he was angry because Mr. Crawford was supposed to have brought something from London for him.
I told you.
All right. When Mr. Crawford came home from the airport, did he have his luggage?
Yes, sir, his suitcase.
Did you unpack it as usual?
Yes. First, I ran Mr. Crawford's tub, and as he was bathing, I put away his things.
Did you notice anything unusual in the suitcase?
Unusual? There's no, sir.
Nothing at all?
Think, Simpkins.
Well, you might call it unusual, but I'd already become used to it.
Used to what?
The sugar.
Sugar?
Miss Constance, after you left him, Mr. Crawford developed the oddest habits. He collected sugar. That is, while dining out, he would, loot the sugar containers, take packets of it, and bring them home to me.
And he had sugar in his suitcase?
Sir, I noticed some of it had spilled. It was in a sort of package. I opened it, and there was rather a large amount.
Sugar?
Yes, I said to myself, now, this is too much. Packets are one thing, but loose sugar. Now, this has got to stop. Besides, I didn't like the looks of it.
The looks?
Yes. It was kind of powdery, so I poured it down the drain.
You poured it down the drain?
Yes, Miss Constant.
Lieutenant, it was a drug. Heroin, cocaine, whichever one of them looks like sugar.
Yeah, but we have no proof.
We can get it.
How?
I'll call Perry. Tell him to meet me at my place. I'll say I have the stuff. And I'll deal with him, see?
See what?
I'll get him to admit that he killed Wilson. You can be in the bedroom. At the moment juste, you step out and you put the cuffs on him.
Well, it works okay in those cop shows, but I can't do it.
Why not?
It's entrapment. It's against the law.
I intend to accuse Perry of murder. I intend to tell him why he killed Wilson. He may try to kill me, and I could use some protection.
Yeah, but Miss Constant, what'll we do if it was only sugar?
I'll call him right now.
Not from police headquarters.
Well, what an amusing story, Margaret, dear.
I knew the two of you couldn't be up to any good, so I confronted Wilson. I got it out of him. I could get anything out of him.
Yes, except a good review, which is why you killed him.
I didn't. You did.
Well, evidently, the police are satisfied with you.
Are you satisfied with me, Perry? How about your conscience?
Oh, dear Margaret, I was born without one.
How about your safety? You were handling those drugs for someone. They'll want an accounting. Suppose I were to tell you, I know where the drugs are.
You... what?
Ah, Wilson came home. He told me everything. I convinced him to give me the drugs for safekeeping. Do you want to hear more?
Go on.
Quite frankly, the idea was to hold you up. But you came back last night. Right after I left, you got into a fight with Wilson. You killed him. Where did it get you? I have the drugs.
What drugs?
I need money, Perry. I didn't kill him, but they've got circumstantial evidence. I'll need the best lawyer in the country. I'll make a deal for the drugs, but I don't know how to go about it. Now, you go back to your people. You tell them. I'll be reasonable. I only want enough for the best lawyer. That's all.
How do I know you've got the drugs? Show me.
Bring me the money.
How much money?
$50,000.
50,000?
I may need more. Make it 100. It's nothing. I understand this package is worth millions.
But
I'll sink you with me, Perry. I'll confess this part of it to the police.
Oh, you can't prove it.
What do I have to prove? At my trial, I'll insist you killed him for the drugs.
The jury won't believe you.
Oh, but your friends will. So, do you get me the money?
Margaret,
A good lawyer gets me a light sentence. You save your own life. It's the best deal you can get. Oh, poor Perry. You really didn't want to kill him, but you were in so deep you couldn't help it. You're not really a killer. Scoundrel, yes, but a killer, no. How was it, Perry? How? Come on. You have to tell it to someone, and you can trust me. What made you do it?
He laughed at me. You know Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, he only turned his back on me and he dismissed me.
The way he dismissed me.
Oh, I was furious. I saw that long, sharp letter opener lying on the floor, but I was cool enough to know what I was doing. I picked it up with my handkerchief, not to get any fingerprints, and I...
What did you do?
I plunged it into his back.
Oh, I'm going to be ill.
Catch her. She's going to faint. Catch her. Wait. Who are you? Margaret, who is he?
Oh, permit me to introduce you. Perry Gulliver. May I present Lieutenant Toplinger of the New York City Police?
I shall return shortly with a final thought. The name of our story is Everybody Does It, and thus is formed the heart and spirit of our morality. For what is morality? It comes from the word mores, which means custom, usage. And so the hard fact is we are what we do, what society sometimes approves of or winks at. A pity we cannot be that to which we aspire. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Carol Teitel, and Earl Hammond. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, producer-director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. As the centuries go marching by in review, head and shoulders above the rest of us march the great innovators, the scientists, the inventors. Their names are blazoned large in the annals of the world. Newton, Euclid, Da Vinci, Einstein, navigators, astronauts, explorers. But some who have opened new paths to mysterious realms go past unnoticed. For example, Herbert Boggs, whose strange and unique story I bring you now.
Herb, what do you mean, read?
Well, it's hard to explain, Sadie. But you know, ever since I was shocked by that electricity, it's like written up there in my mind. Like it was printed on a notice board. I can read the future, Sadie. Like it was the first page of tomorrow's newspapers.
Our mystery drama, The Shock of His Life, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. If you were to pick the most unlikely spot for a miracle that could battle modern science, you couldn't do better than Elmhurst in the borough of Queens, New York City, or a more unlikely man for it to happen to than Herbert Boggs. Herb is an average middle-class man in a crowd most likely to go unnoticed. He's been married to Sadie for 35 years. 2 children, grown and married. He has his own little bar and grill, and his interests are beer, boxing, football, and the ponies. He also likes the comics.
Hey, Sadie, look at this here.
What?
Sparkman. See how he handles them creatures from outer space?
Which one is he? The fella in the union suit?
Oh, Sadie, that ain't no union suit. That's his uniform, like.
Well, why would a grown-up man want to wear a kid outfit like that?
Because it frees his muscles to do things. Oh, what's the sense explaining to a woman?
Herbie, what are them zigzaggy things sticking out of his hands?
Oh, that's his electrostatic ray. He hits you with that, and zingo, you're static. It's like electricity.
Oh, he must run up some utility bills.
Oh, come on. Will you, Sadie? He ain't hooked up to the electric company. That's like his own electric power.
Oh, in the comics, anything can happen. But it ain't for real.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't you kid yourself, Sadie. You'd be surprised how many real scientific ideas come straight out of the comics. That's how it's a real education to read them. You know, these guys who draw them are geniuses, most of them. Yeah, well, honey, why don't you get me a beer, huh?
Why don't you get it for yourself?
Well, can't you see I'm turning the game on? You know I always watch the football games on Sundays.
All right, Herbie. You have your day of rest. But, honey, don't turn it up too loud.
Yeah, all right. No louder than I have to hear what's going on, okay?
Well, I don't have to hear.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, Don, the
What
picture,
is it?
the picture, Blue. Put the beer down someplace, huh?
You mean something's happened to that, too?
Well, you got eyes, ain't you? We got the sound, but no picture.
Herbie, what are you doing?
I'm gonna get the back off. I can fix this thing. I can't miss the game.
You can't fix it. You need a TV man.
What, at $33 a crack? Anyway, where you gonna find one on a Sunday, huh?
But you shouldn't mess around, Herbie. It's dangerous. Well, what's the difference? You can still hear.
I don't want to just hear. I want to see.
You better not shove your hand in there.
Oh, I can see already there's a tube half lying there. It just needs to be stuck back in.
I read in a paper where it said a person should never... Herb? Honey? You all right? Herb, say something to me. Answer me. Herb? Herb?
What did you say happened to your husband, Mrs.
It's Boggs, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Boggs.
Well, he was fooling around trying to fix the TV.
While it was turned on?
Yes.
And he got a shock.
Oh, yes. He just went down like a rag doll. Only when I kneeled beside him on the floor, he was all stiff-like.
Mm-hmm. Did he have any pulse?
I don't know. I didn't stop to find out. I just called the police.
But after, when you went back to him?
I don't know. I didn't think to try.
Was he breathing?
I don't think so. That's what scared me so, Doctor. He was laying there just like a corpse. Stiff, like I said.
How long?
Pardon?
How long was he lying there in that condition?
Oh, I wouldn't know. For a while. And then, after I got him on his back with the pillow under his feet and all, then I could hear him a little, sort of, like, snoring. The way he was when you first got here.
But you can't estimate how long it was before you heard him making that sound.
Oh, I was so scared. I mean, every second was like a year. And, well, maybe 5 minutes, 10. Is it going to be all right, Doctor?
We have him breathing clearly now, and we're going to take him right down to the hospital. Oh, do you have a car?
Oh, no.
You want to come along?
Oh, yes. Couldn't I sit with Herb and hold his hand?
I think you better let me and the medic do that, Mrs. Boggs.
Oh.
You climb in with the driver.
All right.
Okay, Hank. Open up the hooders and get us to the hospital fast. We don't want to arrive with a DOA. Sorry to keep you waiting so long, Mrs. Boggs.
Herb, how is he?
Well, at the moment, his condition is stabilized. His respiration is satisfactory. He's out of cardiac arrest, and his EKG is normalizing.
What does that mean, Doctor?
Well, Mrs. Boggs, when you called police emergency, we got to you as fast as possible. But there was a period after your husband sustained the electric shock during which we don't know his medical condition.
But you said he was breathing and all again.
Yes, his condition now is stable enough. What we don't know, Mrs. Boggs, is what may have happened to him in the period after he sustained the shock until we arrived and could start treatment.
Doctor, I don't mean to be stupid. I just don't quite follow you.
Let me try to explain. When we have sudden shock, like an electrical one, which stops normal functions such as breathing and heartbeat, time is of the essence.
Oh.
I won't go into all the complications and technical terms, but if, through shock, a patient loses all cardiopulmonary functions for more than 4 to 6 minutes, well, then we're in deep trouble.
You mean my Herb would die?
Not necessarily. What I do mean is that he could suffer irreversible brain damage and change.
Oh, you think that's what could have happened before you got to our apartment?
Well, I honestly don't know. Mr. Boggs is still in a coma until he comes out of it, and we've had a chance to evaluate the EKG and other tests. I can't give you any definite answer. I'm sorry.
But you don't think he's going to die?
I can't even promise you that. I know it's little comfort, but perhaps if the damage has already been done, it might be better for him and for you.
I want him to come too. I want him back.
Well, of course you do, Mrs. Boggs, and I want you to have hope. But I also ask you to wait and see. The man you get back could very easily be as different from night and day as the husband that you remember and love.
Good morning, Herbie.
Sadie, where am I?
Where should you be when you're sick? The hospital.
Hospital? What am I doing here?
Don't you remember? You were messing around with that TV. Like Mike, who comes to fix it. Didn't Mike warn you?
What?
Well, he said, you know, never touch in the back without you pull the plug.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Hey, who won?
Who won what?
The game.
What game?
The game that was going on when the set pooped out.
Well, how should I know? You think I should care about football players when my husband was lying like dead?
What husband?
You. Herbie, you went and electrocuted yourself. How come you're in the hospital?
Waking up like this, I couldn't figure. I never felt better in my life.
Oh, we'll let the doctor decide
No,
that.
what do I need a doctor for? I know how I feel. I want to get out of here and go home.
Now, just a minute.
No, just a minute. Get my pants, Sadie. I don't belong here.
Herb, you've been sick. Real sick. 2 days you've been laying there like dead. You can't go home unless the doctor signs you out.
All right, so get him and have him.
I can't do that. He thinks you might have... Well, you know, with the electric shock and all.
No, I don't know. Like I say, I feel like $1,000,000 now. I need out. I got things to do.
What things?
Well, I can't explain. There are things going on in my head. Now, honey, I don't care about rules and regulations. I'm getting out of here. Doctor or no doctor.
Herbie, you gotta have him to get out. And how am I going to convince him?
Oh, he's gonna let me out without any trouble.
How do you know?
Well, I can read it. It's that simple.
Read it? What do you mean, read it?
In my brain, Sadie. Just like I can read so many other things now. Now, just trust me, huh? Like you always did.
Gee, Herb, I want to. I want to with all my heart. But, it's all so kind of different. I don't know where I'm at.
You don't have to worry about where you're at, Sadie. Just get yourself set for where we're going. Now that we've been struck by lightning. Oh, boy. Good to be home.
I just don't understand. After all he said, the doctor didn't make any problem about your coming home.
Oh, why should he, Sadie? I'm in better shape than he is. Get me a beer, hon, huh?
Oh, sure, Herbie, if you say so. You want a glass?
32 years married, you asked me that. When did I ever use a glass?
Are you sure the doctor wouldn't...
Sadie, what do I care about the doctor? I know what's good for me. And for you. Here, just let me show you.
Who are you calling?
Of course.
The bookie?
Yep, that's him.
Now, look, Herb. We ain't got money to take flyers. I mean, like after the hospital and ambulance and all, you know?
No, I don't know. And who says this is a flyer? This is something I got to get through your heads. Hello? Horse? Yeah, Herb. Yeah. You know Herb Boggs? Yeah, that's right. Listen, you're holding some winnings for me. $120, right? Yeah, that's all right. You check your books. It's there. Yeah, well, listen, I want to take a little flutter. Now, you got notable gaffer in the first going off at 10 to 1, right? And Pleasure Sky in the fourth, 70 to 1. Yeah. Yeah, well, I want to parlay them on the nose to win. Yeah, the whole bundle.
Are you crazy? Herb, you had winnings of over $100, and you're betting them on a daily double with 2 outsiders?
Honey, not to worry. I can't lose.
What do you mean you can't lose?
I already read the results. Clear and simple, the way the things are from here in.
What do you mean, read?
Well, it's hard to explain, Sadie, but ever since I took that belt of electricity, it's like written up there in my mind. Like it was printed on a notice board. I can read the future. Like it was the first page of tomorrow's newspaper.
So, as Herb, or should I say, like Herb would say, here is a miracle happening right in that western end of Long Island. Has that extra amount of electricity Herb Boggs's body accidentally absorbed brought about some strange physiological or psychological change? Or has it, as Dr. Barnes fears, caused some profound and irreparable damage that gives him delusions? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. Now, here is Herbert Boggs, owner of a small local bar and grill, who is suddenly electrified and claims to be able to see in his mind's eye the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. It is also a fact that the electrical shock was of such severity that it put him into cardiac arrest and eliminated all his vital signs for an indefinite period. A period, however, which may have been long enough to cause irreparable damage.
Herb, why don't you take a nice rest in your armchair and let me fetch your slippers?
Oh, Sadie, will you stop acting like I went round the bend? I'm telling you the truth.
That you could see into the future?
Well, not the whole future, just like I could see what could be on the front page of a paper.
The racing results?
Well, if someone won big enough to get a headline, and other things too. I'm just telling you the way it is, Sadie.
Maybe I better get you some aspirin.
Will you, for crying out loud, stop treating me like I had some kind of a sickness or something? I got vision right here.
How can you be sure?
It's just I am, Sadie, I am. All right, we could prove it out. Wait a minute.
What are you doing?
I'm calling the number.
What number?
There's this number you call and check the betting results.
Couldn't you just listen in on the radio?
Yeah, of course I could listen. This is faster. Here, like already I'm getting the rundown.
About the horse race, the parlay?
No, he isn't up to that now. He's on basketball and football right now. Oh, wait. Here he goes on exactas and perfectas and all that. Now, hey, now, wait a minute.
What?
Here he goes on results of big oval track. First race. Notable gaffer wins at 10 to 1. Hey, you know what that means, honey?
We won?
We just made ourselves $1,200.
We did? Oh, we can sure use it.
Oh, no, that ain't using money, honey. We have it all riding on the fourth race.
Herbie, if we lose that, do we lose it all?
No, we ain't gonna lose it.
Well, how can you be so sure?
Shh, hold it. Here, the results coming in right now. Yee-hoo! Pleasure Sky took it by a nose. I told you I could see it just the way it's gonna be.
The second horse won?
Yeah, paying 70 to 1. That means you and me, Sadie, just cleared ourselves more than $35,000.
Herb, we never had that much money all at once in our lives.
Yeah, well, you better get yourself used to it, baby, because that's the way it's going to be from now on.
Oh, no, Herbie, please. I'm scared. Let it go with that. You came in lucky once. Don't stretch your luck.
What's the stretch? That ain't luck. Don't you understand? I know, before it happens.
Darling, You've been sick in the hospital. I think you ought to take it easy for a while.
No, I know. I know what you think, Sadie, and I don't blame you. You think that electric shock curdled my brain or something, but it ain't that way. I wish I could make you see it so clear. Wait a minute. I just came back from the hospital, and you were with me all morning since I woke up, right?
Right.
So, you know that I haven't heard a radio or seen a TV or looked at a paper, right?
Yes. The morning paper. We got it in the house.
All right. Now, fine. Now, I won't look, all right? But you look on the first page.
Yes.
And someone won big on a lottery, right?
Yes.
Huh?
Joseph Davis, a retired construction worker, was the grand winner in the $2 million state lottery.
Yeah, all right, Sadie. Does it give the number of the ticket?
Oh, let me see. Yes, right here. It was number...
No, wait. I'll tell you without even looking. 2, 4, 3, 8, 6, 9, 2, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, you see, I know which number is going to win.
Oh.
Yeah, let this Joe Davis have his $2 million. Next month, if we want it, we'll have it.
How?
Well, when I put my mind to it, I can see the number.
Well, how can you get the number you want?
Well, maybe I can't, but there's 83 other places. Knowing the right numbers can put you and me on easy street for the rest of our lives.
Where?
The numbers, the horses, the right spread in basketball, football, 100 ways, Sadie. I don't have to guess anymore. I'm going to know.
Oh, there's something terribly dangerous about all this, Herb. It just can't lead to any good.
Are you kidding? How good can it get? It's going to be a whole new life.
I guess that's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, come on, Sadie. Why should you be afraid?
Because you go live it. I got my own second sight. You're headed for real trouble. And worse than that, you ain't gonna be my Herb anymore.
Yeah, come.
Hi, lover.
Hi, Angel. Come in, close the door.
Well, do we kiss, Gino? Or is this strictly business?
Kiss first, Sherry, baby. Then we talk.
You're it, Gino, all the way.
I need a little information, and I can't think of anyone better to dig it up for me.
So tell me.
I got a customer, a live one, for a lot of years. He's gone sour on me.
Oh, he owes you?
Oh, no.
He quit gambling?
Worse than that. All of a sudden, he starts to win big too often. I want to know why.
Look, Gino, isn't this man's work?
This guy happens to be a bartender who owns his own little place.
So? Isn't gambling man talk?
Customers talk to bartenders. It don't work the other way around.
What'd you do? Misplace the goon squad?
No, this doesn't call for strong-arm stuff. You catch more flies with honey than
Okay, I get the message, Gino. What's the address? And how do I recognize this pigeon?
The address is on the paper. You'll find it behind the bar. His name is Herb. Herb Boggs.
Yes, miss? Can I help you?
Oh,
If it was something to eat, we don't open the grill till 5:30.
No, I don't want to eat. I couldn't. I'd like a drink, please.
Yeah, sure. Would you rather have it at a table than here at the bar?
No, please, I don't want to be alone.
In trouble of some kind?
Yes. No. Well, there was a man bothering me. To get away, I said my husband was meeting me in here.
Is he?
No, I just said that to get away. My husband... My husband's dead.
Oh.
I'm a widow.
Oh.
All alone now. I don't know why it is. Men seem to sense that. Try to take advantage. You know how it is?
Well, yes and no. Now, listen, you'll be safe in here. What did you want to drink, huh?
Oh, Just a sherry, I guess. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. It was just... You see, I'm not much of a drinker. And I didn't know what to ask for. So the first thing I come out with is my name.
Oh, Sherry. Yeah. That's your name, huh?
Yes. But like the poet says, what's in a name? So I guess I will have a sherry. And not too strong, please.
Oh, no. I'll give you the best. Yeah, this'll never hurt you. A glass of wine.
Oh, like that other poet said. A glass of wine, a loaf. Oh, how did that go?
A book of verses. Underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me singing in the wilderness. Huh?
Oh, gee, that's beautiful.
Yeah, well.
How come an educated man like you ended up behind a bar?
I ain't claiming I'm any college grad or nothing like that, but... Well, you spend enough years behind a bar, you'd be surprised how many things you learn.
Oh, you've read it to me like you were an actor. Oh, it made me feel so much better. Honest. I don't feel sad anymore.
Wow, that's great. Hey, now look, you haven't even tried your sherry.
Oh, I know. It's silly, but... Oh, I hate to drink alone. I don't suppose you would join me as my guest.
Oh, no. I never drink in my own place.
Well, some other place?
Hey. Now, look, I'm a married man.
It's just because I'm lonely. Oh, I don't think I know your name.
Oh, well, it's Herb. If you want to have a drink, my relief barman just came in. It's my quitting time, and... Come on, Sherry. I'll take you across the street to Adam's Rib.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Mr... I mean, Herb.
No, it isn't. Sherry, honey. You see, it's because I read in my mind's eye it's what I'm going to do anyway, so I might as well check out why right now. So I'll get my jacket. The sherry's $1.50 a clip. Just leave it on the bar.
You know, you're a funny man.
Nah, not funny, just strange.
Well, I dig men who are far out.
Oh, no, Sherry, it won't work.
What do you mean?
Look, if I was younger and I didn't have my Sadie... Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't go for all you're flashing me, but it won't work. Because, first of all, there is Sadie, and I never cheated on my wife yet, and never will. And second off... because I know it ain't the cards.
You're sure? If you came up to my pad right now, I couldn't make you change your mind?
Oh, I don't have to be sure. I know, because I know I'm not going to your place.
How?
Well, like I said, I can see it in my head. I can kind of read it like. Anytime up to 24 hours ahead, I know whether a thing is going to be or if it isn't.
How could you do that?
Well, I didn't ask to be able to. You see, I took a jolt of electricity, and I nearly cashed in my chips.
Oh?
Yeah. And when I came out of it, I guess it kind of scrambled my brain some, and, well, change over some of the cells like that. But anyway, I could see into the future.
Oh, like a day before a race, you could know which horse was going to win?
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, boy, are you the man with all the luck?
Well, not so fast. You see, the trouble with knowing about things in advance is you get to take the bad with the good. Like it's just coming clear who sent you to pump me. Only I don't see all that clear yet why.
Nobody sent me.
No, Sherry, honey, that's a lie. But Gino Marks, right? All right, now you tell me what does Gino want with me?
I wouldn't know.
Oh. Well, I know this much. If a big fish like Gino is after me, it can only mean trouble. So, you see, Sherry, maybe I'm not so lucky after all.
As long as man has existed, he has ached to be able to know of his future in advance. The seer, or the professed seer, has been a dominant figure in every culture in the world. But if all the prophets and magicians and astrologers and others actually have such a power, would they really want such a divine gift? Or learn, like Herb, that it brings far more harm than good? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 3. One of history's wisest men, Sir Francis Bacon, once wrote, "Men may refuse things which are in the present, but leave the future to the divine providence." The wisdom of this thought is something poor Herb Boggs is about to discover, even though his ability to read the future is not something he is directly responsible for. It is a gift that was wished upon him, and which, despite its advantages, he is rapidly beginning to think he would rather have wished off him again.
I brought us some nice fresh coffee, Herb.
No. None for me, Sadie.
Oh, would you rather have a beer?
No.
Well, should I turn on the TV?
No.
Oh, now I know you must be sick.
I'm not sick. I got a problem.
Oh, I knew something was bothering you ever since you come home to dinner. Herbie, how can I help?
Now, Sadie, this has nothing to do with you.
Everything that has to do with you has to do with me.
All right, now listen. When I first found out about my gift, I lost my head a little, all right?
Well, you didn't seem no different to me.
No, I mean about how I saw all the money that I could make. You know, all my life I played the numbers, the ponies, wherever you could lay a bet, right? Every cent I could afford, and too much of the time, like you know, when I couldn't.
I know.
Well, you know what I figured last year? I'm a loser. Over 40 years, averaging out, I blew $50 a week. That's 100 grand I blew, Sadie. With interest over all them years, it could have been 2. That's all you and me would ever need. Now, do you think that's smart?
No, that wasn't smart. But now you could get it all back, and more.
Yeah, that's what I figured, Sadie. I wasn't going to be greedy, just get back my stake and maybe like interest money, you see? Only I was stupid.
What's so stupid about that?
Well, I tried to move too fast. I got Horst Turkle screaming what was I trying to do to him, and I should have listened.
To what?
Well, he asked me to take it easy, or either let him in on what kind of handicapping system I was using. Well, I fobbed him off, so he must have went screaming to the big shots, you see, wherever he lays off his bets. So now I got Gino Marks on my tail.
Who is Gino Marks?
Oh, he's a real hard guy, Sadie. This is his district, you see, and he doesn't like anybody that messes with his profits.
Herbie, don't get mixed up with gangsters and hoodlums. We don't need the money. Forget it.
Well, the whole trouble is I was going to forget it. I just about had our money back,
Well,
see?
whatever we've got, you don't need anymore.
Well, I'm not sure I even deserve the 100 grand I have. It ain't so much of a gift, you know. You come right down to it. Well, like last week when we bumped into Mo and Jane Rosen, you know?
Yeah. Oh, it was nice to see them look so well. Who could have guessed?
Yeah, me. I knew she'd be dead the next day, Sadie.
Oh.
Yeah. And that nice young kid that lives upstairs, well, she ain't gonna have that baby. She'll be lucky if she stays alive.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, and that's how come I know that Gino Marks is after me. You see, I can see all these things before they happen. And just to win some dough, who needs the other stuff that you gotta suffer? That's why I want to forget it all, or try to, before...
Before what?
Maybe before that.
What?
The phone. I gotta answer that.
Why? Let it ring. Take it off the hook.
No, it's no good, Sadie. I gotta answer sooner or later. Yeah, that's White speaking. Well, what does he want to see me for? Well, okay, at least I can ask. Yeah, when? Oh, tonight. Well, I don't know. It's kind of late. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll be there.
Who was it?
Who else? That was a message from Gino Marks.
What?
He wants to see me tonight.
Tonight?
He's already sent a card for me.
Don't go, Herbie.
Sadie, I gotta.
Why?
Well, because you never get anything for nothing. Now I gotta find out what I gotta pay for the good luck.
Why should you have to pay anything? You worked hard all your life. You deserve some.
Wasn't coming out of the shock I got enough? I should have left it at that, but I was tempted. And when a guy gives in, Sadie, I guess he's just got to face it. There's always the devil to pay. Mr. Marks?
Yeah, that's right. Close the door, Boggs. Take a seat. I want to talk to you. Sit down. Sit down.
Yeah.
I'll come right to the point. It's the way I work. You know, you've been nicking my organization pretty good the past week.
You mean I made a few bets and took some money off you, huh?
That's what I mean. Too much.
Yeah, well, you won't have to worry. I got all I need now.
Oh, you're going to quit cold turkey?
Yeah.
I don't buy it. No horseplayer on a hot streak ever quit.
Well, this one is ready to.
I don't know if I want you to.
You mean you want me to go on winning?
Can you?
Well, I can't say. What do you want, Mr. Marks?
Hey, now that's getting right to the point, isn't it? You know, I just possibly might go into business with you.
Business? With me?
Why not? I go for success. But before we get too excited over what may just have been a run of luck, why don't we have a trial period?
A trial period? For what?
To see if it's really true. You can call it spots. If you can, we pick our spots and bet heavy. I mean heavy, Boggs. 80% to me as major partner, the rest to you, and I'll bankroll.
And, suppose I refuse.
Now, you really don't want me to get into strong-arm stuff, do you?
Oh, no. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, not as long as I could be the goose who lays the golden eggs.
Oh, I wouldn't have to. Because, that wife you love so much, Sadie, is that her name? Yes, Sadie. Now, you wouldn't want anything to happen to her. We got a deal?
We got a deal.
Herb?
What's my... Hey, no, look, wait, don't you hurt her. I can explain everything. Oh, Sadie, I'm sorry.
What was you having, sweetheart? A nightmare?
No, how could I have a nightmare? It's not even dark yet.
Well, almost. You haven't had your supper.
No, I can't eat.
Herb, you gotta have something. It's just leftovers, since you won't even let me leave the house the last 3 days. Herbie, what is it? What?
I can't explain, Sadie. It's
I don't mind all the beer and the drinking and the sleeping all day and walking around all night. But what's the use, Herb? You can't hide forever. What are you hiding from? Your partner?
Yeah.
Oh, I never wanted you to go in business with a man like Gino Marks anyways. Well, why don't you just quit?
Oh, Sadie, don't you think I wish I could?
If it's the money you won, give it back.
I tried that. He doesn't want it.
Well, what does he want?
Well, you know. For me to tell what I see inside my skull is going to win the next day, so he can bet.
So give it to him. What do you care?
Well, you don't understand, honey. For weeks I have, and then just like that, I had to stop.
Why?
Well, because I don't know anymore. All of a sudden, it just stopped, just like that.
That's why you wouldn't answer none of his calls the last 3 days. Honey, you can't put it off much longer. He's got men watching down there in the street. I've seen them.
Yeah, I know. They've been there around the clock ever since we first made our deal. He don't even trust nobody, Sadie. That's why...
Oh.
Who's that?
I'm going to see...
No, Sadie, let me. You go back in the bedroom, all right?
No, I'm staying right by your side.
Well, just stay at the line of the door. Who is it?
You could see me through the viewer. You know, open up.
I got nothing to say to you.
You can't put it off forever. Look, I'm alone. I just want to talk to you man to man.
Better let him in, Herb. Tell him how it is, huh?
Yeah, okay. Just a minute, Mr. Marks. There.
Evening, Mrs. Boggs.
Yes.
I have.
What do you want?
Well, you know me. I don't waste time. Right to the point. Nearly a week now. We don't win, huh? Oh, I dropped the bundle. What is this, a double cross?
Now, look, I know you lost. All right, you can have everything I got, all right?
Everything you got is peanuts in my league. Why don't we win anymore, Boggs?
Because I lost the power.
I don't believe you.
It doesn't matter what you believe. You can't change anything.
Oh, I don't know. Excuse me, Mrs. Boggs.
Hey, now you let go of my wife.
Don't come any closer.
You wouldn't dare shoot her.
This isn't a conventional gun, Herb. It's an electric stun ray in the experimental stage with the government. But we've made a few improvements, see? Instead of stunning, this can kill. Now, I'm taking Sadie here with me, and you're going to give me some winners for tomorrow, or you're not going to see her again.
No, I won't let you.
Hey, well, you fool.
You'll have to kill me first. I'll see one of us in hell first. You... I don't want to die. Oh, what a stupid thing to try and... Where am I? Oh, dear Lord. I tried to turn aside your gift. I didn't want it. I only wanted to make Sadie happy. Where are you? Sadie? Sadie. Say.
Right here, Herbie.
Where is he? Where's Gino?
Who?
Gino, I won't let him kill you. I won't let him do that.
There's no Gino here. Whoever he is, darling. Just Sadie.
Where are we?
In the hospital.
The hospital? You mean he didn't kill me? He didn't hurt you?
Nobody hurt me. And nothing's happened to you, thank heaven. Even if you did near kill yourself on the TV. And you dreamed all that? Oh, I always knew I had a smart husband.
No, not so smart, or I wouldn't be here. You're sure now, Sadie, huh?
Herbie, we brought you here to this hospital straight from the house. And you've been in a coma for the last 24 hours. Till you just woke up a half hour ago to tell me all you dreamed.
Gee, it all seems so real. It's hard to believe. I'm never going to make another bet, Sadie. Suppose I won. I wouldn't sleep easy for the rest of my life.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Herb Boggs learned a valuable lesson. No matter what the odds, a gambler can't be beaten unless he has the devil on his side. And having won with his help, what have you won? His payoff is that if you commit yourself to him, no matter how long and lucky the wheel spins, He is waiting for you in the end. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Joan Shea, and Ian Martin. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
One of the most fascinating and terrifying themes of the playwrights has been parricide, the murder of a father by his own child. The fifth commandment reads, "Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God hath given thee." But some people think that parents are not entitled to respect simply because they are parents. And it's thoughts like these, when carried to the extreme, that can lead to...
Now, John, you gonna do as I tell you?
No, Pa. I don't think I am.
Your nose is bleeding where I hit you. Wash your face and hands and come in for breakfast. And then we'll both go out and dig that ditch.
You can dig that ditch all by yourself. And while you're at it, Pa, you can also dig yourself a nice big roomy hole for your grave.
Our mystery drama, The Thing at Nolan, was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater from the short story of Ambrose Bierce by Arnold Moss. It stars Russell Horton and Court Benson. The year is 1879, 100 years ago. The place, the southern part of the state of Missouri, the plateau of the Ozark Mountains, a unique region of soft hill scenery. The area is sparsely populated by a tough breed of pioneers, most of whom struggle to scratch a livelihood out of the livestock they breed and the forage crops they raise. It's a cool morning in June. The sun has just risen. Charles May, his wife Elvira, and their grown son, John, an isolated frontier family of fiercely self-reliant people, are finishing breakfast.
I'll have another cup of coffee, Elvira, whenever.
Yes, Charles, in just a minute.
Oh, well, it looks like we're going to have another bright and sunny day. Don't it, John?
Looks that way, Pa.
You know, each morning when I open my eyes and look at them easy, beautiful hills out there, I still can't thank the Lord enough for giving my grandpa the good sense to stop here years ago and settle just where we did.
Good old Missouri. Golden gateway to the west.
Hey, you can laugh, John, but we ain't done bad. The work may be back-breaking at times, but it's worth it.
Well, maybe to you, Pa.
Meaning?
Meaning nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, here's your coffee, Charles.
I gotta figure out a way to get more water out of that lake to them cattle of ours. There just ain't enough gets to them. I was thinking maybe I could... Now, this coffee is hot, Elvira. This coffee's not hot at all. What's more, it tastes more like dishwater than it does like coffee.
I'm very sorry, Charles. Now, if you'll just wait a minute, I'll make you another cup.
Never mind. I'll do without.
It won't take me a minute.
I said I'd do without. Or didn't you hear?
But, Charles, there's no reason to... What?
There's your coffee. Now, hold your tongue. I said be quiet, woman.
I'm ever so sorry, Charles.
Now, get out. I said get out and get out of your chores. Dumb old woman.
Pa, you got no right to talk to him all that way. No right.
will you look who's talking? The boy who's teaching himself to read. I got a right to do or say anything I like. This is my house.
Well, she didn't mean no harm. You know that.
Ain't asking you nothing, John.
But I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, now don't you talk that way to my ma ever again. You talk to her with respect. She has earned respect.
If that ain't the funniest thing I ever heard. Respect.
You know, it ain't funny, Pa. Ain't funny at all. And from now on, I mean to see that Ma's treated like a human being.
And you gonna make me do that? Is that right?
You give me cause. I'm big enough now and strong enough.
If you give me cause. Now, you just listen to me, son. Whatever happens around here, whatever, is gonna happen just one way. The way it's always happened, the onlyest way, and that's my way. And neither you, my big, strong son, neither you nor nobody else is ever gonna change that. Do I make myself clear?
Very clear.
'Cause that's the way it's gonna be.
Maybe, Pa. We'll see.
Henry, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming all the way out here from Nolan just to bring me this new spade.
70 short miles for a cousin. It ain't much. It ain't nothing of a good sale, too. Business at the store ain't been all that good lately.
That's so.
Besides, it is Sunday, and it gets a little lonely sometimes down in Nolan on Sundays. Schoolhouse closed, blacksmith shop closed, my general store closed. Hardly no one around to chew the fat with. And no one out on the lake and back of the store. Too hot.
Of course. This is one beautiful spade, Henry. Good heft to it. Sharp cutting edges.
Oh, the best, the brightest, the longest wearing that wholesale place in St. Louis has got to sell. You better carve your initials into the handle.
Yeah, good idea.
Big CM, in case anyone should take it into his head to borrow Charles May's property.
Yeah, I'll get John to do just that. You remember with my lack of schooling, I can't tell one letter from any other.
So you just tell him a big CM.
You know, Henry, I finally figured out how to get the lake water down to my big pasture.
You did?
Yeah. You know where my creek makes a real sharp horseshoe turn to the west?
That's up near the foot of Medicine Lodge Hill.
Yeah. I figure I can dig a deep ditch right through the woods. From there to the pasture. It's a little over half a mile only. Then a big hole at the end of it.
Oh, which will give you all the water you need and still keep your livestock inside the pasture. Yeah, but you'll need help.
My son, John. We can start next Sunday, a week from today. Two of us together should be able to...
Good morning, Henry.
Well, ain't it more like good afternoon, John? You just get up?
Well, Sunday I slept a little bit later than usual.
Nearly noon, boy.
Reckon it is.
Where was you last night?
Out.
I asked where.
Around.
What time did you get home?
Kind of late. Very late.
What kind of foolishness was you up to?
I don't think I care to answer that, Paul. Or any of the other questions you've been asking. You'll have to excuse me. I'm real hungry. Gonna get me some breakfast.
What?
Easy, Charles. Boy has a right to his own life. He's not a little boy no more. You got to get used to that.
That's what he keeps telling me.
Well, it's true, ain't it?
Maybe. But as long as I furnish a roof over his head and provide him with 3 meals a day...
Every bit of which he earns.
This is my house, Henry.
No one is denying that. But you got to start treating that boy different. Push him far enough, and he just may turn on you.
He wouldn't dare.
Or wouldn't he? I've been watching John these past few years. Charles, that boy knows how to hate. And he's got the quickest temper. If that boy was ever foolish or headstrong enough to do me harm, real harm, he'd never again be able to put me out of his mind. You believe that, Charles? I believe that. I'd come back and haunt him for the rest of his days. From wherever I was. Get up, boy. I said get up.
Let me be, Pa. I want to sleep. I'm tired.
Sun's almost up, John. We start on the digging of that ditch from the lake, down to the big pasture.
Today? Pa, it's Sunday, ain't it?
Get up out of that bed real fast and get dressed.
Pa, I think you better get started on that ditch digging by yourself, huh? I'll maybe join you.
When?
Later.
I said when?
When I'm good and ready.
What did you say?
You heard.
John, breakfast on the table.
We'll be right there, Elvira. Did I hear you right, boy?
I think you did, Pa.
Now, you get this straight. We've got work to do, important work. Building a ditch to carry water from the creek. And when I leave here this morning, you leave with me.
I don't think I will.
I know you will.
In that case, I think you'll have to make me. Now, you go away and let me get some sleep.
Out of that bed, I say. Stand up on your feet like a man.
You get your hand off me, Pa.
I'll teach you a lesson, you young good-for-nothing.
Don't you dare touch me. You'll be sorry if you do.
You're gonna do as I tell you, or ain't you?
No, Pa. I don't think I am.
Your nose is bleeding where I hit you. Wipe your face.
It can bleed. It does me no hurt.
Go wash your face and hands and come in for breakfast.
What are you two up to? The food's getting cold. John, well, your nose is bleeding and your cheeks beginning to puff up. What's been happening with you two?
I'll be right with you, Ma. As for you, Pa, you can go dig your ditch all by yourself. And while you're at it, you can also dig yourself a nice, big, roomy hole for your grave.
John, what are you saying? There's no way to talk.
I know what I'm saying, Ma. That picture of Abe Lincoln you hung up next to the door is a joke, Pa. You still treating Ma and me like we were slaves.
I shouldn't have hit you, John.
That's right. You shouldn't have.
I'm sorry. First time I ever did that. Even when you was a little boy.
Yeah, and that's the last time.
Meaning?
You're gonna pay for what you just done, Pa. You're gonna pay for that. Where is he, Ma?
Gone off like he said he was going to with that new spade of his to start digging the ditch.
What time would it be?
Past noon, John.
I got a lot of things to do.
But I took care of the hogs and the milk cows.
First they got to shave, and there's a couple of letters I have to write. Ain't finished reading last week's newspaper.
Oh, by the way, Cousin Henry was by early this morning. Brought you this week's paper.
Real nice of him.
He come by just as you two was quarreling. He stayed outside, he said, because it sounded like a very private family affair, but he heard it all. I got the paper out in the kitchen.
Thank you.
You know, John, your pa can't do that digging all by yourself. Too much for one man alone.
Then I guess, maybe I better join him.
Oh, that's a good boy. He was sorry for hitting you. He told me so, and I know you didn't mean what you said to him. You just lost your temper for a minute, didn't you?
Just the way he does, right?
Exactly. I understand that. Now, you be a good son and go along and help. He needs you. A person working all alone, all that digging, it could kill a man his age. Even a man as strong as your pa.
I suppose it could.
Now, you be sure to keep away from the deep part of the creek. You know you can't swim.
You don't have to tell me. Yeah, I'll be going now. I'll take the newspaper, practice my reading some when I'm resting. Well, I'll see you later, Ma.
Well, ain't you taking a spade with you? You'll need a spade to dig.
Paul's got his spade, ain't he? No, I don't think I'll need a spade.
In in Proverbs we read, "Hearken unto thy father that begat thee." And again, "The eye that mocketh at his father, the ravens of the valley shall pick it out, and the young eagles shall eat it." John May is planning to defy the teachings of the Scriptures. Just how far is he prepared to go? I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Wherever railroads, airplanes, highways find their way, whenever newspapers, movies, radio, and television become part of a community's lifeblood, the people gradually lose their unique characteristics and take on the coloring of the rest of the country. This has been happening in the Ozark Mountains. But 100 years ago, these hill folk were still isolated. Their relationships to each other still primitive, still had their own fierce, uncompromising ways of solving their problems.
Is that you, Charles? I'm out in the kitchen.
No, Ma, it ain't Charles. It's me.
It's nearly nightfall, John. Where you been?
Well, where I told you I was going. Up to the spring. The creek near Medicine Lodge Hills.
Say, you did help your pa. Good boy. Get much done?
You know?
Well, where is your pa?
Ain't he come home yet?
No. Didn't you leave together?
Well, no. He said he wanted to work just a bit more before the sun set.
Well, it's nearly dark. Your pa out in the woods alone.
I wouldn't worry about it. He can take care of himself. He always has, hasn't he?
I suppose. I'd better light the lamp.
I'm going into my room.
No, just a minute, John. Look at me. No, don't turn away. Your clothes, your shirt's all tore. So's your jacket.
All them brambles down near the creek.
Oh, just look at your jacket. And your pants, they're soaking wet.
Don't fret about me, Ma, please.
And what's this? Did you hurt yourself? You did something to yourself and you're not telling me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, here, on your jacket, that's blood. You've been trying to wash it off, ain't you?
I couldn't lie to you, Ma. I did cut myself. It's nothing much. While I was digging, little blood from my hand got on my clothes. And I did try to wash the stains off. I didn't want you to worry none.
Let me see your hand. Maybe I can... Why are you putting your hand behind your back? Why are you looking at me that way? There's something wrong. You look strange.
There's nothing wrong, Ma.
Did anything happen between you and your pa? Come on, tell me.
Nothing. I'm just tired. I'm all right. I'm sorry, Ma. I didn't mean to yell at you. I'm a little upset. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed.
But you ain't had your supper.
I couldn't eat anything. My stomach ain't right. In fact, I don't feel well.
Oh, let me help. Is there something I can do?
Nothing, Ma. Just let me be, please.
Oh, Elvira. Elvira May.
Good morning, Henry.
What brings you to town this early of a Monday morning?
There's some kind of trouble. I need your help bad.
What seems to be wrong?
But Charles ain't come back.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, yesterday, after he and John quarreled, he went off into the woods to do that digging.
And?
Oh, that was more than 24 hours ago.
Well, Elvira, you telling me you ain't seen him since?
And I'm worried sick to death. He ain't never done anything like this before.
Yes, of course. Elvira, did John join Charles the way Charles asked him to?
Well, not right away. He left around noon sometime to go wherever it was Charles was working.
And you ain't seen either of them since?
No, Henry. John come back around nightfall. Alone.
I see.
That's why I'm so worried. John was in a terrible state. His manner was strange. His look was wild, like a mad animal almost. His clothes were torn, seemed to have blood stains on them. He said he cut himself.
But did he say anything at all that would have given you some hint of what might have happened to Cousin Charles?
Not really. No, nothing.
Where's John now?
Back in his room. Oh, what are we going to do?
We're going to pay a visit to Calvin Jackson, the new sheriff. Sheriff's got to be called in on this, of course.
What's on your mind?
Nothing, Elvira. Not until the sheriff has a good look around near that bend in the creek. If there's any answer, that's the place we're going to find it. Over this way, Sheriff. Just follow me.
Growth is pretty heavy back here.
Charles has been promising for months to clear some of it out. Never found the time.
Ooh, watch your step there, Elvira.
Had anything happened between you and your husband, Mrs. May, that would have led him to, that might have given him cause not to come home?
Well, Charles has a mean temper sometimes. Says things he's sorry for the minute he says them.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing like I think you're suggesting, Sheriff.
I apologize, Miss May.
Elvira, I think the sheriff ought to know about John.
Your son?
Well, Charles and John quarreled just before Charles left.
Oh? Serious?
But Charles struck the boy in the face. That's about all.
Hey, excuse me now, Elvira. That ain't quite all. And you know that.
Oh, what else is there?
Sheriff Jackson has the right to know. After he was hit, John threatened his father's life. I was right outside the cabin. I heard John say, "You got to pay for this."
You suppose he meant it?
Oh, now, here we are. Horseshoe Bend in the creek. And here's the ditch that Charles was starting to dig.
He got quite a lot done, didn't he? Well, let's have a look. Mm-hmm. Well, now, here's where he began digging. And he continued straight along this line to that spot over there. Huh. Well, this is most interesting.
Well, what's that, Sheriff?
Come over here. Both of you. Look at this pile of dirt here. Come out of the ditch.
Oh, it looks all trampled on.
As though someone had been jumping all over it.
Or as though there'd been a struggle, a fight of some kind. And look here. These fresh footprints in the soil, this clay.
Oh, that one there, that's Charles' footprints. Those are the marks his boots make.
And these footprints here?
Well, those are the marks of John's boots. I know by the brand name on the sole. He bought them in the store about a month ago.
Henry, there's something I don't quite understand. With all the digging Mr. May was doing, where's the spade he was digging with?
Well, last week I sold him a brand new spade. He burned his initials in the handle, and I think I see what you mean, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah. I see no spade, Henry. No whereabouts, no trace of a spade. And no trace of Mr. May. But I do see this.
Pages from the St. Louis newspaper.
Yeah, look at the date. It's last week's paper. With blood on it. Yeah. It's getting dark. If you don't mind, Henry, walk Mrs. May back to the cabin. I got a good deal of work to do.
I'm glad to.
In the morning, Mrs. May, I'd like to pay you a little visit. Have a talk with your son.
You mustn't get out of bed, John. Now, the doctor said you was to stay in bed. And you mustn't worry about nothing.
No, don't go away. Don't you touch me. Don't you dare.
Oh, easy, John, easy. No, it's just your ma.
I must have been dreaming, huh? Real bad dream.
Yes. Well, you gotta stop worrying, John.
I ain't worried.
Pa will turn up. I know it. I have faith. I just can't figure where he would have gone.
He'll never turn up. And they'll never find him.
How do you know? How can you be sure?
I have a feeling.
John, is there something you ain't telling me?
Nothing happened. Nothing.
Mrs. May. Calvin Jackson.
It's Sheriff Jackson, John.
What's he want?
He wants to talk to you. Come right on in, Sheriff.
I don't want to talk to nobody.
Morning, Mrs. May. Morning, John.
I got nothing to talk to you about. I didn't do nothing.
Well, no one said you did, John.
Well, what are you doing here?
Your father's missing. No one's seen him. No one knows where he is. You were the last person with him, I believe.
Well?
Did you have any kind of a fight with your father in the woods?
That's none of your business, Sheriff.
Answer, Mr. Jackson, John. Please.
Well, we did have a little bit of a fight. No, nothing much.
Uh-huh. And this newspaper, St. Louis newspaper, I found it back there. Did you take a shovel, a spade of some kind with you?
No, I didn't. My father had his. I figured we could take turns digging while the other rested.
Have you any idea where the spade might be? We couldn't find any more trace of it than we can of your father.
No idea.
That's a nice-looking pair of boots you got here, John.
Hey, now, you put those boots down.
Oh, they are yours.
Don't you touch them.
Well, now, that's most interesting.
What's that, Mr. Jackson?
On the soles and heels. Could that be blood?
Huh. Are you accusing me of murdering my father?
Murder? I never said a word about murder.
I didn't murder anyone, Sheriff. No one.
John, did you ever threaten to kill your father?
Of course not.
He never gave you cause to say to him, you'll die for that or you'll pay for that?
Yes, he did, but that don't mean that I...
What does it mean?
That there's a power that would punish him one day for what he was doing.
But that power was not you.
If you're thinking of accusing me of murder, you'll have to find my father's body first.
Oh, I know the law, John. That's my job. But I can tell you this. Word's already gone around the whole town of Nolan that your father's missing. And whatever evidence there is about his disappearance points to only one person.
Meaning me?
For your own good, John, for your own protection. I'm sending one of my deputies out here.
What for?
Until we find your father's body, I'm putting you under arrest. House arrest. On suspicion of murder.
The relatives of a murdered man in Ozark country will sometimes throw pawpaw seeds or a tiny pinch of cornmeal over the corpse, on top of the coffin, or into the grave. Or they will pull down the top of a small cedar tree and fasten it with a big stone, which is supposed to help in some way catch the murderer. But when there is no grave, when there is no corpse to be buried, join me shortly for Act 3. The people like the May family, who lived in the isolated parts of Missouri's Ozark Mountains 100 years ago, were once called the most deliberately unprogressive people in the entire United States. From the early 1800s on, they seemed like foreigners to the average American, secretive, sensitive, but never simple. Their loves, their hates were deep and not easily understood by the outsider. And their minds moved in an involved system of signs, of omens, and curious beliefs. Their laws reflected their minds.
No, John, there's nothing you can do about it. The trial will be held tomorrow. The people have demanded it, and the sheriff has, too.
Well, I just don't understand it, Henry. How can they try me for a crime?
I know. On suspicion of murder when they haven't found the shadow of the man you're supposed to have killed.
Exactly. Hasn't the whole male population searched the wood bottomlands with a fine-tooth comb? Haven't they beaten every bush in the neighborhood and come up with nothing?
Then, for all anyone knows, there is nobody, no corpse. Is that what you want us to believe? That your father's alive and well somewhere? But where?
Nobody knows.
And nobody knows why he disappeared, how he disappeared into nowhere.
Gentlemen, I think we all must agree with the defense that a man cannot be tried for the murder of a man whose body no human being is professed to have seen. One not actually known to be dead. This case has been tried on its merits until and unless we can prove that the man who is supposed to have been killed is in fact dead. We have no case. On that basis, gentlemen, I'm asking along with the defense that this case be dismissed and that we permit young John May to walk out of this courtroom a completely free man.
That be all, Sheriff?
Well, a handful of tobacco plugs, Henry. My supply's getting a little low.
Here we are, Sheriff. Well, now, if this heat would only let up a little.
Yeah, I see you're keeping both your front and back doors open, huh?
If there's any kind of a breeze lurking around the lake outside the back door, I figure maybe I can catch a bit of it here in the store.
Yeah, of course. You know, Henry, I'd give just about anything I own to find out what happened to that boy's father. I can't see how a man could just disappear off the face of the earth overnight. At any rate, not in this part of the world, not without foul play of some kind.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Sheriff.
The men in town are still grumbling that the trial was what they're calling a miscarriage of justice.
Yes, but suppose they had taken the law into their own hands and one of these days Charles should suddenly turn up.
They'd never forgive himself. Henry Odell, I'm about to tell you something I wouldn't tell another soul. In spite of everything I said at the trial, the things I knew I had to say, I'm sure that none of us will ever see Charles May again. Unless he were to come back from the grave.
Strictly between the two of us, I couldn't agree with you more.
But how can I prove it?
Excuse me, Sheriff. There's a customer coming in.
I'll be running along.
No, wait. Wait just a minute, Sheriff. Turn around. Take a look at who's coming in the front door.
Who is it?
It's him. It's him, all right. Cousin Charles. Charles May.
Putting one heavy foot ahead of the other. Mechanically, as if his feet were made of lead.
Walking straight toward the back door.
Staring into space. Eyes wide open. And they're a milky white. There's no pupils in them.
His hair is all wet and matted with blood.
Over his eyebrow. Left eyebrow, a deep gash.
Blood's flowing over the whole left side of his face and neck. Onto his shirt and vest, onto the floor. Charles. Cousin Charles.
He doesn't hear us, Henry. He doesn't see us. Look how he holds his hands over his head as though defending himself from some kind of a blow. The fingers spread crooked like claws.
His mouth all twisted open as if he was trying to say something.
Mr. May. Charles May.
Cousin Charles. Keeps on moving toward the back door. Charles!
He's going out the door, toward the lake.
Well, shouldn't we follow him?
Let's watch him, see what he does. He's going to the edge of the lake to try to wash away some of the blood.
Shouldn't we be doing something to help?
Oh, we might do more harm than good. It's like waking up a sleepwalker. Let's go out and see what he's up to.
Where's he gone to? I can't understand it. He was out here just a minute ago.
Not a whisper of him anywhere.
Well, if he'd have gone into the lake...
Well, there's not a chance. The water's as unruffled and smooth as glass.
What do you suppose was wrong with him?
He must have been in a fight of some kind and wandering about in the days ever since.
But how do you explain...
Probably suffering from some kind of loss of memory.
Oh, it's enough to scare the life out of a man.
Well, we've got to find him. Let's get back into the store, Henry. I have an idea.
What's that broken step?
Yeah. If we follow the trail of blood he left, wouldn't it lead us back to wherever he come from?
It might.
And that could lead us to...
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Jackson. Cousin Charles stopped right about here. The blood dripping right onto the floor. Now, you just take a good look.
Well, I'll be. The floor's as clean as a whistle.
Not a drop of blood here, or for that matter, any place else.
Henry, Mr. Jackson, they found him. They found him. They found Charles.
No. Easy, Mrs. May. You got to take it easy.
No.
Sit yourself down over here, Elvira. Try to calm down. Now, what are you talking about?
They found him. They found his body. The two little boys.
What two little boys?
Oh, Sherwood's boys. They was playing in the woods up near May Creek, near where it makes that sharp turn. I tell you, it was awful.
How was the body hidden?
Under 2-3 feet of soil, covered over with layer after layer of dead leaves and twigs. And some wild hogs must have been rooting through the leaves and uncovered the handle. It looked terrible, just terrible.
What handle, Elvira?
The handle of Charles' new spade. Here, I brought it to show you. Broke off from the spade itself right in the middle.
Let me see that.
The Sherwood boys, they found him. They found Charles and come rushing up to the cabin to get me. I could hardly bear to look at him. His eyes, his mouth, that big hole in his head.
No. Try to take it easy, Mrs. May. We'll go back with you to make a positive identification.
I don't know if I have the strength to look again.
Are you sure this was your husband's spade, Mrs. May?
Oh, that was his spade, all right. Sold it to him myself, and there's his initials, the initials that John burned into the handle for him. C.M.
Strange.
What's strange, Mr. Jackson?
Well, that's not a C at all. Those initials are J.M. Those are John May's initials, not his father's. The coroner has taken care of the body. Almost no decomposition. Some preservative property in the soil, I expect.
That soil is rich in minerals.
There's one thing I can't understand.
Oh, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Oh, Henry.
John, where on earth have you been? We just come from your place, and we've been looking all over for you.
I've been very busy.
Your father's body's been discovered.
Yeah, I know.
Whoever killed him did a mighty fine job hiding it.
So I was told. Gentlemen, I come here to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
Party's leaving tomorrow morning for Oregon. I'm joining them to seek my fame and fortune in the Golden West.
Ain't you going to have the common decency to wait until your father's body is put in the ground?
No time for that.
John.
Yes, Mr. Jackson?
You killed your father, didn't you?
You ain't got the right to ask me that, Mr. Jackson. Not anymore. I was arrested by you on suspicion of murder. I was tried. I was found innocent. Now, I may not know too much about these legal things, but I do read. And you can't try a man for the same crime twice, even here in the mountains. Double jeopardy, I think they call it.
Yep. Where'd that wind come from? Blew the front door clear shut. Who's that? Oh, no.
It's my father. But that can't be. Can't. Where'd you come from, Pa? You're dead. Dead.
Do what you're told, boy. Do what you're told. He's walking through this door just like he did the last time, toward the open back door.
What are you doing to me, Pa? Stop it.
John's following him. He can't take his eyes off his father. He can't help following him.
No, I won't go with you. I won't.
The old man's moving right toward the edge of the lake.
Don't make me, Pa. You know I can't swim.
Well, it's true. John can't swim. When I look now, we just can't stand here. What do we do?
I don't think there's anything we can do, Henry. They're both vanished under the waters of the lake. No, Henry, there's not a doubt in my mind. John May murdered his father by splitting his skull open with a knife-sharp edge of the spade.
Yeah, I know you're right, Sheriff.
One thing I can't figure out.
The wound over Cousin Charles's left eyebrow, the gash on the left side of his face.
Yeah. And the half-open mouth, the hands like claws.
Exactly the same as they was on that thing that come from nowhere, passed through my store and pulled John after him to who knows where.
Puzzles me. What's the answer?
Charles once said to me that if the boy ever took it into his head to do his father any real harm, that he'd come back and haunt him from wherever he might be. We folks up here in the mountains don't like to admit it to strangers, but in these lonesome places...
Yes?
Well, you think that thing could have been...
I have no idea what it was, Mr. Odell. Not the slightest.
There are those who believe that we, all of us, are walking spirits of some kind. Spirits that are shaped into a body, squeezed into a recognizable appearance of reality, and that sooner or later we fade away into air and invisibility. That we not only carry a future ghost with us from the moment we are born, but that we are in very fact ghosts. All of us. Everywhere. I'll be back shortly. There are two ways of evaluating the story you've just heard. We can go along very dramatically with Shakespeare and say, "For murder, though it hath no tongue, will speak out in the most miraculous organ." That's from Hamlet. Or, in a slightly different vein, we might be reminded of the parallel of Lizzie Borden. Lizzie, you'll recall, took an axe, gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. Our cast included Court Benson, Russell Horton, Bryna Rayburn, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown, 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 of Hyman.
CBS News, an extra unscheduled meeting between the U.S. and Israel officials underway in Jerusalem, but no word an Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty is any nearer. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS radio network. It's going on at the office of Israel's Prime Minister Begin. Secretary of State Vance is there, and there are indications President Carter may join in soon. The session was called after Begin met with his senior ministers. A short time ago, Secretary Vance telephoned Cairo to bring Egyptian leaders up to date on the way things are going. By all outward indications, the going is tough. Begin telling the Israeli parliament this morning serious problems remain. President Carter's appeal, proceed with caution, but proceed. And he repeated the gist of part of his state dinner toast last night, that the U.S. is not jealous. It wants Israel to make a lot of friends.
It's important that the door be kept open to all the parties to the conflict, including the Palestinians, with whom, above all, Israel shares a common interest in living in peace and living with mutual respect. Peace in the Middle East, always important to the security of the entire region, in recent weeks has become an even more urgent concern.
Mr. Carter says he'll decide later today whether to leave Israel for Washington today as planned or stay on in hopes of major progress. With the infighting going on in Jerusalem, some violence today on the West Bank, sources saying Israeli troops shot and wounded 3 Arab students during a demonstration against the Carter visit. More news after this.
Don Knotts for Mailgram.
When I'm away from the office, I don't always have a secretary with me at those important meetings. So when I want to seal a deal in writing, I call Western Union and send a mailgram message. Don Knotts Karate Schools can't miss. The old impact of a telegram. At a fraction of the cost, wraps it up the next business day. Well, I look macho in my black belt.
When your secretary's not around, call Western Union and dictate a mailgram message anytime.
Get the long-lasting collar that kills both ticks and fleas. Put the plus on your pet, the Hearts 2-in-1 Plus.
What's the big plus in the Hearts 2-in-1 Plus collar? It kills dangerous ticks and fleas for up to 5 full months. Put the plus on your dog or cat now. Get really effective flea and tick protection for your pet, your home, and your family for up to 5 months.
Put the plus on your pet, the Hearts 2-in-1 Plus.
Appealing for peace to the Israeli cabinet today, President Carter said the leaders of Egypt and Israel are not yet ready for a treaty, even though their people are. Those words came back at the administration today as Senator John Stennis of Mississippi opened testimony at the Senate Judiciary Committee, calling for a constitutional amendment to require a balanced federal budget.
I paraphrase this morning President Carter. I say the people of the United States are ready now for a balanced budget. The people are ready. It remains to be seen whether the leaders are ready.
The Senate Energy Committee has begun hearings on the entire energy situation in the U.S. after its chairman, Henry Jackson, said yesterday tight supplies of oil at high prices will drive this country into a deep recession. Lead-off witness this morning, Energy Secretary Schlesinger, whose resignation has been called for by Senator George McGovern, who says U.S. energy policy is now a disaster. Tongsun Park, the South Korean rice dealer who passed out a lot of money in Washington, expected to be first on the witness stand today as the bribery tax evasion trial of former Congressman Otto Passman opens in Monroe, Louisiana. Passman's lawyer expected to argue that the whole government case hinges on Park's testimony, and Park, he says, is an unreliable witness. The yearly hunt for harp seal pups begins today in northern Newfoundland. The Canadian government set up a quota of 77,000 skins and given permits to 7 Canadian and 4 Norwegian ships to take part. On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Industrial's down 3.55 to 839.31. Volume on the big board, 6.5 million shares. Now this.
As a boy, Thomas Edison was sent home from school because his teacher was convinced he didn't have the capacity to learn. But fortunately, his mother recognized his keen intellect, his great potential. She became his teacher and saw to his education. She inspired her son to an enduring belief in himself. And, of course, he went on to become a master inventor, and his impact upon our lives has been immeasurable. Each of us, in our own way, has potential far beyond that which we've ever used. But before we can use it, we must recognize it. We must know it's there. The Dale Carnegie course is a stimulating, self-awakening experience that brings people to a closer realization of their true capabilities. It inspires them with a new confidence, a determination to use more of their inborn potential to improve the quality of their lives. For a free brochure, call Dale Carnegie toll-free 800-231-5800. That's Dale Carnegie 800-231-5800. In Texas, call 800-392-2424.
Just a week after getting the police back in tow, New Orleans may be running into trouble with its 300 unionized garbage men. They rejected a tentative new contract, but say they'll stay on the job as negotiations continue. No strike yet. Teachers in St. Louis have been striking since mid-January, taking a vote on a new contract tonight. If it passes, the city's 74,000 school children could be back in class by Wednesday. David Jackson, CBS News.
A crisis meeting has ended in Jerusalem. President Carter will soon announce whether he is coming home or staying there an extra day. I'm Richard C. Hottelet reporting on the CBS radio network. It is now 7 p.m. in Jerusalem. President Carter is expected shortly to announce his plans. More from Reed Collins.
The news blackout on the fate of the Middle East Initiative continued in Jerusalem through the afternoon and beyond sundown. Secretary Vance, Ambassador Atherton, and Security Advisor Brzezinski conferred in Prime Minister Begin's office. During this long time, President Carter waited back at the King David Hotel. Only moments ago, Vance and Atherton emerged from the discussions, talked briefly with the Foreign Minister Diane, and then the announcement came that President Carter will have a statement to issue later tonight. Today's meetings took on the aspect of a last-ditch effort because they came after the night-long meeting of the Israeli cabinet at which decisions were reached and a lengthy morning session of the cabinet with President Carter at which the answers were given. This is Reed Collins, CBS News, Jerusalem.
Israeli military officials say Israeli troops shot and wounded 3 Arab students today in the town of Ramallah during a rock-throwing demonstration in the West Bank against President Carter's mission. One of the officials said, quote, "It was an extremely serious riot." More news after this.
All across our land, people know our brand. You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Spark plugs by AC.
Why do so many people know the AC brand? Because AC makes a spark plug for just about everyone and everything. American-made or imported cars, trucks, vans, bikes, or boats. For quick starts, get AC.
You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Spark plugs by AC.
If you need a tune-up, trust new AC spark plugs to help improve performance. AC fire ring spark plugs have the hot tip. It heats fast, fires hot, helps resist fouling. And if your car needs them, complete your tune-up with a matching set of Delco Remy points and condenser. They can help you start quick, run smooth. Insist on AC and Delco parts wherever you go for parts or service. You'll be thankful you did.
So when you want to go, we're the name to know. You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Spark plugs by AC. Firing spark plugs by AC.
Rhodesian aircraft today attacked Patriotic Front guerrilla targets deep inside southern Mozambique, according to a military headquarters report in Salisbury. It was the fifth attack in 3 weeks into the frontline state of Mozambique, which the Rhodesian government has scheduled a one-man, one-vote election in April. For the 4th day in a row, thousands of women demonstrated in the streets of Tehran, the demonstrators protesting a threat by Iran's government leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, to restrict many of the freedoms won by women under the Shah's regime. The issue of dress has become the most emotional, but clamor over that has eased somewhat, with word from Prime Minister Bazargan's government that women will not be required to wear the chador, a heavy, full-length traditional black veil. A Senate Judiciary Subcommittee is holding hearings on a constitutional amendment to require the federal government be balanced. The Speaker's list includes 4 senators supporting the amendment, 1 against the idea. Leading off the arguments for a balanced budget was Mississippi Democrat John Stennis. Backing the administration's position against the amendment was Democrat Edmund Muskie of Maine.
The public's frustration with seemingly endless inflation is genuine. It is certainly understandable. Inflation can destroy the fruits of a lifetime's labor,
and undermine an entire social order. But federal deficits, harmful as though they sometimes are not the root of the problem. More importantly, changing the fundamental law of the land to maintain an unworkable federal balance in good times and bad is not the solution.
Muskie says one answer to the problem of inflation is for Congress to respond to public demand that federal spending be cut. Stocks and other news after this.
Oh, miss, I hope you can help me here.
No problem. Now, how did you get this tan spot on your nice black suit?
Well, actually, the suit is tan. The spot is black. You know, I was pouring that messy black gook, from the toner on the copier, and I spilled a little of the...
A little.
If you don't want your copier to run up the cost of your dry cleaning, run the Dry Clean Copier. 3M's VQC3. Talk with the copier people at your local 3M Business Product Center. It's listed in the yellow pages.
For $25, we'll dye your suit black.
That's really not funny.
Your dog or cat can't let you know that roundworms really hurt him so.
Even healthy-looking pets can have dangerous roundworms. So get your pet the Heart's once-a-month wormer. Just add it to your pet's dinner. It'll work to stop roundworms before they stop your dog or cat. Use every 30 days, and it'll help keep roundworms away for good.
To really make those roundworms go, get the Heart's once-a-month wormer.
Good news for the American dollar on the major overseas money markets today. In Tokyo, the dollar closed at well over 205 yen, which is the highest it's got in many months. The dollar was also up on the major exchanges in Europe. Gold prices were up slightly in London, down a bit in Zurich. On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Jones average is down 7.01. Volume on the big board, 10.25 million shares. The Dow Jones Industrials stand at 835.85. Richard C. Hottelet, CBS News.
The dramatic fight for peace hasn't worked out. And unless there's some last-minute change, President Carter flies home tomorrow without it. Reed Collins reports from Jerusalem.
President Carter urged the Israeli parliament today to take a chance on a peace treaty, and he offered more military assistance, more economic aid, guarantees of oil, if only it would. But Prime Minister Begin said the risks were too great and serious problems remain. Then began another furious round of talks. The president's key advisors at Begin's office, President Carter back at his hotel, talking occasionally to President Sadat in Cairo. As the meetings in Jerusalem ended, Begin emerged and announced real progress was made, and I'm very happy about it. Begin's happiness did not infect the White House. It was announced that President Carter would breakfast with Begin in the morning and then fly to Cairo to meet President Sadat at the airport, confer at the airport, and fly back to Washington. No treaty in hand. Secretary of State Vance is to fly with him. No Middle East shuttle either. News Secretary Jody Powell says it is certainly safe to conclude that issues remain which are not resolved. Reed Collins, CBS News, Jerusalem.
In Cairo, people are saying we told you so, but somehow a feeling of hope still persists. Doug Sager reports from Egypt.
The Sadat aide said extended sessions, even an overnight stay, could not be ruled out. Sadat himself had no comment. He spent the day walking through the Egyptian countryside and, paying heed to Mr. Carter's parting advice to pray, Sadat made an unusual Monday visit to a mosque. No one expects a sudden resolution on the tarmac tomorrow, but few Egyptians would agree either with the Cairo radio commentary earlier today saying that the Carter mission is the last chance for peace. Doug Sager for CBS News, Cairo.
The president may be returning without the peace treaty, but not without a victory. That, at least, is the view in Israel. Bob Simon reports.
While there was very little progress in the negotiations, the Israelis were extremely impressed by President Carter. They're not giving him what he wanted, it appears, that is, the concessions he asked for, but in a strange way, he won them over. After his lunch with members of the Knesset, politicians from all parties said they were surprised by his detailed knowledge of the issues, impressed by his warmth, and by what they saw as the sincerity of his commitment to Israel. Bob Simon, CBS News, Jerusalem.
More news after this.
You've never seen a television hero like Billy.
I think I ought to tell you something about my son, Billy. You see, he has a tendency sometimes to exaggerate a little.
I haven't got long to live.
He lies, Alice.
I'll give you the royalties to my first gold album.
He lives in a fantasy world. Everyone's got at least one fantasy, but Billy, he's got a million of them.
Now that I snitched on the mob, I'm a dead man.
You never know where Billy is coming from.
I am newly arrived from Transylvania.
He's sensitive, romantic, and creative. He's nuts.
Billy, it's everybody's wildest fantasies brought to life. If Billy sounds like something very special, wow, are you right. Watch Billy. He's television's most fantastic new hero.
Tonight, watch Bright News star Steve Guttenberg as Billy at 8 on CBS, 7 Central and Mountain, with special guest Merv Griffin. In coming weeks, Suzanne Summers and the Incredible Hulk will join Billy from 20th Century Fox Television.
Howard Baker of Tennessee joined Bob Dole of Kansas today in calling for a special prosecutor to investigate the Carter family's peanut business. Baker, who wants to be the GOP presidential candidate as much as Dole does, says it's time to bite the bullet. Robert Shackney reports on the Carter problems.
The FBI is preparing a new report for the Justice Department about Billy Carter. This report, based on an interview last night with the former representative of a bonded warehouse company who alleges that he and Billy Carter juggled the financial records at the Carter family's peanut warehouse in 1975 in order to hide a $500,000 shortage of collateral for a bank loan. The new report is to go to Justice Department Criminal Division Chief Philip Hyman, who will make the initial recommendation about the need for appointing a special prosecutor. There's already substantial evidence that the Carter warehouse was having problems with collateral and loan repayments in 1975. A balance sheet disclosed apparently large shortages of collateral that year. And an executive of the bonded warehouse company says he was told by bank officials that the Carter warehouse under Billy Carter's management had serious cash shortages at the time. What creates the potential legal problem for Billy Carter is the allegation that the books were doctored. Altering the records about collateral for a loan from a national bank is a federal crime carrying a 2-year prison term. Robert Shackney, CBS News, Washington.
More news when the World Tonight continues.
Don't close your eyes to the problems of harsh, annoying light in your home. Instead, just install General Electric soft white light bulbs from True Value hardware stores for soft, pleasant illumination. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you General Electric soft whites feature a milky coating inside the bulb that softens the light so it shines without harsh glare and hard shadows. And because there are fewer shadows and less glare, GE soft whites are easier on your eyes. General Electric soft white light bulbs are available now at True Value hardware stores, and you can choose from 60, 75, and 100-watt sizes to fit your lighting needs. So don't close your eyes to the problems of harsh, annoying light in your home. Just install General Electric soft white light bulbs. They're available in popular sizes at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
True Value Hardware is more than just a name. It's our way of doing business that means True Value.
James Schlesinger, the Energy Secretary, told the Senate Energy Committee today that Arab oil producers hold the key to the free world as we know it, and he indicated that this is so risky that we must rely on ourselves. Nelson Benton reports on today's hearings.
Schlesinger spent 3 hours outlining measures to cope with short oil supplies and higher prices. Mandatory conservation rules to limit thermostats in public buildings may be required by summer, he said, with Americans burning oil at record levels. New Hampshire Senator John Durkin, a persistent Schlesinger critic, accused him of a just stumble-through attitude.
Why should not Congress abolish the Department of Energy, or at least ask for your resignation in light of the performance over the last year?
This country faces a serious national crisis, and the opportunities are just splendid for demagoguery on this subject. As to my own resignation, I have offered it several times. That office still is open.
Questioned by reporters later, Schlesinger would not elaborate on his offers to resign, when or why he had made them. Nelson Benton, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Wall Street in a moment.
This week, as the world watches the maneuvering in Cairo and Jerusalem, Newsweek magazine takes you on the extra mile of President Carter's Mideast peace mission. Newsweek examines the pressures on the negotiators, measures the effect of our presence in Yemen, evaluates Carter's down-home style of diplomacy, reveals that he is considering a $4 billion aid package to Israel and Egypt to sweeten a settlement. Carter's Quest for Peace, a comprehensive report on the man and his mission in Newsweek at newsstands now.
Sinus flares up.
I'm clogged up, headaches, my whole face hurts. Help!
Send for Sign-Off.
Sign-Off helps relieve your pain, helps clear congestion, ease sinus pressure and postnasal drip. Sign-Off does it all.
Send for Sign-Off.
And for the fastest known form of congestion relief, Sign-Off Spray. Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
The sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Is here.
For occasional use only as directed.
Stocks somewhat higher on Wall Street in a slow day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average closed around 845, up 1.82. The average price per share up 4 cents on the New York Exchange. Volume under 26 million shares. Average price up 14 cents on the Amex. Wall Street on This World Tonight.